Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Oh, wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it out, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into foot. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling.
Street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls. scattered before swine. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Well, hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
I can go anywhere, do anything I wanna do, it's true. When I feel that pressure, I deliver, I'm unstoppable, yeah, yeah. Let me prove that, go ahead, let me lift ya. Oh, yeah, yeah, I can lift ya. People like me don't come around every day. I'm unique. When I get down, I give everything to win. Teach that. Let me prove that. That crown I'ma lift that. Yeah, that love I'ma pay back. When it all gets too tough and the fireplace is hot, when you are all you got and it's time to take that shot.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever.
baby, do it. Come on now, baby, do it.
Listen you down to me.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
A very good morning to everyone tuning in at the very start of today's broadcast. I don't think I need to tell you, but just for good measure, you're watching Dream League. We're in season 24, and we're in the second group stage, and today is day 5 of that group stage, and that means it's time to see either some teams potentially get eliminated or lock themselves in for the playoffs. We're going to find out 4 best-of-3 series coming your way. Top-tier Dota with top-tier music from the PogChamp Pandas. Yeah, very good morning. It's gonna be a good day. I think everybody is already getting used to seeing this top tier Dota coming your way every day. But you better enjoy it while it lasts, because for some teams, it might not last that much longer. We're gonna talk all about that and about everything else, really. I mean, what do we not talk about on this broadcast? I can't even think of it. Of course, for this morning, once again, we're joined by Jenkins. Good morning. How are you doing?
I can think of some things that we don't talk about on this broadcast.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I could think of some things.
Are they... I actually don't want to ask.
They may be related to current events, but we'll see if we can talk about them at some point, maybe.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
Definitely. Definitely.
How you doing,
We
Fog?
talk about the Dota.
Yeah, I'm good. I remember that you asked us one of the first days of the group stage how many days would be going past midnight/1 a.m.
Yeah, I know.
What are we looking like? It's only been 2, I think, so far,
me
right?
and Jenkins already are straight up out. We're out of the running, and there's 2 more participants that are left in.
Can I say something on the record, though?
Yes.
When you were asking that question, I genuinely was thinking about something else. I was looking at a camera guy over there, and I was thinking, holy shit, he's got to carry this heavy camera all the time. Probably he's really a fit guy and goes to the gym a lot. Something like that.
Sounds like
So I wasn't thinking about the question that you were asking me, and
You mean 3 days ago? 4
3 days ago, yeah.
First of all, I want people to know that all the cameras that we have in the studio are on wheels.
Yeah, but they're like moving them around, and like it's like a constant like physical thing, you know.
Okay,
so
but you said
I'm thinking like if
you
you
giving your excuses?
but if you have a camera person and then they have this physical camera that they're moving on the swivel thing, also they probably do the handheld one as well. Because at these other events you see, and they're doing all sorts of different things. It's a skill. They know how to do all of them. So my brain was in a different place. You asked me this question, and I was confused. So I said all days, and I was close to right so far. Like 2 out of 7's not bad.
Sure, but we all had to choose something different. And you went for 7 out of 7. I went for 6 out of 7, both wrong. Owen went for 5 out of 7.
He's right.
Still
so
in the
far.
running. And Fogg went for 4 out of 7. Still in the running as well.
None of us went with the average of 3.5 out of 7.
This is not possible. You had to go for 3. I had to choose between 3 and 6, and I went for 6. And I'm starting to regret my choice, obviously, because 6 was wrong. But, you know, what can you do? What can you do? But yesterday was a long day. No, yesterday was not a long day. Yesterday was actually fairly fast. We got a couple of 2-0s in there, Owen. The games were a little bit more, well, less even.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm trying to think about in the morning. How was the morning for us yesterday?
We got a rapier. We got a rapier.
We had a
coming.
rapier,
We had a
rapier come back, which was nice.
It was
It was the game wasn't really back and forth though. I wouldn't say it was one of those games where it's like, are they going to close it?
And then forth.
Okay, so I guess it was back and forth.
It was once.
but it wasn't back and forth. Yeah.
But the third game was a good one. It was stomp one way,
Yeah.
stomp the other way. Somehow, I don't know how Extreme does it. They just somehow like
Yeah.
stomp game 2 and then just lose game 3 devastatingly.
They do it every time.
They've got to be the most devastated roster in any tournament in a long time. I can only imagine the palpable feelings of just pure devastation that's flowing through their veins right now. It's got to really suck.
Yeah, for people wondering what he's talking about, Extreme Gaming has had, well, everybody has played 4 series at the moment, 4 best of 3 series in this second group stage, and Extreme Gaming, every single series went all 3 games,
and then
which
lost.
is fine, but they did lose every single series. They're 0-4, and
Right.
I don't know. That's just that. It's hard.
In the Dota business, we call that devastation because
Sure.
you get the hopes up, right? And then all of a sudden, boom! Don't have any hope. Don't have any faith. Life is hopeless. Everything's going to go down the drain. That's entropy fogged.
Yeah, I guess, sure. I mean, Ame, I think most of those games that they ended up winning, he had 0 deaths too. That's the saddest part too.
Yeah.
I don't think all of them, but I know.
But he had very low deaths anyway. But by the time that he was able to join the game was already over. I mean, we can look at yesterday's result just to give some, visual aid to what we're talking about and see what happened, because we did have 2 series going 2-0. We just talked about Extreme and Falcons. We actually also talked about the game 1 of Paravision BetBoom, because that was the back and then forth with the rapier turnaround from Pure on BetBoom. That was the first series Paravision lost, and they lost 0-2. I know, Owen, that first game was, obviously, it could have been Paravision's game, but it wasn't. But losing 2-0 for Paravision, that was a pretty rough one for them, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think people expected the series to be close, but yeah, if anything, most people coming into this thought that Paravision would probably take it just because of how good they've looked in their wins here so far in this tournament. But yeah, BetBoom, they turn up, they give us the show here, of course, bringing out the Magnus for this event, at least, showing us that they can do it in not only mid, not only carry, but also in the off lane, making that comeback in that game around some fantastic plays. And then this game 2, it just fell apart pretty quickly, this one for Paravision.
DM had probably one of his roughest games, I think. They completely shut him down, and I think there was the interview actually for me was really interesting for them, because Miro was talking about how you need to make a choice. We looked at their lineup and we saw Sand King, Bristleback, these 2 heroes they want to hit jungle. So they were talking about how, okay, Paravision, it's up to you. Do you want to enable your Sand King, or do you want to shut down our Beastmaster with the stacks? And they enabled the Sand King instead. And Miro, because he got, like an 8x stack farmed, he completely rolled. Like, he literally was carrying
He was top net worth.
Beastmaster.
Yeah, he was owning.
I thought that was actually the most interesting thing for me, because of the way that he actually talked about it too, where he's just like, oh, we identified this exactly. We knew how to play versus, and yeah, this team is scary. BetBoom is a very scary team now.
They are a very, very scary team. It was cool to see them do so well.
Yeah.
There was another one team that had their record broken. Basically, they didn't have a single win until yesterday. Team Liquid was able to get a 2-0 Jenkins against Tundra.
Yeah, that's right. Game 1, I think they really figured out how to deal with Bristle. Fogged and I were kind of breaking this down this morning. You have the break from Hoodwink. You have Morphling, which can solo lane against the Bristle a lot. A lot of other heroes can't. You see a lot of Morphlings picked up against Bristle. Invoker Mana Drain, Pango Mana Drain, and then Ogre. I think that's just a casual hero. People are picking with Morphling, but just all around, extremely good draft from Liquid. Very well executed. They dismantled this Tundra strategy. Bloodseeker's also a dog shit hero. I think we can all agree. And 33, I'm sure he went back and watched the replays for himself and, took a little bit of like a mental breather yesterday, because I feel like he had some pretty rough performances in both of these games compared to how he's been performing for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah. I think this also was a much needed win for Liquid. I mean, obviously it was a tough loss for Tundra, but I think mentally very important for Liquid, who is not yet eliminated. Obviously, nobody is actually mathematically out. But having 3 series losses is, I mean, I don't know. You still have your faith in your own hands if you win every single series, but you got to do it. And I think winning that 4th series there for Liquid was very important. And then we also had Spirit once again going for a 3-game series. This time they didn't lose game 1, but they did lose game 2, and they still won the series after all of that. So they're looking very hot. Let's take a look at the standings and see where. Oh, let's actually take a look at the game a little bit first, because it was a back and forth game where Team Spirit, for the first time in a little while, Owen, they were able to take the first game of the series.
Yeah, I think this team they're getting better and better as this tournament has been going on. I think from the first group stage, some of their losses looked really rough. It was kind of like, oh, maybe this team is, it's going to be kind of a very distant team from the team spirit that we know, of the past with the changes they've made with the players. But now with these wins coming in, it feels like it's all coming together. They're getting better and better. and they could go all the way.
Yeah, we're seeing them even confident enough to do, everyone was talking about it on Reddit. It got put on Reddit yesterday, and the Terrorblade offlane thing, and it actually comes into fruition. They ended up losing the game, but you could see the concept of it. If you're willing to do that stuff when you're still progressing as a team, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, it is
for their stand-in player too. Or
Yeah.
their permanent stand-in. What the hell you want to call it?
No.
Malik.
I mean, I will say, I think when we look at ourselves, and when we started this Dream League season 24, before Group Stage 1, we were like, Team Spirit, obviously Satanic is very good, but Rue and Malik, that lane is not gelling yet. And, that was basically the X factor and the place where, okay, if they're not going to do well, it's probably going to be because of that lane. And I feel like Jenkins, they have now, and by now proven time and time again, that they are able to get that consistency.
I think they found a way to draft where they can get both of those players comfort heroes, like their early phasing Primal Beast for Malik, for example. I also think the meta is slowly shifting towards that. It's like a chicken and egg type scenario where maybe it's shifting there because Spirit is winning and people are looking at what they're doing. Maybe it's the other way around. But I just think individually, both of these players have just stepped it up in this tournament. Like I said, in VB Dacha, you can add a check mark to the counter. Rue was, to me, there were some days that he was on and some days that he was off, but on the off days, he looked very underwhelming, missing bramble mazes on keeping out targets that are just standing in one spot. And then all of a sudden you see him on the same Willow in this tournament, and he's like hitting them in fog in situations where like the BKB is down on a hero for like 5 more seconds, and he has to hit that, he has to clutch it, and he's been absolutely clutching. So he just needed some time to gel, and it's working out for them.
It is very much working out for them. They're 4-0 right now, and I think for them, as well as for Extreme, who is on the other end with an 0-4, today's series can actually cement them in and respectively moving forward or getting eliminated. And don't quote me on that because I actually didn't do the math, but I think if you are 5-0 or 0-5, it's looking pretty clear. So
computer, run the numbers.
Run the numbers.
And put a check mark on the screen if she's right.
No, we don't. I don't. I mean,
Yeah, I think if you get 5,
I think if you get 5, you're
definitely.
pretty much.
Yeah, right?
You're 100%.
Yeah.
Wait for our,
Because you have so many
wait
teams.
for AI.
You've got 3 teams that are 1-3,
Yeah.
1-0-4.
I am
If
correct.
you win
I got
5,
confirmation. We're
yeah,
good.
you're 100%.
I mean, you never really know with the possible tiebreaker scenarios and everything. So I figured I'd get the asterisk out there. But so today they can cement themselves in or out in that sense. And today is also a rather, that is very important for the whole of things, the grand scheme of things, where we're of course here for the first stop of the EPT. And Owen, will you take us through it this time around?
Yeah, sure. So obviously as the season goes on, you're going to get more points in tournaments towards the end. But that is with the caveat that the LANs, as you can see, of ESL 1 Bangkok 2024 and ESL 1 Spring 2025, they're a little bit more heavily weighted. So we give more points out for the LANs as I think is relevant. At the end of the day, you're competing in this to get to the Esports World Cup, which in itself is going to be the LAN. So not just consistency throughout the season is important, but the ability to perform when you're out there on the stage in front of the live crowd. That's understandably very important in deciding which teams do deserve a spot to play for the big money at Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and with that also, we know that depending on the amount of points, you get invited to other events, so you have more chance to get more points. And so doing well, especially on the first leg of this tour, extra important to make sure you get a little bit of a leg up for the rest. And with that, let's take a look at what's coming our way today, because as we are saying, there's a couple of teams that are on the verge of happiness or sadness. First, it's a duality of Dota 2 here, guys. We got Thunder versus Extreme as the first one, and I think this one is going to be really hard for Extreme. Again, a lot of pressure on it. For the last series of the day, we got Team Liquid and Waska going head-to-head. And I don't know, Fogged, what we can expect from that series. I think at the moment we've seen both teams do very well, but it's I don't know. It's just up in the air.
Yeah, I would say up in the air. I would probably give Liquid a bit more of an edge just because they, the past TI winners, but that would be a pretty interesting one. Liquid's playing the last series every day, huh?
Yeah,
No, they didn't play last series the other day.
Oh, did they not?
Not every day. It's been a lot of days.
It's been a lot of days.
It hasn't
Okay.
been every day.
There's also 2 more days coming that they will play at
What?
the start.
What is happening?
Hear ye,
Is that how
hear
you spell
ye.
panel, James?
There's two ends.
You spelled panel.
Order in the court.
What terrible judge are you?
Played. Is that Judge Judy?
No, this is Law and Order.
Law and Order. Come on.
No, don't
Law
do
and
that.
Order.
Special Victims Unit crap. Do Judge Judy.
Hey, how do you know special victim is? It could be criminal intent. There's different versions.
Hear ye,
out
hear
there.
ye. Can my court jester please be quiet?
What?
Or what's the one? The cop?
The cop.
Yeah, in the court. The bailiff. The bailiff.
Yes,
bailiff.
bailiff.
Please can.
I'll keep them in check.
We have a court procession in order. We have Fogged versus the plaintiff, Odie Pixel,
Okay.
a Parapixel,
Spogged.
and you need to tell me
Spogged.
why Paravision is
Sounds
going to
like what
be.
they keep- yeah,
Spotify?
Spogged. I know that sounds.
Is it Spotify? Who are they
How's
playing?
that?
Paravision.
I'll take
It's
it.
Spirit.
You're the defendant. Why do you think Spirit? Defend to me why you think Spirit's going to win this series 2-0 against Paravision for the first time.
They're going to take note of what BetBoom did. And they're going to look to counter them. They're going to give Crystalis some bristle back. They're going to somehow get Shadow Demon
sec.
and Naga Siren.
Bailiff, can you please remove this object, which is oddly sexual?
You
from
can't
him?
have this on the.
He's
on the
doing some
couch,
weird
sir.
shit with that. Okay, go ahead.
I forgot everything I was saying. You distracted me.
Well, now keep talking.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're going to
I'm
lose
gonna
to the
keep talking.
plaintiff.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they can watch what happened yesterday in particular because Paravision, they should have won first game. We can all say that, right? They had that huge lead. But I think Spirit, they've been showing a lot of growth in these games. And if they can get to later stages, we've seen the teams can do very well in the late game versus Paravision.
That's your 30 seconds. That was a good. I'm convinced, actually. I'm actually convinced. I don't even want to hear you. But yeah, you can go ahead, make your case. I think guilty until proven innocent, by the way, but go ahead.
I think Spirit, they've won 4 series. They haven't lost one yet. There's no way they're going to win 5 in a row. It's just inevitable. They got to lose eventually, and against Paravision, it's a pretty respectable team to lose to. I just don't see a team going 5-0. Yeah, they look great, Spirit, but 5-0, that's a lot. They're going to get lost today.
Bailiff, can you please arrest this man? I think he did whatever he's guilty of. Guilty as charged. What did I say? You're the defendant or the plaintiff? Which one's the guy that did the bad stuff?
That's the lawyer.
He wins. That's a winner.
Anyway.
Oh, I like that music, though.
Yeah, it was good.
That's the segment over.
No. There's another one, dummy.
Shiver, I was doing a bit.
This one.
Oh.
That's the. Just pretend. Reroll. Order in the court. We're doing it again. We're doing the bit again.
Okay.
We have Odie Cons versus B Fogged. Odie Cons, you're now the plaintiff, and B Fogged, you are the Befogged. I guess that's Betboom. You're the defendant.
Falcons and Bedboom.
Yes.
Odie Cons. Go ahead. Tell me why Falcons is going to win today, Odie Pixel.
They're going to win today because Amar is going to step up his all-chat game even more. So you better be prepared.
Yeah, you think so? Like he did with
Some harsh
Kiyotaka?
words.
One sec. Can you guys do bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for... We will. Anyway, can you repeat everything you just said? I was distracted by the band.
Amar's going to type something in the all-chat.
He's gonna all chat?
Yeah, he's going to all-chat.
Okay, is he gonna be joking or is he gonna be serious this time?
Depends how the fans react and if he feels he needs to cover for himself. Be like, I was joking or I was serious.
Right.
So we'll have to see.
That's a plaintiff. That was an
See how it
excellent.
goes.
That was an excellent argument. Please defend yourself, defendant.
That's actually a good reason. I don't know. Nah, Kiyotaka will step up his all chat too.
Oh shit! It's Amar versus Kiyotaka.
It is, dude.
Oh, that's hype.
Exactly.
That's hype.
So they're both gonna be shit talking a lot, and maybe Malrino will get spiced in there too. But I don't know. I don't know how to make the argument. I think this is gonna be just the one to watch for me, 50-50, because BetBoom just looks super good. But I want to watch Kiyotaka versus Malrino.
He's trying to get arrested. Is this
is.
how you would
I
do
don't
it?
know this, yeah.
Is this how you would do it in course? Like, well, maybe I did it. I don't know. It's 50-50. Maybe I didn't.
This time around, maybe. Maybe I did.
I don't know. Maybe I've got a lot of gasoline in my in my trunk, and maybe the building was on fire. It's a not a big deal. All right, one more. Give me one more reason to watch this series. That's not all chat. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much. That is going to be the court in procession.
Are we gonna have to arrest
Dawnbreaker.
them
There we go.
both?
Yeah, we're gonna have to arrest them both. I
Okay.
think.
No, you can't arrest both.
Yeah, you can.
One
You
person
can.
has to win.
This
You're in
America.
contempt.
Yeah, both.
You can put one of us in
Whoever I
contempt.
want.
Well, there were two trials, so if at the end of the day you guys are
I guess
both.
we lost one each.
Yeah, I don't think I want you here on the couch anymore.
Goodbye.
today,
You guys are like
right?
the Donnie Jepp and the whatever.
arrested.
The people that friggin' sued each other on television. The famous
Jerry
people.
Springer.
No, not no. Donnie Jepp and Amelia Earhart or whatever their names.
Oh,
are.
Johnny Depp.
Oh yeah.
Amelia Earhart.
Whatever the. I don't know.
You're a terrible judge.
What the hell is he even saying?
Thank you for this wonderful contribution. You're arrested. Goodbye. Enjoy your
Bye.
first series because we are getting ready for our first series of the day, which is going to be Extreme versus Tundra. We got ourselves Extreme Gaming versus Tundra coming your way, and for that we have moved to a different seat here as we are joining two smarter people.
True, very true. Thank you, Shiver.
And they have not been arrested. They know their stuff. Lacoste, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, doing good. The music got me in the mood for some good Dota. The Jenkins bit, casters got arrested. I'm ready to go.
How are you doing, Kezu?
Doing great. You know, Judge Jenkins, he also has lovely, what is it called? Slippers? Jakiro
Flip-flops.
Those are not flip-flops.
No, not flip-flops. Those are, I guess you call them slippers in English, yeah.
This is some high-fashion, delectable
Where did you
treat.
get that,
Do
Jenkins?
you call them also in German?
Bibi Dacha, Bibi Dacha, Bibi Dacha, Bibi Dacha.
Pantoffels.
Pantoffeln? Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
It's actually a goated word. Also, yeah, going back to BB Dacha, because the series we have ahead of us, Shiver, is Tundra versus... who are they playing against?
Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, who are not
You
at
can-
BB Dacha, which
you
is
can do
important
it.
to note. So if computer, could we pull up the first graphic of the day? Because these teams have not done very well. Everyone here on the panel, Jenkins, any current thoughts on this image we have here?
Oh, you did Tundra a little dirty because you didn't add the first series that they actually did win.
Doesn't matter. We also didn't talk about them going to the finals at BB Dacha, but Jenkins, what do we think here? Does this look good for either team?
This looks particularly devastating, I would say, for Extreme Gaming because they got their hopes up, at least in the Liquid series.
Yeah.
Tundra had no hope.
I wanted to make it even sound more dramatic. They won 1 out of 7 last games.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah.
So now let's look at maybe what some of the teams are doing that isn't so good. So we're going to spotlight Tundra because we have seen them at BB Dacha where they're very, very good. Did get to the grand finals. But I found a couple of very strange clips. So if the computer could roll, so here, it's a pretty even game. We're at 17 minutes right now, and, 3-3 on the Bristback, he's very strong. He has Ags, he has Shard. Like, game is very even. We can see that they could fight into the enemy team, and Tundra are top, maybe they want to, like, poke someone, take the tower. But something very interesting happens here. Prime carry.
Bloodseeker pick.
Yeah, prime carry Nightfall. We're just going to pay attention to the blue dot in the mid lane, because a fight starts up here, and he's Bloodseeker. This is a hero that can move very fast if people drop low. So they start the fight, he gets disrupted by Mr. Whitemon. Nightfall still mid, hitting mid tower.
Yeah.
He gets snowball saved, 3-3 still alive, still baiting.
Look how low Mickey is getting.
Yeah,
That means he's
look how
shooting very fast.
Look how low everyone is.
Oh,
but
he's like, oh, well, I can attack.
He took the
very
mid
fast.
tower.
yeah, that was very good. Because the problem is for Nightfall, if he doesn't have BKB, he can't go. But this is another clip. They're all going bottom because look at the timer. 30-minute mark, Roche is going to go bottom. But 3-3, he didn't get the message. He's just staying. He's like, oh shit, I can't go gate anymore. Now they catch him. Some people come to try and save him, but Nightfall's still farming bottom. Maybe he could have TP top. Maybe they could have gated again and made stuff happen. But what I could see here is that Tundra and Prime carry Nightfall, the team that was just at the grand finals of BB Dacha, they're just not taking any team fights together.
No.
So what's going on, Jenkins?
I think I have a follow-up stat on that one because I had to do some research because we always talk about Nightfall being the prime carry. He has the least deaths of all players
That's pretty
at
prime.
DreamLeague.
That's prime.
Averaging
is prime.
2.78 deaths per game.
How much does Ame have?
How much does Ame have?
Yeah,
I think it's pretty low, but I wanted to say that Saxa has the most. He has 8 because somebody has to die,
We're
right?
back to the supports feeding.
Yeah.
It's Saxa's fault because
He
Nightfall, I mean, the point is Nightfall, he doesn't tend to join. If he's not ready, if he doesn't feel ready,
Can't
and a
die
lot
if
of
you
the
can't
times
join.
he doesn't feel ready. You did mention the BKB. We all know about the Nightfall Gate, the Nightfall TP.
Yep.
The
Advanced Nightfall.
He is very scared of a lot of situations, and if he's not 100% right, he's not going to join. But I'll check the stats for you, Shiver.
Yeah, no, it's all good because we want to focus a little bit on Extreme as we are nearing the draft very rapidly.
Whoa.
So I would love to have a little bit of a I don't know, a recap of how this team's been doing. Of course, we know that they've been losing, but Jenkins, can you tell me some of the things they've been doing well?
They've been picking XM, some interesting heroes that I think could eventually define the meta. I'm a big fan of Queen of Pain. I think he, in at least one of the game 2s that they won and then devastatingly lost the next one, he was Queen of Pain and dominating. XXS, depending on what he's on, he can either have an incredibly good game or a completely useless game. Like the Sand King performance that we saw from him was very good.
Yeah.
Beastmaster in the same series was
Devastating.
not
bad.
so good. So there's some light in the dark this year for this team.
There really is, and we'll see how they do today. I think one of the lights in the dark is that Tundra has been doing quite rough, but we'll give them a grace period because Tundra has changed rosters not all too long ago. I know Extreme did that as well. But if you want to learn a little bit more about how Tundra came to be, listen up.
A month or two ago before TI, I talked to Neda about playing together and playing next season.
Basically, I knew that I wanted to play with Saxa after TI. It wasn't that easy of a decision to leave Liquid. We started looking at what players are available, basically, every position. Saxa was playing obviously with White One at the moment, where he stood in for TI. He was really impressed with how he plays. I heard only good things about him.
On this team, there's a lot of theory crafting about Dota. When we started this team, I guess that's kind of what we wanted. And we wanted to get people that are kind of on the same page. You want to have like the same wavelength, you know? Like some players, they don't want to talk so much about Dota. But on this team, we put together people that kind of like are really interested in the Dota. They want to theory craft, they want to like break the game, they want to like do all these things. So that was definitely like what we wanted. And I think we put together like a good lineup for that.
Rogue shot pit. Lordow's gonna jump in the middle of it. Oh, but they still don't. Nobody picked up the ages. Lordow sits back in and takes it away from Falcons. That's not good. Okay, the Doom does manage to die without the Doom going out, so that's a little help for Falcons. But Lordov is tearing them apart.
And I think he just plays really well in general. I think we see the game pretty similarly. We used to discuss item builds a lot and just in general like hero matchups and like the meta and what's good. And I feel like we are always having similar thoughts about this kind of stuff. Yeah, so I value that we see the game similarly.
Man, I think he just added me like a lot like 5 years ago, and we were talking like since then and kind of discussing some like Dota stuff. So since then we were in like touch. Yeah, if we talk about Tundra, I think we only had like 6 sprints before the tournament, so it's not much, and obviously we're trying to play better and better since like from day one.
Even when we are still, not at the best shape, we're still doing decent.
We have of course the potential to go all the way. I think we already playing Bad Bull Matacha and we already made it to top 3.
Doing events, you notice some problems, or not necessarily problems, but some things that you need to work on, focusing mostly on improving the things that could be improved right away.
Let's see if they're on the same wavelength for the upcoming series. They have definitely proven it in the past, and we'll see if they can get the same record again. It's looking kind of tough considering their record of 1-3 right now, but they're up against Extreme with 0-4, which is a little worse. So we'll see. As going into the game, I feel like we should look a little bit at the early stages, because in a lot of the games are decided heavily based on who's ahead from the lanes. But is that the case for our upcoming series? We can take a look at our US Air Force Wisdom Rune to present you with a couple of statistics regarding the laning stage. Lacoste?
Yeah, the big one for me is win rate from behind for Extreme Gaming. This is the team that even when they swap the players, this team still kind of puts them in a position where they tend to lose the lanes quite a lot, and they're playing with a lot of deficit. Even the game yesterday when they were playing, they were so far behind, but you could still see that they are punching back when they were playing against Falcons. This team, I feel like they're just very hipster with the way they're playing Dota. They want to put themselves in a position where they feel to prove themselves that they're very strong, and picking heroes that are not as strong in the meta right now. This is also a team that does have the biggest hero pool so far in the tournament, playing 46 different heroes, so quite interesting.
That's also, I feel like that's not traditional at all for like a Chinese team to like play all this different stuff. But when I look at the like laning win rate of Tundra, it kind of makes sense because they are some of the best laners in the world. You have 3-3, you have Saxo. But what Jenkins was saying before, I fully agree with, where 3-3 yesterday, that was some of the worst performances I've seen from him, which is not normal. You know, maybe he's not feeling well, or there's other stuff, mental, or maybe the vibes are off. Because this team is incredibly good, and what they showed yesterday, honestly, just didn't really look like them.
It didn't look like Tundra, no. I mean, sometimes Dota players, like, you'll ask them, and they'll legitimately just go, we just played like shit.
Yeah,
that's it. Like, we're just gonna be better. We're gonna sleep better, eat better, think more about actively about the games. Like, maybe you've been playing way too many games straight and you're just not like actively thinking and in the zone. Whatever it is, a lot of Dota players don't even bother to figure it out. They just say, I'm gonna be better.
How much, I know we're in the draft, but I have a question. Based on what we've heard a couple of players say, Tundra yesterday obviously had one of the evening slots. And the majority of Tundra's time slots is in the morning. How much of a difference does that make? Because in my head, I feel like it shouldn't make that big of a difference, considering if you're at LAN, you also got to be, you got to be awake the whole time. So you got to be able to play.
What do you think these players are doing when they're not playing official games?
Right?
They're playing Dota. Yeah. So it doesn't matter for them as much.
I just wanted to get that straight.
It's not like they go outside and hang out. These are professional e-gamers we're talking about.
I think sleep is not an issue, but there is one potential problem, which is when you wake up early in the morning, the pub quality is not so good, like, because other people are not playing. And so there might be some players that need to get in a few pubs before they want to play their competitive matches. And it's hard to do that at like 10 a.m. Not because pros
just wake
aren't
up
playing.
Earlier.
Well, then you're queuing into the real degenerates.
Yeah, the real bad ones.
That's even worse.
This is where you meet North Americans.
Yeah, well, you can meet North Americans at any point on Europe servers, and Peruvians. Everybody is on the Europe servers.
Let's focus our attention on the draft that's unfolding in front of us, because we got ourselves a Doom Tusk opening from Extreme Enchantress for Tundra. We already have a couple of 33's heroes banned, as well as obviously the night pick with the Doom, but with the Brute, Beastmaster, Sand King, they're all out. And we got their support duo coming out first with the Enchantress Lion.
Is this Tundra or Falcons draft?
Well, no, it's Falcons. It would have been a Hoodwink instead. But here comes Luna. So they follow it instantly up with the Luna that they know will go up against the Doom.
I mean, both teams are getting a lot of the things that is like good in the meta. You have Doom against the Eng, you have Tusk with kill threat against the Eng as well. If I'm Extreme, I would be wanting to play Alchemist. We've seen it many times. Doom plus Alch is very good together. They have kind of low damage heroes on Tundra. I just don't know if Ame will want to touch this hero. I could also just see them pick their mid laner, like an open mid laner with the other support, and keep Ame's pick for last, but I think you could just man up here and take a Mr. Carry.
I think so too. I'm actually quite surprised that Tundra as the team that will pick the Doom and then pick Alch, or pick Alch and then pick Doom. Like, they use these heroes to cover for each other, that they let it through. And I think if you're Extreme, you're kind of thinking, okay,
I think it's
what do they have prepared for the Alch?
Good preparation from Extreme Gaming, considering that Tundra has the first pick. A lot of the times they would also pick Alchemist, because they were undefeated with Alchemist.
Yeah.
7 out of 7 games, didn't get the chance to play it in the last 3 days. So Extreme Gaming checked all the bans, and they're like, you want to pick Alch, we'll leave it in, because there's still Doom available.
Okay, so we get the Skelly Man, which, I mean, this hero has also looked very strong. I will say that Tundra at least have some heroes that, I mean, can kill through a heal or the crap. You have Luna, you have Lion, you have Eng. But yeah, I will side with Lacoste here. I think this looks like good prep from Extreme.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they've played Alch in this tournament. I don't think it's as much. But Ame has pubbed it, and obviously being a legendary carry player, you can play Alchemist. It's not a very complex hero, but they should be feeling pretty good.
It kind of reminds me of the way they played in Game 1 of their Team Spirit series, where their first game draft was so heavily catered towards dealing with the team that they were playing against. And then they also executed that very well, and they won that game, which was also the only one of the series that they won. But it does feel like the preparation for Extreme, they can do that very well.
I think so too, because I'm looking at a lot of the heroes that are good against Alk that 33 might play. Bristle is one of them. It's not good against Doom. Timber, 33 doesn't really play the Timber too much, but maybe they could run like Lornoff Timber. Like there's not much that both Tundra plays, and it's good against Alk if Extreme has Doom.
He also doesn't play Dawnbreaker, which we've seen and had a lot of success in the lane against Alchemist. His hero pool has been relatively small compared to the other players. He only played 6 different heroes. And as you said, not many of them are good.
No.
They're going to keep this Pango as a flex. I like it more maybe as a position 4 in this one, because like they needed a hero that goes in. Enchantress Lion, they need somebody to set things up for them. It's not like they're going to be flanking again. Yeah. It's not like they're going to be going in first. So Pango does that, and he's not afraid of getting doomed. I think Doom's going to be reserved most of the time to kill either Pango pre-roll or find Luna.
Now's the fun part of the draft where you ban out the XM cheese heroes. So Sniper, Viper, and for XM I think Puck is one of them, but Tundra has Lion. I think that's a nice cover. XM also has Storm, but they have Lion. That's a nice cover. But I think with the Pugna, you probably want to ban the Storm because you can mana drain into the Storm and make his game very, very good.
I mean, I'm wondering about. So you guys think Tundra should be looking for a mid?
Yeah,
most likely.
I mean, there's obviously the Pango is flanked, but
I'm not sure. Like with the Viper ban, maybe the Pango's just going offlane. Because I could feel like they could just pick a new offlaner on Tundra and put the Pango mid. Because it gives you like a pretty strong 3-man ball. Like if you play Eng, Lion together with the Pango into these subs, I feel like you're happy.
Yeah, I could see that as well.
But like,
You know which hero still... I do not like that Tundra has first pick for this pick, but the Timbersaw is still in the pool for Lorinov.
It is. It's very good against Alk, but it's pretty terrible against Pugna and Doom.
Yeah.
I think Doom is currently the hardest counter to Timber in the game. It's one of the best Doom targets.
I think so too.
They also get to choose. They have the last pick, so there are a couple of options. I wouldn't mind seeing some maybe Queen of Pain for XM, maybe even Ember Spirit, even though he didn't play it. I think it's a cheap way of setting things up. You have decent amount of tower damage coming out from Pugna, coming out from Alchemist.
Is there enough damage here if Lornoff just plays Puck? Or I guess you're worried maybe about the threat of a Monkey King coming out from XM.
Tundra already took it out first phase.
And Tiny's bad. We've established that. Dragonite mid is bad. Is there anything else that really punishes a Puck? Huskar, I guess. XM has played it. Void Spirit, I think that's more okay. Like Void does
I think
win.
it's not like, he's gonna dumpster him in the lane. It's gonna be 75-25. It's more about the game where you're jumping the backlines, jumping the supports. Pango doesn't build into the spell items, so it could be really good once you get that Aghanim Scepter online. You could also throw in maybe a casual Mage Slayer in between, because most of the damage is magical on their side. Besides Pango, who is all physical for some reason.
I mean, I could see Puck for Tundra, but otherwise, I feel like maybe it's just an offlane where you just build some auras. Because for now, you guys have said that 3-3-0 pool is kind of small.
Yeah.
Which I can't find any hero that beats Alk and like helps you for the game. So to me, I feel like just play for the timing where in the mid game, you make your Luna and Pango strong enough where you can fight into this Alchemist.
What gets owned by Quap Viper mid that Lornoff will play? I mean, not Puck. You would not ban a Quap if you're going to pick Puck.
Oh, they're doing offlane.
Okay, that's the Doom. That's the Doom counter.
0 and 2.
And if you...
But one of those was a core.
Yeah, that one doesn't count, so 0 and 1 for now.
Offlane is core, thank you very much.
One of them was a carry. Jeez.
Okay, so you have Reflection against Alk, and you can Thunder save against Doom.
Yeah. You get a free Radiance, that's pretty nice. From the
I'm fine with Ember, Void Spirit, preferably Void Spirit for me. Just, they have no catch other than Lion. Like, what is that? Also, I don't believe in this Terrorblade offlane. I think this is some new stuff, new meta that has been formed in the last couple of weeks.
Does he play? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Does he play Primal Beast on XM?
He does.
What other stuff do we? Because I like the fact of like trying to go into the backlines or being like tanky.
Yeah.
I could see you mentioned the Void Spirit. I can definitely see that. Puck is maybe fine, but maybe you're afraid because they have Lion. But I would also say you have saves of like Tusk and Pugna that you can still make it work.
Yeah, it's a good Puck game as well. Like they basically have no stunts. I think In this situation, this is one of the better ones where Extreme gets to choose what they want to go for, and they had multiple options. A lot of the times when you have overall the last pick, sometimes it's hard to find a perfect pick, but yeah, I do like what Extreme Gaming got for themselves. I want to see this interaction more between Terrorblade and Doom, but he's also very burstable when it comes down to puck, when it comes down to some damage. You also have Pagana on the team, so say goodbye to your illusions, which is going to be some extra gold for Tianming.
Yeah. I think that at the end of the day, the question for this draft for us is, do we believe in the Terrorblade?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm just sitting here thinking, 33, man, you're overcooking your steak here, bro. Like this is some Moon Meander 33
psychotic
energy.
Are we saying here? Is it medium well? Is it?
This is a very well done.
I think we might be at well
done plus 2 extra minutes.
At well done territory. Yeah, this is a little charred here.
Because it's game 1 of a best of 3, so if you want to experiment, this is the time.
I mean, I like the idea of this TB into Doom, but I have so little info. I don't know if it's good.
Is it picked for the TB into Doom or the TB into Alk?
I think both.
Okay.
Like it's fine. I just don't know. I don't know how good it is. I can't really go with their draft because Extreme with their picks, I know it's good. It works against what Tundra have, and it just looks better to me.
All right, let's like theory craft a little bit. All right, if you have a TB plus a Lion in lane, against Alk, that does seem pretty good. You're not taking that much damage from Acid Spray. You're the highest armor hero in the game.
Sure.
You have Lion Stun to set up for if you Metamorphosis and hit somebody. Like you can do a lot of damage. Like
sold.
Maybe this shits on the Alk lane.
Yeah, but you already saw. Did you not see our Wisdom Rune? Extreme's win rate from behind is pretty decent.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That is a problem.
So it's not just about the lanes.
Yeah. I need the gavel again.
I mean, it's fine. We don't have to guess anymore because we're gonna find out if this Terrorblade offlane will do the job for Tundra, or maybe Extreme will take game 1 of this best of 3 series. We're heading over to OD Pixel and Fog. First, some PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome. We're ready to get into the action of game 1 here between good old Tundra and good old Extreme Gaming. And we look forward to seeing some more, someone else really try out this offlane Terrorblade in a competitive game. Now, looking at 33's profile over the last couple of days.
Just a couple games.
3 games. Yeah. Played it 3 times. He only won 1 of them. And that one win, it was a 28-minute stomp in which he kind of got carried by a Quinn Monkey King going 16-3-13. Okay. So I'd say that pub results haven't been great, but looking into this, 33 says, I'm going to try it here, and we're going to see today if it can work against XG.
We've seen it, like we said, we saw it yesterday, ended up not working, but the theory of it, right? Versus the Doom, it's one of the few things that can actually heal, because it's not a heal, it's an HP swap to deal with that Doom. And like they were talking about on panel too, you're going to get Radiance from the Reflection. Is that enough? I'm just uncertain. The other build is too. You go Pipe, you play this Aura as Whitemon.
That's going to be first blood.
We'll go down, and XXX gets the last hit. A very nice one to get for the Doom. And other interesting thing to point out, 95% of players do not take this facet, but Ame, he's taking Mixologist. So not going to have that extra gold from the seed money on the Alk, which I think is also fairly interesting to see that he's gone down this route. So the only thing that I've really seen from people doing when they do Mixologist is because this Berserk potion is super strong. You constantly have it up on yourself to be able to dispel too. So maybe he's going to play around that where you're getting Reflection, you're going to have some BKB Manta plus a Berserk potion to dispel, not have to worry about it. And just overall, yeah, you're better to fight inside of your Chemical Rage with the Concoction. But I don't see almost anybody take it. Everybody takes seed money. So we'll have to see what Ame's idea is behind that one, if it is going to be the potion or what it's going to actually be.
And so with this offlane Terrorblade, how does the lane go? You know, when you look at this sort of setup down bottom, is this already a place of the game where the Terrorblade can do something crazy?
On paper versus Alk, like they were saying, it's all physical damage, right? So Concoction, Acid Spray, Terrorblade has literally the highest armor in the game, him and Bounty Hunter. So on paper, you can see the idea of it, but there's a Pugna in the lane, which is probably one of the best heroes in the game versus Terrorblade, even in this type of scenario. So I will say, we'll see what 33 is going to be able to do down here. Because I've also seen these Pugnas just, they've secured everybody's lane. I don't think I've seen Pugna lose a lane in this tournament. So we shall see how it goes down and if they can actually pressure Ame, as he does have reduced gold to start that we'll keep mentioning. So it doesn't have the start of like... I've seen a lot of times they just start with like an extra ring of protection to deal with physical. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the route is going to be here for 33. If it's just going to be the standard that we've seen, it's like double bracers into the pipe. I believe it was in almost every single game.
He's tried a few different... in the more recent ones, he's stuck with the single bracer.
Okay.
And getting the Falcon Blade before treads, and then indeed pipe rush. As the offlaner.
I mean, we'll have to see, because I just don't know how much it's going to do when... I understand they have this Papango in the mid lane, which is the one that brings the team fighting, but that's their only team fighting aspect now at this point when you have this Terrorblade pick. And overall, we can now start mentioning XG. It's a very normal draft. Very standard across the board. Very comfort as well, too. Nightfall. Going to take quite a bit of damage here. Should be all right.
I won't quite be able to dive the tower, but he's showing us the potential there between the two of them. PYW and XXS.
Yeah, getting that early kill for XXS is definitely very valuable up here in this lane, because this is a lane where the Doom should get shut down versus the Ench and the Luna, but getting that early first blood, it's going to help him quite a bit to start with boots and get that extra stick charges. Mid lane, bit more of a wash, I guess you could say. We've seen this matchup a million times, the Puck versus the Pango. Some Puck players do better than other ones. Some Pango players do better than the others. Lorinov has had some explosive games on his Pangolier, so we'll see if he's going to be able to do that this game as well, too.
Yeah, so I guess, well, all in all, you would, looking at the drafts, trust in XG's draft a bit more.
Yeah,
like,
more
how uncertain are you on the Terrorblade offlane, from what you've seen? Is it something that is going to get picked up at in terms of tournament games competitively, and teams are going to start contesting it, or is it something we're going to see played today and then maybe not tomorrow?
It could start to disappear pretty quickly just because in pub games, certain heroes can look incredible, and in pro games, the hero cannot look nearly as good. I think Lich is one of those big examples that we use a lot of times. Sure, it's a support, but we did see Lich even have success yesterday, I believe it was. So yeah, we shall see. Right now, his CS is good. He's playing in this matchup versus that Alchemist. He's actually at 16-4. He's ahead in the CS department. But I just don't ever see them really killing anybody down here, right? This TB plus Lion, there's a Pugna. As soon as he gets level 4, Decrepifies online, and you won't be able to use your Metamorphosis to go for any type of kill. But it's probably just about getting the farm, playing for the timings when you are going to counter the Doom, when you are going to be able to Sunder, when you're going to be able to get the Reflection onto that Radiance.
Top lane.
Yeah, aggro.
We're going to try and fight into the heals.
Nightfall. Get himself away from this. The Blood Grenade is up again in a second.
They should have him.
They don't even need the secondary Blood Grenade.
Not going to quite be able to turn for Whitemon as well, but...
That's pretty huge. it's a Doom Tusk lane killing a Luna in a Luna Enchantress lane. So I'd say XG very happy.
It was needed. I mean, because the farm, it's not great at the moment for XXS, right? He's struggling to CS up there.
Yeah, in terms of last hits. But his gold is fine because he got that, the first blood as well, too. So gonna see an early movement. Ame, he's got his lane in a good position under his tower, so the Pugna is actually making this heads-up move. Tianming looking to pressure top. If they can get him under a shards plus a tag
they can get him the second time. He's out of the lane without TP.
Yeah.
It depends if they want to dive it. They're going to try. Oh, it's a good shard.
Trapped. He's completely stuck.
Very good shards there from PYW. Can they finish Nightfall off?
They will.
They surely are going to be able to. Yeah, XM. He's actually the one to snipe it as he comes in with a Waning Rift. Dream Coil down on the two of them.
Oh, he's 6 already.
They'll lose XXS, but very much worth it there. Taking Nightfall out a second time. He's not going to have the TP to get back to the lane when he respawns.
Huge kill. Great rotation from Tianming. I love that move because he has the... Ame's like, I have the creep wave under my tower. I can just farm here as this Alchemist. You can make this heads-up move a tag team, and those are some of the godliest shards I've seen in a while. He was stuck. He literally couldn't move.
Trapped between the trees.
Yeah. And XM even rotating up, he gets the experience from the kill, so he has the coil to at least hold the other targets back. Sure, they lose the Doom, but a great hit again. And Ame, off of that, he's going to be able to farm these camps. They are going to start getting blocked, as we see. That small camp, or the medium camp in particular, was blocked here from Saksa. But these Alchemists, They're able to farm really well. Almay actually missed the small camp stack. Excuse me.
Dire's bottom tower.
He literally missed it. He just timed it poorly. 33. In typical micro fashion as well, too, he will be able to deny bounty runes. He's going to send his illusions over. So, I mean, cool little other things that he can do, right? Is manipulate, farm in a way. I could actually see him even doing some, like, TV illusions to go block camps versus the Alchemist, too. So, we'll have to keep tabs. I'll try to keep tabs on what he does down there.
He should be able to get the Rolling Thunder off Lorenoff just in time.
Almost dies to the Nether Ward. That was very close. Wisdom Rune contest, Tundra, looking to set up with it for the two supports.
Maybe seeing if they can get the wraparounds here, but
Dire
Extreme, they are aware of this.
Puck has a TP as well. XM can TP over if he feels the need to.
They can contest this. They've still got time here, 5 seconds until the Wisdom Rune.
They've got 3.
This is not going to be as clean as I think Tundra hoped for, unless actually can get a perfect stun time.
And he can.
Will manage to take the rune.
Snatched.
He will die for this. Can he deny it to the Ancients? He can't. XXS finds him.
Good snatch. A kind of needed one for the supports, I would say, for the side of Tundra. They were getting a little bit low level just because of how those lanes were. Now they're going to have, I mean, Whitemon in particular is going to be super high level because he got a lot of XP from when the Luna was dead in the wave 2. He's actually going to have a level 6 on Edge very early on. Very even early game. It's 4-1 for this side of Extreme, but overall, looking at the net worths, it's pretty much dead even. So a very cool kind of plays that's coming out. And I would imagine Tundra now at this point are ahead in that XP after being able to grab those 2 Wisdom Runes. Nice steal. I thought XM was going to TP over. I really thought he was going to TP to ensure that they can get that one, but I guess they didn't want to bring 4 heroes. Ame, they're trying to pressure him. He's got Chemical Rage.
Some good shards, but they'll look towards Whitemon instead. Tianming coming in with the burst. They'll have the stun for Zaxa. Whitemon trying to retreat here with the heals. He's living through this. They get the Decrepify. One more nuke with the Snowball and a Blast. Should do it. They're just going to do it with the right clicks alone, actually. There we go. As they finally get Whitemon. Zaxa, he's able to retreat this. I guess that XM was not able to finish him off.
Nope. Just the extra duration of the stun, I think, actually coming into factor there. XM jumps forward, he gets hacked. It's 20% extra, so it's like 2.5 seconds that he's actually locked down and he can't finish off Zaxa. But a good rotation. XM able to stop the pressure that was coming out onto Ame for a second there. And Ame, I believe he does get his medium camp dewarded with the sentry, so we'll have those double camps to be able to go back and farm too. And he's got his Talisman of Evasion. Pretty valuable as well to this game to get this early Talisman. They are, I would say they're quite limited on damage early on the side of Tundra. Most of that damage is going to have to be provided from Lorenoff. He is lingering bottom. They do want to try to shut down this Alk.
That's what they can do here, Whitemon. Standing his ground, buying time for the rest of Tundra to collapse in towards Extreme. Extreme, I don't think they've got much of a fight here to have as PYW. He'll be dealt with by Lorenoff from Whitemon. The Snowball will come out, give him a bit of safety. But he's not escaping this. As Tundra push on, get the kill.
It's 4 heroes, though, to rotate. They get the Alchemist out. They don't lose the Pugna either. Can they get the tower at the least? It looks like they will on the side of Tundra. But XM in the meantime, cutting the mid-wave, getting good pressure onto the tower. Lorenoff has the roll available.
Ame with some greedy farm.
It's very deep forward. He's got the backup of the Pugna, but it's only level 5.
And this backup coming in for Lorenoff. As Lorenoff's got the setup with the Rolling Thunder. Haven't they got enough burst to get through this Alchemist? Ame getting controlled, but indeed they don't. Now Ame's ready to turn.
The Hex.
Snowball and shards over towards Zaxa. Ame throws out the Concoction. 33 coming in the side with the Metamorphosis, bringing in the damage, but the self to he's going to be able to keep himself safe. Ame and PYW continue to chase down Zaxa. It's taken them ages to get this Lion. Zaxa still surviving. He gets away. Nightfall comes in with a TP. Eclipse is there. Ame to fall. As Zaxa once again surviving.
With the
so
sliver.
many times now that they've just tried to chase out this Lion and they're not getting him. And it's giving time for Tundra to turn up and turn things around. They get the kill against Ame.
I think he had, was that the ice armor, I believe, from the Ogre
It was,
that Whitemon
yeah,
threw on him? I mean, that little thing matters. Zaxa survives, baits Ame, and then they get the cleanup kill. A good decrep from Tianming actually almost saves the Alchemist in the end of it all, but over chasing, trying to get Zaxa. He'll have the last laugh there as this Lion. Almost level 6 too, so he's going to have Finger available in a second here.
Dire's middle tower.
Good rotation there. Necessary one from Nightfall. Immediately makes his way back toward top. I like that he gets involved with that first Eclipse.
Keeping up in farm so far with Ame's Alchemist Nightfall.
XM is just pretty massive so far on this puck. He's top of the net worth. Lorenoff is the bottom of that core. Sox is always going to be that answer for the puck with his Hex, with his double stuns. They'll have the burst, but so far XM, he's a bit of a scary one. Without the Lion, this puck has a free roam in the game.
Radiant's middle tower.
And
is under
this could
attack.
also be the concept of the Terror Blade, where you just occupy the Alchemist jungle, right? You just stay down here, prevent him from getting the farm. There's definitely some interesting stuff that's coming up.
Yeah, and this is the thing, as you mentioned, just against the Alc, the Alc can never push you away solo.
No.
At this point of the game, he's just not going to have the damage output to deal, as you mentioned, with the high armor that the Terrorblade has. So
It's
33 is very free down here until they bring in like extra resources to try and push him out.
It's going to come down to the fact of how much does he actually contribute, right? That's really the question of what it's going to be. Yes, he's going to be able to sunder versus these Doom targets potentially in some scenarios, and he's going to be able to build this pipe, but
sure,
what else is he going to really provide? We'll have to see. Curious to see how it's going to end up working. As Lornoff, he does get his timing, his defusal is finished, but he has been slowed down.
Dire are scanning.
And XXS today, at least in this start, this is a world of difference from a lot of the early games I've seen from him. He's been struggling a lot this tournament, this time on his Doom. He's 3-1. He's already has his phase in his drums. He can go for the Midas if he wants to afterwards. He can start to sell items. So he has a very, very good entrance into this game as this Doom now.
Radiant's middle tower.
Let's see where Tundra looks to go. They want to get Lornoff involved. He's got an amp damage, one of the best runes you can get on a Pango early.
Here we go, Tundra. They're going to go straight for XXS here, Lornoff. He's got the setup with the Rolling Thunder. Nightfall bringing in the damage, and nobody else is around to be able to connect and help out.
That's 2 ults used, but it's very well worth it to push off XXS. And we're seeing a lot of teams adopting this, I mean more and more, is pulling the lane back. You saw their PYW, the lane was pushing forward onto Nightfall for the Luna. It's a double creep camp and the hard camp. He pulls the lane back into a position where they can actually farm. XM is going to smoke up. They know pretty much the 2 biggest moves, the 2 biggest ults that Tundra has available right now were used. They're going to look for their own move.
And XXS can join if he wants. He has got the Doom at the ready.
Saksa. He's going to show himself. He does hide.
Surely this time
they'll find him. Yeah, he's going down.
This time.
If he plays himself out of this one, that'll be pretty insane.
Yeah, XM's coming for him. He's going to try for the TP, and then put a stop to it.
He'll force the coil with that TP, though, so pretty, I mean, all things considered, pretty good when he's in that type of position. He does end up dying, does force it. Gives information, shows 3 heroes. Immediately, 33 can show himself back bottom and start to push the wave in.
Success. Chase down Whitemon, he'll drop the Doom for this.
Yeah, these Enchantress, they've been absorbing 4,000 damage in some of these fights, even when they have 1,000 HP. I don't blame XXS for just dooming him. And there's the Radiance.
All right.
The timing, it's been hit there for the Alc. Luna is decent, not too far behind because he's been able to find those kills, but...
Yeah, now with the Radiance, Armor should start to zoom ahead.
Yeah.
As we did see him do one in his Alchemist the other day.
Yes.
Had a very good game.
And this is where they print money, too. The Midas on the Doom. This is it's Tundra, actually, who has been the one that did the Alchemist Doom in most situations. So, if anything, they should have ideas of how to play versus this. So let's see how they do want to approach this, as these items are already coming out. And that net worth, it's going to start to increase pretty massively on the side of XG. XM. If he's pretty much, if XM sees the Lion, he's pretty free to play as aggressive as he wants.
Or enough. It's a good angle with the Rolling Thunder. That's a very stuck Tian Ming. And Lornoff is ready to go for it. Maybe even more. Under the tier 1, it's a little too spooky. He's going to wait for Saxa to maybe get the angle.
33 has his item now. He's looking to get involved. The pipe is finished.
Saxa gets the opening. Straight in with stun for the tree line into the finger. They burst through XM.
Great catch there from Saxa from the sideline.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
He did not see him coming in. So the other thing that's actually pretty... I mean, I'm trying to just look at more things because we don't get to see this TV offlane so much, is a lot of games, you lack push. From what I've been seeing, it's either an Enchantress or a Pugner in particular, one of these supports that contributes for it. The TB does provide you this extra push a lot of times, so other small cool things that he can go for. His net worth is good.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of space. It's been pretty sort of AFK play from him down on the bottom lane, 33, because he's been getting away with it.
Yep.
He's been able to farm as if he's more than just the off lane, or at least it's like one of those off lane heroes that's kind of also a carry.
Yep.
With just how much CS he's got.
I mean, he's matching a Doom's farm, right? So that's pretty damn impressive so far here. Matching even the Midas plus the Devour. Ame Looks like he's going to go the Manta route, so he really wants to accelerate farm. We've seen a couple different approaches in these games where some go Blink Dagger to look for more fights. XG wants to farm, and since he's playing versus the Reflection as well too, he wants to have these multiple different forms of Dispel to deal with that too. 8-6. They're still fairly close early game, mid.
Drop coil for this.
They should have him.
Yeah, nothing what the White Mon could do to save him.
Every time coils up, it feels like they will be able to find a kill like that. They have great burst damage and great control. How's Soxa's Blink looking? He's trying to finish it off. It would be huge if he can finish this in the next few moments as this Lion, since he is pretty poor. But that Blink will give them better access to just full commit and find XM in some situations where maybe he won't expect it. Because it's really all up to Soxa to control this puck. Playing aggressive. White Mon. He's trapped, but I think he's gonna heal. Unless XM connects over.
Yeah, they need a +1 ready to do this. Same time, Nightfall's found XXS. They'll get him with the silence, but the heals continue on White Mon. He's perfectly fine, and the backup's in.
He's full HP.
You know, killing this Enchantress, it's never an easy ordeal.
No. They bit off way more than they could do. I feel like I've seen this too many times this tournament where they just end up surviving as Nightfall top does get that kill. As we saw.
They're going to get another W as well, so that whole push and effort to try and take down the Enchantress is horribly wrong.
Baited for an Ench, and he doesn't even die. How many times are we going to see teams get baited by these Enches?
It is pretty crazy.
It is.
Because I feel like that's one thing, you know, at a competitive level with these professional teams, that, you know, these players in general, they're very good at knowing when they can go on a hero and kill it. But something about the Enchantress, it doesn't matter if you're like the best player in the world, you're still going to see these teams try and kill an Enchantress and not even get close.
It literally wasn't even close.
The calculations just cannot be done when there's an Enchantress involved.
Just full 0-4-4 skill build there from White Mon. He's very farmed, to be honest with you. Look at how much net worth this Enchantress does have. He's going to have the Solar Crest finished after drums. He's got 1,300 HP, and that's a deceptive 1,300. They're going to smoke up. They have Doom. They have pretty much every single ult available. Lornoff does have Roll on cooldown. They're going to look to take advantage of that. They have this Deep Ward as well. Let's see if they do look to make a jump into the enemy jungle. 33 will show. They want to catch behind the Terrorblade.
Come on, sprites! Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
XG. Gonna jump. Hesitant to full commit though. Soxa has this blink hex, so XM has to be very careful. Ame, they'll see Nightfall bottom. But Nightfall does quickly back away. They're gonna still commit for him. Soxa's here.
Tundra's got the backup. Saxa's gonna get caught by the silence. I have to drop the Dream Core just onto Saxa. He's still alive. Finally, the secondary burst finishes him off. The Rolling Thunder from Lornoff catches XXS to the edge of the fight. Nightfall's in trouble. Ame's moved in, Concoction down upon him, but Lornoff back up with the Rolling Thunder, keeps Nightfall safe. He's able to get the Eclipse off. Nightfall finally goes down. Those XG this time are able to persist through the fight and chase down for more. The Concoction out over towards Lornoff. They're thinking about jumping up to the high ground. They get the punch up, and XM coming in with the burst. He'll get the shield crash off Lornoff, but the Waning Wrist Silence is in play. They'll kill him off under the tier 3 tower. They've found 4, and now with everybody else dead, they can now turn towards the Enchantress and take her down as well.
Beautiful fight. They get everybody. A 5-for-1. They doom the TB. So, okay, you want to try to sunder my Doom? You're doomed yourself as Ame showing his power in that fight. I don't know how many concoctions he actually got off in that. I think it was like 3 or 4. And that's the power of the mixologist. That's one thing, you know, when you do see this one picked up, if you've had this good lane and you didn't need the seed money, it's way stronger in the mid game how much you can fight just throwing these constant stuns out. Yeah, 3 different stuns from him, 3 Waning Rifts, 5 Illusory Orbs. They took the line out at the start, so XM was able to deal an insane amount of damage in this fight. 5k lead just off of that one. Nightfall playing a bit too aggressive. He showed himself, and they were kind of close to connect, and they had seen that as well. Tundra, they knew that XG was positioned on that high ground, and they still fell for it. They did not expect them to just be able to run right through and fight. That's a massive win there for the side of Extreme.
They were so close to being able to keep Nightfall alive, but they just took far too much damage on that initial sort of jump that XG were able to make towards him.
And they could have probably just, kept chasing him forward even if he survived a bit longer. They were pretty healthy, Owen. And the ults, now they get time to be able to get them back up 30 seconds until their Doom's going to be back. They're not going to be able to steal Tormentor or Wisdom Rune, but they're going to be able to back up and get their own. And now they have a good separation of net worth.
They really do. Excellent fight from Arme in particular.
Yeah.
His involvement and target sort of prioritization as the Alchemist in the team fight, he got a lot done.
Yeah.
And, you know, this sort of bump up in net worth, it's going to be a problem for Tundra.
It is.
The next fight, they struggled there in the team fight. They're going to struggle even more in the next one if it goes down the same way in a full 5v5.
If the 3 cores get to have that type of spellcasting on the Extreme Gaming, it's difficult to see how Tundra's going to approach these fights, right? If Terrorblade gets doomed, if they kill the Lion before XM gets controlled, that's kind of the way to approach these fights on XP.
I mean,
they're going again. They've got everything ready.
And you think, well, if you're XXS, that's just what you do every time.
I think you
just
doom
go
the Terrorblade.
just doom Terrorblade.
Yeah, especially now that the Alk has this huge separation versus the Luna. Alk can just sit on the Luna and fight her. Now he has BKB and the Manta, so most of that damage that Tundra has is his defended verse.
Yeah, 33's got to be careful.
33 has to be careful, and Saksa cannot get caught first. He has to be the one to disable XM. Or XM can just run rampant in these fights. And XM now, I think he can buy the Parasma, so his damage is increased massively. Amp damage bottom. This could be a difference maker. They're going to give it to Nightfall.
Smoke coming to an end soon.
They see Whitemon. Ame pops the Chemical Rage.
He's going to check what's going on. He's trying to bait the action here, Ame. They'll turn with the stun, they'll go as well. They're dropping down on towards Nightfall. The Eclipse was out in time, but Ame has the BKB out, stands toe-to-toe with the Luna. They're losing XXS, but the heals are coming in. They're keeping XXS alive a little longer, but finally he'll fall. POW moves in. There's the stun, though. We'll be able to get back to full HP, but he loses that HP pretty much as quickly as he got it.
Ame's full HP.
And he's got another concoction ready to roll with. He's going to get caught by the Hex. Will he be able to throw the concoction in time? Doesn't matter. The Snowball comes in clutch, keeps him safe, moves him forward. They're going to try and chase on here. Lorinov, he'll go for the TP out, but another concoction was ready. It's not even needed. They have the burst to kill him out before he's able to TP away.
I don't know. I mean, I see the Sunder, but it doesn't do anything.
It didn't matter.
It literally did nothing, and that's all he...
I mean, it gave him a lot of HP, but it doesn't get him out of the fight. No. And he literally lost that HP as soon as he was given it. They can easily kill him through it.
Ame just puts himself out there. He's like, okay, please initiate on me. They try, and it's a terrible decision for them. He's way too tanky. And they get every spell off.
Because here we have the interaction, as you say. This is why people are talking about the TV as a Doom counter. You know, the Doom target, Luna, is getting very, very low. Needs a buff up of health. There it is. But
that's about it.
That's about it. Then what?
Yeah. And that's the actual damage from the reflection's decent, but that's all 33's contributing into these fights. Rather than having like this big team fight from these offlaners, it's just a reflection plus a save on, or a attempted save. As 33's surrounded,
he's dead again.
He's going down. Now the XG game plan just looks clean, and it looks like like we said, the normal approaches that we've seen in most situations is a definite smile on Ame's face. He's top net worth, having a pretty much free Alchemist game.
Yeah, the fact that, you know, 33 on the Terrorblade was able to kind of farm that bottom area of the map earlier, it really has not made any sort of impact into his progress. Ame found it elsewhere to farm, and just the impact that he's been able to have in the fights, Ame, has been brilliant.
That's also interesting. He's just going stats instead of even leveling Metamorphosis, too. So he's literally a Reflection and Sunder. That's it. He's only got the 1 point in meta.
Okay, I mean, I guess the scaling of Metamorphosis isn't that crazy, right? Where you get 10 damage per level.
The attack range is pretty good. The damage.
That duration goes on quite a bit.
I guess he doesn't feel like he's going to actually be able to contribute any right clicks because of his build, but he queued up a... Okay, he changed his build. I was saying he queued up a Butterfly afterwards. So I was like, then... I don't understand if he's just going to go that route, but he's going to switch it. He's going to queue up just Hurricane Pike to be more of that saver, but... Yeah, I feel like X's approach, it just looks easier to take these fights. And now they have a Blink, too, on the Tusk, so even more further ways to catch. And Ame, the timings are just flying in. He's going to have an AC pretty much before that next fight. There's... Every single one of the fights, they always have Doom available, too, because that downtime between every one of those fights that they've won, they can just back up, reset, get those cooldowns at the ready. But yeah, the question is for Tundra, how are you going to approach these team fights? If the Alk is just going to run in and pose the question to you of, good luck bursting me, how do you actually initiate these fights? Because you want to get the initiation as this Lion with this Pango to try to kill a target, in particular the Puck, at the start, but if it's the Alk that just shows, it's hard to find the route to go for that. So we'll see how Tundra does look to approach that as the game progresses, because this Alk, clear separation now between him and Nightfall. And
Radiant's bottom tower is under
feels
attack.
like the game gets
Radiant
harder.
structures are fortified.
We shall see.
Dire's top tower
Ame with
is
Aegis,
under
with
attack.
AC, they're going to start pushing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling.
They're going to hit high ground, Tundra. They got to respond. And they're going to lose Toxa before the fight. He's got buyback.
They're pushing the base. Yeah, they got to come back.
And they glyphed the catapult during the... Or sorry, they decrept the catapult during the glyph, so they still have this catapult up here to continue the push.
They're going to try and base race it a bit. 33, he's pushing the bottom. He doesn't push that fast, though.
No.
And they've just lost their top racks. They might just go for a second set of racks.
Of course, why not? They have Aegis.
33's still trying to work on this tier 3, but it's just going down very slowly, Fold.
It is. And the Doom, it just gets thrown on Lorinov, and 33's bottom, so there's no Sunder for the... They actually just kind of do whatever they want.
I don't know about this, Fold. I don't know about this.
I don't know. And Ame now he buys shards, so he's got the Dispel.
Yep.
Another Dispel versus the Reflection. Terrorblade is attempting to go for the push, but he's just poking, he's just tickling the racks, and they lose 2 sets.
Yeah. Well, I think it's back to the drawing board on this offlane Terrorblade, I'll be honest, Fog. I'm not sold.
I'm not really sold either.
I'm not sold.
Because he literally got to cast the spells. Right? He literally got to do the exact thing that the theory of it, but he just didn't do anything.
I guess the problem is, you know, you give them the HP, but they're still doomed.
They are still doomed.
They're still doomed. Maybe we'll need to see more results.
We'll have to see. We will have. I like the teams are. You know, people are experimenting. We've been seeing.
And this,
everyone's
this
playing
is
in
the thing.
Impost,
This would be the time to experiment. If
Game
the Tundra,
one.
it's game 1.
Sure.
You're playing against a team who's yet to win a series.
Sure.
So you know, you try something a bit different, and maybe after a few more games, which I don't doubt that. I don't think this will be the last time we see a team bring out offlane Terrorblade. I'm sure other teams will keep trying it. But yeah, from what we've seen so far in the competitive in these tournament games, it's not looked too hot. But we say that now. Maybe Tundra's about to have an insane comeback.
Maybe they just come back and win the game.
33 is going to get 6 slotted, and he's going to win them the game. It could still happen. It's unlikely.
It's very unlikely now at this point, especially with just how massive this Alchemist is. He's about to hit 20. They got literally 2 sets of Raxes for free, Owen. There wasn't even a contest.
There we go. They're going to go for the team fight now, Tundra.
They're trying to go for the wraparound, but 60 seconds still on this Aegis. They don't want to go for Ame first.
Well, they're looking at him first. With the roll in, they're going to burst through the Tusk. Drop the Eclipse down as well. Crepfly's actually going to keep him alive. PYW lives. They've killed Ostaxa. Finally, he falls. Look towards Ame now. Ame puts the BKB. He's getting in onto Nightfall. Nightfall having to back away. Ame continuing to chase. He's going to have another concoction ready to throw out. He's going to throw it the way of Whitemon. The buybacks come in from Saxa. It's going to be said here for PYW.
They want to try to chase for more.
Aegis is going in 30 seconds. And they'll push them back, Tundra.
It's a good wraparound. Catching the 2 supports instantly. Saxa does buy back immediately afterwards too. But they do get themselves something going for themselves. That was quite a bit committed though, right? That was the BKB, that was the Eclipse, that was the Pango roll. That was a beautiful save too. The decrep into that Hurricane, I believe, from XXS to attempt to save PYW. But they used a lot. They used quite a bit to just bring out those 2 supports. So let's see XG's approach if they want to just go for the push now that they've used all those spells. Lincoln's for Ame.
Very, very close, and I think that the Octarine is going to be done for XM for the next team fight.
Oh my, yeah, he is huge. We did say XM was going to be a problem since there's just a Lion to address him, and as you mentioned, Saxa, he did use buyback before. So he does get caught again. He will not be alive for any of this push. Whitemon really wants to keep his ward alive.
Radiant are scanning.
Crazy that he can stand up here versus like 4 heroes. They're gonna now push. They're gonna push him away now, but that was actually pretty funny. He was literally standing there threatening him versus 4 different heroes. Okay, Lincoln's, it's done for him.
They don't have the Aegis anymore, but they may still try and push high ground because they are that strong.
Ags is finished for Lorinov. And the Nemesis, okay. Conda plus Nemesis Curse is picked up and level 20 on Nightfall, so he's gotten a big spike of damage.
That's a tier 3 gone. Ame's just onto the barracks.
Saxa? Uh-oh.
Oh, he jumps
He
in,
doesn't
but
get
he
the
didn't
hex.
get the spell off. He's going to go down for sure. I mean, at the same time, they're trying to find this, but Arme's going to be ready to swing back across.
Doom, it's out.
It's dropped down onto Nightfall. They'll look straight over towards. Look at the silence. The two of them. Nightfall's gone. 33 in trouble as well as they catch him with the Infernal Blade. Arme stays on top of him, finishes him off. They're coming in with the buybacks, Tundra. But Arme, he's just seemingly untouchable at this point. 70% for XM, just jumping freely around the team fights. They're using these buybacks here, Tundra, to try and push them back.
Arme's just walking right back into them.
He's just standing there. He's ready to punch in.
He's back in
with a jump, 33. He's going to go down a second time.
And the next one, Nightfall. He's got nothing up.
He's gone.
That's it. That's game.
Well, they experimented, folks.
They tried.
Maybe they'll try it again, but I don't think they'll try it at least this series again.
I don't think so. And also, especially, like, XM just has the freest game ever on this puck. It's besides everything else that we're talking about, Saksa, you can see the attempt that he's trying to go for, right? He has to catch this puck at the start of the fight. As soon as it doesn't happen, the fight feels over.
It's just over.
XM, great usage of the spells, too. We saw there's an attempted Sunder for 33. But that's the other problem, too, is the puck can sometimes silence you and prevent you from even getting that type of Sunder save. Is a very normal approach from the side of Extreme Gaming. And it works. Tundra trying to do things a little bit different, but overall this game, Extreme had it in the bag.
Yeah, they really did. They really did. As I said, it's always fun to see kind of new heroes and new roles. Sure. And I think we will see other teams, maybe even Tundra try it again in other situations. But yeah, this one, the game definitely got to a point where, despite the fact that 33 got a lot of farm, right, he wasn't falling behind. You know, early on, he was getting the space, getting the farm, but the impact, it's just a little bit questionable.
Yeah, and also
we didn't really feel it.
I will say too, like this top lane did very well in my opinion for Extreme Gaming. These little rotations that they did, but how they started off, they got the first blood for XXS. They even got a secondary kill onto Nightfall, and then another one, right? They get this another kill with the Pugna rotation. This Doom shouldn't have that good of a start in this game when he's playing versus an Ench Luna lane, but he does. So XG, I feel like they did everything right in this game, and
they look great.
The two main cores in particular, Ame and XM, completely crushed this game.
Yeah, I think more Arme Alchemist I think is necessary. The games we've seen him on it, he has looked very, very solid with the victories and just how far ahead he gets and how good he is at getting involved in the action as soon as he knows he's able to. Some really good early attendance from Arme into the fight as XG will take this game 1 against Tundra.
They do indeed, and it's the Terrorblade offlane that does not work against them this time around. That is a 0-2 record on the offlane Terrorblade, 0-3 overall.
It's coming.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Just wait. Yeah, there it is. And he's dead anyway.
Still gonna die, both of them, pretty much. I don't know. I think that, like, I'm just thinking, why is this pick better compared to any other offlaners? Because the timing that they were going for is this pipe where they group up together. They go with Luna, they go with Pango, they feel super strong. We saw so many times that Enchantress is baiting and they're unable to kill her. They just don't have enough damage because Alchemist was not fully online. But I don't believe this hero. A lot of players are toying with it. We had similar things happening a few months back with other heroes as well, but it just doesn't feel as strong.
I don't think so. I would prefer the Dagon armlet build at this point.
Oh no.
Yeah, I will say I think that Extreme really did a good job drafting today.
Yeah.
When we were
so far, we'll see.
So far, you can never trust this team. No. Which I think makes them so fun to watch. And I wish they weren't 0-3. Is it 0-3 or
0-4?
0-4.
Yeah.
It's looking good for them so far. They clearly did good prep. Because we were trying to run through after the first few picks, especially the Doom. We're like, what can 33 play that beats the Alk and the Doom? There wasn't anything. So they picked Terrorblade. So it's kind of like they forced, in a way, Tundra to overcook in this game. And it didn't work. And I think Tundra actually needs to consider banning the Doom, even though they're like the Doom experts.
Yeah, I agree. I think they had a lot of preps similar to when they were playing against Team Spirit Game 1. You could see that every single pick for them was there for a good reason. They were well prepared for it. This Alchemist came in super late. They picked Doom immediately because both of them were left in the pool. I think coming into the second game, if you want to go for any of these, you might need to offset them with banning them in the first phase. I don't know. They just had that good of a game. It felt like They were so prepared, and Ame, as we've seen yesterday when he was playing Morphling, he was really on point, didn't die a single time. This time around, died only once. They were ready, jumping in. I love the itemization as well, picking up the Lincolns in the end so that he can get sundered. And you also wanted to talk about his itemization that he kind of invented back in the day.
He did. Ame is the originator or a popularizer of the Manta Radiance Alchemist build. So it is really nice to see him go back to his roots because he's good at it. He doesn't need to be these hipster sort of heroes. I think the actual current meta suits him. The Morphling we saw from him the other day, I don't think he died in the game. I think it was like 15-0 or something. Like he looked, that was some satanic Morphling level performance. I'll say with Morph, there's like 2 tiers. There's like these people that don't die on it, and then everybody else is shit tier. There's no in between. It's one or the other. Or you're like Lornoff and playing mid Morphling. It's just he's trapped to 6 months in the past. It happens. But I think Ame looks really excellent on a lot of these these 3 really popular characters. Medusa, he came up with the Sanj and Kaya.
Yeah, he's really doing some new stuff. He also wanted everybody to copy him and do Mjolnir, Treads, Windlace, Null Talisman, Juggernaut with Scotty. Didn't work multiple times. I think it's time to go for something different. They also tried Spectre, they tried Morana. Those were not working out. So pick something that is stable, and seems like every single time they go with the normal draft, they look really good.
Yeah, and every single time, or maybe not every single time, but a lot of the time when they have over 12 hours to prepare, they also do very good. I'm very interested to see what's going to happen. Of course, we've seen so far every single team has been able to adapt.
We should give them a break. Everybody else should play, and then game 2 of Extreme Gaming against Thunder should be played. Yeah.
How much pause time do they have? Because they should have used all their pause time at the end of this game when they knew that they won to take a break.
Already start prep.
And prep for the next game.
You know what? Maybe that's why sometimes teams just don't break high ground. You're like, guys, we won. Let's stretch for another half hour and talk about the next game.
You actually, my mind immediately was blown for a second there, but then I realized you were kidding. I was like, that's actually not a bad idea.
We've seen some teams.
We see so many comebacks.
Seems like it.
We see so many comebacks.
Yeah,
because,
we do.
Like yesterday with the Rapier, they already started prepping for the next series.
It was too late. It was too late for that.
Yeah, the prep didn't work out.
No, it did not. We're going to see, of course, what's going to have happen in game number 2. But before we do so, we're going to check in with Kezu, who's going to talk to us about his Kadia Ward of the Game.
It is Ward of the Game time, and this time around we need to look at mid control. When you're owning early on, it is very important to control the mid lane. And how do we do that? With vision and destroying our opponents. So what Extreme did is that already before this play happened, they have again this high ground ward next to the tier 2 tower. Because they are controlling this entire mid lane, and every time your opponent wants to push out this lane and maybe get an active rune for the Pango or run it down with the Eng, boom, you just go there, you kill them. Because when you control the mid lane, Shiver, it's very easy to push out the wave, kill the guy, and then split to the side lanes. Because that's what the rats are. Because when they're behind, they need to farm the side lanes and do all that stuff. But this time around, I think Extreme Gaming for the first time have an insane outdraft against their opponents and a very normal looking lineup.
They had a very good first game against Spirit. That was also good.
Wait, I'm looking up the draft.
He's looking up the draft.
Scroll too far. I see it. It was pretty good. Yeah. I think in that game they played even better. Because in this game, I think they played very well, but I will attribute it a lot to the draft and Tundra wanting to try this Terra garbage.
Well, I don't think he'll try that again. At least if he does, probably not in this series.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Or rather, if you're an Extreme Gaming fan,
again,
you hope that it's going to be a repeat. But let's find out what's going to happen. Game number 2 after a break.
super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
Hello, you are watching DreamLeague Season 24, and we are in the middle of our first series of the day. And we got ourselves a game where Extreme won game one, very strong, but partially potentially because Tundra kind of messed up a little bit in the draft. So they have a chance to recover in game number two. I'm here with Jenkins, Lacoste, and Kezu, and we're going to dive right in. I will say, Terrorblade offlane, probably not going to see that anymore for a little while on the side of Tundra. We also said, Jenkins, that game one was very heavily, you could see Extreme being prepared. They have never been able to take 2 games in a row in this group stage.
Yeah, let's just move on to game 3 here, Sheever. Extreme's gonna somehow throw this one.
No,
I mean, I think there's 2 skills. Like, you can be very good at preparing for a series, and then also there are people who are very good at preparing, or not preparing, but like recovering in the middle of a series, where it's like, okay, game 1 went really bad. Here's the issues with the draft. Here's how they played. Maybe we thought they played in a different way. Here's how they played in this series. Let's adjust in game 2.
Yeah.
And I am very confident, given Tundra's players and the caliber of players and their coach, Moonmeander, that they can definitely adjust for game 2. And I do question, is Extreme ready to also make that adjustment?
Because I think maybe like Tundra had this line of thinking where yesterday where Extreme played into like an Ench opening, they would pick Dawnbreaker, so maybe they didn't expect him to pick the Doom, but giving away Doom Alk is already like first step. Then as we touched on, you know, TB wasn't the greatest, but now I think into game 2, and what Jenkins is saying, Tundra and 3-3 and Moon and whatever it is with like experienced captains and ones that have won many tournaments, they are good at taking an L and obviously learning from it and not making the same mistake.
Yeah, but you expect the same coming out from Extreme, surely. Sorry, Lacoste.
Yeah, pretty much. This team have so many good drafts, but they also have some like really bad ones. So I want to see the stability coming out. So far, I'm liking it. Shadow Demon. They probably need to get rid of Rizzy. This is Tundra. Tundra's bread and butter, pretty much. They were trying to figure.
Is that Bristleback?
That's Visage.
Oh, okay.
They were trying to figure out how to break the meta a lot of the times, or getting extra gold. They were playing Visage plus Bounty Hunter. A lot of the times you would see Doom. You would see a lot of stacks coming out from Tundra as well when they were playing some Beastmaster from the off lane. But I think Tundra got a good trade-off from this first phase. Even though I prefer Shadow Demon, of course.
I mean, what is... Because we can do the same thing that we did last game. What is left for 3-3 that he would feel comfortable on if they now ban the Rizzy? Like, Bristleback he has played, but playing it into SD is not amazing. So you can do it, but it's not great. His Sand King is out.
But there surely is more than that. Like, we've seen...
I think Terrorblade is really good against SD.
No, please. Actually, no. No. But it's 33 we're talking about. He has a bigger hero pool than the one we're describing. There's no way.
Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't have a big hero pool, but it's more about what has he played like so far in DreamLeague. I think it's been like Beast, Sand King, Brood, Enigma, Viziriz, and the Bristle.
And Doom.
Yeah, how did I forget about Doom? Hello.
Banning out Medusa immediately as her being a counter to Doom. They're gonna pick it up immediately. I would love to see, like, the way they play on side of Extreme Gaming is pick up a stun for PYW. He has the second most stun, 69 seconds of stun on average per game. Very nice. These are real numbers.
These
are real numbers.
Okay, where's the 420 at then?
It's coming.
You fit that in as well?
No.
He's looking for some stats.
4.2k KDA.
He really does have 69 average stuns.
Could it
Good
be...
for him.
Never mind. I was gonna mention Centaur.
I was thinking of Centaur as
Maybe
well.
later.
I guess.
There's one more hero, sorry. I think there's a good, especially if Tundra picks up something that could be good for the illusion creation, I would be down with some Darkseer from the offlane. Paired up with the Clockwork, you always have Surge against the Doom after he dooms you.
A Dark and Malarkin Seer? Yeah, could be good.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess it will depend on what the Tundra boys show us here.
Yeah, if they pick some carry that they really want to like get on top of, then I think Centaur is just gonna look way too good.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not so great now.
Oh, Tundra, they're cooking.
This is a nasty draft from Tundra so far.
I will say this is also it's a Dragonite draft. This is a strat that Extreme has prepared against because they prepared against a Dragonite draft
yesterday
for Spirit 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And that gives me some hope.
No, I agree. I don't think that their draft is like that bad against DK overall, but Tundra's heroes together look very strong. I think Chen can also abuse like this support duo of SD Clock. They don't kill you very quickly, and you have summons to soak up damage as well from the battery assault. And Tundra's heroes are already naturally tanky.
They have the burst. Like when we were talking about Team Spirit, how they prepped for that series, especially for Dragonite that came out in the first pick. They had a lot of explosive damage. They also had Luna. They had percentage-based damage with the Phoenix. They also had Break Mechanic. Now you have Timbersaw, you have mixed damage from Luna, and you also have Disseminate from Shadow Demon, which makes pretty much every target burstable.
What do you think about the Timber, Jenkins? I know you hate this matchup. When it comes to laning the Timber into the DK?
Yeah, I don't think that it works like it used to, which Timber used to like completely dumpster a DK in lane. You regen too much on DK, the stun, you can keep your distance. People have realized you can just go early boots on DK, early stick, and you do fine in the lane. In the game, it does give you the ability to burst the DK, but I also feel like Dragonite gets a very early BKB, and then it's no longer a problem. I'm not a huge fan. I think I would prefer a mid Timber versus DK, so you have like a better timing against it.
I mean, if you do play the offlane Timber, I feel like you need to play it Amar style. Like what he says is, I only care for my game, and later at like 35 plus minutes, then I'm gonna destroy the enemies.
Yeah, this game is not good for auras anyway.
Yeah.
Like they have physical damage, they have pure damage, so kind of hard to itemize against that. So just go all in on trying to burst the hero off immediately. I could see some Quap again. I'm just a big fan of Quap, especially when it comes down to extreme gaming, the way they play with it.
I agree. I like the Quap for them as well. And
it's also not just the damage, the way what she brings to the table. It's also the pushback from the ulti when they try to initiate on you, and let's say you get doomed, you push them away. Suddenly, this fight feels much easier for you.
Yeah, it's like a combo breaker. Yeah. It's really nice for that in fights. And Doom and DK are both going to pick up BKBs. And I feel like a lot of the time, the ult is just enough damage to kill somebody when they BKB at like 30% HP, and then the Quap ult comes out. But they're going to go for Storm. I mean, makes sense. The Tundra supports don't have a lot of disable between the Chen and the Tusk. And the instant Ember response, that's the counter that people have been picking. I don't think it's like a complete hard counter by any means, but you lane well, you have good disable for Storm in the game, you pick up a Mage Slayer, so you deal with the magic burst coming out of Storm as well.
Okay, so I think Extreme's draft is fine, and the heroes on its own are good. But against Tundra, I think they're actually insanely outmatched.
Yeah, I think this Tundra's draft will run them over in 25, 30 minutes max. Even though Extreme Gaming, they've been known to prolong the games by quite a lot. I feel this type of a draft where you have Dragonite, Chen, Doom, these are the heroes that come online super quickly. And you got to be careful about Roshan. Tundra will take early Roshan, gets a lot of advantage on the map. Extreme Gaming, even though, as you said, the draft looks fine, I don't think it matches well against what Tundra have.
Yeah, like if I just look at mid-game fights, what's going to happen? You have slow damage heroes like Timber, Luna, SD, Clock, Storm that will play into Chen healing, Mage Slayer, Ember, a Doom that's running in, and DK will always deal constant damage, and you won't have enough to actually stop them from doing it. So I think unless Extreme like do something really cool in lane, some gates, or
doesn't even matter what they pick. We're still gonna go to game 3 because it's Extreme Gaming.
That's true.
We are.
If they're not, though,
Jenkins,
who's gonna step up?
Siamese cat.
I think it's another one of those situations where if Extreme can like heavily win one of their lanes and then play around that core, they do have 3 cores that are very good at snowballing.
Yeah.
So I think just look to win one lane. Maybe it'll come down to the supports, going for the runes or going for like a portal rotation. And
Helping out that one lane?
Yeah, helping out that one core. But
I
like Thunderstrap, to be clear.
I know you all do. And to be honest, it has looked very rough for Extreme. Again, they've not won a series yet in this season of the season, yes, but not in this group stage of this season. So can they do it here? The odds are stacked against them. We'll see. Will we see game 3 or not? Let's head over to ODPixel to find out via the PogChamp Pandas.
And Extreme Gaming, and a little bit more standard with the picks this time. We're getting 33 back on the good old Doom.
Yep, back to standard, and overall, I like this Chen pick a lot, in particular when they went for it, because what they saw was the Luna, the SD, the Clockwork. This is kind of like a perfect Chen pick because the supports don't like to deal with it. It absorbs a lot of the Eclipse beams even inside these team fights too. It's a strong approach from Tundra. And Saksa doing something different also. He went Drinking Buddies. I think we've been mostly seeing Tag Team. Went for this one instead. So we'll see what his idea is in terms of his Drinking Buddies this time around with the Doom. Because we were mentioning the, in the last game they had this Doom Tusk lane when they were playing versus the Luna lane. And overall, as I was mentioning, that lane, the Doom lane shouldn't really be able to get too much aggression out. Whitemon actually steps up very far.
Oh, they're going to be able to get the cogs onto the two of them.
Those are great cogs from Tianming.
Wow, Whitemon is definitely dead. Well, that'll be first blood for XM nonetheless in the mid.
Gotta love cursing the Chen. It's still a good game for the Chen, even though he dies at level 1. But overall,
hey, that was a
sweet
bounty pick up there for Norin. I was able to get a mid-slight fist. So
He's
get some style points at least for him, but style points ain't going to give him as much as XM getting the first blood as the Storm.
That is a very big deal. Is going to be able to sway that matchup because we've seen a lot of these Ember Spirits be able to deal with the Storm. Now he gets a Galvanized stack as well, too, to start off on XM on top of having a bottle right at the beginning.
And I had a great game last game, right, XM?
He played perfect. Yeah. This time he does have to deal with a bit of disables. There's the chains, the stuns that come out from the Tusk, depending on if there's mini stuns from Doom, Chen creeps, and the DK in particular. So not a free game this time around, like I saw mostly for that for the puck in the last situation.
And Arme on the Luna, I mean, it kind of is Luna and his Alchemist. They feel like the two carries that over the past few days we saw him have really good games on, right?
Yeah, I just want to see him play these almost every time, honestly. I don't want to see... That's a mistake there from Saksa. Gives away the Courier. Tianming should be fine to play around here, too. And yep, the Luna lane, as I was mentioning, it's a Clockwork Luna lane, so it's a very strong one into this duo melee. Ame should have a pretty good time. So 3 lanes that do look like they can be pretty strong for the side, or 2 lanes in particular that look pretty strong for the side of Extreme. The top lane is the one that could be a bit difficult because they are playing into this Chen. And we've seen a lot of these DKs, they can withstand Timbersaw in the lane. So that's the one lane that I would say Tundra do have a good setup in to win in comparison.
Sorry, friend.
But yeah, 2 lanes where Extreme on paper should win. Especially because that first blood, as we were saying.
Run off. That's a lot of damage he's taking here from XM.
He doesn't have the money for the bot.
He might. Is he what? Yeah, how's he doing on the regen? Oh, bottom lane.
On it, bottom again, 33.
It's good cog for Tianming. They're surely going to be able to get the Doom. Yeah, cog push back once more. They get 33. Very good start here for XG already here in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, this lane, it's going to be a problem for them unless they want to do like kind of the creep pulling mechanics in particular. That's why I was also curious to see that he went Drinking Buddies, because
you don't think you play the lane at this point.
When you go for a tag team, you have chances to actually kill the Luna with the damage that you provide with the extra slow, with something like a Doom. Sometimes if they're out of position, but with Drinking Buddies, it feels very less likely to actually be able to touch Ame. But he's also with the Clockwork, so it's hard anyway to see them be able to get aggressive onto him. His top, QIW, do they have enough?
He's got the disruption, so he's going to be able to get away fine.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna try to keep tabs on how this ends up going, because that first blood, it's a big deal. The fact that XM's able to just get this bottle, he's gonna be able to go for a null early on too. He could bully Lauren off pretty heavily in this matchup now because of that. 2 points in Flame Guard will absorb a decent chunk, but XM
Dire's courier
enabled
has
for
been
success. And
killed.
oh, another courier just walks in and dies. Success will be able to snag that one up. And although the top lane should go well for Nightfall, they can't actually bully XXS at all, right? So this Timbersaw should be able to get pretty solid free farm in this game as this Timbersaw.
Gonna try and go for Arme. See if they've got enough damage.
They do not.
No, Arme can step back and if anything, kind of hover around and turn to look to try and threaten them.
The damage is starting to rack up from these beams.
Tianming, he's going to have Barrier Assault back up and Cog's in a few seconds, so Tunja, they've got to be careful of that.
He's got the Lotus as well, too, if there is even any more damage that came out. It wasn't even close to them punishing Ame there. Especially once he starts getting a couple of these beams out inside the lane, the damage racks up a lot. You can see how much he was able to do there versus 33. 33 is trying to secure himself to get these double range creeps.
If they get caught by Tianming, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, it's level 3 now. Tianming's trying to get a side pull off to maybe deal with some of these range creeps. Okay, the stun will catch. Sucks and the shards won't connect. Double mana burn side lanes. So they have the Satyr creep on both, this time on the Doom on the bottom lane and on the Chen toward top, so to prevent some of that aggression. No, bro, 33's last hits are pretty good down here. Even though they did end up dying, he is up to 22 versus the 20 of the 3 of the Luna, so all things considered, not too bad. And Lornoff, he's starting to be able to handle the mid lane with those points in the Flame Guard. But it is going to be an advantage that's put out there for XM. And a lot of these, I mean, these Storm games, we do have to talk about it, of course. Yes, he's going to be playing into some sustain and some saves with the Chen and the Tusk, and there is disables. And speaking of the Tusk, can he get himself away?
No, not this time, surely.
Doesn't look like he can.
Tianming's on top of him, Sax is gone. They continue to get the kills here in the safe lane.
And so mentioning the Storm thing, right, we have to talk about the Shard, how explosive the damage comes out from it, the double damage that you get provided. I assume we're going to see XM get it very early. And now it's hit nighttime. So when you're playing with Luna, as soon as that night hits, the aura, of course, giving even more damage to your lanes. It's not massive, but every little thing, you know, we always like to factor them in. So a bit of extra damage for the Storm Spirit as well, if he wants to make early moves around this night.
On top lane, Max XS.
He should be fine.
Yeah, he's very hard to bully away. You're seeing how much he's getting from the lane.
I'm glad to see more people diving toward the Timbersaw, just because of how many strength cores we are getting. In the lane, sure, you're not able to bully a DK, but in the mid game, I have memory of what was it? Was it Malik? I think it was.
Just jumping in and bam.
Yeah, there's this potential where or was it Keith? I can't remember exactly what it was. But either way, there's definitely potential for you just to kill them in the mid game over and over again when their BKBs start to tick lower and lower.
Larnoff's got to be careful, right? There's potential for a kill here.
Yeah, level
he
6
steps
is already
up.
out.
He knows it. Yeah, Larnoff's got to be very, very cautious.
We'll be able to get away. XM will be able to find the rune very likely.
They're trying to fight back, but Arme does a lot of damage. And there will only just Tianming there.
Whitemon was able to deny away the shield rune, but Lornoff is incredibly low right now. Only level 5 at the moment, trying to get his 6 from the creeps. Look at the micro. Whitemon's trying to drag the creeps a bit here to stop the pressure onto the tower. Gonna make the move. They have enough to go for Lornoff
He's
here.
hitting 6.
Yes, he should be fine. Tianming's even coming in. He's gonna refill the bottle. So XM. They're gonna take out the Chen creeps. Nice micro there from Whitemon though. Taking out the top rune and trying to protect this tower as long as possible to secure Lornoff's level 6.
XM gonna go for the kill.
Oh, bit of missed micro there from Whitemon.
Lornoff, can he help Whitemon out at all? Nope. He's gone.
Bottom though, with all these movements, they saw the clockwork TP mid.
He's just got enough mana to jump away. But yeah, what's going on bottom?
There's no clockwork there. They just dove him. They just full persisted under the tower. And there's a catapult wave, so 33. He's going to drag the wave off so this catapult gets good damage. And this Doom now, top 2 net worth, even though he has died in the lane.
Easy Wisdom Rune though.
And Saksa has the snowball to go to the Ancients. He's actually going to throw it onto Tianming. Should be fine.
Yeah, not going to be quite enough here with this battery assault.
Probably smart to just use the snowball right away, yeah. So he doesn't get hit by the cog pushbacks there, but we do see the levels since they do grab the double wisdoms. 33 has Doom available. Ame trying to juke him.
And I've lost the tower, so this bottom area now pretty spooky for XG.
Tianming is level 5. It's level 3 battery assault. He gets a lot of mana burn. Creeps are soaking some damage. he's got the save.
Yeah, Saxon's coming across town. We set it for 33. And Lauren, they've had enough of this clockwork.
Wow, they actually throw the blood grenade even from Whitemon. Not necessary, but...
Well, that was a little bit over the top.
Minus 50.
Nice stream for XM.
But a good kill. It's a high-level clockwork, so nice one that they're able to find there. But Hastrun, as we see there, claimed from XM. And looks like 33's trying to surprise the Timbersaw in the top lane. He's TP'd to go for a Doom play.
Looking at the sort of catch potential for the mid, I mean, is Laurenov someone you can go for at the moment, XG, or?
It's definitely a bit difficult.
Yeah.
That's why they went for this Ember pick, right? There's limited disables.
Dire are scanning.
And Laurenov loves to play it. And it's a Mage Slayer buyer, so it can be very valuable playing versus both the Storm and the Timbersaw. Saksa, he plays way out of this one. That extra movement speed.
That's a good charge.
He's zooming. And so far, him not having the tag team in the laning phase didn't matter at all. I actually like I was actually wanting to see more Drinking Buddy because it was literally, I mean, it was broken at TI, don't get me wrong, because it just gave the 25% movement speed bonus, but you can see right there, just him when he's alone, having that extra movement speed lets him just reset and play a bit more aggressive in these situations. And they're going to do the thing that I was mentioning of pulling the wave back to prevent the Luna from farming, so they pull the hard camp. I think we've seen this pretty much every single game for most of these 4 positions. So trying to control that economy. Right now, they do have a bit of that economy lead. They've slowed down Ame decently inside the laning phase, but only slight. There's that slight advantage right now for the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, it's a close start here. But yeah, I think DK definitely the big scare, as we've seen many a game where DK that's ahead. Dragon Tail, and they've got the chains, and they've got the kill.
Nice Mud Golem stun.
XM caught massively by surprise there. He didn't think they'd have the lockdown to deal with him. They did.
There's always going to be that lockdown for him, really, in this game. There is a plethora of stuns.
He's got to be more careful.
Yeah.
Can't get too ahead of yourself when you got a haste ring.
Oh, and look at this. They know the stacks are going on.
They can take some of this. The Ancients
probably not.
They'll just take the smaller one.
Yeah, they'll be able to deny that away there. They're going to rotate over XXS. But the hard camp's already gone. Yeah, Laurenov definitely has this game where he can pop off because there's just that limited control. So we'll see if maybe it's an Orchid route that XM wants to go for. I see he's queuing up the Witchblade right now.
Okay.
But that is going to mean that there is just so little disable to go for this Ember Spirit. And we'll see if he does divert.
Because I couldn't remember, but was XM not one of the Storms that was going the Soul Ring?
He was the Soul Ring guy for most of these games.
Not today.
Game.
What do you think that kind of depends on in his mind?
I don't think it was versus Invoker either in most of the games that I saw.
No.
So I was thinking like versus these EMPs, sometimes you want that little bit of extra jolt, but I'm not sure. It seems like it's a little random way that they do choose to go for it. I can't remember the exact situations that they always did, but I don't believe it was always versus Invokers.
No, it was. We
Top tower.
definitely had it games, yeah, where there was.
This one's going down. Big early pressure. Tundra's lineup. With this Chen DK, they can take towers very early.
Yeah, especially with, again, just how big Nightfall is. He'll get this tower. He'll pretty much have the gold for the arm that Mask Command is 11 minutes. So,
oop, 33.
He's going to TP over into this.
Nice snowball.
Does that backup, and he's able to get the Doom down on the way. They get the punch up. PYW being with the defensive disruption, but Laurenov, he's ready to jump across, chase down, and finish off the Storm Spirit. XM's gone. Tiaming tries for the TP out, doesn't make it away in time. As they get punished heavily there, Extreme, trying to fight into that area where Tundra, super easy for them to turn up and respond.
And they're going to get PYW as well. The drums, the movement speed, easily catch up to him there. Laurenov, another kill. That was Extreme setting the trap.
They went straight in there.
They actually got trapped themselves. XM again going down. He's at 0 galvanized stacks now. After having the first blood in the laning phase, being given this type of scenario, he just gets killed twice, back to back.
He has to really start respecting how easily Tundra can evidently catch him.
Yeah.
You know, this is not a game where the Storm can sort of dance around in front of them. Somebody's going to get the setup onto you.
Oh, and look at this juicy stack for Nightfall. He's got a triple Ancient that he can start to work on mid. XM will be able to find Saksa. Gonna try for this tower push too as a group. They know Doom's on cooldown. They know that the Dragon form is what was used before too, so trying to get as much as they can with that bit of downtime. Grouped up as 5.
It's a strong push. Tundra won't be interested in stopping.
But Nightfall, he finishes off the stack. The entire Ancients are gone.
It's going to be a really quick arm that Mask of Madness BKB timing against DK.
probably around that 15-minute mark that we did see a couple of times.
I feel like 17 is kind of the average. If you're getting these 3 items, stay close to the 15-minute mark, fantastic.
And have to mention, right, that's probably also why Saksa wanted to go for Drinking Buddies. That was the other time that I saw the DK when he was playing. It was versus a Gyro in that situation, but his damage was just insane, right? Like, he's got Drinking Buddies. They're probably going to get other buffs, too, that come from the Chen creep. So his single target damage versus Luna is going to be absolutely insane. Looks like they're going to clean up Whitemon's creeps and actually get all of them. But yeah, that single target DPS, it's going to be pretty crazy, because we even see Whitemon, he goes for Vlad's. So I've seen him do this more than other players, where he doesn't go for the mech, just because he wants to enable his cores as much as possible. Alpha Wolf, let's say, Drinking Buddies, plus that, if you throw all these different buffs onto Nightfall, my goodness, this DK is going to shred heroes once he starts getting these items, and he's getting them quick.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So we'll see what Extreme does look to do to weather that storm. It is a commitment there, so XM, he's gone for the Witchblade, so overall he's more survivable, but the catch for the Ember Spirit is going to be more limited because... And Ame, he's going to have a clear separation between him and the DK. 2200 advantage now for Nightfall. And he, as we said, he has the buffs. Ame, he's got a save. He's got the Shadow Demon, but doesn't have the similar style of buffs that's going to be thrown out to him by any means this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I should be able to get the tier 1 top XG.
Yep.
Tundra.
They're setting up for mid.
Yeah, starting to draw towards this mid lane.
Lornoff has his Mage Slayer finished up to level 10. He's got good timing on it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This time it drops fast. And there's that Alpha Wolf too. So they're gonna look to just amp up this DK massively.
Dire's top tower.
I'm curious. I'm curious how much damage he actually ends up having when he has Vlad's Alpha Wolf plus Drinking Buddies. Even at this point in the game, he's gonna be hitting for like over 300 something damage.
Radiant are
pretty crazy. XG though, with this downtime, they've been able to farm and at least shrink that slight net worth advantage that Tundra did have. They're playing the economy game nicely. Even PYW, they're double stacking the enemy jungle to be able to get that extra farm. Well, it feels like the downtime that has played out here has been pretty beneficial for the side of Extreme, where Lornoff, yes, he's got good timing on Mage Slayer, but we see the Storm actually pulls ahead in net worth even though he died twice.
Oh, mate. Still needing a bit more time to start to get ahead as the Luna. A little bit of a slower start for him. It's not terrible, but
no,
you know, we did see the other day his Luna got out of control already at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be much slower for him this time, it does feel. But his other two cores, even though he did see XM die twice, he's recovered beautifully here, and the Shivas, it's already done for XXS. It's actually pretty damn early. So the burst damage, if they can find, this is the crucial time that we've talked about a couple of times too with this DK. If they can find him right before he finds the BKB, that'll be pretty huge for him, but it does look like Nightfall will probably be able to finish it before that upcoming fight, which is the ideal for Tundra. Or enough. Has the Remnant set up for bottom, does get a regen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to try and go for XXS. They're going to set up the chains.
He's got the Doom.
They drop it down onto him. It's going to be a dead Timber.
What can they connect to look for here? Do they want to go for a straight up tower push onto this tier 2, or are they going to full split up?
Radiant's middle tower.
Looks like at least Whitemon and Saksa will go for the push in the meantime, just as two heroes, but the Glyph is going to push them away. And Lornoff will just go toward top. Yeah, Nightfall, his BKB's done. It's coming soon. 200 gold.
Yeah, they can really look to amp up the objective taking around this BKB Dragon Knight.
Tianming, he's going to walk into everybody.
Well, they were still here, Tundra.
They're going to look to maybe fight, though. They get the Purge onto Lornoff. They've got the control. Is it enough?
He's having a Remnant back to the safety of the team.
Walking into this high ground is terrifying. Quite a bit committed there. The Demonic Purge plus the Eclipse to go for a kill. Timber's respawning. They want to fight now when there's no Doom active.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lornoff still toying around with them in the mid.
Fifth poison! Okay, he does have enough to survive. Gotta be careful versus those poisons.
Oh, with these BKBs out, 33.
Radiant's
also ready to just get stuck in these team fights.
Their 5 is much stronger right now on Tundra if they can get those BKBs off. There's no Doom available. XXS is trying to pop this BKB.
See if they can kill him without the Doom. It's still a lot of damage. Disruption has to come out. I mean, BKB's there for Nightfall. This is not a fight XG want to be walking into. XXS tries to timber chain away, but he misses the connection. He's gone. Ame to fall.
Raid boss DK.
This was not the fight at all for XG.
And even XM gets brought down in a heartbeat. Look at the buffs. Look at this DK. Literal raid boss. He's sitting well over 300 damage.
They did not respect the BKB being up and ready for Nightfall. I mean, 33 had as well. Didn't even need to use his.
No. I think XXS was like, yeah, I can run in. I don't have to worry about it. There's no Doom.
Yeah, he's not doing that again.
I look at the damage that he took just from the DK. He took 1,200 physical from the DK himself. So just Nightfall dishing out the majority of the damage, and we could see it kind of building up to that point. All these buffs being thrown onto him. He just eviscerates heroes. He hit Ame like 2-3 times, and it just chunked him. Every single one of those hits. A 9K lead. That fight in particular has exploded Tundra into a very comfortable spot in this game now.
It really has. It's very difficult for the Luna to catch back up or close that gap after a sort of sequence of events as such.
And it's, oh, he misses the neutral creep.
We're seeing some timber chains being missed, some hook shots being missed.
That wasn't even...
shots, they're not there at the moment for XG.
Oh, that wasn't even close. Whoopsie. Ends up whiffing that one. And it was XG picking the fight, like we said, because Doom was on cooldown.
They absolutely signed up.
They really wanted to try for it. And
oh, no.
Oh, we're going to do him like this? Don't do Tiamat.
How far was he off?
He was pretty
not far off. I mean, some other camps are a little bit further north, right, than the Hellbear's thing. But
if it's like a troll camp.
Probably not that far north.
No. But Tundra, off of that, they get a successful team fight without even having to have the Doom. They can immediately go to the Roche. It dies in a heartbeat. And they'll have Doom for the upcoming fight.
Yep.
XG. These next 10 minutes feel very complicated for them.
It's going to be difficult, yeah. Tundra just walk down a lane and as you say, Doom. Honestly, anybody. Cores. Yeah, if they Doom any core, they'll win the team.
Yeah, they don't even need to Doom the Timber Saw by any means, as we see there. Nightfall, he's got the deeps. And I'm also wondering, that's why, I mean, yes, I know teams are, the Tusks in particular, a lot more are playing around the tag team just for the laning phase, but when I'm seeing these like super carries getting drinking buddied, like goodness gracious, the damage that they deal, it is insane.
I mean, how much did it get nerfed since TI?
It was the movement speed. It went from, it was a flat 25% at all 25% for 6 seconds at all levels. Now it's 10% scaling up to 25 per level you put in.
Okay, so ultimately, yeah.
After the lane, it becomes better.
It's not like a crazy nerf.
No. So I mean, it looks fantastic when you're playing with something like DK. And bottom,
33's just able to walk up and doom him.
I think he blinked.
He did.
He blinked on.
He had the blink stop, but still, XM's got to be a bit more cautious.
I think they're feeling kind of desperate.
It was indeed probably the blink reveal as well, right?
Yeah,
he didn't have it before that play, so
I think also they're just.
He's getting caught. Laura XM, he's up 2-4-1.
He is.
Not having a great time after having such a spectacular game one on his puck.
I think they're just. They felt that they were stronger when they ran in to try to fight versus that Tundra without Doom, and then afterwards, I think they're like, uh-oh, we are in a tough spot. We're in a really hard spot in this game. Lornoff, can you do another slight steal? Ooh, he tries.
Was not a nice try though.
Nice attempt.
Definitely was close to being able to get that click.
Yep. And they'll be able to get themselves their Tormentor. Lornoff actually gets the injection of gold too, a nice one.
They still got 3 minutes on the Sages. They can. I mean, mid. Obviously, this the appealing target. That's still where the final tier 2 stands.
And Nightfall's just. He's huge, Owen.
He's just so far ahead.
He's absolutely huge.
It's one of those situations where this Luna will continue to get killed in like 4 shots in a team fight.
Yeah. This is even before he has crit.
Disparity of farm.
Yeah. He hasn't even had to go for the crit. He went for SNY. He just wants to go for more of this. Just more stats. He doesn't need more damage straight up, right? Sure, he's going to go the Daedalus next.
He's going to get buffed.
He can just go for all these. He has so many buffs. Literal raid boss. And more of these buffs are going to start coming out. More of these auras in particular. Whitemon, his mech is done. He's going to go for Greaves afterwards. Shivas is finished for Lornoff. This game could end pretty soon. I think Tundra can force the issue. I don't see a way that XG can win team fights.
It does feel like they're a little too far behind.
And with the Chen, with the DK, with Aegis, you can absolutely force high ground.
And
they find Ame.
He's in with the jump. They don't quite get the follow-up. Still pushing Ame back to the high ground and forcing the rest of XG to be there to back him up. Gives the space for Tundra to bring in the mid lane.
Yep, they've got Dragon Form up in 10 seconds. They'll play it safe. They'll just take the tier 2 first, but I really feel like they can just start poking onto that high ground. Nightfall just continue checking the DK, looking at all the buffs he receives in these fights right now. As you see, he's got the Cloak Aura, so reduced magic damage. He's got Alpha Wolf, increased damage, and that, yeah, the buffs that are going to come as well from the Tusk will come into play. What do you do, XG? How do you stop this push? Look at his damage, plus 344. He's hitting for over 500.
Trying to get him off the tower. It's working for now. Illusions he's having to deal with first, but now he's ready to get the push back on. Fortification is there. Extreme, where's the jump? What's the plan?
How do you push him off this tower? You're gonna start getting some poison stacks, so he will reset for a moment here. Looks like they'll actually back away. So maybe just picking up Nightfall's next item. They did force all of Extreme back to the base. Still looks like they want to be efficient, but they're still hanging around the area.
Yeah, still got a bit of time left with the Dragon Form, so could go in once more.
I don't imagine they leave this area. Lornoff can deal with the side lane. He can push bottom in as much as possible, and his team can just linger around the triangle and prevent the Luna from getting that extra farm.
Yeah, they don't want to let XG get out.
Yeah, it's a great contained plan that's coming out here from Tundra on top of just getting this crazy scaling. Level 18, now hit for the DK. Small crit, it's arrived. I wonder how big these crits are going to be. With every single buff that he's been given. And for Ame, he's just so far behind in comparison. And next time he's found again. He's got BKB.
Ah, that's rough.
He might die through it. Yeah, he will.
He will. I mean, that was even with 33 missing the stomp. XM just not able to react in time.
We're going to get 3. Tundra, ready to break the high ground. 15 seconds still left on this Aegis. Success. He'll poke them. Nightfall. Set still has Aegis.
The punch up. Trina's was able to cancel the Timber Chain.
This gets reclaimed. Nightfall. He's got BKB at the ready.
I mean, they
Eclipse
just
gets thrown out.
Timber, and now they're ready to maybe turn towards Ame. He'll put the Eclipse, but the BKBs are out from Tundra.
Ame has to be so careful. They catch Nightfall, but he gets dragged out immediately from the Drinking Buddies.
Nice buyback from XM. Not able to get the connection with the Bull Lightning. Tundra, they'll back off a little bit.
It's quite a bit committed there from XG with that buyback. Tundra's got Greaves up again in 10 seconds. Saxa has trapped Ame. Do they have the further jump?
Nightfall.
Thinking about it.
Can't quite reach over the cogs and get him.
Straight back toward bottom. They're healthy again. And that was a buyback from the Storm to try to go for this desperate play to find the DK once he was on the high ground. But yeah, Drinking Buddies instantly pulls him into a more comfortable position. They back up, they reset. And by reset, I mean they're actually going to the outpost because they have a ward that's seeing Ame outside the base. They're already flanking behind him.
Radiant are scared.
Is the rest of the team going to be able to connect and help him?
Ame, he's gone. Yeah, he's dead. He was trying to do his little, I've seen him do this almost every game, where he runs with his illusion and he sends another one to kind of bait them. They didn't fall for the bait. They know which one is real. Tianming, this time he'll land the hook shot to save himself. But they're getting nothing, Owen. I don't even remember the last time they got a kill.
Yeah, Daedalus is now done on Nightfall.
When was the last time they got a kill? It's been 14 minutes or so since they found a kill on the Saxa earlier. Next Tundra to the high ground. Nightfall. Let's see the damage. 1, 2, 3, 1,300 crit.
It's a big old Dragon Knight. As this game, it's been over for quite some time.
It has been.
It's a quick one. You know, it's this, what, 26 minutes in, Tundra taking the base.
I mean, beautifully enabled. Look at plus 499, Owen. This is insane damage. Trying to break records for the damage that a DK has in the early game. Probably has hit that damage limit. Even the rally creeps, even the skeletons amping him up more. Ame.
He's going to get caught. Look at the Huston, the defensive destruction coming out. XM's in with the BKB, but still taking so much damage through it. He's got to be careful, and he's used pretty much all the mana. Has to sit back to the fountain.
Nightfall's untouchable.
Success is coming with the buyback, the same as POIW. And they still can't do anything at all, really.
Everyone's full HP. Well, not 33, but almost everybody's full HP. Tundra taking little to no damage. Ame.
They've caught him. The shards have trapped him. Another defensive destruction will come out, but the snowball over towards XM's there. XXS gone a second time. Ame goes down. They've run out of buybacks. and this game is over. GG is called. We will be going, surprise or not so much of a surprise, in the next G series to a game 3, Fog.
Yep. Tundra completely fixed their draft this time around. It looked beautiful. The Chen pick in particular for me was amazing. Waimon, he played it beautifully. He did die once with a little bit of a missed micro play, but everything seemed to just hit. The Doom lane, they died once, and then afterwards, it didn't even look like they died. 33 was absolutely massive, continuing the pressure, and yeah, quickly this game felt hopeless for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, maybe something about the Doom, right? Well, this is both games, right? We've seen the team that gets the Doom have a pretty good time, be able to pop off.
Oh, they look pretty broken after that one.
It was a rough one. This was, you know, one of those games that we've had a few of where it really had been over for the last 20 minutes of gameplay in that one. They fell behind very early, XG, and yeah, a snowballing Dragon Knight in this patch with the buffs that you talked about around him.
Everybody.
It's so hard to stop.
Yeah, and even Lorinov too, like we mentioned, yes, it was a first blood that XM got. Yes, he was able to get level 6. Yes, he was able to put all this pressure. Doesn't matter. It's a free Ember game. There's really no disable for him. Lorinov ends 909. He ends up doing whatever he really wants in the game. 20,000 hero damage dealt as Tundra. They make this one look very easy with their approach.
Yeah, they do. This one was a good old stomp here from Tundra as we will be going to a game 3. Tundra take game 2. It's 1-1 now between Tundra and Extreme.
I don't think there was ever any doubt in our minds that this would be the case. Combination of both the drafts for game number 2, but also the track record of the teams, and in particular in this case Extreme. They can't make it here in game number 2, so we will go to a third game of the series. I'm here with Jenkins on the call, so we're going to break down exactly how this happened. Jenkins, this one was, you know what, it was even for quite some time.
This before has to be scripted, right?
No.
No, listen, in Dota 2, we're very practical, we're not superstitious, but Extreme Gaming, they come from a cursed bloodline where they have to play a game 3.
Cursed bloodline where? Who is it?
Ame. It's gotta be Ame. Look at when he does the interviews and he has these soulless death stare eyes into the camera. That's him telling you, I believe I'm cursed and I'm sick of being cursed with these game 3s. I just want to win a 2-0. But no, 33 says no.
No.
You're not going to win a 2-0. You're probably not going to win at all.
Most likely. It seems like they're running out of steam. After having good performance in game 1, a lot of preparation, then the second game they get heavily outdrafted where they don't have enough damage to munch through all this tankiness. I like that Nightfall has a pretty good understanding when he needs to join a fight. He's farming a lot. He's 0-0-1.
Sorry, prime carry, you mean?
Yeah, I mean Primefall. He is farming a lot. Armlet into Mask of Madness, into BKB. Suddenly they group up. The game was pretty even at that point of the game. It looked like, okay, maybe it can swing, but the game, in my book, is already over. Having all that tankiness, 33 is also playing a real hero. He's playing Doom. He's not playing some offlane Terrorblade with a pipe and Falcon Blade, which has literally no impact whatsoever. This time around, you're playing into Storm, you're doing Luna a lot of the times, which means you're taking one hero out of the fight immediately, which makes the team fight so much easier. Very clean and executed game from Tundra.
Yeah, 33 was playing very well that game. He was very farmed. Laning stage was good from him. I don't know if it's a testament to Extreme being rattled and 33 getting the dooms on XM, or if 33 was just like catching him in moments where he knew XM would not be ready for the dooms. It's hard to say without seeing like the exact player perspective.
Sure.
Because it does feel like Storm should be a pretty hard hero to catch into Doom, but he just kept doing it over and over again. Solo kill after solo kill. It looked rough. It looked really rough.
I mean, I think the whole game looked a little bit rough. And for this game in particular, even if Extreme would have done the thing where they delayed the game, you know, sometimes they're managing to get to late game. They might still lose, but they get there. Would they have had a shot this time around?
Maybe with some Divine Rapier, getting 6-slotted on Storm Spirit with some Ags, refreshers, stuff like that. But yeah, this game was pretty over 20 minutes in. First of all, most of your damage is magical anyway. There is Ember Spirit, who didn't die a single time. He builds into Mage Slayer. You have Chen ulti, plus you have Guardian Greaves as well. You just don't have enough. It's a very snowbally lineup. They had pretty much every single aura. You're playing with Drinking Buddies, Solar Crest, Vlads. You also have Alpha Wolf from Chen. So this Dragonite hits for like 500 damage.
Yeah, I pretty much, that was like my take on this game, that we've kind of figured out, or at least to me, it looks like the mid point of a draft is when DK can be slotted in comfortably, because then you know you can get the Tusks and the Chens and these heroes to buff up the DK, because he really does look good as like a power carry when he's surrounded by these auras and these buffs.
Yeah, you were a little critical that Nightfall took a little bit of time to join the fight.
I was?
Once again. Yeah, he's like...
I'm the biggest Nightfall supporter here.
I know, but you're still like 0-0-1.
It's funny, but I wasn't critical. It's funny.
Okay.
The guy's ranked 3.
Yeah, I mean, he
knows what he's doing.
Makes it work.
He's just funny to watch.
He made it work this time around as well. How come Extreme couldn't put any of their practice that they had against Team Spirit for playing against the Dragonite? How come they couldn't work anything like that into this draft anymore? Was it because
was too late?
Too late?
It was not picked immediately. I mean, they are the team that does play Dragonite, but still having 2 supports that don't really deal well with it. And they also showed, it was Dragonite plus Chen on 16-17, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So they already, like, when we saw these 4 heroes being picked by Thunder, we're like, okay, Thunder's cooking a really good draft.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard to counterpick what they've shown so far. You don't have enough, like, from the mid lane. We're suggesting some co-op, Storm Spirit more for the pickoffs. But Storm Spirit always been, probably always will be, a bad hero when there's a group of 5 people going together. It's more about getting the pickoffs and then maybe snowballing out of there. So we never seen that happen. You're also playing into Doom, which is one of the hardest counters.
We had a segment earlier this week that showed that Storm Spirit was supposed to be OP though, Jenkins. Why is that not like? Why don't we see that back?
He is. I think he's overpowered. I just think that he was playing into a lot of auras in a strong early game, and when you are dealing with healing and regen and all of that sort of stuff, damage doesn't matter. It's not like he does crazy burst damage. It's not like a Lina, right? It's like as the fight goes, he'll do more and more and more, expend his entire mana pool, and eventually kill you. But this like chip damage, even if it's a lot of it, just doesn't work against like these healing strats and a DK and an entire draft built around healing the DK who's frontlining for you.
Fair enough. Maybe they'll have a better shot in game number 3. We'll see. First though, we're gonna check in with Kezu, who has his Acer Predator head-to-head.
Yeah, and again, I feel like this happens many times. We need to look at the mids, because Mr. Lorinov, he gets perfect last pick, he gets his Ember, he has very good KDA, you know, I think he ends up, he doesn't even die this game, he's 9-0-9, Exmo on the other hand 2-5-1, and most importantly about Lorinov and why this Ember pick was so strong is just the fact that what we talked about earlier, he can build this Mage Slayer, right? Yeah. Against the Luna, against the Storm, against the Timber, the Clock, the Shadow Demons, and all that stuff. So being able to not just get the perfect pick that like helps your team with what like the catch against the Storm, but also then in the mid game you have so much damage mitigation. It's Luna that's playing into Chen summons, like there's a snowball save, there's a Guardian Griefs, Chen heal, then there's the Mage on top of all this. It just makes it so hard, I feel like, for Extreme honestly to do nearly anything in this game. Like it's not like their lanes were even that bad. They did pretty good down bottom, but they needed to like do more than that. They needed to win bottom and then like double gate and go top, or maybe build an Orchid on Storm. I didn't know what they needed, but they needed to like heavily outplay, in my opinion, to actually win this game against Tundra.
Draftive?
Oh, absolute draftive. I think this is one of the bigger ones, because like you can just see that they can do fine until like minute 13, 14, like maybe 1-2 item timings, and then if you clash all 5 heroes into each other, and then you let it like auto battle, like a battle chess, whatever, they will lose 99% of the time.
I also seem to remember that you said the exact same for game number 1, just the other way around. Fair?
Is that true?
You said this is the biggest outdraft
in game 1? I think I said that just now.
Extreme Gaming has ever done. Yeah, because I even made you check it with the outdraft that they had against Spirit game 1.
Yeah, but Tundra's draft in the first game was also pretty...
Sure, but it was still an outdraft.
It was.
Yes.
So both games, in my opinion, they're
draft
just
related.
Yeah, people are getting outcooked.
So what do you think? And what do you think is the recipe for game number 3? Because adaptation-wise, we've seen Tundra being able to adapt mid-series, but we have not yet seen that coming out from Extreme.
I feel like Doom seems to be a bit of a problem, maybe even for both teams. So depending on who's first pick, maybe the other team needs to have a better idea or ban it out.
Yeah.
And I think if you're Extreme, don't take Ame's hero that early. I feel like this has not worked out that well for them. The other day with the Morph, it gets hard counters. Now you 14, 15 Luna, you get like Chend and whatever. It doesn't look that good. I think give him a higher priority, do it later.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out what happens in the draft for game number 3, which is coming your way after a break.
Hands off, and then boom! 28 things! You know, it's like, it's over. Hey guys, I'm here with my boy Stippy. We're gonna play comment or report. We're gonna be getting some statements, and we're seeing if either of us can agree. If we strongly agree, strongly disagree. If he's stupid or not, let's find out.
Okay, you go first.
I disagree with this statement.
That pizza's overrated.
I think
you're a big
pizza's-
fan of pizza.
I think pizza is heckin' good, yeah.
Dude, it's just a warm sandwich, basically, that you put pineapple on and some tomato
That's the
sauce.
problem. You don't put pineapple on pizza, you dumbo. For me, I would generally say I do prepare, sometimes more, sometimes less. But overall, yeah, I do. I don't know about you.
I strongly agree as well on this one because I do my own prep for the team, especially for the big events.
He's lying.
What do you mean I'm lying?
You off camera said if you should lie or not.
Should we lie? No. I definitely prep for the event. Sometimes prep is also part of watching every tournament, playing a lot of Dots as well, doing research, and that's exactly what we do, so we can talk about some Dots.
This one is serious.
I've seen a lot of good nicknames in Dota over the past 20 years.
Let's see his opinion.
I would say agree, but there are better nicknames out there.
Okay, I strongly agree, and I don't think there are much better names out there. So counter argument, what are better names?
What are better names? I don't know, I like Toronto Tokyo. I think that's a banger of a name.
Okay, but it's better than Fortnite, man. Imagine you're a pro player.
And you're playing against Fortnite,
like
man.
Seb in the most recent DreamLeague qualifying, you lose to Fortnite, man.
We'll put it here then.
We did it, guys. Fortnite, man, the GOAT.
I'll put it from strongly disagree, and then I'll slide it to strongly agree. One thing I really dislike about adding new stuff to the game is channeling. I have to channel all the time. I have to channel my TP, I have to channel Watchers, I have to channel the Lotus. Like I'm not even playing Dota, I'm just walking around the map and channeling. And I think there's a lot of stuff in the game that's been added, so I want to see some of that removed.
I think Dota is weird where I agree that they do add too many things, but over time I think you come around to kind of accept it and it's good. Like I think talents and facets. So I would agree. I think they have a good balance. Like it is too much, but you get used to it. But yeah, I think maybe like, you know, simmer down a little bit. We don't need like 80 things or at least give us more patches where it's like 10 new things now, wait 2 months, 10 new things now, instead of like hands off and then boom, 28 things. You know, it's like, it's over. So I agree.
Gladiators will be better with Watson.
Ooh, I will disagree on this one because I think Duracio's playstyle was what kind of made him a good team as well. I think the core of the team is still really, really good, but Duracio was a lot of the times hit or miss, and most of the time he was hit, and that's what I liked about him because he was basically Hwast or Xbox from the old days who was playing super aggressive. When this guy plays something like Slark, he's going to be diving your tier 3, tier 4 towers 15 minutes into the game. That's what I wanted to see, you know, something that can throw teams off balance, but I could also see them doing better if they get more stable with Watson.
This one is hard for me because
This is a political answer. I can already tell.
No, like I will have a take. Don't worry about it. But so the thing for me is that I personally don't think the Ratio is like the best carry. Like, there's other carries who are definitely better than him. But yes, he was a really good fit for this team. So I see why they kicked him. It will hurt them in the start, but I think over time, yes, they will be better with Watson because I think Watson is a better player, but you can tell right now that the Ratio is missing in the start, but over time, he'll be the one they need. I agree that they will be better with Watson over that they will.
All right, I'll say I disagree with this one. Not strongly, because I also think that Watson is a great player. Cheers.
Are we drinking?
Thanks for watching. Good.
Bye, and thanks for watching.
Just wanna get away with you. Nobody gonna be breaking up with you. Could come between a love so true. We could write our story, baby. We got proof. Talk about fun, they're talking about us. Talk about fate, didn't write that dust. I'm living each day, and it's thanks to you. Tell them we won't let no haters trouble what we do. 'Cause you, only you, you're the wings of light, wanna fly with you. You're the shining light, wanna dance the groove. Only you, you're the wonderful, the got it all, the one that you gave it up and thought we were crazy. I called you baby, I called you baby. Moving along, honey, you're the greatest.
Hello, we're going to a third game here in our first series of the day. You're watching DreamLeague Season 24, and we got Extreme Gaming taking on Tundra. And I know Extreme Gaming, we know it goes to Game 3, but maybe this time around, we have a little bit of a different situation, potentially. They can get their first win on the board. To be fair, though, both of these teams do need the W, because we got Tundra with 1-3 scores so far. Yes, 0-4 for Extreme. It's pretty rough. Let's see what they got for each other this time around. We have been saying that the first two games were very draft dependent in terms of outcome, Lacoste. So we're looking for some changes, maybe pertaining to the Doom. The Doom is the overarching hero here of the series so far.
Definitely looks like it. I wouldn't mind seeing Extreme Gaming pick it up. Never mind, it's gonna get banned out. The Alchemist
nice.
is also removed, which leaves some of the stronger heroes in the pool again. We're gonna go back to the support duos, I think. We're going back to some Shadow Demons. We're going back to Tusks as well, because Tundra executed that draft pretty much perfectly. I said that I did like the trade that they got in the first phase, getting that Tusk, but Shadow Demon still is one of the stronger supports. We haven't really seen the power of it in the previous game, so I want to see if the Extreme Gaming just picks up Tusk here, because that's the way to go still, in terms of buffing up the heroes. Back to you, Kezu.
You know, there's like the Clocks, the Tusks, whatever other heroes you mentioned, and another thing, true, the Sucky Man, Mr.
Sucky
Pugna.
Man.
And with the SD ban, maybe there's something with a Bristleback. Extreme-like Bristleback. But they will just take the Tusky Malarkey. Back to you, Jenkins.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because there's a lot of very strong cores that are available for the next phase, so I don't think you need to first phase them. I was maybe looking at Medusa, but Tundra with the response pick, they could just insta anti-mage offlane. Maybe not such a thing for 33.
Go
but
again.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
back to second pick, DK.
So Extreme is well equipped to deal with this.
Yeah.
They did it before. They went for Phoenix and Hoodwink and generally just like high magic damage on all of their heroes. Tusk is not quite that. He's physical damage, and usually you're buffing one guy. I would say like Muerta is now a hero that I'm looking at for potentially carry for Extreme, because then when you drinking buddies, the Muerta. She turns it into magic damage.
Yeah, I think
I like
maybe
the idea.
maybe the Hoodwink was the most important one. They're also offering a little bit of a break potentially. So we'll see if that's something that, because obviously Tundra has one ban as well before going into the next phase, and a pick before Extreme gets to do a pick. Got Chen removed so far.
I mean, it was really good last game, not just because they had Luna, but this could open up the fact that they want to pick this hero, because that is also something that they did run against the DK, I believe, prior. Like one of the last times where they played against Spirit. Because, yeah, in my opinion, you should try to abuse like the first 50 minutes where DK isn't as strong. That's mainly where he wants to hit creeps. If you give this hero like 18 minutes uncontested, I don't see any carry that like does the same, and then you go fight and you're happy with it.
I will just say, don't go for the Timber again.
Don't do the Timber.
Every single time a team tries to do this, they learn the lesson of this patch, which is it just does not work like it used to.
I would be fine with either some casual Phoenix 5 or Hoodwink 5, which they didn't play from position 5, but we've seen a lot of other teams do like to shift it. I mean, you can still play it as a 4 by PYW, have this Tusk in a position 5 in the safe lane, pair it up with some, what do we say against DK in the safe lane that could work out?
Like as a carry?
As a carry?
I mean, I guess Luna is one.
They don't look too good in the previous game.
I feel like the Luna to DK matchup, for whatever reason, seems to favor the DK these days.
I mean, most matchups carry DK, that's a problem.
What did they have against Spirit?
That was Luna.
That was the Luna,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean,
but it depends. It only works if you're playing off of tempo and you like aggress the DK.
I mean, Ame has done the SF and eventually going for the Silver Edge.
I think SF is good.
Ame has 100% win rate on Medusa, no?
I don't.
Never mind, ban.
They ban it. I don't know if that would have been the answer either.
Don't remove it just to be sure.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's like the way that Extreme plays around it is just so cheesy that it's not even worth dealing with.
Yeah, let's see if there's a support that Tundra wants to pick up and wants to deny to Extreme in the same breath.
I think they should pick Muerta, honestly, on Tundra. Just block
that's a good call.
Yep.
Yeah.
Take it away potentially from Extreme Gaming, and you are setting yourself up for a really strong offlane duo. This is not a hero that Nightfall does play from carry position. I'm sure he can, but it's not a Nightfall hero by any means. This hero is very squishy, doesn't build into early BKB.
I mean, you can like go for Muerta. You could. There's maybe like some Clockworks that is strong. Hero still in the pool. It's kind of up to them, like what they also think Extreme might go for. Like if they feel like there's a high chance that Extreme would pick Muerta and it's good against them, then yeah, you should just pick it here yourself.
There's a lot of ways they could go with this draft. I agree on the Clockwork. It's a fine hero.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, yeah. It's the best hero if we're ignoring the like meta of trying to block pick the counter picks to the DK. Like this is the correct hero to choose just in terms of like what's good in the meta. But this does mean that Extreme, they can get Muerta, they can get the Phoenix, like all of these heroes are options. And maybe that's why Tundra didn't try to block any of these out, because they figured they're going to get something that's good against the DK anyway.
Yeah. I feel like you should take, like Lacoste and you were now both mentioning the Phoenix. Like I think you need like team fight and an answer to the DK. And here I will just want to pick my like 3 and 5 or 3 and 4.
Yeah.
You know the DK is going carry, so just pick your
Pressure
offlane and then like give it team fight.
Usually we see it the other way around, but they are still, because Dawnbreaker, she can't use the Starbreaker, you get stunned, especially if this is going to be some Clockwork DK lane, so it's not going to be as strong, but you can still creep skip with this hero, has a really strong global presence. Now you have double stay with the Snowball and Donald. I don't mind it. I would, we did talk about Phoenix. Anything else that could look really good here? I'm still fine with Hoodwink. I think
I'm also fine with Hoodwink, yeah. This makes me think it's going to be like the Tusk Dawn lane. I think we saw BetBoom run that again and beat the DK in lane just because it's so much damage. Yeah, they go with the Hoodwink. This is probably going to be a 5. They do play it on 5, right? You said they did?
No, they haven't played it.
Oh, they have
on
not.
5. It was mostly PYW.
Then it might just be Tusk 5 with like a range carry that they're setting up for.
That's good.
SF, I guess?
Yeah, most likely.
SF into Clock feels a little rough.
Yeah, maybe it's...
I mean, he does buy Pike with the current build, so maybe it's not that bad.
I mean, most likely they will need some type of range carry, and yeah, the Dawn DK, like, it's maybe not the best in terms of laning, but yesterday they looked really good, where they used the Dawn ultis, like, aggressively so much in, like, the first 15 minutes. Okay, the 3-3 Wizriz, this is, I mean, arguably one of his best heroes.
Yeah. How does it lane into a Shadow Fiend, if that is indeed what Extreme's gonna go for?
I mean, depends a lot on the subs. But
we see the subs. If it's Shadow Fiend Tusk?
Nah, but like, also what is Tundra sub? Is it just Clock 4?
Most likely, and pick White Mon's hero.
You could go for...
They get the Phoenix themselves.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty good in this lane. Like, especially if... Like, it can counterplay this top lane, like, quite a lot. Especially if it's, you know, like, Tusk Dawn, they would like to play on tag team and, like, going in. So having Fire Spirits against that, even against the Hoodwink, you're pretty good. And it's a lot of... They have a lot of teamfight now on the side of Tundra.
Yeah. A bit of teamfight coming out from Extreme as well with the Dawnbreaker, of course, but definitely pales to the teamfight of Tundra. This game, they'll go for the Nature's Prophet, so that'll be their carry. It is still the ranged carry. We've seen Ame on it before. I don't think it won that game. But he didn't look... It was not a juggernaut. You know?
He did win both of the games when he played Nature's Prophet against Avulus and the Bedboom team.
There you go.
I actually like this. I feel like Visage, the way you beat Visage in lane is you send 2 salves on your first courier and you survive the soul assumptions. Nature's Prophet is a hero that can literally just TP back to Fountain on a whim and heal to full HP. It's very hard to harass him down. And I think also in the lane, between Sprout and the damage that you're doing with your Treants, you can kill Visage pretty easily. He's low armor.
You can also push yourself out of the cogs.
Yep. Can you still do that with the...
With the big cogs?
Sure
maybe not.
Maybe the new tech is just you kill it with the tree and yourself. I don't know if you can do the Sprout thing anymore, or maybe we'll find out in this game. But I also kind of like this Nature's Prophet pick. I think like having this fast tempo like they can do, you have double global, everyone can kill with anyone else. You can like offset that Visage can be kind of slow. Phoenix is not the fastest hero.
I also like the combo. I don't know if they're going to lane that together. Probably not. It's going to be Tusk plus Nature's Prophet. But throughout the whole game, you will have Bushwhack plus Sprout combination. So you have like guaranteed ways of using the Sprout. You don't need to Acorn immediately. And most of the mid laners are going to be banned out. Both teams are looking for that mid laner.
Yeah, let's see what is still in the pool.
Give me the Quap. Give me Quap for Extreme game.
Okay. Well, they will pick out a phase. They will pick out a phase.
They ban Puck.
Tundra does have the overall last pick, though. So is there something still in the pool that Extreme should be worried about if they do go for that Queen of Pain?
Could be some Viper.
I was thinking Viper, yeah.
If they want to commit for it.
Because Extreme should be playing on tempo. Like, they need to be ahead, and they should be with their heroes. But in my opinion, Nature's Prophet to DK, if you fall behind, or even like with some Phoenix teamfight, you're not that happy. And then maybe when you get Parasma, Revenant's Broachy, then you're fine again. So like, they want to be playing from ahead with Extreme, so I'm with Lacoste. I'm looking for like a fast hero, some Quap.
If they
maybe Pango. I don't know.
If they do pick Quap, I think the immediate response would be Ember. Okay.
Cardell.
All right. But Cardell Sharp Eye coming in hot.
I feel like you're...
I mean, they're having so much fun with it, and you can't not support it at this point.
It is one of his best heroes, and they have a good draft with it to like play on tempo. But I feel like if you're Tundra, you can just... You would be pretty happy with like a Pangolier. I think this matchup is not as bad as people think. Pango's innate has a 40% chance that your headshot actually doesn't proc.
Yeah.
He's one of the few heroes that can lane well into it. I mean, Storm and Earth Spirit are out. Those would have been my go-tos. You guys see anything else?
From mid, there's not much.
I feel like you need casual Wind Ranger coming out for Lorinov. I did play it before.
I was also thinking about the Wind Ranger. I just think it's such a bad hero.
That's also true.
But I was thinking the same thing. It's one of the few heroes that does well. They just go with the Ember anyway.
Disappointed.
This is.
I wanted to see something spicy.
I don't think that's a. I don't think that's good for Ember in lane.
Yeah,
maybe I'm wrong.
I kind of like the sniper pick.
Yeah.
I mean, it depended a lot on Tundra's last pick, because I feel like going the sniper is a bit risky. but I don't see this Ember be like, I don't think it's a great answer. I guess it's maybe not easy for him to die because the lockdown isn't that high.
Yeah, true.
Until there's like some Sprout leash talent.
Even then, Ember has
They
BKB.
are gonna break the curse.
I think they might. I think they might.
Oh my goodness.
1-4 after this series, because I
They're
like
back.
what they have. They have this global presence. They have XM on Sniper. They have strong lanes, Donald as well. We are getting. I think we're gonna get the dub finally.
I actually agree with you. All I can think is like this has got to be so annoying for Tundra to be. Their score's not too bad, and then they're playing.
Oh,
against
it's
Extreme.
1-3. It's not great either.
But it's not 0-4.
Sure.
Like they're still in contention, and Extreme is just like, well, fuck it, we're out. Like let's just pick this like crazy stuff that we want to play. Like XM's like, give me the sniper, and then Tundra just has to deal with this absolutely toxic lineup from Extreme. I think even if Tundra wins, it's going to be an annoying game for them to play.
You need to bring in the numbers. If you're making a move on side of Tundra, get ready to get hit by Donald. Get ready to like get sniped far away from Hoodwink, Sniper, Ame TPing in, some random ulti.
Maybe like 3C needs to do like some rotations like we've seen in some of the clips. He has to TP around, do some stuff. Because I think Tundra, they need to like be around even minute 15 or this game is really rough.
It's really hard.
I mean, this sounds very exciting. You guys are giving me hope. You know, I've had hope before for Extreme Gaming, but maybe this time around,
it could be real.
It could be real.
Ame's doing it.
The gloves are off for Extreme. For some reason, they've taken the gloves off all of a sudden.
I think also the preparation that they did against Team Spirit with that Dragonite definitely paid off because they kind of have already played against a similar draft before. So let's see if they can execute it this time around. Can Extreme get their first win on board? It's time for Game 3. Gentlemen, Game 3.
Hell yeah.
And a lot of stuff on the line really here for XG. They need to win.
They do.
If they don't win this, that's going to be it for them in this tournament, folks.
Very likely. And actually, yes, yeah. So they'd have to win this one.
They got to win this one.
I mean, XM, he busts out his sniper in this type of game, then he needs to go for the win. They have a very strong scaling lineup. If they can get to later stages, you can tell like the high ground defense is there, their global threat is there. It's a cool approach from XG. Tundra, they want to kick up the pace. They want to play fast. But they've got to play it clean. They do not want to bring the number. They need to bring the numbers because otherwise you're going to get outnumbered in a lot of the team fights. And let's see how they're going to execute. Again, going for the Lauren off Ember Spirit this time around. Some limited disables in particular, but not as easy as an Ember game as that last time by any means, because also that lane that he has to play versus at Nightfall will get the stun, and they should have PYW 33s here.
Yeah.
Another soul assumption.
All the time.
Money, money. I don't think they expected him to be there, though. It's pretty unexpected when you do see that, but it is Tundra, so 33 loves to play this way, where he joins in, even potentially sits as a tri-lane. I think he may actually stay up here to look for another kill. Saksa will attempt for a bit of a body block to get the creep wave under the tower. I think 33 stays top for another go. It looks like he is going to do so.
Let's see how ready they are for this.
We've seen him do this a lot. That's why I was kind of figuring he might actually try for it. Because overall their lane, it's a DK Phoenix. Sometimes the Phoenix can't provide the best stuff, but if they can get another kill, it would be massive.
Let's have a look.
Let's see what they go for. Gotta go for XXS. That's one soul assumption. Get the secondary one off. It's close, but he'll live.
Gotta land some spirit.
Can he get the third one? Can't quite.
Get the kill, but still pretty sad times there for XXS.
Absolutely.
Very low HP.
Yeah, they'll have to get a ton of regen to be able to reset, and he's still lingering down here. Or up here, sorry. Sox is doing weird creep manipulation bottom. They're just giving this a full free start for the DK. Tri-lanes are back on the menu, ladies and gentlemen.
With your off-laner and carry in the same one.
All right, he's going to leave now, but okay. Gets a decent chunk. I mean, they've hit level 2 already on the DK, so
Also, Visage soon to be getting that DK, or getting that level 2 as well. And yeah, they've got this kind of decent lane position for him too, and getting aggro on Ame immediately. 33 now. May have stepped a bit too far. Who's going to die first? It's 33.
Going down. Saxo will be able to bring down Ame with him, and at the same time, they do lose XXS top.
But Owen, he's got to walk. 33 did TP down there.
Oh, that is
so.
That's
a little awkward. Although he gets these kills, yeah, he's gonna have to walk all the way down. So he's gonna be level 1. So Saksa, he's dragging the creep wave though, so he's getting that XP for him.
We'll see that replay up top.
Yeah. Guess he just stepped up too far. Didn't expect the damage that comes out from the two of them there. Okay, creep waves will connect. Saksa actually gets trapped. That's an interesting start to the game. And also to point out, Tianming, I guess he saw Saksa having such success on the drinking buddies. He's like, I can do drinking buddies too. I can buff up Ame. I can buff up my Cardell, my sniper. Speaking of the sniper lane, it's going to be a very good one for him, right? XM, he's got this advantage lane. That's why we were a bit curious to see why Lornoff. I know it's one of his most comfortable heroes, but him choosing this matchup versus the sniper, it is a hard one. Let's see if they can secure the levels in particular for 33, because he has 2 CS on him.
Maybe time to make Sax to the core down there. You know what I mean?
I don't think you want to do that.
I guess not.
No.
So yeah, it's a couple of supports kind of chilling down there for now.
Yep.
33 is going to have to make quite the comeback.
And they've got a ton of regen to be able to keep Ame pushed up on health. And as they were mentioning on the panel, I like the little point that Jenkins was making. This Nature's Prophet pick can do some interesting stuff, as even if you do get Soul Assumption spammed, you're going to have teleport. You can just TP reset in some situations to just come back to the lane.
Yeah.
They're going to try for this side pull. It's a triple range creep, so Tundra really does not want to let them go for this, but Saksa take a bit of damage. Can he keep the range creep off of this pull?
I guess the good news for 33 is obviously that on the other side of the map, XXS is
also
he's having just as rough a time in this lane.
Absolutely. That is the trade-off that he went for with him starting in the top lane.
So just both off-laners. And I guess the question then is, out of these two off-laners, who is it less painful to have this such a start? You know, the Vistage or the Dawn getting slowed down early? Who does it kind of suck for more?
I feel like the Visage, to be honest with you. I feel like Dawn a lot of times can still just contribute a lot, just because your skills do. I mean, actually, they both do a ton of damage, so I don't know. Maybe it's kind of equivalent. Can't really say for certain which one is actually worse for. Visage, usually when he has a bit of a rough start, the game can be very slow, and you don't get that extra gold that you usually want to thrive off of, so maybe slightly worse for 33, but we'll see how it all ends up going down. XXS, he's got the stick. We'll be able to survive, but a commit from Whitemon does actually secure the kill.
Very nicely done there. Seen some good stuff from Whitemon on his Phoenix this tournament.
A lot of these Phoenixes in particular, right? We've seen some really good games on this hero. I've actually seen more and more people spamming him. Ame, he gets caught in the cogs. He gets drinking buddies out. Second Soul Assumption drops him down to 10 HP. The tangle that he had running actually saves him. They've got a salve to be able to reset too. That's probably why he also went for the drinking buddies playing versus the Clockwork. We used to see that one so much more in the past. Now we're going to be seeing it in a lot of these games. But yeah, mid lane, it's that big separation. 31-9 to the 22-1. Lornoff is going to be pushed to the jungle a bit here. XM, he's going to have a super solid start as the sniper. 33 again. Constant action down here.
Got the snowball in on towards him. They'll get him this time.
That was a nice attack range there from Tianming to get that connection onto 33.
Saxo, he's got to be careful.
He's sticking himself very low. He just doesn't want them to drag the creep wave. They continue just not wanting to let these pulls happen.
Whitemon's coming in with a rotation.
As 33s are spawning.
So thinking up top of Ame, there's the dive forward. Whitemon trying to do his best to rectify this bottom lane for Tundra. They'll be able to trap and kill Tianming likely.
They've got rotations.
I mean, it's Tianming with the snowball. He's got anything outside of it. He'll be able to pull himself to the side, tries to run with the Soul Assumption, will find him.
Trade kills they're trying for. 33 again getting caught.
He's gone. And that was as soon as he returns to the lane right, so he's out of the lane again without TP.
And Ame considering a TP to maybe look for Saksa, but can't quite find the angle. I feel like it's much worse for 33 now as it continues. His gold is good though.
It's still
that's the crazy
slow
thing.
Start for XXS,
it is,
but
I don't know. That's so many deaths now for him. I just think that this whole assumption kills just make it look so much better because of the gold he's able to acquire though. But maybe it isn't that bad. I mean, we'll have to see as it progresses. As again, XXS, he's getting ran down. It should happen.
A god
An interesting game.
Yes.
A very interesting start to
I feel like not often you see one where both offlaners are getting crushed as hard as they are. Mid lane.
Mid lane, XM.
Yeah, rotation comes in for Tianming to help out.
He was
punishing before he's level 6.
Look at his XP. Let's click on Lornoff really quickly here. Sorry, wrong one. Yeah, there you go.
Just that close.
Oh, 11 XP from grabbing it. He tried to get that last XP from the creep, but as you see, these denies, they do really start to add up. It's 15
It's the
denies
tower
on
gone.
XM.
Look at this,
It's a
7
full
minutes
tower.
in. This tower's going down. The XM sniper.
It's one of the best, if not the best, that we've seen. Him having a free start definitely proves to be very nice there for XG, as they have a very strong scaling lineup. Lornoff very shut down now at this point. Wisdom runes will be a 1-for-1 exchange. Saksa can't catch up to the
He's got to be careful, because XM's coming with rotation bottom.
Oh, 33. He could just be dead here. Shrapnels.
Uh-oh. He's going to be dead again. Even get the snowball out towards Saxa. Cogs are down, so it makes it a little awkward for them to chase this.
Oh, and they're getting towers really early. Another one falls.
2 tier 1, 7 minutes in. That's pretty unheard of in this patch run. We don't see, maybe 1, but 2 towers taking this early.
And they have Nature's Prophet, so they can continue to do that. As top, they're going to go for XXS again. He should be more than fine, but the tower is going to take a beating. It should survive, though, off of the push, as Lornoff is going to try to do creep-skipping mechanics onto the mid lane just to try to get some extra farm, since he can't just lane straight up versus that sniper, but they're stalking him right now. He'll be able to jump away as a remnant.
Whitemon's pretty deep. Hard to catch, though. Has the dive available.
They're buffing up XM.
He's trying to chase.
Can't quite get. Nightfall has to back away. He's low mana too. But he's gonna get pushed away from that hard camp. Ame. Sax is trying to go for him, but who's going for who now? Yes, Ame gets the trap.
Can't do this on his own, Saxa.
He'll farm the cogs. Get a couple extra one there. I mean, Ame's lane, it's pretty good, right? He's playing versus the Tundra Classic, where they try to shut down the carry with this Visage, and he's not shut down at all. He's actually top net worth. And it's actually 33 who's still struggling to find that XP. He's still 5. XXS has actually found the 6. So they try to kill him again. They have enough. He's pretty healthy. Lornoff's coming in. Nice
That's a beautiful change indeed, straight onto the 3 of them. The cogs will get thrown down, and they have the save.
Stolen Guardian.
They're turning it.
Oh, baby.
And now Arme's into the fight. They've found the 3 of them. They're going to get
losing
clean
everyone.
up like this. 33's trying to run. Assassinate's going to finish him off. They've got the control on a Nightfall. At this, it's going to be a team wipe by Extreme.
Man.
What a
XM.
fight. What
They
a
lose nobody.
turnaround. I mean, it starts sort of with this swing across from Lornoff. Gets what, this 3-man's chain set up. But then they're able to just back up that little bit, XXS, so we can get the Solar Guardian off to come back in and turn it around.
XM, beautiful snowball there from Tianming, and they just delete Lornoff in a heartbeat there. It's literally 5 heroes dropped for 0. You couldn't ask for a better start here for Extreme, with the lineup that scales very hard with this Nature's Prophet, with the sniper. 33, he's still not level 6.
5 deaths. I mean, he knows it. This is not his game, Fogged.
No. And again,
this is a rough one for 33.
Another tower, Owen. That's 3 claimed pre-10 minutes with this draft. Ooh, the snipe off the mark there from PYW. Might still have enough for Saksa. The Drinking Buddies damage.
They do.
They've got him.
XM.
He's off to
He's balling out of control.
Maelstrom's already done too for the Nature's Prophet. They get the global vision from that Dawn as well. I think they may have actually seen Whitemon walking in and placing this ward with that. I think this is even better than they could have asked for with this draft, because they are a draft that scales super hard, but they've gotten such a good start where they have this massive gold lead. Even the Dawnbreaker, who is shut down, is now in a pretty okay spot because the supports are very rich for them.
And I think we are seeing, just the difference between the Visage and the Dawn in just what you can do with this kind of slowed down early game run.
Because as a Visage, the problem is that you're incredibly fragile once you... If you fall behind in the early game, you're super fragile. Dawnbreaker, your stat game is super nice. If you have 56 strength, even at this point, even though you've been shut down in terms of gold, you're still very tanky. It takes some time to bring you down. This is a dream. It's so early to have this type of gold lead, and still level 5
and
on 33. And Sox is only level 4 too. These supports, we saw PYW, he's level 7. Birds are now online, so 33 will be able to start getting some recovery, but so much damage done, and it's constant global threat from the side of Extreme Gaming. If somebody shows, and if Tundra's not ready for the movement before it happens, they're gonna get outnumbered. TPing 1 by 1 could be disastrous if they're not really ready for it.
He's going to dodge this.
Oh my god.
Only just. Ame's been found. TP's coming back to try and help him. The Solar Guardian comes in. They're going to be able to save Arme. The Supernova's down.
Snowball.
The Snowball comes in to help dodge the Sleight of Fist. Lorinov, he's got to jump out with the Remnants. I mean, he's still sort of dancing around.
He's trying to finish off Ame, but he might... Okay, he'll be able to get out of it.
He's got the haste rune here to help him.
They can't finish Ame.
They can't. I mean, they find a chance with the three of them. They find a chance to get on top of him alone. They couldn't do it in time.
No, they still don't even... Look at the levels on Saksa. He's level 4 on this Clockwork, too. So that little bit... I mean, he's so under-leveled that his damage is quite pathetic on this Clockwork, too. They get there in time to save again. Tianming at the ready. They've got the Snowball. They've got Drinking Buddies. They've got the heal from the Dawn.
Lonornov's got to be careful. There's a lot of damage that XM can do during a punch-up.
Trying to bait the illusion or a slight. Set up again for Ame.
They really want Ame.
There's no Solar Guardian.
Yeah, and TP's, I think the situation might not be great.
They're coming back up in 15 seconds. Can they get on top of him, though? No, he sees them.
Yeah, he's aware.
Yeah, this is a dream start here for Extreme. Ame looking to have good timing and also making the move. Saksa still level 5.
Bushwhack. Not going to be there in time.
Connect. This time Saksa lives. But constant aggression that's coming out from them, and Solar Guardian, yeah, 30 seconds is going to be back up. And this overall is a game where Nightfall, he does not have those buffs, right? This is not one where he has the Chen, he has the Drinking Buddies. This is just a DK. This is an honest DK, we'll call it. It's just him that's going to be getting that damage. Well, Ame this time around and XM will be getting tons of different buffs from the Drinking Buddies and from the Solar Guardian to amp. A nice stack that Nightfall will be able to work on here.
Feels that he has to get involved much sooner this game, going for the Arm into Blink, rather than this Mask of Madness BKB progression that we're starting to see most carries prefer as the DK.
He's playing versus Sniper, so always having a Blink Dagger is way more valuable just to close the gap and get on top of him. Let's move bottom. They're wrapping around. They saw Whitemon. They want to get a bigger target.
Radiant
Scan comes out. We'll catch on to Nightfall, but he's got the Blink. He'll be able to reset away. Wisdom Rune could be one they look to contest. They're pinging it out. Tianming, he's charging in. They're bringing the squad. Lorinov even turning up. Tundra really don't want to give up this rune. For next year, they'll respect that. They'll back away. Saksa. He'd be able to disengage himself out of here. PYW's looking to catch him.
Nice to have him there, Ame.
He's got the Tusk, he's got Ame.
Ready to come over and get involved. An attempted hook shot to the side.
Lotus.
It's gonna save him.
He's gonna live.
All right, he's away.
Sneaky play, space made. Tons of space, and now they were trying to set up for XM. Can't quite find him in bottom. Mjolnir's finished up. Still XG with that gold lead, but Tundra getting some space on the map with these small movements. And looking to swing top to surround, but Saksa, he's been found this time around. Ame, TPs are coming in.
Ame's got backup though.
He does. Whitemon has to be careful.
He has to be very, very careful. He's got Nightfall coming in to help him out. They'll use the Supernova. Solar Guardian's coming out, the Snowball step, but Ame is very low. They'll be able to dodge the stun from the Supernova. The chains come out. This time Extreme, they went a little too deep. Tundra easily able to turn up around the tier 2 and clean up all 3 of them.
I guess Ame just really wanted to kill Saksa.
He wanted Saksa.
Super deep, but not worth it by any means as Tundra now have equalized things.
Yeah, that's quite the old school throw, that one.
Yep, and the Solar Guardian used too, so XXS, he delivers them an extra kill as well, trying to all bail Ame out of that dangerous position. Tundra, that
was rough.
They're fully back. And 33 now completely back as well too. His net worth's good and his levels are now good after that, those few moves.
He's making an incredible recovery.
Yeah.
You just got to think back at indeed how many times they were able to get him in that early
game. Is this
game.
a solo kill?
PYW. Oh, they got him.
They do. A solo kill there from Whitemon. Level 9 now on the support.
Top tower is under attack.
Huge moves in these last few months. I think they got, what, 5 sequence kills in a row? Because I think it was 14-5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and then they had like this 4K lead Extreme.
Yep.
It's gone now.
It's fully gone. Nightfall was able to farm the stack. He was able to get involved with the blink.
Are scanning.
And yeah, 33. He's back into a comfortable spot. Jump forward.
XM's here to cover him. Turns the stacks up, but the hook shot's there. Assassinate.
Just enough.
Just enough.
Oh, and a DD. XM is still having an insane performance. He is 8-0-3 as the sniper.
moving over towards Nightfall. Between the two of them, they can have a solid shot at this because of how much damage XM's going to be able to pump out.
Oh yeah, he's going down.
There we go. The controls there from Tian Ming. Ame joins for the fight as well.
Back
He'll
to
take
business.
the kill.
As long as they're not diving tier 2s, as we saw, they are very strong to be able to find these extra kills. They have so much damage and they're dropping. Oh, and there's no glyph. I guess they actually did use it in top, so XG trying to take advantage of that. It's an instant tower.
Dire's middle tower.
Right, this game is a treat. Just watch those 16-10, constant aggression from both sides. But Tundra they're trying to match it. It's just the question is, are they going to be able to scale? Even though I'm talking about 33 as he's made that recovery, it is a super strong scaling draft from XG, and XM just continue to have this pretty much free game on the sniper. The double Mjolnirs will be coming out soon.
Throughout it all, though, XXS still falling behind on the farm. This is not a very rich Dawnbreaker at all.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to do the route that he did the other day where he went just pretty much full about the team. I think it was him who went the Aghanims, the Vessel into Ags. Certain players have different approaches. I know we saw like Amar talking about how he always likes to scale as an offlaner. XXS, he's fine to take the back foot in some situations. But this time around, it doesn't look like he wants to. He wants to keep getting progression. As a smoke, Tundra. Looking to get the catch, and they probably want XM. If they can get that gold bounty from him, it would be nice, but it's not the easiest to go for. Solar Guardians at the ready. They have the snowball saves constantly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Atos is done now as well for PYW, so extra catch for Lorinov. Inching up. Dodges the Atos.
And it's over the Dragon Tail. Damage coming out for XM. Sax is out again with a hook shot. They managed to catch the sniper, but the backup's in with the Solar Guardian. They try and turn towards the egg. Can they kill it in time? They can. They'll be able to destroy the Supernova. Now they can turn and pick up some more kills as PYW and XM look towards Lorinov, but have a remnant back to safety.
The birds.
Look to kill up the familiars. Look, one of them.
Snipe.
Not enough to kill him.
Nice dodge. They got the connection onto XM, but he's got too much backup, Owen. Every time, the egg comes right on top of his face, but it ends up just being in a pretty decent scenario for them to just hit it.
It was close.
It was close,
The egg
though.
nearly popped successfully.
Nightfall. Wants to go for his Ancients, but those will be denied away there from Ame. That's a nice TP from Ame. Just like these, it's kind of risky in some type of way, but he steals away farm, and they're actually possessing the triangle as well, versus the DK, preventing him from getting that extra bit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Stone, now they're back up to this 3K lead. Double Mjolnirs at the ready. XM still yet to die. They have these two super carries in particular. Another catch, Saksa. They're gonna go for Ame.
TP's coming in. Got backup. He's able to get the sprout off Ame.
Is he gonna live? He's actually gonna survive?
They couldn't finish it.
40 HP. He just stands his ground and hits them. With the Mjolnir active, the static charge buff on him.
That's the boost of Bearing Recipe as well, getting sniped on the courier. 33's not going to have that.
Every little thing mattering there for Ame. Yeah, literally 40 HP that he's able to survive with. And he can join bottom now. They're looking for the aggressive move. 33.
They found him.
He's dead. Next M.
And Lorinov trying to jump him. But XM's just standing there and shooting him in the face.
And he's buffed up. Whitemon, he'll finish him
die,
off.
XM. But Ame's getting the cleanup.
Yep.
That's a lot of money. Who got the gold for that?
It's
killing
Whitemon.
XM is Whitemon. So he's going to get quite the boost up in gold.
Not the ideal. Of course, they want to be able to get it onto one of these cores. Phoenix, not the worst case scenario by any means. It's not like a Clockwork took the kill, but Ame. Is he going to be able to find Nightfall here? PYW's here to connect.
Just to keep him controlled into the pushback. It's another one for Ame. They're back on track with this lead now. Once again, XG. 7K advantage.
Great TP. Very aggressive plays from Ame, but yeah, high risk, high reward as he finds the catch there. And bottom tower, it's down to 400 HP. They can finish this one off. Ame is now huge. They have these like two super carries. So one of them is going to get that trade-off if the other one does go down, as it's Ame. 7, 2, and 11 getting very involved.
Yeah.
There's no Baroche.
With how far ahead they are, even if they get the jump on them. They're sure they got XM in the last one, but sometimes they don't even get the kill. No. And they're throwing everything they can at these cores, but they're just that far ahead. And next time round, next fight, one of them's going to have an Aegis.
And Ame has a BKB for the next fight too, so much harder for them to bring him down, as
pretty much
majority of their damage is magic damage. Yeah, Dragonlance also finished up. These items are going to make a big difference as well too for the side of XG at this point, because right now it's a bit greedy how they've gone for the Mjolnirs, but it's the standard build that you always want to have because it's just the best build you can do. And then once they start getting more defensive tools, that damage for Tundra is going to become more and more difficult. Nightfall, he's kind of sacrificed himself a bit to go for this Blink Dagger to try to help the team, but it's actually hurt him quite a bit.
It slowed down his farm a lot. Yeah, not being able to get the kind of Master Madness into BKB.
I don't blame him for it, though.
Sure.
With the way that the early game was going,
they had
things
to
are so
try for the chances of jumping XM and slowing down his game before he got out of control.
He still, I mean, he needs this Blink this game when he's playing versus the NP and the Sniper. But a smoke on smoke, XG, they have the Aegis advantage. They have this BKB, this massive Nature's Prophet. Can they catch the Dawn?
This is definitely the easier kill of the cause to go for. They'll get him.
Good move. And they should be able to get this tower off of it as well. That's the BKB for Nightfall.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Can probably connect to top. Oh, top tower's actually like one attack, so they can finish that one off.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And he does have his BKB finished. But as we said, it's an honest DK. The buffs, they won't be there. While this Sniper, this Nature's Prophet, they will constantly get buffed up. Ame looking to fight with this Aegis.
Yeah, he's straight in. I mean, he's got the rest of the team wrapping around to help him out. Got BKB as well. I mean, Tundra have to be careful how they dive this. Backup's coming in for Ame.
He's trying to go for the bait. Tormentor will be the choice from Tundra.
Oh, okay.
But XG's in the area.
See if they can take. Okay, they can take it pretty easily, but 33 is going to die for
and
this.
And they punch Nightfall. They get the connection.
They stopped the BKB TP.
That was... Okay.
I mean, I guess they got the Tormentor.
They did, but they're going to lose so much out of it.
Bad stuff was going to happen as soon as they finished it.
Oh, and he actually got the shard on Nightfall, which is probably one of the worst ones they could have gotten. I guess they already had it picked up on majority of the other ones, but... That does not feel worth it at all.
Yeah.
You take the Tormentor, but yeah, you give a huge influx of gold and XP to the enemy lineup.
And they can get back on with the push and maybe look towards the tier 2 top. So continuing to be on track, 23 minutes in.
I'm surprised
and on the verge taking their final tier 2 tower.
I'm actually so surprised that they just full committed for that. You know you're going to end up losing heroes. I guess they thought that Nightfall was going to be able to get the BKB TP out, but Tianming was very fast with the snowball punch play. Tier 2.
Going on back up, Tundra. Or enough. Tries to hold the tower alone.
He's got to be so careful how he does that. We'll back away.
Ame.
First Saksa.
He's found him. Saksa.
He'll have this.
Can't escape. Surely. Maybe he can.
Tower has fallen.
How does he keep getting out of these? Oh, he won't this time. Hoodwink's here.
There we go. So all the outer towers taken now. Tier 2s are gone for Tundra.
And they can keep things shoved in very easily with the Nature's Prophet, constantly spamming ult. And he's going down the build that we've seen to deal with the high armor heroes. The similar build pretty much every time on this NP. He's going Witchblade. He can eventually go for the Parasma and the eventual Revenant's Brooch if he does get to that point. It counters the DK completely. He's so farmed, Owen. 6,000 ahead.
Some of these games, Ame just does this.
He really does. And barely dies, too. Even though they're getting on top of him in multiple different scenarios, he's only got 2 deaths. And Tundra, the purpose of them having this type of draft, right, whenever they go for their Visage, is to try to shut down that safe laner. But with the way the whole thing started, it just... Yeah, it wasn't going to happen with 33 having that rough start. And they're smoked. They're looking for another play. They've got the Solar Guardian at the ready. How long still on the Aegis? Still 60 seconds. They're looking for Nightfall.
Ame's in.
Can't quite catch him. He actually gets the Sprout connection. That was pretty far.
Lauren off. He walks into this. They catch him with the root immediately. They need to try and save him. Hook shot forward. Can they bail him out? They can. They'll be able to get the kill onto Tianming. But the Solar Guardian comes in from XXS, gets the hammer down over towards 33. 33 buys some safety here with the Stone Form. But XXS, he's just waiting, standing on top of him. Lauren, he's been caught in the Sprout. He has to be very careful here how low he is. The Supernova will go off successfully, getting the stun over towards XXS.
Nightfall.
But it won't protect 33. 33's out.
Nightfall almost gets brought down too on the high ground, drops to like 200 HP, has to toggle.
Have to buy back here on Saxa as well.
Ooh. Guess he thought they were going to keep chasing forward for the kill there, but... Wasted buyback and an egg to try to defend the Visage ends up being used.
Saxa.
Get nothing really.
So trying to chase out here, but no way to really catch them in the mid.
Nightfall.
That's the BKB. He's going to try and turn towards Ame, but Ame's got his own BKB ready to pop. Saxa has caught XXS in the cogs. On top of them with the batteries, so XXS trying to drag his way out, but the chains are there. The pull him to the side, the snowball save. It comes in.
XM is peeping.
And Ame's getting in a position to also be able to lay down the damage. Whitemon's able to dive away just in time.
These shards.
They've caught Nightfall. He's gone for 50 seconds.
the constant aggression from XG. Tundra's just not ready to handle it. They're trying to look for the fight, but XG's still in the area. They're still healthy.
To the high ground they go.
Oh, I mean, they have got Glyph. They're going to have to use it.
Or enough.
They don't use it. They're going to, I guess, save it for the... They're scared of the continued push, but... That is a huge hit again from XG. Beautiful shards. Nightfall continuing to try to look for his access into the fights, but XG's just still healthy.
Yeah.
They were still just all in the area. They're playing these fights beautifully. XM is getting... He's getting to peep. Yeah, XXS, he's being the sacrifice, but that's his job this game.
He's got BKB, and he can go for the TP out. The damage, they
do.
So the damage will be there to take him down.
Pretty decent kill. But over and over again, it's him who's the sacrifice. He's tanking quite a bit of these spells, allowing his Nature's Prophet and his Sniper to stay in the backlines. XM still just has the one death.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasion.
And now he is going for the BKB. And
But
more
look,
buff
these
ups.
auras, yeah.
Yeah, they're starting to get more.
Got the Greaves and the Vlads now online for XG between the two supports.
After they already have the Solar Crest on Tianming on top of Drinking Buddy. So yeah, just looking to enable these two heavy right clickers more and more. Ame, he's hit 20. So Sprout, it has this leash now as well that Lorinov has to be cautious of. He does not have BKB.
Does he want to go for a Wisdom Rune still?
He's done it before in quite a bit of their games. But probably with how farmed he is, I don't think he wants to. Yeah. He's playing into the clock also, right? So if he does TP over there, has to be careful.
Be secure it.
TP?
He's thinking
right
about
on top
TPing
of
for
Phoenix.
Whitemon.
Whitemon, is he going to be able to get out of this?
He's
looking
leashed.
difficult.
Nowhere to run. Does he want to pop the A? Probably not. He'll accept his fate.
He needs to save Egg. He's dead for 50 seconds. XM looking for another kill. Ghost Scepter will protect Zoxa. Actually, just playing so fast, and we're seeing that global threat constantly putting the pressure onto Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing why some teams, they don't let Extreme have the chance to get that last pick sniper in a draft.
No, I mean, XM, he still just has literally a free game. He's been dominating. And honestly, as we said for Ame overall, when he's playing these normal carries, he just looks so much better. 9-2 and 16. He's having an excellent game on this Nature's Prophet again. Still continuing to be that top net worth by a huge margin. Starting to consider maybe tapping the high ground. And it's cool that Tianming has felt like he doesn't need the Blink Dagger this game, right? Since he's been able to go this Vlad to the Solar Crest. He's going to queue the Blink afterwards on the Tusk, but he's been able to get the saves even without it. So the wave's getting shoved in. Nightfall falling further and further behind. They've occupied... I feel like they've occupied this triangle for what feels like 10 minutes almost now on the side of XG. Just not allowing Tundra to get out here and get that extra bit of farm. And the economy game is really playing into their hands. 13k lead. And they always can join with the next two, right? These three can play as a unit. Nature's Prophet can farm elsewhere, and Dawn can farm elsewhere. This global strategy is... It's pretty beautiful. And it's tough for, usually when you're playing versus these type of global lineups, as, you know, in Tundra's position, you want to try to hunt the Dawn, right? Hunt the Nature's Prophet when they're on the other sides of the map, but all your lanes just constantly are getting shoved in, so it's tough to get out of the base. They're going to smoke to attempt to do so.
Who can they find? They're going to start making the move towards Ame's direction.
He's not squishy, though. They have to get the chain stun, or he could just get the BKB TP if they don't save the hook shot.
Maybe just trying to go into the jungle.
Hey, look at the lane position, though. Top lane starting to get pushed out from the Treants with the Mjolnir. The mid lane's getting pushed out from Illusions, and bottom is already reaching their tower.
They know this is going to be coming for them.
Yeah, look at the position. Ame in the safest place of the map. His TP's on cooldown 10 seconds. But XG, very well aware of this move.
Yeah, they're ready to smoke themselves. As XG.
Now they can potentially look for that fight, since they see these lanes. They're going to see the Remnant.
Yeah, ready to return with this Remnant.
They get the scan on the side. They know that Tundra's all here.
They're moving in. Tundra. Be careful. Ame, he teams in very aggressive. He gets caught by the hook shot. He's able to force out the cogs though quick enough as the BKB is now in play. Ame continue to keep his distance. XM looking towards 33. They're trying to dive for, get on top of XM. They've got the setup. The Supernova's going to be there, but it's
right in the middle of them.
Destroyed. They take it out instantly. Nightfall's trying for Ame, but the Solar Guardian's out from XXS. He's coming in with the heals. Turns in with the hammer. Ame survives. Double kill. As they cannot kill the Nature's Prophet.
Even with such an aggressive TP, they can't punish Ame.
33. He'll try for a TP. It's not making it out. They tried to go for a smoke mood Tundra.
And the leash. Again, Ame finds another target.
Laurenov, can he jump out in time? He can't. He's out of remnants. He's out of the game. Everybody dead on Tundra as Extreme. I think they've finally done it, Fog.
It feels like they absolutely have.
They might be able to win the series here today, and they needed to.
And what a way to start a fight. Ame TPing into 3 or 4 heroes, somehow is able to reset away, gets buffed up. The Solar Guardian is there. A beautiful approach, a 22,000 lead, and these towers are going to drop quick.
And Ame's basically got the gold to get the full Revenant's approach out now as well.
Even before the Revenants, he's been able to shred the DK. That's 2 sets at least.
XG. I mean, where was this XG and all the losses they have, Bob?
It's because they picked Jug. Oh,
I only did that twice.
No, just kidding. I don't know.
Yeah.
This seems, it really
when
does
they
feel
win,
like...
and the games that Ame wins as well, he just seems to be on another level.
He doesn't really die. Like this one, he still just has the 2 deaths, even though he's been TPing in incredibly aggressive. Yeah, I mean, they're setting him up for success, right? All these buff ups. He saw Nightfall have that fun game last time, right? He's like, okay, you want to play with buffs? I'll play with buffs as well. Give me them. Give me that drinking buddies. As Roche will fall. And Tundra. This is a humongous lead now for them. The Soxer tries to go for a steal.
Scout it out indeed, see if he can make a cheeky solo play. Wasn't to be.
The thing is, too, is XG's draft just, especially with this gold lead, of course, but their draft, it's such a good late game draft. It scales so hard. Tundra's is more about dictating pace of game, controlling and having a net worth lead. It never happened, literally ever in this game. I don't think even in the first 2 minutes or so, they never had a gold lead.
It was a very chaotic start and one that indeed did not end up benefiting them. As XG, they're ready to close this up.
Teams just seeming to be more and more prepared for the Visage. It's really feeling like. I feel like all the games I'm seeing with it, yes, it's getting some soul assumption kills, but I feel like teams just have the answer for this hero. As to the high ground, Aegis, the Revenant's Brooch,
That's a
Ame's
big
damage.
wrap around Tundra.
Ame's damage is going to be crazy. They have to kill him.
Who can they jump?
Who do you go for?
They're going to try for the supports. They'll get Tianming first. They'll look towards the tusk, see if they can take him out before we get the combo off. They only get him down to
He's
half
still alive.
HP. Tianming's out of get out with the snowball. Saxon a fall. Laurenov's trying to stand his ground. Ame Remnants over to the side. XM's BKB will soon come to end. He
They kill
focuses
the
the egg. Kill off the supernova. The buybacks are coming out from the supports, but they cannot save their cause.
They're
As
too far
Nightfall,
behind.
he's out for a minute. No buyback available on him. 33 are gone, also without buyback. Laurenov dead inside the base. GG is called. XG, they've finally done it. They've won a series, Fogged.
In a very nice fashion, too. This one was pretty dominant. The 2 games that they won in particular, very dominant performance, 40-15. They were the ones just running into every single one of the fights, and the 2 main carries in particular, Ame and XM, they died twice on the Nature's Prophet and once on the Sniper only. Beautiful way to just set up a perfect game for them, and begs the question of, do you ever want to give XM a last pick sniper in this type of game?
I think you can't. It's his hero.
It's his hero.
It's his hero. They will do it. You know, you saw the smiles when they were picking it, and it was like they already knew. They were like, look at this, these guys, they let us pick XM Sniper as a last pick. Well, good luck to them.
I mean, the game plan worked perfectly.
Yep.
And for Tundra, you can tell they're feeling the pain. 33 tried to do this type of movement where he starts top, but those deaths, it was just too many in the bottom lane. Yes, he was getting net worth, but his level 6 came out. I actually don't even remember when it was. It was past, like, what, the 10-minute mark or something like that? It was quite late that he was able to find that one. XG, they abused him. They abused pretty much just their global potential and their save potential in multiple different functions. And Ame, a couple of these times, lives with a fraction of HP and just gets huge cleanup kills. 963 GPM on him.
Yeah, crazy stuff from Ame. Really proving, you know, he's had some rough lows in some of the series, but the highs, they've been crazy.
They have been.
I mean, his profit performance here, the other day, the game when they won with the Luna, with the out, those wins, he's just really on another level. Like, he can be just that good when he gets a game. You know, the momentum behind him. Yeah, 14-2-19. Fantastic stuff from Extreme. They needed to win today to hold on and have a chance of getting through this group stage, and they got it. Extreme 2-1 against Tundra.
They actually did it. I am so happy for them. I know Tundra and Extreme are both now in a very rough position with 1 and 4, but my gosh, they finally did it. They broke the curse, Lacoste.
They did. This is like we're talking that they've been in 7 grand finals in a row, and finally they won a LAN tournament. No, they won a series in the second group stage, but they were so close so many times. And this time around, with another good-looking draft, another normal-looking draft from Extreme Gaming, it looked really good. I don't think this Ember Spirit was an answer to Sniper, as it showed. Like, you are giving XM pretty much his best hero in a very favorable matchup. The way this game started, also 33 getting a first blood, and it's one of the rare situations where he's unable to transition that extra gold from with his fast set, of course, and extra gold from the first blood to get anything done in the lane. They got completely shut down in the mid and in the safe lane.
Yeah, I think Extreme played really well around him doing that.
Yep.
Number one, XXS not dying to the rotation, but then sticking around for enough time that 33 also felt the need to stick around, and then he gets low HP, TP's bot, and then dies because they realize like he's used the TP. Let's go on him. This is a level 1 Visage, and they go on him and just completely devastates this game. I don't feel like. I mean, 33 had some comeback kills. Don't get me wrong. Like he did come back decently, but this is not what you see out of a 33 Visage performance. This is not what people are afraid of for this guy.
Definitely not. And 9 minutes in, this has to be one of the fastest team wipes that we've seen. They killed 5 heroes. Extreme Gaming, especially XM, his positioning as Sniper, he was peeping from the distance, and they have the sustain. Like, this is something that we talked about, having these multiple saves. We've seen it so many times. Also, like 11-minute fight that did happen shortly after, where they go on Ame, rest of Extreme Gaming, they're smoking the top part of the map. They still have the global presence, so they're going to be ready to jump in.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to TP in, save Ame with the snowball save, with the tag team, so he's going to live, and they're going to get a lot of kills out of it as well. I think Phoenix had a great game, but it's a difficult one. Like, you're playing into double Mjolnir, a lot of attack speed, quite a difficult game for him.
Echo Saber as well. Like, no, White Mon tried, but Extreme was just on point today, honestly. I think we have to give them some credit. Like, this is a weird format. It's the second group stage. I know it still feels like a group stage, but this is top 8. Like, we still have the top 8 teams in the world here.
Yeah.
Right? So Extreme has very tough competition, and they've been very close. Like, this might be one of the best teams in the world, and they've just gotten unlucky, or they figured out their drafts. I actually think they're really good at these tempo lineups. Whereas when they pick the Spectres and the Jugs and even the SS,
it's slow.
They slow down.
Really slow.
Yeah, they hold a defensive posture, and then you come to them. But when Ame's on Nature's Prophet, like, they're just constantly running at you. It feels like Prime, Liquid, or Gaiman, except with in the new meta.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the losses that we've seen them have are also somewhat draft related, I think, Lacoste, because play-wise, they're great.
For sure. Like, second game as well, they got ran over. A lot of the times you would see them try something different. It doesn't work out. They get stomped in like 30 minutes. But this time around, especially for game 3, they were well prepared. And I really like the itemization as well. PYW going for Road of Atos, which is pretty standard from position 4 Hoodwink. Then he buys Guardian Greaves. And they were also amping up the damage. Tian Ming going for the Solar Crest, Drinking Buddies, also having Vlad's early on, no blink. So they kind of took the page out of what Tundra did in game 2 with the Dragon Knight, and they buffed up Nature's Prophet this time around, or Sniper. It really depended on the
they had 2 carries. They had 2 carries that they could buff up, which is why I think they went for, like, a Hoodwink. You know, you want to go for the Gleipnir, right? But it's like, just get the Greaves, keep the Sniper alive. Maybe Nature's Prophet goes down, maybe Sniper goes down. The other one's going to carry you. They were so farmed.
Did we mention the way that the game started with the tri-lane against the Dawn? Trying to protect?
We talked about it.
Oh, my bad. I kind of wanted to talk about that again, because it did feel like Tundra, you know, they kind of knew what they wanted to do in the game. It just didn't. I don't know why it didn't work out. Was it just a bad day for them, or what?
I think it's definitely a bad day. We've seen 33 do this, and when it works out, it looks like some amazing new tech.
Yeah.
People are more aware nowadays, because you can show that once and you're going to be surprised pretty much, so it doesn't take you off guard.
I agree. I think XG played around him doing that very well. But I also think that some days you just, like, he was very close to getting the soul assumption in the tower, and then that looks like a good play. Like, it's just a high risk, high reward play, and the more that people are aware of it, the bigger the risk is, but it's the same reward. So I feel like 33 maybe got a little bit too big for his britches there, in a way.
Yeah, and it also means, by the way, this result means that, well, both teams are on the wrong type of match point. Does that make sense?
1 and 4.
Yeah, I just wanna quickly reveal to you guys who they're playing tomorrow, just because we have some time to do that. For Tundra, tomorrow they'll go up against Paravision, which is considered to be one of the stronger teams at the moment in this group stage. Although they were beaten yesterday. Was it yesterday?
Not an easy matchup, but I think we've been saying a lot that Tundra, they will come back, and we're still not seeing that. This is the team that Thierry crafts a lot, but I think in this one, they should be... I think I'm going to give even slight edge to Tundra in this one. I think Paravision showed some good Dota, but I think they also got slightly figured out what they're doing and how they're playing, because they were a big surprise. They're playing way better than anybody expected them.
And a match that could be match point for both teams, depending on today's results. Extreme tomorrow, their opponent will be Team Liquid.
That's a rough one for Extreme.
Or for Liquid. Because Extreme, we just saw Extreme break their curse, you know?
That's true. That's true. I do think, regardless, that'll be a really good series, because watching Liquid's 2-0 yesterday, they also look like they're back in a way. They figured out how to draft, how to play. Like, for instance, and this is not related to Liquid, but we're seeing the DK in the second phase looking very good. And I think Liquid has figured out, similarly with the heroes that they pick, like when to actually pick it to make it work and not just get like hard countered by entire drafts. And they look good. I think that's why they 2-0'd. It was a pretty big draft diff.
Yeah, we're Liquid 0 and 2 or 0 and 3?
They are now 1 and 3.
1 and 3 as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are amping up slowly. They're still getting used to playing with
very slowly
with the Saberlight. I think
El Saberlito.
El Saberlito, yeah, that's his new nickname. He did tweet the other day that he wants to change back his nickname.
But you can't, right? How long?
You can't.
I don't think you can.
BSJ has been Fart SJ for about 2 years now. That's the best bit that I've ever done because of Valve. Thank you, Valve. Don't never change that.
I mean, I think you can change it every I think.
No, they disabled it. Like, it just, you can't change it in game now for some reason. Yeah, like it's been disabled.
Really funny.
Since they did away with DPC. It's just not a thing anymore.
Oh, I'm very entertained by that. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, we are. By the way, we're trying. I find this one actually it's very sad. You know, for the past 4 days. You know, we've been preparing an interview. Every time it goes to Game 3, I have an interview prepared for both teams, so including Extreme.
They're probably fighting amongst each other.
No, they were not.
Who's going to do the interview?
We almost had tech issues, but it's fixed, so we're here! PYW and translator Jin, hello. Congratulations, first of all, both for Jin for getting the chance to translate, and for PYW, of course, for the series. Hello.
Thank you, Shiver. Hello to you too. 首先 ，PYW 恭喜你们终于能有机会采访到你们了，并且也恭喜你们2-1拿下了这个 Tundra 战队。
It wasn't a question. It was just a comment. It's all good. I want to know, PYW, what's going on? Because we've seen you guys getting so close every time in the last 4 days. The series, it goes to a Game 3. But then you can't get the win until today. What's happening behind the scenes that we are not aware of?
就 PYW 能不能给我们透露一下啊？就是幕后到底就是你们战队里面到底在发生一些什么样的一些事情呢？因为看到你们前几天就是每次都是就是1-1的时候，然后在第3场就看到你们经常就是差一点就能获胜，但是最终还是没有成功的就是取得你们所想要得到的胜利，就想问你们前4天，具体发生了一些什么事情呢？
就是队伍整体状态不太好吧，然后就输了很多不该输的局嘛，然后就会这种反复循环进入那种恶循环的那种情况了，就这种情况吧，也没有太多的那个。
It's just, it's mostly because I would say that the team overall is just currently not in a very, like positive kind of mental attitude right now, because we've lost too many matches that we should have won, and it's resulted in a kind of almost like a cyclical effect where we start to lose confidence in ourselves, and then we start to doubt in our game plan and all the strategies that we've prepared. So I think right now we're still trying to properly find our footing.
And speaking of all the strategies that you guys have prepared, we saw today, and also when you guys had the series against Team Spirit, in the first game of the day, it was so clear for us that there was such a very specific plan for the specific team that you were up against. I was wondering how that preparation comes to be, who has the strongest voice in preparing strategies like we've seen for those 2 game ones I mentioned.
就比方说今天的第一把，还有就是前几天你们打雪碧战队的时候的第一把，当时就是你们非常碾压性的获胜，而且可以看得出你们已经做好非常充分的功课，就是你们已经想好我们对战这个战队我们要用这个阵容，而且你们选出来之后，你们的执行能力也非常非常强，就是每一步都很明显知道每个人都知道要干一些什么事情。就想问你们在做这种策划和就是这种准备工作的方面的话，主要是由谁来带头的呢？
就是我们教练吧，教练带着我们先就是规划一下对面玩什么阵容啊，然后就是给我们大家一个挑选的方案吧，然后再有ME 吧，然后大家一起讨论一下，然后最终商量出一个方案出来，然后这把该怎么打吧。
I'll say the credit mostly goes to our coach. So what he would for each series is that he would sit us down. He would explain to us what are the main strategies and play styles that whichever team we're facing against mostly play, and then he would tell us a bunch of solutions, or rather a bunch of strategies that we can potentially employ against those teams, and then we as a team would choose sort of like which strategy would best suit us. And then I would say that once we've settled on a strategy in mind, then AME kind of takes over, and we would kind of play around him, where he would decide, which hero or which particular strategy that the team would form around, and then we would also practice around it to make sure that we are able to execute whichever strategy that we pick.
Awesome to hear. There's one question that I think you probably know is coming, because even though it's been a couple of days, I have to ask how certain carry heroes are worked into those strategies. And I'm aiming to talk about, for example, the Juggernaut that we saw a couple of days ago. How is it that Ame gets his hands on Juggernaut, even though it has proven a couple of times that it's not the greatest carry at the moment?
就是根据你刚才所形容的这个准备流程嘛，然后就这个主持人就想问关于萧瑟的主宰，因为主宰这个英雄呢，就是在之前几场当中也是证明了主宰这个英雄现在不热门的原因吧，就是也不算是一个版本非常强的一个英雄。那你们是为什么还会给萧瑟连续选2把的？
首先，这个英雄就我们训练赛其实练过嘛，就感觉还就是打特定阵容的时候还是挺好用的，因为我们胜率玩起来也还是挺高的。那比赛里面就会出一些突发的情况吧，就我们可能其他人的精神状态不太好吧，就没有打出那种就是很流畅的配合吧，导致那种很玩主宰那2局都输掉了吧，所以是这个原因吧。
I mean, Juggernaut is a hero that we've practiced a lot in scrims, and honestly, our scrim results have been pretty good. It's both like a pretty high win rate, and we feel like, as long as the roster, not the roster, as long as the draft kind of is built around Juggernaut, we can really enable the hero, and it does feel like a pretty strong hero. But just because we have seen some success with it in scrims doesn't translate to a success in the actual tournament games itself. Because when we're playing actual tournament matches, sometimes the nerves gets to us, sometimes the opponents just playing on a different level as well. So we just found ourselves not being able to execute that cleanly. We made a lot of mistakes during the game itself, and we pretty much lost the 2 Juggernaut games that way as well.
Well, I am looking forward then to seeing it in action when it does end up working out. I'm going to send both of you over to Kezu, who's going to ask some Dota-specific questions.
Hi Jin, hi PYW. I want to know what you take control of in the games. Like, do you take control of how to enable XXS or the other cores? Do you take control of how you and Tianming move in the early game? Do you take control of team fights? Like, what do you try to put your hands on in the game to make sure you control it?
首先 PYW 就是这里就问一些比较专业性的问题吧，就是想问你们队内的沟通是就是你具体负责哪一块，包括就是哪一些东西是由你来指挥的呢？就是比方说因为你作为4号位，你是比方说你会就是主要负责或者主要指挥如何保XXS 飞起来呢？还是你会比方说也会指导天命5号位来和你一起去，比方说击杀或者去做某一条线或者怎么样呢？就是你具体的参与度和指挥度是多少？
这东西就是我的工作就是保好XXS的线上吧，然后就是还有就是跟天命一起前面能联动到一块儿吧，打到一块儿。然后再有就是中期偶尔的开布和防守吧，这是主要的工作吧。其他的工作也是每个人大概有强势期的时候自己会说话的。
I mean, like you described, a lot of the I'll say my main role is to pretty much ensure that XSS does get the farm that he needs, does get the what's it called? Get the economy that he requires. Also, I would definitely try to combo with Tianming to try to make some smoke plays, make some ganks, and try to ensure that all our lanes are able to develop the way that is needed for the game. But I'll say that in terms of the control structure that you have described, it's more about whoever's heroes, because we all know our roles, we all know what we need to do. So whichever hero that is kind of like going through the power spike is pretty much the hero that gets to the player that gets to voice out, hey, I'm really strong right now. We can make a play with around my ultimate or something like that. So it really is dependent on the flow of the game.
Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. And just one quick follow-up. You guys banned Puck in the last phase, but you ended up picking Sniper. Is this because Storm was actually your first choice and you didn't want it to make obvious that you did want to pick Sniper?
就是你们最后一把，这是就问你们一个 VP 的问题，就是你们最后一把，当时你们把这个最后一手把帕克给 ban 掉了，然后最后选了一手狙击，然后当时是不是好像想卖一下，就是你们可能会选一个蓝猫，所以才把这个帕克给 ban 掉的呢？然后再相当于成一手狙击呢？
太多人说话了，然后就是办错了吧？那个名额其实是，对
，ban 错了。Okay. It was actually a mistake. So our mid actually wanted the puck, and then we accidentally banned the puck instead.
Wait,
so
for actually?
Had a whoopsie daisy over there.
Okay, wow. Okay, that's really funny. Well,
真的吗？是毛哥想要这个帕克吗？
全火枪是可以不用办帕克的，就是当时结论还没下好，太多人说话了吧，有点吵吧，可以点错了应该是。
Okay. Well, it wasn't really so much like a how should I describe this? It wasn't so much that XM wanted the puck. It was still like an undecided factor then. But we definitely like if we're gonna pick sniper, then we don't really need to ban the puck. But because the decision was still up in the air, I think the XM just said like, you know, just ban puck, whatever, and then we banned it. So after looking at the final roster, final draft, we kind of decided that, you know, sniper was the best option there.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's pretty funny. Shusha, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, both of you. Good luck in your series tomorrow, PYW, Shusha, and have a good day. Thank you. We're going to move forward. This was Series 1 of 4 best-of-3 series coming your way today. And our next one up, strap in, it's going to be Paravision versus Spirit.
It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high, I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, to the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you, I'm in heaven with you.
Who's that go walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. We're going up now. So keep it on the really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? We're going up now. And do what you do. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back. You're still watching DreamLeague Season 24. Those were the PogChamp Pandas. And yes, they are always that PogChampy and awesome. Thank you very much. And we've demoted Kezu and promoted Kevin. Hey, Kevin.
Take that, scum.
Yeah, now we have, I was going to back you. I was going to say now we have a real tech analyst, but you're just a sucky sucker,
Fine, he
aren't
just
you,
said
Kevin?
it. He said it. He knows what. He's just angry.
Yeah, I mean, I would be angry too if I was demoted. Let's be real. It happens sometimes. All right, so we still got Jenkins as well, of course.
Yeah, we don't
Can you guys stop talking?
Talking amongst each other is actually not very professional.
Yeah,
guys.
we should insult them like they insulted me.
I think that insults are very childish. Grow up!
Grow up, idiot!
I wasn't insulting you.
Anyway, back to the segment of Kevin.
I didn't start yet.
Okay. It hasn't started
Yeah, Kevin,
yet.
continue your whatever segment you were doing.
Jenkins and Kezu, if you could be quiet for just a couple of minutes, thank you. We will be moving towards our tech analyst, Purge, who's going to tell us interesting things about Paravision versus Spirit.
That's right. It's maybe slightly less about Paravision, but there's a hero that we've been not seeing at all this tournament. You know which one I'm talking about?
Dazzle.
Nope.
We've seen him. Weaver.
It's Naga Siren. We barely saw Naga Siren the entire tournament, despite it being the most contested hero in the entire tournament. It was picked like one time with like 1,000 bans. I would love to show you some other top picked in banned heroes. Look at that, 100% contested. That doesn't happen very often because the hero, that was kind of the case at TI as well. It got nerfed and it's still popular. That is until the last Paravision series that we saw yesterday, where they actually said, you know what, we're gonna finally let this through. And I assumed at some point some team would do this at the tournament. They'd say, we're gonna let this hero that everybody's banning through and we're gonna have solutions against it. And I wanna talk about those solutions because I thought it was interesting. Roll the clips, please. All right, check this out. They let them pick the Naga Siren, and they first picked Sand King, and they paired it with a Dark Willow, because what they get to do is bully the Naga Siren. Lots of magic damage, and they also have some solutions in case the Naga Siren goes on them. You can dodge the Ensnare using Sandstorm, you could dodge it using Shadow Realm, and also just give yourself an invulnerability state. And this just meant Naga Siren is just low HP for the vast majority of this laning stage. And by vast majority, I mean a very tiny portion of it. But immediately afterwards, they actually went for a kill on Pure, and against the Gyrocopter, they also had good advantages. When he's using Rocket Barrage, they can go Invis, they basically secured First Blood, and this got them a good laning stage. So despite their opponents getting this OP hero that everybody's ignoring, they set themselves up for a good laning stage. And even when they went on Dark Will, same thing. Shadow Realm, no Rocket Barrage, no follow-up damage. They pretty soundly won this laning stage, which was good for them. They ultimately lost this game, but this was that crazy Rapier comeback where they, by all means, should have won this game. Yeah. Game number 2, though, different. Here ends up getting a Shadow Fiend, which now can do AoE damage. So they still get the Naga Siren, but this time BetBoom was like, okay, we're gonna have a better solution. And Paravision still went for the same dual lane combo because they thought that it was gonna be great, right? But 9 Class goes a little bit crazy. He gets ran down afterwards, reeled in, and that raise and another Blood Grenade ends up being enough for BetBoom to finally get First Blood. So this is them now getting an advantage with that slight pivot. So this plan that Paravision had kind of ends up being ruined a little bit. They end up doing creep shenanigans after this one, and look how scared DM has to play. That's 6 minutes into the game. The reel in, the double raise, that's with a raindrop, by the way, and he's threatened to death. So I think this hero could become a fixture in this series. It's possible, but now we're going to know what Paravision thinks is the best heroes to deal with it. That dual lane combo, and how are they going to adjust to it? Maybe we'll see different heroes. Maybe we're just going to see the Naga band, but I think it's an interesting meta thing to keep an eye on for the upcoming series and the rest of the tournament.
For sure, but considering the results of the series and the fact that getting first in the group still gives points, right? There's a lot of pressure on that. Do we think they're going to let it through again? Or is it just safer to ban it for now, you know, and save it maybe for the playoffs when you maybe have a little bit more leeway?
I mean, you're safer off banning it, but what Kevin showed, I still kind of like the idea of the Sand King into the Naga. Like, Naga doesn't really do much to kind of pressure you. So maybe then if you want to do it again, you just need to look, like with what Purge was showing in the clip, that you need to take out the right cores and then still kind of own the Sand King. But I personally would just prefer to ban it. It just makes it easier.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot of things you can pair with it to win almost any counter. I guess I'm just speaking from anecdote. Anytime I've seen a team let it through, anytime I've let it through on my prestigious Fart Studios team, because it's like, oh, these NA teams can't play it. It's just regrets. It's just regrets because it requires so much to deal with that sometimes you're not getting what you want to draft. Now, the difference I think with Paravision is that 9 Class is one of the best Willows in the world. So maybe they're already looking to set up lanes where they can get these heroes anyway. Yeah. And so that's maybe why this is the only team that is really letting it through. That's at least my read on it. But they may regret doing that against this Team Spirit, depending on what Satanic can get his hands on.
Yeah, that is fair enough. We're going to find out anyway if they're going to have Naga Siren. Not for a little while, but we are going to focus our attention first on Paravision. This is a team that's been doing fantastic. Yesterday, the series you highlighted was the first series they lost. Now, they did lose it 0-2, even though, again, as we mentioned, that first game probably should have been a win and we should have had a game 3, but it didn't happen, so that's just the way Dota works sometimes. Comebacks do happen. But I do want to talk about why this team has been on top of their game this event so far. This is a team that is relatively new, Kazu, and if people are tuning in right now and they're like, hey, you know what? I've not really caught a lot of Paravision's games. Why are they so good? What are they doing?
So I think, first of all, teams have underestimated them. I don't know if they still will, because, like, oh, you know, Reddit hates Crystalis and many pro players, like, talk shit about some of these players. But when they put up this performance, you kind of just, you know, make the haters, like, shut up and eat their words. But in terms of what they're doing, I think they're all very high rank. So they're all playing a lot of pubs. They're playing good drafts. I think they have a lot of, like, clutch heroes. They're Razor, Monkey King. They flexed a lot of stuff. So I think overall they have good drafts, good gameplay, and I feel like they play very free. They're also, like, playing heroes other people's are not. Like, they have Dazzle off lane in some games, which, you know, other teams have done. They play a lot of Razor carry, which isn't what other teams do so much either. So I just think they have their own flair and maybe a honeymoon phase because there's a bit new. That would be my take.
I agree. I think that, you know who the lowest rated player in their team is?
No one?
It's no one.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
And he's high rank.
He's high rank. He's ranked like 90 something, but the rest of the guys are top 50, which in Europe, I mean, that's where everybody's playing, right? So that's basically world rank. So yeah, these guys are all very high rated. The guys that were not on the pro scene for a while, like, DM, he took a little bit of a break there. Like 9 Class, he unfortunately had to have a stand-in for Tundra at TI. Like these guys that were silent, like they were silently grinding. So if you were paying attention to the pubs, you would know that these players are very high skill. But if you're only watching competitive, you're like, who the hell are these guys? Like no one, what is it, like 2015?
No, I mean, they came pretty far at TI.
He did,
Come on.
but I think he surprised people there too. Where
Yes,
it's like, oh man, he's actually back in form. Like people expect him to be this washed mid laner,
which he's really not.
Which he's not.
No,
he's a monster. He's a monster. And the rest of them are higher ranked than him. So individually, this is just a crazy good team.
Yeah, how would you define team spirit going up against them, Kevin? I mean, we've seen the old team spirit, and then 3 players change, which is obviously quite a lot. They're still able to maintain their top form even with that shift.
Yeah, the biggest story of them this tournament is that they started a little bit slow and they've been getting better and better and better, which seems to be the case. Satanic is definitely giving Yutoro vibes, and he looks confidently like the anchor of the team. Their series yesterday against Waska, though, has me doubting that narrative a little bit because it was pretty sloppy. Like, they won it, but Waska played one of their better series in a while, and I think Team Spirit just played below average. It was just like a ton of fighting, which love to watch it. Great games, enjoyable, but it looked more like a little bit careless deaths here and there. Kind of like they just got excited to fight each other for whatever reason. They're still drafting really effectively, though. Muposhka seems to be on top of that, so they still have a lot of those great foundations, but I'm just gushing about them less than I was yesterday. That's all I wanted to say.
You know who this guy is?
No.
Francis Ngannou, and he's one of the best fighters of all time in the UFC. There's some legal issues and stuff going on, but he's a fighter of the person that he's fighting up against. Yeah. Actually, I'm thinking of Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury fought this guy. Anyway, my point is,
the wrong picture?
my point is, in competitive sports and competitive gaming, there are some teams that play to the skill of their opponents. For some reason.
Yeah.
Mental thing, maybe they feel like they can get away with more, depending on who they're playing against. Spirit might be that team. Every time that I feel like I've had doubts about this team, they just trick me. And then they own the series because they always make us doubt game 1 because they lose game 1.
They lost game 2 yesterday, I think. Was
That's
it?
true.
Yeah, look
But
at that.
that's more of the mind games, right? They're Tyson Furying this shit, not this guy.
Furying.
Right? Tyson Fury fought this guy and then almost lost. And they're like, well, you're the best heavyweight champion of all time. How'd you lose to this guy? He just started boxing. What are you, dumb?
Does Tyson Fury pick offlane Terrorblade?
Oh, it was off. I thought it was.
He probably
Satanic.
would. He probably would.
Oh,
He's
he
a
was
drunk
offlane.
Englishman.
Well, offlane Terrorblade, we've seen it this morning as well. Tundra really tried.
It's not good. So I understand, it was also against Doom in this game. That's like the idea from the pubs or whatever.
Yeah.
But just, if you want to build a pipe guy and someone who saves from Doom, pick freaking Centaur. Why do I have Terrorblade in my offlane?
I mean, he did a couple Sunder swaps.
Centaur's good.
Yeah, that's a really good hero. It's not
like high winner 8.
Like, people want to be hipster and cool, and I respect that about a lot of teams, but there's a limit. Like Francis Tigers.
No, it's Tyson Fury. I got the guy wrong. I just had a brain fart, but it's I don't think you need to be that hipster. I agree there are like flavor of the month type heroes, and you think pros are above it, or people really think they're below it. It's one or the other. It's the two extremes. And then you hear PYW be like, yeah, we misclicked.
That was a wrong bet.
And it's like, they're not perfect, Sometimes they get baited by trends. They misclick, they mispick heroes.
Yeah.
And then they have to pick a last pick sniper, and then it works out for them.
Yeah.
They make it work. See, that's the thing in life, Shiver. It's not about not making mistakes.
This is amazing.
It's about recovering from mistakes when you do make them.
Why is it directed at me?
Yes, Fever.
This is because, listen, you're young. I'm trying to teach you a lesson. I'm trying to teach you a life lesson.
Oh, yeah.
If you're out there and you make some mistakes in your life,
everybody does.
Just move. You just recover from it. That's all you got to do.
Just get back up.
Just get back up. Get knocked down like Tyson Fury. Actually, he gets wobbled a lot. He gets knocked out and then he gets up all the time and he wins the fight. So be like Tyson Fury.
I thought he was under investigation of some questionable stuff, didn't you
Wait,
say?
wait. Was he?
Oh,
No,
don't be like him. Don't be like him.
Not
guys.
like that. No.
Okay.
That was.
Okay.
There was some
We're
dispute
good.
going on, but it was not
All
that
right.
sort of thing.
Okay, we're
Just
good.
get your mind
then.
out of the gutter. Tyson Fury wouldn't. Well,
All right, I make mistakes.
might.
I'll accept it and I'll learn from it. Let's go with that. You know what? Team Spirit has made mistakes here and there, and they have learned from it because every series so far that they've played went the full distance. It went to a game 3, but they were always able to win that third game of the series. Paravision has a lot of data because of that to go off of, because there's so many games that Team Spirit has played that you can learn a lot.
Holy.
And I was not expecting to be talking about an
Purge.
opening Morphling.
Holy Hannah, Kevin Godek.
To be fair though, it's a satanic Morphling.
That's true.
I think this is the only Morphling people can get behind. One
Yep.
of the few.
And
Well,
bec-
I know, man.
and they got to pick it second, so there's no response. There's going to be no Doom response. They get to ban it out as
Ban
well.
the Doom. Yeah, or pick the Doom.
There is an off chance. Some teams have tried, or in pubs, many +4 players have tried the +4 fling as a support. I do think it is gonna be this. It's like here it should be the case where Spirit are very happy to play it carry, but if Pari like overcorrect and ruin their draft to ruin a carry morph, then maybe they can still pivot.
I think you're right, because think about Pugna in lane. You're getting so many stick charges. You just go to lane with stick 3 branches on morph down to low HP, stick, morph back to high HP, boom, infinite regen.
And you steal the Nedarinsky ward.
Yeah, that's
when you're level 6.
that actually sounds
not level 1.
That sounds not bad. That genuinely sounds not bad if the draft does end up getting countered here. I could totally see
It's
it.
probably Ducalis playing Pugna though, so he's not going to be the same lane as Morph.
If it's +4 morphling, it could be the same.
Yeah, I was thinking it for +4 morph.
Yeah, it's not going to be pause for Morph, surely.
It could be.
Surely, he says.
Well, they would be happier to have
Like-
it as a carry, and they will ban Doom, like you said.
I
but
mean,
there's a
they
chance.
might flex it, by all means. I just think we're going a little...
I think if you're first phasing a
Weird
hero in drafts right now, you have to be able to flex it. I think we've seen with DK that it just does not work if you can't flex it.
Are those actual marshmallows?
I'm hungry. It looks like actual marshmallows, huh?
Can we get some marshmallows? Computer, can you load in some marshmallows for us, please?
But anyhow, like you said, I think the Doom ban will most likely come out, because they will prefer to play Morph Carry, of course, as anyone would.
Yeah, I suppose picking Doom with this wouldn't be the absolute worst, since it's going to be... Pugna's going to be heal botting somebody, but the downside is that your lineup ends up being slow. Your ability to counter push, like both Morph and Doom need a little bit of time to get online, so that would be the other negative. So I just assume they ban it, but...
Most likely. Or they let them have it.
Why?
And I'm going to keep talking about the +4 Morphling, I'm sorry.
I mean, surely 9 class, of all people, is out here saying, take a +4 morph. Take a +4
Yeah,
morph,
I mean,
guys.
he said it in the interview he wanted to play it, but just being restricted.
But they will ban out the Doom. And they'll pick up Pango.
That's also pretty nice. They have played this hero a lot. Actually, I mean, both teams have played this hero a lot. And making sure that Pango is on your side, as opposed to Parivision, who can take it against the Morphling, kind of checks out. But now it depends on how well did you cover it. Because there's a lot of heroes that can make Pango's life not that easy. Like Storm Spirits or Orchid Buyers, heavy range, like right clickers.
I don't even dislike Pugna against Pango either, to be honest.
Yeah, the Liquid is kind of
Liquid
good.
used it the other day. I mean, obviously, Rolling Thunder disrupting what Pugna or whatever backline support is doing is not going to be fun for those heroes. But the fact that you can just be like, yeah, 2 of these passes are going to do 0 damage really nullifies a lot of that value. But
Monkey King into bat. Now, Monkey King is... Wait, it's no longer 100% win rate for
Yeah, they did
Paravision
lose.
since yesterday. But it is played by both No One and Christopher,
Right.
and both are exceptionally good at it.
I remember for C9 at TI, no one was picking Monkey King at this point, and they did not have much flex potential, and he would just take it into pretty much all the common mids, because it does dunk on all the spirits, pretty much. But I think, like, being on a team now, where he also has Crystallis, has really powered up this ability to draft Monkey early, because this is like a nightmarish mid to come out for most mid players.
Yeah.
So this is, if you're Team Spirit, you're really thinking, okay, Malik, enjoy your offlane Pango, which means Paravision could also move the Monkey to the Pango's lane, or they can get a carry that's even better for the game.
Even Batrider looks good here to me. It's going to be their initiator jump that they can layer with Monkey King stun, since Monkey's unknowingly always in the right area. You can also drag somebody deeper into the Nether Ward range too, to almost ensure that they're committed to taking that damage when they fight.
Yeah,
and then lasso into Monkey ulti too.
Yeah. Like, I think both teams are very happy with what they're getting. Like, Monkey King is by far my most feared hero if I had to play against Parivision. And it's good against Morph and also Pango when it comes to the laning stage. So we'll have to see, because I assume what Spirit want to do now, thank you for the marshmallows, is you want to try to make the Pango not go into the Monkey King's lane, which means you need to keep this pick open until the very, very end to then decide if your Pango's going mid or off lane. Because Parivision have to show, they have to show their hands first because they're first pick.
I think it's going to be Beastmaster. No, never mind. They venge. Let's see. Broodmother's still in the pool. I'm thinking some sort of summons guy for DM. They need some cheese right now.
Okay, not Lycan. There aren't that many summons you can play into Eng that nicely.
No.
What happened to heroes like Underlord? Like, Underlord used to be pretty good against Morph, but no one is really playing it.
That's a wonderful suggestion.
I guess Aura's got nerfed just enough.
Yeah, maybe.
That it felt less good or something.
Yeah, maybe.
I do think here it could work. I mean, they could also go for like the Batrider Darkseer and just try to counter the Morph by stealing an illusion of him.
Getting a Morph at home. And they'll go for their mid first.
I mean, they've been picking Earth Spirit a lot lately. For good reason. No one's Earth Spirit is excellent. He looks great. Good at laning. He's skanking side lanes. It's like if a carry's a little too pushed up in some lane, he will TP that lane and kill the carry, then walk back mid.
Yeah.
And he's itemizing very well too. A lot of spell amp and increasing his damage. You ate all three already? Oh my god.
I have. They're very good.
He is hungry. I keep forgetting that if you're first pick, that usually people will pick the mid here and then like cover it with the bans rather than like last picking their mid. I think it makes sense too. I mean, Earth Spirit will generally do fine against anything, barring like a Huskar or a Monkey King, which they already have.
But I feel like you put the Pango mid now, right? Just against the Earth Spirit. I mean, you don't crush an Earth Spirit. You both farm, but you can both like answer each other's movements, and you have the choice, if you can make it happen, to counterpick the safe lane Monkey King.
I agree. Really enjoying these marshmallows.
Yeah, me too.
It's a nice vanilla flavor to them.
Yeah, it's nice.
But I wish they were roasted.
So for Malik, in the off lane against a Monkey King, there's not... I mean, Enigma is...
banned, I think.
Oh,
no?
First face ban.
First face ban.
I mean, Beast would have been decent as well, but it's also banned. A lot of his heroes are actually countered by Monkey King.
Isn't Malik gonna be the one playing Pango, or you don't want to put Pango on the offlane if there's an Earth Spirit, you want to put it mid instead?
Yeah, I would prefer to dodge the Pango from the Monkey, because at least this way, like, you can get another counter matchup. Unless you feel like you have some 100-0 mid matchup against the Earth Spirit, which... I mean, unless you play Huskar, I don't think there are any.
Yeah, it's Huskar.
Visage will be the final ban coming out for Spirit.
That would have been good.
One more ban coming out for Paravision, so they ban out the Beastmaster already. You know what? Offlaner still in the pool that makes illusions.
Terrorblade!
Yay!
Let's go!
Broodmother.
And Broodmother makes little babies.
Broodmother Dazzle would be what's left for DM as options of heroes he's played already, at least.
The Huskar was a good ban, just in case.
Yeah, better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I like Brood and Dazzle as well.
Oh, a Tidehunter.
Oh, yeah, this was actually played a little bit at the start of the group stage.
It was.
People were picking Tide against Morphling.
Against Morph, yeah.
But only against Morph, basically.
Why against Morph?
So Anchor Smash reduces a percentage base of damage, so when you hit Morphling with it, who has high percentage base, it actually makes your laning not that bad. He doesn't necessarily out-damage you. So you can stabilize fine there. I mean, it makes their team fight good too. It looks okay. It's not like the best offlaner, but it should be fine here. And then he can buy whatever aura items he needs. If it could be a pipe, he could buy Vlad's for his team.
Maybe Viper? Maybe it makes your draft weird, but... Okay, so they'll just go with the Pango in the offlane. I mean, Storm can answer some of these heroes. I mean, it's very good against the... I mean, Is it that good even? I feel like Storm used to be incredibly good against Pugna, but nowadays I feel like it might just be the other way around because he pops Nether Ward and it's super hard to kill him.
Yeah. I mean, I will say there's very little lockdown on Paravision for Storm.
Yeah.
Like when Monkey King stun or like a Blink Lasso. The best thing is probably the Earth Spirit Silence. But even that, like all of these things are fairly projected, so I think a good Storm like Laurel can definitely run away with this game, which is why they last picked it. And it's good damage. They needed the damage.
Yeah, it's like a lot of committal stuns. Like you have to pop Ravage into Lasso and stuff, which means other people aren't dying. So yeah, a little bit hard to kill him, but they could itemize against him maybe somewhere.
Is the overall last pick Storm that should then do well in the mid lane and with the lack of lockdown on the side of Paravision? Is it good enough to put your Pango up against the Monkey King, which we said we didn't want?
I mean,
I would say no. I actually prefer Paravision's draft. I think Monkey Tide is like really good in teamfights together. You can like Ravage into ring. You have Bad to pull people in.
Back in, yeah, and kick people back in as well.
Yeah, like Monkey has a good matchup into Morph 101 as well. I think Spirit have impressed me a lot with their gameplay, so maybe they can let that shine. But in terms of strategy-wise, I think Paravision should be incredibly happy with this game.
But on the other side, even though Monkey is going to be doing better than Pango, Pango is one of the offlaners that's very solid at playing from behind by a little bit. Because you just need to hit 6, and then you can go somewhere and get a gank, or you can react to a dive that's somewhere happening, show up, do a Rolling Thunder, and have a good impact.
I do think the Lion turns that matchup a little bit too, where you're not going to get 4 Jingu stacks on Pango unless Lion has left for like a rune or stacking or something like that. Or basically, if they screw up. So yeah, I think Spirit has options, but I think Paravision's draft is way easier to execute.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen. Game 1 of this best of 3 coming your way with OD Pixel and Fog via the PogChamp Pandas.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to get stuck into the action in the second series of the day. It's going to be a beautiful one, that's for sure, here between Spirit and Paravision. We're going to see what goes on in terms of the wins, right? Well, Spirit, they've been winning everything so far, Fogged. Are they going to get tripped up today by Paravision?
And the question really is a first pick Satanic Morphling going to be able to do it? They've had so many picks to be able to prepare for it. A Paravision's draft, it looks strong. Tidehunter, a hero that's not picked too often, but versus Morph used to be a traditional. Miposhka, the heals, is it enough? He's alive.
He's going to live. And they might be able to get a first blood themselves, so they turn towards 9 class. 9 class.
He's going to live.
He's going to live.
Oh, back and forth we go.
Surely someone's not going to live. Okay, maybe try for DM.
The body blocks.
Alec.
Go.
Shield crash.
DM. He lives too.
Bill, nobody's dying.
Nobody's dying. Miposhka.
Not gonna die.
Yeah.
They'll get him now. Finally, Crystalis gets the first blood.
What the hell is going on? Satanic? I mean, they still give you another kill.
They can definitely still mess with him with the 3 of them here. He's going to opt to TP over to the tower.
All right, an interesting start to it all. 9 wand charges on the Morphling to start the lane. I don't think I've ever seen someone start with 9 wand charges. That's very fun. The post-cup.
Oh.
He'll be fine.
He's got to heal back up.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Just going to take that harassment. That means Satanic's going to be able to get a couple free CS. Okay, so the Tidehunter pick versus the Morphling. We used to see this quite a bit because you can play in the face of the Morph. You get the Anchor Smash in the later stages. It can be effective. And overall, I think they wanted to have this huge team fight on the side of Paravision. They love to have this in their drafts, where they just have huge wombo combo. It is absolutely there. Earth Spirit, Tide, Monkey King, and then they have ways to drag them back into those spells that the panel was talking about. So very interesting. And Spirit, they've gone for a bit of a different approach where they open with 2 of their cores right off the bat. And they do give Crystalis his Monkey King, one of his best heroes, and it's the Pango lane versus that Monkey. So we'll see how Malik in particular ends up doing up there, because that feels like a tough one.
Yeah, this mid, what did you make of this here? You know, these 2 top mid players bringing in the classics, the sort of spirits that we're seeing all the time. Dawn versus Earth here.
The thing is, things got weird though, because both heroes have 0 mana when they get to the lane, because they use like 5 static remnants and 4 kicks in
Bottom.
So, but Boska,
is he gonna live? He will.
Does.
I'll try and turn towards 9 class. 9 class is pretty low.
This is a As a really fun start to everything here. So Satanic overall in this lane, he should still be able to farm very nice as that Morphling, even though the Tide is going to be able to get stuff because he's very tanky and he's got this Anchor Smash versus him. This isn't a lane where Satanic should die, unless he literally just feeds.
Because you just constantly have loads of one charges, right?
Yeah, from both of them, right? I don't know if 9 class will actually go for Sticky or not, but this is not a lane where he should get taken out. So other things about itemization that they can go for is the Tidehunter can even go for Shard in this game. I know they were talking about how maybe there could be some disables that are not the best to catch maybe this Morph and Storm in some occasions. The Shard is very good versus both of them. Morph can kill it. He's one of the ones that, of course, has that fast attack speed to be able to bring it down, but at some points, it can't trip him up.
So far, mid CS is pretty even. I mean,
ooh, but look at 9 class. He's actually potentially going to go for a kill here on Laurel.
Yeah, no one with the body blocks. And Laurel, he's going to need some TP backup to come in, but even if that's there, getting him out might be difficult, as indeed Laurel will go down. Nothing to be done by Maposhka to try and help him out. Can't save him.
They get the courier on the retreat there, but 9 class, he's able to secure the double rune potentially also for the Earth Spirit. So not only getting the kill, but no one's going to be able to roll bottom and get that water rune. So a very heads-up play coming out from 9 class, because he knows his Tidehunter is not going to die, right? Tide is in a fine position. He can leave him alone in a lot of different situations here. Very heads-up move, and no one, the one to call for it. He's like, yo, look how low Laurel is. He walked on the river. So these lanes, overall, I would say Paravision should have a good advantage coming out of them. Even though Satanic is going to have free farm, they should have an advantage in the mid lane off of that kill, and an advantage in top because it's that Monkey King versus the Pango matchup.
Yeah, top is definitely going to get harder and harder for Malik to step up into.
That's a bit interesting to see that Rue actually skills Mana Drain. Just that he puts the point in immediately, because you usually want to have the double disables when you're playing versus Monkey King if you're playing this melee hero. Interesting to point that out, small things. I mean, this top lane is probably one of the hardest ones, it feels like, actually to play versus in this current meta if you are playing one of these melees that struggles versus Monkey King. Pugna 2 just dominates most of these lanes. So Rue, he's going to try his best just to attempt to secure some of Malik's CS here, but it's going to be a slow start for the Pango.
I mean, what's the plan? Can you start pulling the wave? Dragging it around?
Lion, not really the best one to do so is the problem. Maybe they'll have Malik do it once he gets boots, but yeah, it's going to be a sacked lane for them up top. And if Rue ever leaves this lane, that's where Malik can just quickly get brought down. So Rue, I feel like he actually has to stay up here. He'll get a side pull, so we'll reset the lane positioning to help Malik a bit. Yeah, it's going to be a hot start for those.
Yeah, and I guess the question is overall if you feel that Team Spirit will be able to kind of keep the game going 4 versus 5 whilst Satanic's in that period where, as the Morph, he is not going to want to get involved, at least until he gets kind of that second item done. Like, how hard is that going to be for Spirit to hold the game open as 4 versus 5?
It does feel quite difficult for sure. Monkey King or Spirit, these two heroes, we've seen what they can do in the early game. They're probably 2 of the strongest in the first 10 to 15 minutes in terms of how much they can move around the map, just naturally with their toolkit that they can put the pressure on these lanes. So could be difficult. But Satanic, you know, he's had these very explosive Morphling games, but this is one of those where they opened up with it. It would be quite a statement if they're able to actually win it when he does just open with that first pick. So
sure, because overall, when you do look at Paravision's lineup, you say to yourself, yeah, this is not a bad way to go when it comes to drafting against a team that's done a first pick morph.
No, sure, you can look and they'll be like, yeah, they'll be on a timer eventually. Sure, they don't want to take this to like the 60-minute mark, but they're going to be the ones dictating pace at all times. And Laurel,
they're finding pre-level 6, keep the Magnetize going. They will be able to stop the roll forward.
But too much damage.
But it won't save Lal indeed. The Magnetize continues. And they're able to punish a pre-6. Aim to be set up top. They get the chance to punish Malik, already of course having a rough lane.
The second Rue leaves.
Now they kill him.
Yep. As soon as the Lion makes a move, you can tell that there's going to be that type of move from Paravision, and they're going to double secure the runes as well. But Poshka actually takes it away, standing toe-to-toe versus no one. He'll put some pressure on him as well, but won't be able to go for a kill. As we see top. Malik, guess he maybe used one of the spells to secure a creep, and instantly they just make the aggressive move onto him.
Yeah, both on cooldown.
Yep. Yeah, DM can be left alone in that 1v1 versus the Morphling. Sure, it's not absolute free farm on this Tidehunter, but yeah, like you said, he's not going to be brought down in top.
Coming in with the TPs, but this time he's got a swashbuckle Malik.
He's in trouble here. Does he have backup of his team?
He's got the stun from Rue.
Nice knockback from 9 class again.
I mean, Lal's turned up. He's going to get caught by the Boundless. Ducalis, he will die. Paravision, yeah, already got what they came for. They don't mind losing a support here.
He'll have stacks on Laurel too to go back to after his lane's been a bit rough. He got a lot of attention onto him as Miposhka is also potentially going for this steal here. Does anyone have a TP?
No, he's going to get it.
Looks like he is. Is there a TP? No, there's none.
And there's no way to stop him from... well, okay, he doesn't have a TP on himself, actually.
So Pugna's going to connect over to can they kill? Do they have a blood grenade on the Pugna? No, they shouldn't be able. I'd be shocked if they kill Miposhka.
Just getting through that level 2 heal is pretty unlikely.
Yeah, not happening with these two. There's going to be a Batrider connecting. Maybe with the Batrider. It's Satanic now turning onto Ducalis. They'll get the kill themselves. Rotating no one. All right, with no one in 9 class, they should have Miposhka at the least. Satanic.
They're going to start playing around with him. He's going to have waveform back up in a second, Satanic. He's got plenty of strength to play with, but the Magnetize is there.
They should have him.
And the strength is not going to be enough for him. They're able to burst it down still and get the second kill. 9 class with the double.
Good rotations.
Is under attack.
Very early aggression as Paravision wants to play with this draft and waiting to see what the queue up is from Crystallis. I imagine it's going to be Diffuse this game since he's playing versus Storm and the Morphling. I was talking about yesterday how I saw like the Maelstrom build, especially from no one in that last game, and it just felt too greedy in almost all scenarios. I feel like Diffusal just is better in almost every single one of them. Not only just because of your Wukongs, but also it gives you solo kill potential. Like, you find a support, you Diffusal them, hit them 3 times, bam, they're probably just dead. So overall in most games, I think that Diffusal is just much better. As bottom, they're getting more and more aggressive.
They're in on top of him. They get the Boundless strike down. Satanic trying to get out of the Wukong's command. The Ravage will catch him. They're trying to bail him out and save him here. Team Spirit with the TPs, but Satanic, he'll go down once again. They'll lose Rue, and they'll almost certainly lose Malik as well, unless he's able to get through this Twin Gate in time. Have they got anything to stop it? Roll forward.
It catches
They'll
him.
catch him. They get the 3 of them.
Well, this game is going to accelerate quick.
Oh, it is. Paravision. I mean, they're speeding things up, and if this continues, Spirit, I don't think they'll be first picking a Morph against them again.
And not picking a Pango as well, too, and leaving the Monkey King, right? Like, giving Crystallis his Monkey King in one of these dream matchups versus kind of all 3 cores in a way. Right, 9 class, he's going to start throwing those tips
Well, that's true. The tip's coming out.
They're going to be so confident with the way that the early aggression's happening. Miposhka, he shows top. He's a free
he's
kill.
dead.
Holy moly, how fast going 2 to 11.
Wow.
And early game, talking about the draft more of Spirit, I think most of their damage, pretty much all their damage is going to come from the Storm Spirit this game because Malik's lane is so hard as this Pangolier, and the other ones just don't really contribute that much early on. So, Paravision dictating the pace beautifully there, taking an early tower. Top 2 net worth, Tidon are also in a good spot, and their supports are massive. 9 class in particular, he's going to have a blink in one of the earliest ones I think we might see on these bats. It's 1,500 gold already on him. Xiao Spirit looks to slow things down here because they are quite behind already at this first 10 minutes. A 4K lead. No one already has a Blade. Super farmed Earth Spirit. And he's been given protection for every single one of these runes. Sure, we show Miposhka deny away that regen rune in particular, but no one. He's ready to dive forward. Do they have Rolling Thunder yet? Not quite yet, even online for Malik. That feels like the only way to for Spirit. Once they've got the 6 on the Pango, they can start to look to fight back a bit versus Paravision. But without that Pango 6, feels like suicide for them to go forward. As both supports also take towers very fast on the side of Paravision. Didn't point this out, but 9 class, he did go for Arsonist this game. So on top of having Pugna Blast, these sticky napalms are going to bring these towers down super quick to continue this aggression. This tower's dead.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
And that's the Diffusal Blade finished up also for Crystallis. These timings are so fast, Owen. He's got the Diffusal pretty much as Malik has just hit 6 on the Pango.
Yeah.
Treads Corrosion.
It's a really slow game for Malik.
Yeah. And the Corrosion also super valuable since he's playing versus the Morphling, even versus the Enchantress. You gave Crystallis his literal best hero, right?
In a great matchup.
In a great matchup. So let's see, look how they try to slow things down a bit here. Rue's still not quite level 6. They want to get that Lion Burst at the least to be able to try to set something up. But so far, Paravision feels like they can make any move on the map at the moment, especially behind no one. He's got a point in silence now, too, to potentially gank the Storm and the Morph.
Dire are scanning.
Paravision. Now that someone's here in the jungle, if anything, this is just giving the information for Crystalis to not play too crazy around the tower.
Yeah, he's just playing. He's just killing the medium camp, killing the creeps that come into his tower. Now he's going to start inching forward a little, perhaps, but now he's going to wait for the cramp to respawn.
Yeah, he's just playing careful whilst they're off the map. Doesn't want to give Spirit the chance to get back into the game with a big pick-off.
Rue has hit 6 now, so they've got Finger online on top of the Rolling Thunder. See if they can find a core kill to attempt to slow down this progression.
They really want this Monkey King.
They got to find one of them, it feels like. Satanic is getting some space to farm, so is Laurel. They definitely want to try to get this kill to slow down the Monkey King, because he is quite massive right now.
Smoke time for Power Vision.
That's a blink done on the Bat Rider. It's 12 minutes in, Owen.
Things could speed up even more now.
Oh yeah, and they're coming top. Does Spirit have to bail out of here pretty soon? Crystal's just playing very careful, very cautious the way he's just hiding himself in the tree line there. Miposhka, can he get out of this one? They're even throwing, okay, he's dead. That in a situation where Enchantress can live. Way too much physical burst.
They can look to take this tier 1 tower if they want. I mean, they're starting to move into the triangle of Spirit, Power Vision.
Oh, and these timings are going to come so fast. No one almost has BKB on top of the Blade Mail. He's already got 2 components, and he's looking to go forward there. They see a stack. They can clear this one out on the side of Power Vision. Even a kickback.
That's a good kickback into the silence. He's going to let them step up and get the lasso.
Oh,
what a setup there from no one.
And he's perfectly fine. There's no way they can touch him, especially with the shield rune. He can just stand and watch them. I mean, with shield rune, there's no way to kill him. I think he can even just walk and taunt them under tier 2s.
Oh, he's going in. I mean, DM's there.
Deleted. Oh, and this game is out of control.
That's crazy.
No one is just completely dominating.
Yeah.
Making a statement. You know, yesterday he did have a pretty explosive performance on the Earth Spirit. They ended up losing that game.
Well, I was going to say, that's the thing, right? We did have this sort of Power Vision, maybe not at this level coming out in the series yesterday, but it was still a very dominant early game that they did let slip away from them.
They did, but this time around they have more of, like, I would say Crystalis on more of his comfort, because he was playing, I believe, the Bristleback in that game, if I remember correctly. Or which one was it?
I can't remember now. Was that maybe, I don't know.
I can't remember which tower it was. I actually don't remember which one it was.
Either way, they didn't close it 40 minutes in, and then there was a Gyro Rapier.
But they were versus a Magnus as well, too, as they should find no one this time around, playing too aggressive in the river. That river spot that everyone always ends up dying in, so a great kill, and Laurel does get the pickup. 1 kill to finally slow down some of that momentum. And that was before he gets the BKB, right? So a very good timing for them to get it after that shield rune wears off. DM. He still is just queuing up the auras. His top.
Crystalis.
Try for Miposhka again.
He loves to do these Wukong setups onto Miposhka, but this time Miposhka's got the answer.
A little over-aggressive. That's big. Wukong being used. They're able to disengage. Pretty solid. So DM, I'm wondering if he does accelerate to get a shard or not in his lineup. He's got the pipe and the Vlad's queued up, but it does feel like such a value shard game, especially with them having this type of aggressive lead. I think the shard could be very valuable if he wants to versus all 3 cores. But we'll see if he gets it.
Very hard to sort of push DM away right now. He can just step into the triangle like this.
Crystalis.
So they can fire with the smoke. Obviously, Satanic would be the big catch.
Especially if it's right before he gets the Manta. That would be huge if no one gets him here.
The senses he's down here, but the scan's been hit, so Satanic knows they're hunting for him. He'll TP out.
Great read. Mid tower starting to get poked. Pugna blasts from the side, down to about half HP. 3 to 14. Power Vision. Continuing to control most of the map. You can see how they're controlling especially the farm of the side of on Spirit's map, on Spirit's side, but Spirit is playing on the top side. They're drawing the lines though. You see 9 class at least very aware of the positioning right now of where the Spirit heroes are farming. Looks like they're just going to go for tower pressure themselves. As we said, the 2 supports, they take towers fast. So if you forget about your towers even for a second there, they will be able to grab him as Miposhka. This time he should have.
Yeah, this time he's not getting out. That's tier 2 on the bottom. Taking a beating here from Takalis and DM. Spirit just hoping that by getting the farm up, on their Storm, on their Morph, that they will get to a point where they'll be able to turn up and slow down Paravision.
It's going to be very slow, though. Malik, he's had to take the complete back foot, has to be this sacrifice since he's got a Storm and a Morph on his lineup. He's just going for the Blink route. He's got it finished. Smoke up from Paravision, Arcane Rune on no one, and he's got the BKB.
Well, they're going straight for them, Paravision.
He's got the Blink, as we said on the battle. The lasso's at the ready.
Are they ready for this?
Exceptional.
Excuse me. Oh, Laurel.
Again, immediately no one. Let's set up with the silence to get the lasso into the boundless strike. Lyle's gone.
And Rue, very likely to go down here as well.
Yeah, no way out for him.
Finding the perfect grabs. Satanic is getting farmed, but they're slowing down Laurel again. That's Malik.
He's got to roll. Get away from this.
Is he going to actually try?
Oh, he's
whoa. He's going for Ducalis. It's a bit crazy here.
Yeah, he can't get a kill here.
And he might have just put himself in a position to die.
I mean, the silence is in for no one. No one's still got the rest of that Arcane Rune going. He's laying this down with the Magnetized, and Dean Malik will get a shield crash and a swashbuckle off, but he will not live. Chrysalis at the same time kills off Meposhka.
Kills everywhere. Satanic, he'll try to turn for 9 class. Oh,
it's 8 HP. 9 class is gonna live.
Gets himself onto the low ground for the last attack. Oh, and there's triple salve that's gonna be passed over him too as well. So 9 class doesn't even have to go back if he doesn't want to. I mean, crazy aggression as we see.
Yeah, and they're trying to do something in return. I mean, Malik obviously had the option to just roll away.
Yeah.
But tried to stick around, ends up getting stuck, and then it's all a bit too awkward.
I mean, like, I'm surprised he actually tries to go for this Pugna, because it's not a squishy Pugna either. The hero just has ways to play around that Rolling Thunder nowadays. You can either decrep yourself, or you can just life drain if you even get a fraction of a second to go for it. And look at Ducalis' build. You don't see this too often, but a Ghost Scepter on the Pugna. So he's wanting to
save himself, save someone else.
Save the decrep for somebody else. Yep. Exactly. So very cool kind of approaches. Now another tier 2. They're looking to pressure.
That's a full pipe now. So now is when you might see the shard being picked up.
I actually was fine with him getting the shard before this, but he's going to queue it up right afterwards. As they have such a huge advantage. BKB now also for the Monkey King, so both of those main cores do have their defensive capability on top of DM having this aura. There's just not really much damage on the side of Team Spirit, especially now into this. Laurel.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna try. They got a chain stun this perfectly.
Right, everything down onto the Earth Spirit so they can get no one. They burst him low. They got him with a Hex. They'll take him out.
Nice play.
Satanic's ready to turn up as well to see if they can get some more out of this.
Collis actually gets himself up here.
So with the stun, I mean, should have the burst, but
he's just Ghost Scepter.
Satanic trying to pick his target. Looking towards DM. DM incredibly tanky.
Kong's being pumped.
Chrysalis is here, so Team Spirit, they get a good jump and a good kill. They can't get anything else.
They're executing the chain stun pretty nicely there, right? If there's any little type of... very dead. If there's any type of stop on the chain stun, they actually end up not getting that kill onto no one. So it's very nice that they're able to at least get that type of kill in the deficit that they're at.
It's a little bit of something.
It's a little something, yeah.
And again, Satanic's farm, it's still good. You know, the Morphling is not in a bad spot.
Laurel.
He's gone in on this. Trying to get 9 class, we'll get it.
Well, good kills. Good pickups when they're this far behind. Just seizing opportunities as soon as they split up.
And Chrysalis wants to chase because Lal's so low on mana, but Lal just enough to get away from the Monkey King.
Malik will be able to play himself out of this one, Brew.
Oh no.
He was thinking about it.
He definitely was thinking about diving the high ground there.
Not bad, all things considered.
They're holding on.
Holding on.
They are holding on.
Kills, allowing Satanic to almost get to that top net worth spot. With all this downtime, as he will also be able to find himself a Tormentor. Still need a lot more time. This Morphling's not in that bad of a position with how much pressure that they've been able to put. Does DM have the shard now? I believe he does, right? Yeah, so even more answers.
Brew. Set up on the mid.
Able to get it.
Scanning.
And Ducalis this time is in a position to maybe save no one. Because that's also been the case, right?
Yeah, he's been a little too far.
He's been a little too far away, and a couple of these times it's been like very close to them even barely finishing no one off. If they have Ducalis there, it's likely they just don't get that kill.
turn towards the top lane, take the tier 2.
Continue to try to control the game. Control the map. Roche is up for them as well, too, if they do want to go for some type of swing play toward the bottom lane and get kills into a Roche.
Spirit might be able to sneak the Roche.
They're making their way down already. I think they're probably expecting the way that Spirit is positioning themselves that the fight is going to go down here.
So Spirit's ready to tackle a fight head on.
He used the Manta. It's on cooldown for 25 seconds.
BKB on Storm, Lal. Malik's leading the way.
See if they can find the backline. No one again. They see him for a split second.
Falling Thunder comes in from Malik.
Trying to cut the trees.
He's in. But they're opening on towards 9 class. There's the follow-up from Lal. Straight away they go for the bat. 9 class. He's gone.
Huge damage. That Storm Shard.
The silence onto Malik, but they're off the mark with the slow. The stun also not going to connect. Malik gets the chance to jump back to the high ground with the swashbuckler. They turn and burst.
Get the Pugna.
The Ravage will come off. But is it going to be enough to allow Paravision to secure this fight? The Magnetize is bringing them low. Gets the silence here. No one pops the BKB. He's considering diving past the tier 3s here as Team Spirit have to back up with this Magnetize persisting. Malik will get to the fountain just in time. They'll be able to survive through it. A lot of damage, but not enough to quite kill them.
It's a 2-for-1 for a Spirit. That's pretty damn good in the position they're in. They're able to get these big jumps. Some spells being whiffed there from Paravision. The Boundless Strike catches nobody. That's a lot of ultis used.
It's a little bit of shakiness, and as I said,
definitely.
We saw Paravision with an explosive start yesterday, but they did let it slip away from them.
They can't be missing some of these spells, and now with these ults on cooldown, does Spirit look to punish? They're going to attempt to. They're smoking up. Bottle has the BKB still at the ready. There's no Ravage for 90 seconds. There is a Wukong's. That's the one that they do have to be afraid of, but no Magnetize and no Ravage at the moment.
So does he want to make this jump now?
Dire are scanning.
Getting the wraparound here, Spirit.
They don't want to go on DM.
And know that Paravision's up on this high ground.
Yeah, they have to see the two. They have to see one of the two supports at least. They want to know either where the Pugna is or the Bat is. Because if they don't see one of them, either they get jumped with the lasso, they get initiated on, or the Pugna's just going to save his buddies. This is heads up, making the move bottom. Do they have time to finish the rush? I think they will. They can kill it in 50 seconds. Does Malik have a TP as well? He doesn't for 3 seconds, but he can make his way down. Yeah, they're going to kill this. This is heads up from Spirit. And Satanic has now claimed the top net worth spot on.
I mean, he's kind of doing it, Satanic.
Kind of doing it.
This sort of lead that's very much stagnated for Paravision. One bad team fight.
Yeah, I feel like this Morphling
and then you could see the game being very much in an uh-oh sort of position for Paravision.
And now he's got an Aegis, right? So he's got that one, you know, Satanic can make that one little slip up now in this next scenario and still have that bailout. I feel like we're not quite yet at the 50-50% mark, but it's feeling like we're almost there where Spirit is in a pretty comfortable spot.
It's like if Paravision can take a big fight, then they're probably getting barracks. But if they lose a big fight,
then they're probably just going to lose the game.
They're probably not getting barracks for a long time, if at all. This is very much getting to that tipping point of the game. Paravision, they got this great lead, but they slowed down. Team Spirit able to make time and space for Satanic to get to where he is.
And he's the one that's the specialty one, right? He's one of those Morphling players that we've talked about multiple times where he's made it work. Had some other players definitely have difficulties, but this is one of them that's very strong. I mean, there definitely is other things to factor in, right? There still is this Anchor Smash, which is very strong versus him, as he does take the talent as well. On DM, he takes the 15-1 that reduces the damage. So they do have solutions, at least versus that single hard carry that is on the Morphling at this point. So
Dire's bottom tower is
they still do have at least one type of bailout. As if DM can sit on the Morph and just keep Anchor Smashing him, he literally hits for 0. It reduces you to, pretty much nothing.
Tower has fallen.
Malik does get spotted. Amp damage on no one.
Under attack.
He's got a Shiva's.
Are fortified.
They can probably get their push going again. They're going to also look up for kills on the side here with Crystallis.
Dire's bottom tower is
Gemma's in the area.
Radiant's top tower
Spirit
is
will back
under
away.
attack.
Not getting caught from the movements.
No one trying to find them, but
they're just getting away like multiple times, it feels like.
It's been a really nice mid-game here from Spirit. and how they've slowed things down and just really started to make this game very difficult for Paravision to sort of make the call on what to do next.
I mean, like you said, it's those tense moments. It really does feel like the tensest kind of moment in this game for Paravision. They can't slip up too much more. As we do see, Malik, he's going for... he has to do this because he's completely sacked as this offlaner, but he's queuing up the nullifier. So going for that debuff to remove from the decrep in particular, or just focus fire the Monkey King. That'll be cool. I think that'll be the first time I see a Pango going for a nullifier. Laurel, they've got the grab.
It's the last of the setup. Into the boundless. Look at the BKB and the pull lining off. He might just escape. He goes for the zip TP. He's out.
30 HP. Ends up being able to survive. Split second. No one will be able to find Brew in the back line. But Laurel, he does get himself away, but no BKB upcoming. And DM, he can do this. He can play like this for Satanic. You see those crits, they're pretty pathetic. 190 crit. One of the lower ones you'll see. It's DM, just if you get that anchor, it really does completely shut down the Morph's damage. And they do see Satanic up far forward with no BKB.
Trying to get the jump on him. In with the boundless, but he's already started to shift into the strength. He's got Malik watching from the side, ready to help out, waveform away. Paravision, they've got anything else to close the gap. They still have to Ravage if they feel it's good to drop, but into the Aegis, it's not very appealing, and now the backup comes in from Lal. They'll drop the Ravage now, onto the 3, the Boundless down onto Lal. Lal this time will fall, not able to zip away, and no one, he's ready to dive in, wants to try and get the Aegis out of Satanic, gets the kickback, they should be able to get the Aegis, going for a second attempt on him. I mean, are they going to try? The Hex is already out onto the Monkey King. They're going to try. They can do it a second time round. They are in on top of it with the silence. He's able to mount to the side, but they've got him caught with the leash. He's able to wave from away just in time, but he's ticking out. The Magnetize continues to get him and will get him just before he could crawl back to the fountain. Paravision.
They get the big
They
kills.
found the fight.
They found the kills. I mean, Laurel, he hand delivers himself. He jumps in. I don't think he expected maybe the Ravage to catch him, but immediately gets caught from it. That's the kills they needed to accelerate things
there
back
we
into
go.
a good spot. Massive kills, and now they can start poking. It's 70, well, it was 70 seconds, no more. It's 50. They should be able to get a Rax off this.
It was building up for them to have a solid chance to turn this Spirit, but that fight right there very much puts this win back on the table big time for Paravision as they're back on with the momentum that they were looking for earlier into the base.
And yeah, they should be able to finish off this Rax at least. 25 seconds, no Morphling. Laurel.
I think the last one, they want to try and turn it into more. Malik's going to come in with the Rolling Thunder. They're trying to fight this without Satanic. They'll get the kill against 9 class. The stun connected with Valness straight away. Chrysalis is in deep with the Wukongs. They've got to run, but Miposhka, he's barely struggling to get around this Wukongs. He cannot get away. Malik, he'll roll up, but they're in with the physical damage. He's out. It's Paravision, 11k up. They take the top set of barracks, and they're ready to move over to the mid.
They maybe can actually continue because they just used Rolling Thunder before their Morphling was alive. They actually tried to go for this fight before Satanic's up.
They needed to let that Rax go, folks.
Yep, they tried to take a fight without him, and now they're going to lose a secondary, maybe even a third set.
They're
Paravision.
crumbling after such sort of a carefully calculated build-up in that mid-game to get back up to the pace of Paravision. They let it all slip away like that, folks.
Very quickly. And Paravision also, the itemization is perfect from them. They've got the Shivas on the Earth Spirit, the Scotty on the Monkey King. So Satanic also, the heal reduction, it's all starting to add up. Now they're in a very comfortable spot that even if they slip up 2 or 3 times, they should be okay.
Get themselves a pretty big cushion to fall back on.
Yep.
With this sort of lead, and just all down to how well they committed and played that fight. You know, not holding back at all, even though it was in such an area and period of the game that a wrong move from Paravision would have cost them big time. They went all in on that play, and it paid off massively.
Yeah, they're huge now, and they've got all these heal negation items. I believe a Hex almost finished up for DM2, and 2 sets that are going to be constantly forced into the side of Spirit. Now Satanic really has his work cut out for him. He needs quite a bit more time to be able to match this because they have all these ways to answer him, and as we said, they're going to get even more because he really is the only problem now is Laurel. He shows up and just dies in an instant. He has to be careful without BKB.
Yeah.
No one. Full Octarine. Had 2 slip-ups this game, but afterwards now, been clean. And yeah, as you said, they have this blanket, this pillow coverage of 16,000 net worth, all these extra items as Satanic. He's the only threat, and they have so many answers for him after that.
Turning up to start working on the bottom now that their ults are back up. Paravision, DM ready with the Ravage.
Everything's at the ready. Satanic is showing himself bottom too, so they know there's no threat anywhere on any of these side lanes. As no one will be able to find another arcane rune. He's found himself the Paladin sword. Yeah, he's huge. Malik now does have this nullifier, but this is a pretty sad inventory for our Pango. They did throw him to the wolves this game. But I don't think I've ever seen this before. It looks funny.
Radiant are scanning.
And Laurel too, after those deaths, being slowed down massively. He doesn't have any extra progression. He's queuing up the Revenant's Brooch, but that's a pipe dream.
Yeah, they're trying to dream big.
Yep.
To get there, it's going to have to take some massive error from Paravision.
Yeah, now it's going to have to take at least 2 or 3 throws, it feels like, from Paravision after they get that huge connection. Spirit's going to smoke to try to catch him off guard here, but all of Paravision in the area. Roche. Bit of a short spawn. 50 more seconds.
Well, here we have it. Smoke on smoke. The scan's been hit. Paravision know exactly where Team Spirit are.
There's a full hex on DM.
No one's in. Straight away look with the balance to be able to burst through the line. Rue's gone. No buyback available on him now. They turn towards the second support. They get the kickback on Maposhka. Malik, he has to roll up and get away. He's stuck for a moment. BKB's out for no one. They're in on Satanic. Satanic himself has to BKB, get out of the Wukong's command. They're trying to chase Malik here, post-rolling thunder, and they'll get him with a boundless strike. They'll take him out. A TP out just in time from Maposhka will save him.
That's the Rolling Thunder used, though, and the BKB from Satanic. That's, I mean, how do they contest the last push now?
They're bringing the push in, and they've still got their spells ready. Paravision, the Ravage, it's still there for this high ground siege.
So is the Magnetize from no one. Satanic with no BKB. They could just jump him. Night Class will try. Get out of range there. That's the final attempt from Spirit to hold.
What have they got? Satanic, caught by the boundless, DM's in. As this is going to be easily for them, they just completely control the Morphling. He'll buy back, but Lyle has the BKB zip back to the fountain. He nearly does to the Magnetize. DM just battling on forward. They roll forward on towards Rue. Rue's gone. They're running out of buybacks, and the Boundless catches Satanic. GG is called. Paravision take game 1.
Tiny little slip up there. Spirit, they get the Roche, they get this Aegis, but afterwards they give up massive kills in Paravision. Yep. Exactly, back to business.
This is going to feel good for them, right? Because we did see a similar Paravision yesterday. They got that same sort of like fire behind them at the beginning, but they let the game slip away. The comeback came against them. This time round, they played that much more carefully when it is in the period of the game where there is the potential for Spirit to build up and turn things around. Paravision, they're very calculated with their move, and when they go for their move, it's a killer one.
Yeah, and even if a couple of them did make slip-ups, like a couple of these kills, Chrysalis did not. His Monkey King, it's flawless, 14-0-11. He was set up for success in this game. He was playing versus that Pango lane. He got to do pretty much whatever he wanted to as Spirit.
Yeah.
The first pick Morphling doesn't work this time around.
You feel overall after this game with what Spirit's experienced, even though they were able to slow things down in the mid, it's just not worth doing this in the draft.
No, they're not. It's like you're playing for the team to make mistakes, right? You're playing for Paravision to make massive mess-ups, which they did maybe 1 or 2, but overall afterwards, it was, those team fights you could say were pretty handed as Paravision kind of just smashes them afterwards. 34-8. This game, they had a huge kill advantage. As we said, started to sway a tiny little bit there, but overall, a very good game from Paravision.
Absolutely. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1, it's going to be Paravision. They take it. First game of this best of 3 against Team Spirit.
What a fun game to watch. We saw Paravision, of course, crush it in the early stages of the game. Little mistake, and Spirit is starting to win. Little mistake, Paravision is starting to win. But I think the key here is those mistakes were little, and that just proves how close these two teams were, how close this game was here, Kezu.
Honestly, both. I just really loved watching this game because, like you said, there's so much back and forth of what was happening. We did like the Paravision draft, and honestly, they played really well.
Oh, this fight was insane.
This was so high skill. Like what they did, we were all gushing in like the green room, like with what they were doing. Because I loved their entire early game, but Spirit, honestly, their mid game is also really, really strong.
I agree. I think that this game was determined pretty much entirely by fights. Like this was the point where it looked like Satanic was maybe going to do his thing and 1v5 the game, but it looked like every hero on Paravision was controlled by the same guy. Some like AI where everybody. It's like this synergy that they have in just slowly knocking Satanic back and kiting him. Like everybody used their ability at just the right moment to waste his time. Nobody like did two abilities, knocking him back or stunning him at the same time. Because I think if they didn't do that, chain it perfectly, he survives. Even near the end there, he waveformed away.
Like that
almost made it.
That fight is insane. Like they're in the base. There's barely any other teams that will chase you like that. Like through the gate in the base, through your tier 3 tower to like then kill you this close to your fountain. Like you can nearly throw the game there.
One spell, you miss one spell, and he gets to the fountain. They were literally at the fountain. Like it doesn't get closer than that, and they needed it too because that was an Aegis fight.
And this Monkey King performance by Crystallis, borderline insane.
I mean, so Crystallis, when he first started gaining people's eyeballs, basically, it was because he was spamming Monkey King. A lot of people start out as a hero spammer, and Crystallis was no different. He spammed Monkey King, and he was top 10 EU Monkey King. Other heroes at that point, maybe not that much, but his Monkey King was always the one hero that people would ban out against him. And to be honest, with the way he plays it, and then we know they can also flex it to no one, I wouldn't be surprised if we see people attempting to first phase ban it. We also know that Paravision does pick it up first phase. We saw that yesterday. I don't know. It's looking too good.
You gotta do something, because this Monkey King it's nasty. It's like Amar Timber, Crystallis Monkey King. It's like same level of absurdity.
I agree. It's weird to draft against this team. As a tier 1 professional coach, wouldn't you say that this is...
You talking about yourself?
No, I'm the captain of Fart Studios, tier 1 team, right? You're the coach of tier 1 team OG. Isn't it hard to draft against a team that like nobody else is able to first phase a Monkey King, but because they have Grandmaster flexes, you all of a sudden have to account for this and also the current meta?
I think it's annoying because we also saw it yesterday from like Falcons. They played against, I think it was Extreme who picked Monkey King from second pick, which also, it just felt hard to draft against. But for Spirit, it's not just that. They did also start with this Morphling, which I feel like next game we will not see again. At least not like this.
The first pick Morphling,
only if it can be pause 4 fling.
Exactly.
Only then.
Yeah, but that was never gonna happen, guys.
I don't think
that was gonna happen. There's a chance.
What was that?
It could have happened.
That was a good imitation.
I have to listen on the panel. You have to listen on it here. +4 Morphling. It's real, Shiver.
Oh no. Not until I've seen it, okay? Then it's not real. And I would also think that it would still not be good for first phase. What's wrong with you?
We're just having a good time. We're just having a good time.
He really wants the Morph to be picked. It's dog shit. It's not going to get picked. There's a reason nobody's been playing it. Probably don't first phase your carry. DK, that we saw Spirit try this. We've seen other teams try it. First phasing your carry just does not seem to be a good trajectory on this patch. Unless it's Alchemist, your second pick, and then you can also get the Doom out of phase.
I will say, we're talking a lot about the draft right now, but I do think this game, was it really that draft related? When we look back, it was just such high execution coming out from Paravision. I think against another team, Spirit's draft would have been fine.
So I do think it is heavily related to draft, but Paravision also played really damn good. How they were rotating like through the gate, smoking around, then going here, building good items like the Orb of Corrosion to Diffusal. No one who had an insane game as well. Like I can't really point at anything that they didn't do well.
No, I agree. He did amazing. He was controlling the game in the early game. Crystallis, Monkey King looked amazing. I don't know what it is with this guy that he did to make the whole internet think that he's shit.
I don't know.
I don't understand. But I also feel like in the game, I'm watching and it's like, yeah, he's doing pretty good. And then he's 14-0. Like he just does this like, he's like Mickey. He just does this like under the radar type carry thing where he's just consistently good, consistently has these like no crazy flashy plays, but all of the plays are generally good, but no rampages or anything like that coming out.
He keeps it like just below the radar, so no one pays attention.
He's trying not to be targeted.
Like a submarine. He's like a submarine under the ocean. You go, where are the submarines
under the
at?
ocean?
Where's those subs? Why are you putting them under the water? You know?
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see him a little bit more targeted in our next game because we have seen Spirit always, so far, always come back off a game deficit. There's a lot to improve on for this first game, or at least there is something to improve on. We're going to find out. Before we get to the second game, though, we're first going to check in with Purge, who has his Kitty award of the game.
Thanks, Cheever. Yeah, for the Kadia award of the game, what mattered was closing the game out, basically, because Paravision was so far ahead at multiple stages of the game, but they needed to use that net worth in a way that gets crucial kills. And they finally succeeded with this ward. They spotted the Morphling, they saw where he was going, and that allowed them to collapse on him with their whole team, which they'd been looking for this opportunity. Keep in mind, Monkey King had died 0 times this game, Tide died 0 times this game, so you think it would be simple to end the game, but you have to kill this carry to ensure that you can go high ground and actually hit buildings, because their high ground potential was quite strong. And he's very survivable here. He had Aegis as well, but that vision was important to finally get the kill.
That is the ward.
It was the ward for that moment. I mean, there was tons of Radiant wards that were spotting Paravision trying to do this, that were protecting them effectively, but that was the one that finally got a hold of Morphling and allowed them to open the game up, or close the game out.
Because we also said that the first half of the game, or first 15 minutes of the game, was very heavy favored for Paravision.
Yeah, like insanely far ahead.
Yeah, so they were just able to bring it back. Good vision allows you to do that.
Yes.
Place wards. That's what you got to do at home as well. They're free, by the way. Very good. Any chance we're going to get a Monkey King ward at some point? Yeah, obviously scouts things out on the trees.
Like, like his vision provides...
His vision. I know people have been trying the Pugna, the Juggernaut healing ward. I don't know what other
I think
wards.
a lot of times I don't think about that, because if it's a pause for Monkey King, then he's like watching you, you know, like waiting to pounce. But if it's a carry, as soon as he sees someone, he's like, I'm going to kill you. And he jumps on you, and it doesn't feel like a ward. It's like a trap, a surprise.
That's fair. That's fair. Maybe another time if the Monkey King gets flexed. Who knows if we're going to see even a Monkey King in game number 2, because to be honest, looked pretty darn good in that game 1. If you want to know what happens in game 2, you better stick around.
I don't know what we're fighting for. Susanna, I can't take this anymore. Susanna, oh baby, you got me. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do it now, baby. Do it now, baby. Get out and just do it, do it. Do it now, baby.
Hey there, you're still watching DreamLeague Season 24, and we're getting ready for our upcoming game number 2, Paravision and Spirit. They just played their first game. Paravision took it. It was a super fun game to watch. We're hoping for at least another one of those. So far, Team Spirit, every time they have been able to force a Game 3 to every series, and also they've been able to win every third game. They've been doing fantastic. They have been undefeated in series in this group stage. Paravision was undefeated until yesterday, and it looked like that might have caused them to be a little bit more ferocious today. But this time around in Game 2, they cannot do it with the Monkey King anymore. Purge is banned.
Yeah, they're going to have to go with something different, unfortunately. But they do have other good flex slots. I think Pango was quite successful for them as well. As a potential flex hero, Sing King's gone too, so that's the most obvious one, I think. Or they can just pick Tanner Enchantress on their side for Paravision, and that's going to be comfortable for them for their support position.
Okay, so I like the approach that Spirit is at least trying to do, which is by both banning and picking this Pango, which is basically removing all of the most important and most flexible cores that Pari have played so far. It's not always like a winning strategy, because of course pro players can play more than a couple of heroes. But I think it's a good start.
It is a great start. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just baffled by the development we're seeing in this series in terms of bans, because we've so many, like the Morphling also got first phase banned, right? And then the Razor is another ban.
And SF, and SF, to a
SF
degree.
got banned also, yeah.
You're right.
So which heroes make it through that I'm forgetting right now?
Doom,
A lot of the
Clockwork,
offlaners. It's the offlaners,
Doom.
yeah.
Yeah, Doom, Alk, the Clock, Tusk.
Yeah.
Every single range support, I guess, other than the Mr. Pugna.
Yeah, Shadow Demon still in the pool.
SD is the most surprising one. I think that hero got even better after last patch.
Really? Why? He did get nerfed. They were small, but...
They were small nerfs. I mean, one reason is like pub related, and it's that Ringmaster's thing is disabled by the ult now. And I also just don't feel like the nerfs were that important. And then also in the offlings and heroes that like to take stacks, and so the value of SD went up. And all the save items that are popular, which 4-Staff Glimmer, which are made more popular because Greaves and Pipe got nerfed. The things that you can't dispel. Now SD is even stronger.
The one counter to that is Solar Crest also got nerfed, so SD's counter to that best item in the game is lessened.
Yeah.
But everything else you said makes sense, yeah.
Okay, I mean, Pari... I wonder which cores they want to kind of go for. I don't know if they've played much Primal Beast, but that is generally one of the pretty nice answers when it comes to Pangolier. I mean, they could be looking at an Alk themselves. I think Chen Alk is incredibly strong, and Pangolier can kind of suffer into Alk, because even if you perma roll on him, well, you're not going to kill him, because he has too much HP regen. And Pari could look to like ban a Doom and take it themselves, or look for something else, but Alk is something I would have in mind, at least for now. Holy babe, Jenkins, is that you?
One of our pandas not happy with the situation in the office.
The shape that the way it's standing is very disconcerting to me. Very hunched.
Oh yeah, Beastmaster Earth Spirit now out.
Yeah, Earth Spirit's just the hero that no one's been kind of styling on every single game, so it makes sense to ban it in that phase, because they are going to pick it in this phase otherwise. Most teams have learned, like, if Earth Spirit's in the pool and you're picking your mid, it always gets banned last phase, so you got to take it in the mid here.
So both Alk and Doom are still in the pool.
Yep.
I don't think Spirit wants to take both right now. They could
10 seconds remaining.
They could Doom and then pick a support and then get the Alk later.
Why would they want to Doom? They got the Pango, but then they have to put the... I guess they can put the Pango mid.
Well, Satanic has not played Alk so far. I'm just looking at the meta of the previous series that we've seen.
It would also kind of ruin their lanes, right? If they picked Alk, Doom, Pango as their first three, you know where they're going.
Oh yeah, no, you don't do that. You pick Doom because it blocks the Alk pick. So you pick Doom and then +1.
Yeah, they're either going double sub or they need to Doom with 1 sub. But here it's up to them because it feels like if you pick Doom, it's kind of because you're forced to do it, not because you actually want to, because then you're insta showing where your Pango and Doom are going as well. So maybe they will just go with the double sub, which could be Clock and like a range support, like Hoodwink.
Clock and Hoodwink is what I'm thinking as well.
Or to maybe the other if they want to go that way.
Even that hero I've seen Miposhka play in pubs. Like they're one of the only teams that flex the Hoodwink to 4 and 5. With the Muerta, you were saying they could be one of the teams that flex it 4 and 5. Which no one else has done, so it could help them. Ooh.
Hey, your flip-flops! The
They're here.
inspiration! I mean, pantoffles or slippers.
Well, it gives them some good counter push, which is something they were lacking before this. Keep in mind, there was that Parry Vision game against Team Liquid where they kind of just ended the game super early with all of the Chen skeletons. Jakiro actually has some solution against that to defend towers. So that could be one thing. And also, attack speed slow from Jakiro, especially if he goes red past it against a Tusk. Like, there's going to be some right clicker that amplifies, or that is amplified by that. So there's some damage mitigation there too. But this feels a little surprising to me that they've picked this hero.
Yeah, how do you play it? Is it 4?
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I assumed it was 5, but you're right.
But then the clockwork, I mean, so far, I mean, we keep talking about the Pango being a flex, but more often than not, it has been Malik playing the Pango. Pango and Jakiro doesn't sound like a terrible lane to me.
I mean, it could also be Jakiro 3 or 2. Like, there is weird flex potential here.
It's possible. I doubt it, but it's possible.
It's a carry, too, if you go Mjolnir.
That's not a carry.
Anything is a carry if you build Mjolnir.
Hey, you get 2 attacks, you can bash. By an MKB, it's twice as good.
I mean, it's probably just Jakiro 5 into the Tusk. I assume that is just the biggest reason. And you have 2 heroes that set you up to deal like damage, which is kind of cool with the Clock and Pango. So I can get behind the pick. Well, Parry need to double core here. I don't know if they can find like at least one core that could always follow the Pango no matter where it goes. Which obviously Monkey and Razor could have done, but they're out. Like a hero that will go mid and safe lane. Could be TA, but I don't know if they play it, but just as an example. Because if not, you have to lock in straight up 2 cores here.
Yeah, the Jakiro really threw a wrench in the plans, because now that it's like really hard to identify what's going on. If they would have picked some other hero that's like popular in the meta, it would have been easier to decode, but the Jakiro still had a left field.
I mean, DK is almost certainly the carry, but there is a world where if it's like an absolutely horrendous matchup for the DK or something like that, or they can see a way better mid, they'll take the DK mid. No, okay, they're going to go Storm mid. Well, very little disabled for a Storm right now. So I think that needs to be answered by Spirit in one of these next 2 picks.
How do you answer that with their mid hero then? Because then you put Pango off lane?
You need to make a choice now, I think, if you're Spirit. Because you're either going for your offlane pick, which is like a Doom to counter the DK, but then Parry know that if you do that, it also gives them the Storm into Pango matchup mid, which is good for Storm. So I think even if you counter one of the heroes with this double pick, they're kind of protecting each other. Jenkins?
That can go mid here. I think that does fairly fine against Storm. I would prefer that for Spirit.
Because you don't want it to go into the
But
DK.
it's Laurel. He's gonna play Pango mid.
All right, the only player in Dota 2 Pro Tracker that has played Jakiro recently is Miposhka, affiliated a day ago. No one else of the suspects has played it in their like 30 games in the last week. So I assume it's a 5, Jakiro.
Kazu, I assume you're asking me to
because you hate
announce that every time we've seen Timber picked into DK in lane against DK, it does not do well in lane, and then it loses the game.
It really doesn't.
That, at least from what we've seen in the mornings, that's what's happened, and that is also my personal experience with this matchup. I don't think it's like it used to be. I think people have ideas of it based on historical data and how they used to feel in this matchup, but DK's a new hero and Timber's a new hero. Like, a lot of people aren't even leveling reactive armor. Some people are trying to go 2 points in it, but it's not... He just doesn't do the same damage that he used to. He does not have the same regen that he used to, and DK is like abundantly overpowered.
Because there is currently a problem, and obviously this could be because maybe I'm stupid, but at this point, Power Vision have last pick, and I already like their draft more than Spirits. So that is generally not a very good sign. But Spirit, I guess they still have their flavor pick left, which is King Satanic. What is he gonna play? Because he's very likely gonna be playing against 2 heroes that can jump him, like Storm and DK, at least in the mid game. And you're getting counterpicked in your lane as well.
I think he's just gonna be Luna, and I don't like it.
Or Bristle. Is Bristle still there?
Bristle is there.
Gyro's gone.
Neither of them sound that great, like playing Luna into Chen.
What about like a Void? He played it one time this tournament.
Bristle?
Nice Bristle call. I like that. I like that better than the Luna. They can up the tempo in this game at least. And Paravision doesn't exactly have great Bristle counters. Let's see. Viper.
I think you're getting Viper.
Viper still in the... Yeah, oh my god. Viper into Jakiro. That's good for the Viper. Viper into Timber. You can disable his passives, do magic damage, disable the Bristle passive.
Viper Tusk lane sounds pretty
Viper
nice.
Tusk sounds dirty.
What else is there? Dota 2 heroes.
The question is, does
Necrophos!
Ooh, that's the first time.
Oh, yeah. I love this hero.
Yeah, first time.
It's good against tanky heroes. And
It's
against
terrible.
two of them.
Really good against
It's a
this
terrible hero.
Okay, terrible
And it
hero,
is
but
too.
good pick.
I love it, though.
Is it that bad, really?
Yeah, it's really bad.
When I'm picking pub games, that one gets flashed a lot to me. Like the Dota Plus is like, hey, this has a good win rate matchup. Like there's all these tanky heroes. You got a free Ghost Scepter against a Bristleback. Like I think it's kind of okay here.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see what DM's build is on Necro to make it work, because I feel like it's people have tried a lot of things. People have tried Vessel. People have tried. I've seen Bracer, Wraithband, Null Talisman, and then Radiance. I really doubt he's going to go the move speed facet. I think that one's complete garbage, even though they keep buffing it. Maybe there's some hidden tech here that he's doing. I would guess Vessel is probably his build.
I guess.
I think if you're offlane, the movement speed facet is better though, because
You
you're
think
not
so?
necessarily gonna have a Radiance to expand. Like you can go play for like Shard and Mech and Auras. That's an option.
It's an option. Yeah, I'm not sure, because it's not a hero a lot of people play. I play it. I like Necro.
I like it.
But I can't. It's very hard to find a build that works. It's more like if you win your lane and you're just better than your opponents, that's when I feel like I'm winning.
Will it win its lane?
Yeah. Oh well.
I mean, it should be.
It's Bristle Jakiro. We saw Makoshka's picked up the Jakiro.
I honestly, that's one thing I'm questioning, is like, I don't think, I wouldn't want to lane as a Necro into Jakiro. It does a lot of magic damage. It can kill you through your Ghost Shroud.
It is very volatile.
Yeah. Well, we got a little bit of unconventional draft coming our way in Game 2. I'm all here for it. Two people that are also here for it are already Pixel and Fog. Then, of course, always here for it are the PogChamp Pandas.
Gentlemen, we're going to have some fun here indeed. We're getting a new hero, which we just don't expect at all right now in this patch, as long as we've had it in this meta, as long as it's kind of stayed the same, which evidently it has been the case again in this game in all the other 9 heroes. But there's one hero that's coming in new. It's the Necrophos folk.
What do you mean 9? There's 2 heroes that are new. Jakiro's not played either.
Sure, I guess, yeah, but less exciting, you know?
Sure.
Jakiro we see here and there. In the
Yeah,
patches,
you're
but
not a support.
Necrophos,
You're not a support player then.
Ain't nobody playing Necrophos.
But DM is playing it in his pubs.
He is, and he's got
Not
a lot
many.
of games on it. I checked his profile.
Recently, yes, but not in the last few days.
Sure, but
right?
all time, he's got 292 games
does.
on it. He's
And
played a lot of Necrophos, and his build,
It's the Blade
always
Mail,
Blade
right?
Mail into Pike. If he needs to dispel, he'll go Blade Mail into Yules or Lotus.
I'd imagine this one looks like a very good Vessel game, so I think that's going to be this game, because he's playing first.
He very rarely buys Vessel.
He's versus Timber Bristle.
I will see.
I mean, he's got Urn already queued up. He just queued it up.
Okay, yeah. In one of the games in the last month, he went Vessel.
It feels very value this game versus, honestly, I mean, not all 3 cores, but it's not terrible even versus like Pango in some situations, but absolutely versus Timber and versus Bristle. And you know what? This hero, it's very volatile.
Yeah, what do you think of the hero?
If Bristle is this popular right now, surely Necro has to be playable, right? You have Ghost Shroud. You have ways to play around. You have a way to just chunk him from pretty much full HP. So it used to be a traditional counter versus the Bristleback. Sure, the hero just has its weaknesses, and Bristle's just godly now because it's not just about this type of, you know, playing with quills or whatever. You're also doing ridiculous right-click damage. But this does look good. It looks good for DM, and it fits their lineup. It was sad to see that 9 Class actually did not do Drinking Buddies this time around, because I think we were looking at this lineup and we were like, oh, Drinking Buddies with Dragon Knight and with Chen again. We saw this earlier today. Either way, he's got Tag Team, which is probably just better for the lane like we were mentioning. And talking about the lane, Satanic, he's just dead.
Oh, there we go. First blood for DM. Necrophos OP confirmed.
Yep, and that's why you go Tag Team. Drinking Buddies has played more for the game, Tag Team played for the lane, and they're looking to destroy this lane. That's why they went for this Necrophos pick. And I know they're discussing the facets back and forth a little bit, but I think this one just in most situations just feels better. Sure, your item's not always going to be able to benefit off of it, but at some point you will get one of these items. Like once you get Shivas, and if you get any type of kills, the Shivas takes up the entire map. I think it's not 50-50, but I think it's like 60-40-ish to see which players take what, or 65-35, but most will take the Profane Potency, just because it's beneficial even for just your spells. And that's my rant for Necrophos for a moment.
Let's see how this lane continues. Hot start, obviously getting that first blood bottom lane.
And the other thing is, too, I mean, I'm actually going to talk about Necrophos again, sorry.
Yeah.
Versus Pango. The fact that Pango and Bristle are exclusively physical damage, this hero has to be playable, right, Owen? It's just got to be.
DM with this. The last pick clearly agreed.
Yeah.
See if it plays out. And Paravision have had some great games where they've been able to snowball, and it does also add to the snowball potential, right? You've got that heal sustain that's going to be able to pump up this kind of Chen DK push.
Yeah, they like to play with Paravision in particular. From what I've seen, they like to get an advantage and hold on to it and rarely let it go. Sure, we saw them lose versus that Rapier comeback, but that was them making like big slip-ups and just getting caught off guard from it versus that Magnus in particular. But
yeah, that's the thing this game as well when you look at Spirit's lineup, right? If they do fall behind, it's not like they have a carry this game that can kind of just AFK farm, and Satanic can kind of carry 1v5, right? Bristle, it's just not that style of hero.
No, I actually think Paravision can win early, mid, and potentially that late game. We'll see depending on team fights inside the mid game from Spirit, but this Necro pick, it's so good versus these physical cores.
Yeah.
If there's any game to pick it, it's got to be this one.
I was going to say, that's the thing, right? We're getting to see it here. If it doesn't do well, doesn't win, we're probably not going to see it again, right? Because this, as you said, on paper, if Necro is ever going to do good, it would be here today.
Yeah, because you literally just Ghost Shroud, get hard counters. Pango as well. And he pops Rolling Thunder, and you can just kind of stand there in a lot of different ways. So we shall see how it ends up doing this. On the lane, it's looking good. No one in mid.
He's getting back, coming in. He's got the Fairy Fire.
He gets Lotus.
He's just standing his ground and trying to get the kills himself with the help of Ducalis. Lyle and Rude, they have to be the ones to back off. They get the Vortex drag back onto Lyle. Has he got enough with the right click
more
to
hit.
get him?
Oh, the tree!
Ooh, the tree will save him.
Nice play. Drops it, blocks him with the fog.
Top lane. Satanic and Poshy, they're going for 9 class. DM's not going to be able to help out.
Nice. That was, I mean, super heads-up play there from Laurel. He was dead if he doesn't drop that branch to give the fog. Nice play there from Ducalis. As we saw, he TP'd mid with the Healing Lotus, I believe it was, that he threw onto no one as they were getting aggressive onto him, as the runes will get double-checked. Ducalis will be able to take that one away from bottom.
Yeah, good belief in his teammates there. No one's just standing, whilst he's getting beaten down by the 2 members of Spirit, knowing that backup would come in and allow him to have that potential to turn.
This is Ducalis' best hero. So he's very... You don't see a Chen TP very often. Not in most games, not for most teams, but Ducalis knowing that he can do that type of play. And he's got a DK in his safe lane versus the Timber, so Crystallis overall, he can do fine in this matchup. And Rue had, of course, left to go gank, so...
Yeah, Chen, as a hero, right, has had a pretty good win rate this tournament.
It's an insane hero
right
now.
Well, maybe the majority of games, right, doesn't really get let through the drafting phase.
No. It feels like it does so much, right? It secures your safe lane in a lot of situations. It farms, it scales. We can't say it doesn't. And the auras you provide, of course, right? You give your Alpha Wolf, Cloak Aura, armors, etc. Once you start getting Ancients, you get max HP. So, yeah, it's very, very strong. So for Spirit, it's going to be the question of can they endure And is the endurement going to end up working in particular for this Bristleback? Because he's got his real work cut out for him because it's just a ton of damage. It's a crazy draft, and maybe also the reason that they're willing to pick this Necro since it's not played so much is they have a really strong 4 without it, right? They have a Storm, they have a DK, they have a Tusk. It's a strong lineup even without that Necrophos. What are you looking at?
I was just saying how much Satanic we've had on the Bristleback.
I feel like he's more of that hard carry guy. It just doesn't. I mean, he definitely has played it, but I feel like he's more
had,
of
what,
a
5 games at the pro level. We had one the other day. 80% win rate. So the games that they have brought it out so far in competitive, it has been good.
Yeah, and I will say also is Bristle can be a super carry in a way, but versus
you
the
can
Necro,
become
it can be
unkillable.
difficult.
But indeed, they've got some answers against him. In the mid, they'll look for no one, but he's hit the 6. He's able to get away from these 2.
And he's even going to stack his camp, it looks like, while making that defensive move. Bottom rune. It'll spawn top. Maposhka will be able to secure it. So they bring the 2 supports to be able to get that and deny it away from no one.
Maposhka's coming in with the wraparound. No one's got to be a bit careful with how low his mana is.
He's pushing the limits.
He's got 9 class with him. They're going to try and take down Lal. I mean, against the 3 of them, they get the cogs and push back, but Lal, he's the one in trouble. He goes down. They won't even lose 9 class. 9 class is able to get away. Spirit, they try and make this effort with the 3 heroes around mid and against a Storm that has like no mana, but it doesn't work.
No, godly shards coming out from 9 class there completely gets the Pango stuck in. No one taking a beating. Double blood grenades to go for the kill.
They will get him.
But they might lose both.
Tower hits coming in, tag teams up, and indeed the cleanup. Oh, last right click. They'll get him with the snowball.
He might die for that.
He probably will, but he got a fair bit out of that with the 2 kills that he was able to clean up first before he ends up dying.
And look at Ducalis. During all this chaos, he somehow has been able to sneak his way to steal the wisdom. Oh my goodness. A very, very good start coming out here for Paravision as they've done a good job to keep Crystallis at a very good spot of farm. They've shut down Malik a little bit, and the Pango now has gotten brought down. And DM is getting that farm. Ducalis likely to go down here. He's got stick. But he's stuck. And he'll lose his creeps.
Honestly. And as you know, as I do like to look, so I'd look as well at Satanic in terms of his pub games, like just in lifetime, how many Bristol games he's played. Only 35.
Yeah.
So it is not a carry he historically would usually go for, and in those games he's only out at 45% win rate. So one of the lower win rates by far on the carry heroes that Satanic, compared to the ones he regularly plays.
He's a super carry. He's like the Morphling, the Voids.
It's a very different style for him.
He's always, as far as I've seen, because he's pretty young, but yeah, Morphling, absolutely his most played that we've seen. 4-4. They're matching in terms of kills, but Paravision having a very, very good start to this game and a very, very fast-paced draft, and being able to get those double wisdoms means that the levels are going to be pretty solid for them. 9 class going again for Laurel.
He's going to be able to get the Rolling Thunder off.
Nice ice path.
And TP backups coming in 9 class. So we'll dodge the Rolling Thunder for now with the snow, but in fact he's going to bring the Storm in with him. They want to go in underneath the tower. 9 class will get burst by Malik though. No one has to get away here with the Invis Room. 4 of them chasing him down. Do they have any detection laid down? They don't, in fact. They'll just break out of the Invis and try and pump up the mana with the bowl so he can get away with Ball Lightning.
Beautiful ice path from Maposhka to
he's out of mana.
He might still get got.
He's got 8-1 charges, so can go for one final little zip. It's enough to get him out of the cogs, so no one playing very smartly with the little bit of mana that he has to get out.
Very nice ice path that came up from Maposhka to protect the Pango. If he doesn't get that ice pack connection, the snowball that was going to come out from 9 class would have chain stunned and actually brought him down, so good coverage there from that.
Ducalis turning up top of the Hellbear Smashers, ready to start to really put pressure onto this tier 1 with the help of DM.
And Satanic, though, overall, since he did die first in the top lane, his net worth is still very good. He's just backed up. He's been able to get that farm. So he's got 2 components of the Aghanims.
Has to be careful near this tower, though. Always. They'll bring in the rotation. Crystallis, Dragonborn's pop. They want this tower off the map. They're going to get it. Spirit, they're not going to turn up to this at all.
And DM, it has shown that he's going to go for the full vessel. I thought maybe he actually, because he's not finding any kills, he might go for something like the Blade Mill just in between, but just going to go for that vessel because it's such a good game for him. No one.
He's going to try and get it onto Lal. Lal, he's got the Rolling Thunder on cooldown for 10 seconds. He'll try and get away with the Swashbuckle, but the shards are down. He's out.
And no one again.
Just enough mana to play away. Again, just using the mana pool perfectly, no one. He knows his limits perfectly.
He's abusing it, and they're going to dig, give him a water rune as well. 9 class, he's just going to play around no one, it feels like. They have constant kill threat with the good levels that they were able to get from the Tusk from stealing the Wisdoms. He's got the punch available so early. Maposhka
Just got to be careful how he steps up. No one's clarity at the moment. Doesn't quite have enough mana to set up and follow up on towards the Jakiro, but they'll turn towards the clock instead. Brew tries to disrupt the illusion room pickup, but no one's able to secure it. He pops it. So if he can get out of this, he's got a little bit of mana to zip away to, and he's off to the safety of Ducalis. They'll lose 9 class in the river, ends the support trade. As no one, he will escape successfully.
And 9 class is okay with that, though. That's 4 deaths for the Tusk, but he keeps giving his life to be able to ensure that no one can get this type of snowball going. 4 galvanized stacks for the Storm. And he's able to back up, finish off that stack that he had formed before, too. And he's pretty close to his Kaya already. A very good start for the Storm. And they are really shutting down Laurel, putting so much attention onto this Pangolier, because he's that one for the mid-game. He's their entire team fight, it feels like, for the side of Spirit in the mid-game.
And now with this full Vessel done onto DM, you know, if he goes to one of these lanes, puts the pressure on, it becomes very risky for Spirit to turn up. Because if they start giving up kills, giving up charges to this Vessel rush from DM, the Paravision snowball, that's when it can really begin.
Yep. Ducalis is going to have drums soon. They're going to start to put even more onto this mid tower with the catapult. Laurel will be able to clean it off. He's going to lose his creeps. He actually brought them at a weird angle there. Laurel will be able to get a nice cleanup. That means his defusal is going to be almost finished up, actually. 300 gold away from it. And they put a lot of attention onto him. He is still very far behind in this Pango, and he does have a lot of annoying things to deal with when it comes to these auras and when it comes to the Necro with the Ghost Shroud. And the shards, we always have to factor that in. Seen a lot of different players just control Pangos with shards. But all things considered, not a bad timing for the defusal. And let's see how much Miposhka can actually do as this Jakiro, as he does have the level 6 now too. Let's see if Macropyre actually does anything anymore. That's Paravision. They want to get this Vessel charge. DM looking to get involved.
9 class. Catch onto Rue. The cogs are there. They want to push on for this. They do. They'll easily get the clockwork.
That's the Vessel charge. Hanging on to the Reaper for one of the big cores.
Get the pressure onto the mid as well. Here with the creeps. The hero down on Spirit. It's hard for them to turn up to defend these tier 1s.
And he is going to do the Blade Mail build that we've seen him do pretty much every single time, so no deviation.
And then I guess the question is after that, when you look at this game, do you think DM will feel that he needs to get the Yules or the Lotus for the Dispel, or can he build further auras?
I'm pretty cool with the Shivas for him, actually, I think, this game. It looks really good.
Trying to poke around with this ancient stack that Spirit have going.
Spirit does not want to give this up.
But fighting into this Necrophos can take a turn for the worse pretty quickly.
Yeah, they've got all the auras too. They've got Ducalis with the Hand of God. They're gonna secure it with literally all 5 heroes, but that's what it does require. You do not want to lose that for your Bristle. So they will at the least be able to secure that for Satanic, and he does have the Aghanims finished. So for Spirit, overall, if they can play around this Bristle, if they can try to get him some kills with this Aghanims, that's kind of their best opportune timing. But this is where the question is gonna have to be is, can they deal with the Necrophos when he looks to fight?
Punch up here in the mid.
Roll.
Good angle with the Rolling Thunder, but the Snowball buys time for 9 class to juke it out a little bit, and now with no one around, Lyle can't push on for the kill against the Tusk.
That's downtime, 80 seconds, there's not going to be a Rolling Thunder to fight. They're going to likely lose this tower bottom. DM setting up for the push.
Him and Ducalis can just go for this slow siege. This is super safe. Nobody wants to turn up and try and push the Necrophos away unless they bring in 3 or 4 heroes.
They're going to bring the Jakiro.
See what they can do. Dropping the Macropyre. It's a lot of damage. He's caught in the ult, but there's the heals and the Shroud coming out. He's back up to full HP, and no one. He's coming in from the side. They'll catch Rue, lay down the Cypher upon him. Vortex to drag back Miposhka. They'll get the 2 supports. It's just too tough right now. You try and turn up and push back these pushes that involve DM's Necrophos.
I can't believe
they're going to go wrong.
Especially without a Rolling Thunder. If you're going to set up for these type of plays without Rolling Thunder, it feels like suicide is now they can take away the Wisdom Rune. And to be honest, Malik, I feel like he's kind of lucky that he gets away. I think if immediately DM actually just turns and scythes him earlier, they'd probably just kill him and the Clockwork as well.
Yeah. I mean, DM's massive. We'll see on the replay again. They try to go on him. He just resets back up to full HP and then buys easily enough time for the rest of Paravision to connect and make Team Spirit really regret trying to hold on to that tier 1 tower.
Up to a 4K lead. They're setting that pace again that they did last time. No one even gets the pull during the Timber Chain. Does he have the damage to finish him off? Not quite yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Satanic, he's still having that good farm, but the other 2 cores starting to fall massively behind. Same thing for the supports, as they've shown up and died a few times. What's DM? What is he queuing up? Okay, queuing 4 step. Yeah, fine.
He gets the clock, and I mean, if anything's going to kill in this game, it's going to be getting caught in the cogs and laying down with the Jakiro combo.
Yeah. I'm cool with that.
So being able to break away from the Jakiro clock combo will definitely give him a crazy amount of survivability. They're going to walk into him now. Can they tackle him?
I don't think that's the target you want to go for.
They slow him, but they don't try and throw anything else down on him.
Maybe do Compass. You get the hook shot.
That's an easy one.
Yeah, that's a nice easy kill. Give it a Laurel. He might be able to clean up the creeps too. Yep, they'll be able to get majority of them there. Satanic will clean up the last one. Good kill. Laurel has Rolling Thunder as well if they want to look to play around the top side. Other thing that Spirit can actually do is sneak Roche pretty easily with a Bristle plus a Pangolier. But it would have to be pretty unexpected because Paravision, they've been pretty on point with most of their movements here. And Rue, I mean, you're trying to adapt to the game because there's so much healing. He's going to be going down an Earn Vessel route, it looks like, on the Clockwork. It's going to take a long time for him to get it, but he's trying to find an answer for DM as Malik.
He's got to be careful. He's sticking down to the Vessel. DM not quite able to find him with the Scythe. Didn't quite get him low enough to be feeling confident to drop that.
Gets the Arcane Rune.
They'll look for Rue instead. There's no one. He knows that Rue's already gone. He's ready to try and combo into more as he goes straight for Lal. Lal has to roll away.
Top. Crystal is.
He's going to be safe for now by the snowball.
He's healing up as well.
Backup's on the way over. Yeah, Crystallis is going to be fine as DM's in with the heals,
and
keeping Crystallis alive. They're going to Reaper side down on the Satanic. He's gone. Lal tries for the TP out, but the damage is done. DM gets the double. It's 4 of them dead.
And they try to go for Crystallis, but it's Paravision's just there to react.
And now they can take the Roshan.
They can. Oh, Spirit. I mean, they tried to go for a pretty risky play there, going for Crystallis, but 9 Class is there for the bailout, and they've got the heal. The Hand of God comes in.
Yep.
He ends up being pretty safe. He's at 1,000 HP.
We'll see it again. They got close to killing him. A DM by his side.
I mean, this is also the craziest thing. We've been talking so much about, you know, DM playing as Necro, the Storm having this insane game. We've been distracted. Crystallis is still insanely farmed as this DK. He's been quietly sitting on the sidelines. Level 15. He's likely to get that timing that we've been talking about multiple times with the BKB between that 15-17 minute mark. It's an 8K lead. And it really does feel like they have all the answers for this Bristleback going. He walks in, takes an immense amount of damage to the burst that they have from the magic, and then boom, the Reaper just half to 0.
I mean, how close are they to getting something to be able to remove the Vessel from people? It's just not
very close.
That's not going to come anytime soon, right?
No, he might actually have to go for it himself because the Timber's queuing up pipe. He might actually have to go for like a Lotus, which you usually don't want to see, but he might actually just have to on Satanic, as they will snipe a Courier. Miposhka does find the BKB from no one.
He won't mind too much, I guess, because he just still have the Aegis for the next 4 minutes.
And realistically also, as we've been seeing from no one, he's pushing the limits of this hero like crazy on the Storm.
High class.
Rue.
Shots out onto Rue. Lal's got the Rolling Thunder at the ready. Look towards them, but DM, he's just so tanky. They'll get the Blade Mail off. They're trying to burst through him. They can't get him, though. The Shroud's off. The heal's there. DM, he's fine for now. They want to try and move back in onto him, potentially as the Shroud comes to an end, but they can't close back in on him as no one's made the jump over towards Rue. That's the Aegis gone, but no one doesn't mind as he's going to get his mana pool reset and ready to look for more. They'll lose 9 Class.
Reaper's up. He wants to find one of those big targets. No one
can get Malik. No one is going to be able to have the control to keep Malik in position. He is. They've got him with the buyback. DM stepping up. Won't quite find Malik. Malik gets away with the Timber Chain. They just turn to Rue. He bought back straight into this. Dies immediately.
They
As a
can't
double
handle
kill
this.
for Crystallis.
DM's still alive.
I mean, and teasing them with how low he's getting. It feels like they can find him, but they just can't. They can't touch the Necrophos.
And Satanic even lucky that DM actually force-staffs himself away because he could have just turned in Reapers, but he got a little scared as it's too much, Owen. It's too much for them to deal with. Rue buys back and dies in, like, what, 3 hits from the Dragon Knight. Look how much Crystallis was able to do because there's so much distractions. They have to deal with the Storm, they have to deal with the Necro, and Crystallis is just able to run rampant in the team fight because of it.
Moshka.
They found another one.
He's been found.
Do you just Reaper this?
You do.
It's been too long. He wants more stacks.
Yeah, get yourself a stack. I mean, you're at the point of the game where the Reaper, it's not even necessary to get the bigger kills, as we're seeing in these team fights, so no need to save it.
This game plan is beautiful, and it's a treat to see that we're getting a little bit of
a new hero.
Yeah.
And it's good.
It's very good.
This a far cry from kind of the Terrorblade offlane we saw earlier today. Sometimes we see new heroes in the offlane. It's awful. Sometimes we see new heroes in the offlane. It's fantastic.
And mid Laurel again getting found. Regen still running. No one. Might even continue. DM is in the area to go for this kill. Malik, he's in trouble.
They're just running them over now.
They're getting destroyed. DM. It looks very good in this game. Versus Pango Bristol, we could even see more of this hero. There's definitely a chance of if it gets left into the last pick when there's like literally no magic damage to deal with him.
It depends on the team big time though, right?
Sure.
Because not every team has a kind of a necro player. You know, again, DM, he's got nearly 300 games on the hero, so I'd class that as a bit of a specialist.
But I will say though, if people start looking at this and you start seeing the capabilities of it,
they're like, maybe we should start playing this.
Yeah, you're like, wait, Pango.
Practicing.
It's like Pango and Bristol. They're two of the most popular heroes currently in the meta. Even Dragon Knight too. It's massive physical damage, high tanky heroes. That's where Necro can thrive, so I think maybe DM's onto something here. Satanic getting caught again. Vessel's out.
They're going to try and throw everything into this fight, but Satanic, he's just dying to the Vessel damage. He's gone.
They'll get DM.
But can they get anything more? No one's diving the tier 2. He's going straight from Maposhka underneath the tower. Crystallis is pushing on. They'll kill Maposhka off. The shield crashes there, but they've got the Vortex control, and Crystallis, he's cleaning up with the damage. At this point, it doesn't matter if they kill DM. There's so many more problems for them. They're having to use the buybacks. Double buyback coming in from Satanic and Maposhka.
They might have
Crystallis.
He may have pushed a little too far there.
They'll get him, but again,
the buyback from
has
Satanic.
to be the 2 buybacks, and indeed one of them being the big one from the Bristol.
Paravision will take that all day. Sure, you lose 2 of your, I mean, maybe not losing DK necessarily, but you'll take it for the buyback for a Satanic at this point in the game. And Ducalis even denying out the Wisdom Rune with his creeps on the right side there, so they won't even get that jolt of XP. Paravision, they're just snowballing out of control, and just you can see how strong this group up draft is. Rallied around that Necrophos.
And the thing is as well, you know, they do kill DM there, but it was in a situation where a lot of his gold is kind of up in the air because he had a full veil on the courier that died, so that's out of the game. Next time around when the courier respawns, he's pretty much going to have the money, or very close to getting a complete Shiva's Guard added to his repertoire for the next team fight.
And that's devastating. I want to see how big the Shiva's gets too, because he's getting kills. You know, he's getting a lot of stuff in these fights, so it gets massive.
Crazy.
Yeah, and you know, we have to mention for no one how much he's been pushing the limits as this hero on the Storm. He is owning. He's super farmed. Finds himself another regen rune.
Yep.
22 galvanized stacks. That's, I mean, it's 22 minutes in. He's matching the timer.
No, you don't see that a lot.
No. And there, yeah.
And we see a lot of Storm.
We do. They're just, it's too much for them to deal with really at this point. The 3 cores, they can kill 1. They have to use a buyback because they overcommit for a second, but killing all 3 is just, they do not have the damage. They do not have the answers for it at this point.
And they don't have Satanic on one of his kind of, you know, 1v5 cores that can kind of farm up and look for a turnaround, comeback fight.
I mean, no one's doing this on his own.
I mean, indeed, this is when you know things are getting really concerning. TP will be coming over as well to help finish off the job. 9 class takes the kill. Satanic, he's gone for 70 seconds. He pulled back previously.
No, it's not done.
He's out of the game for good.
He's got a regen. He's going to keep it going. And they finish off Malik. They've got the punch. They have more than enough.
Misses the second timber chain as well. There's no escape.
This game, it feels done and dusted. No Bristol, 55 seconds. They can go to high ground. 9 class with a big smile on his face.
Paravision. They do this pretty much in all their games in terms of the early game speed run. These guys, they crush their lanes. They take over the game. Sometimes they slip up.
I know,
very rarely though. This game, it's just in full force, and there is no sign of Spirit being able to stop this.
No, there's pretty much 0 mistakes that are coming out from them. And you know what it's kind of reminding me of? The Liquid in the gaming of when they were the ones kind of dictating pace and never letting go of it, where it's like 20 minutes, that death pulse coming in. I've seen this now from Paravision.
Yep.
So many of their games.
No, it's good to see. It's just high octane gaming, and it's not the kind of team that's going to be like, well, Roshan's up in a minute, let's back off.
No,
they're not going to do any of that. They just go all in.
Yep, they're going to look to get at least a 2 racks advantage off of this one here, as they do still have creeps coming in, but they're going to back up. Heroes are respawning, at least the Bristol in particular. 18,000 lead. And now they've already got the Silver Edge too. Break. This is...
it's so hard for Satanic to carry against this, if not impossible.
Crystallis is just so farmed. As we said, there's been a distraction in the entire game because they have to deal with so much from the Storm Spirit, the Tusk, the Necro, as Crystallis is just a total beast in this game, and the Shivas, it's now done. So even more heal negation, even more answers for this Bristol back in Timber. As soon, Ducalis, I wanted to mention him too because I think this is a hero you probably don't want to be giving Paravision a lot of times. His Chen, he is soon to surpass Laurel's net worth too. They just play so well around it. Just that death ball kind of push strategy, the auras that they can provide.
Yeah, I mean, when we've seen the way that Paravision play, the Necrophos, it makes sense to the style.
It fits their style too,
It really does.
It really does.
A little something extra.
Yep, very true, Pango. A little something extra, getting those bounties, a very little something.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All tier 2's gone.
Dire's top
They probably
tower
just keep, I feel like they can just keep going.
They
I feel like they can just push top if they would like to. The Roche.
It's going to move
they
over
can
to
scout
this
it,
side, so I guess they'll...
but it's a long spawn.
Ah, that's true, actually. Yeah, nearly 2 minutes still.
So I think you check it, and I think maybe you can start poking, or you go hunting, as it looks like it's going to be the hunt instead. No one wants to find a target, won't be able to find it. Nice Spirit, they're all dispersed all over the place, just trying to find any extra farm.
He can do the solo, can't he? Oh, okay, for the TP. Gonna have the answer for that one. No detection around.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane pushed in. Oh, Satanic. Will he push forward for another camp? This could be a dangerous position. He knows better. He backs away. Spirit Vessel, so they finally have a solution. A slight, I mean, it's very minor, but some extra damage that they need in this game to be able to deal with the Necrophos and the DK. And oh my goodness, did I just see that?
Yeah, he's ready to start kicking people.
The Ags already? Oh goodness. Well, you weren't able to run from him before. Good luck now. I mean, he can either boot someone in, or he can even just, you know, when Pango tries to roll in, you just kick the Pango away, too. It's one of the funnier interactions. He doesn't have cast range, though, so it will be a little harder to do that versus the Pango. But they're smoked. Looking for a catch. The creep, it's already positioned inside the Roche pit. Looking for a catch outside before they go for that Roche. They'll find Laurel. Quick and easy kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice, storm damage is so busted with this shard. I mean, we'll keep mentioning the bug, of course. The double damage is coming in, as it really does matter how much no one can do with it, too. But he's really pushed the limits as this hero.
Taking the kickback.
Satanic.
The catch is there, straight away onto the Bristol. Satanic's down, no buyback.
And that's likely the game. They got a buyback on Laurel, but 50 seconds without Satanic. That was a bristleback, by the way. Didn't look like it, but another kickback.
All right, they're just getting it easy here with 9 Class making these sort of jumps. They'll roll forward here with Lal. They try and make something happen on this defense, but they're pushing. Crystallis laying down the damage. Double kill for him. Root to fall. They can take out the Timber as well. It's a team wipe. It's game over, and it's their series. Paravision, they take it 2-0 today.
And in style, in their type of style, especially with this Necro pick. It looked good on paper, and it delivered in the game as well, too. DM having a nearly flawless performance on it, 9-1-16. And the question comes is, I mean, maybe other teams will start to take this into their consideration. Just versus these super tanky cores, you can see the smiles on them. They feel super happy about this draft. It was a really good game. A really good draft, but also really good gameplay coming out from them. I'll highlight 9 Class in particular because I feel like he made no one go crazy, right? This Storm Spirit popped off because 9 Class is just making the moves mid and just destroying Laurel. Laurel ends 2-8.
Yeah, I know, crazy stuff across the board. Paravision, their wins, they just look completely on fire.
They do.
You know what I mean? When they're able to get this sort of momentum, they just get so far ahead. Yes, sometimes we've seen them let it slip away, but today, Game 1, they did have a bit of a shaky period where maybe they could have had the chance, you know, for Team Spirit to make a bit of a comeback, but they kept strong, they closed it up, and then this Game 2, there's just no chance of a comeback whatsoever at any point of this game, it felt fun.
No, it really felt like not only the perfect pick of the Necrophos, but their draft before that even came out was fantastic, right? We saw Tusk, Chen, and DK earlier, buffing up the DK, how much he was able to do. This time was similar, but I mean, Crystallis, he ends with the highest level and some crazy hero damage, but he gets the, you know, there's just all these other things that are happening in the game that he doesn't get to shine as much as he'd like to because the DM and no one just pop off so hard.
They do. They really do. Wow, what a game and what a series. Paravision today, they'll get the win, 2-0 against, up until now, an undefeated Team Spirit in this group stage in terms of series wins.
Yeah, that does mean both teams are now tied on the score because Paravision did lose a series yesterday, but boy, did they come back hard in this series with the 2-0 and this game in particular. This Necrophos ended up working out. I know we had our doubts a little bit, Jenkins, but it looked good.
Absolute slam down, Sheever.
Yeah.
I like that he went for the Vessel build. I think it was a great Vessel game in general against the Bristle and the Timber, two healing-based heroes. My biggest issue with Necrophos as a hero is the stats. He has very terrible stat gains, one of the worst in the game, one of the worst base models in the game. So Vessel as an item just generally has been getting picked up by people. I remember when Bracers got nerfed, everyone started going Vessel because the stats on it are good. Treads are also good in terms of stats, so I like the build from him. And what wonderful gameplay all around.
Honestly, they play so well. I'm really impressed with this team. Like I will say from their draft and everything they do. I want to shout out like DM a little bit. I think he had like a very, very nice glow up. And we need to remember, this guy was playing with someone who was literally like sabotaging him. Something like this can really ruin like your confidence. So the fact that in like the next season and so on, he can keep working on himself and like do well in these games.
I forgot that. That's actually very true.
Like this stuff
good
matters.
for him.
Like their drafts are good, their gameplay is good, what they're doing. Like I feel like these are all players that if you look at them like half a year ago, the best players in the world would not put them on like the top 5 list.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Bunch of clowns, somebody might say. But you know what? Now they're clowning.
On you, mother...
On you. Can we get a picture of Astini up here?
I don't think we have a picture of Astini up
load
there.
up Astini.
No.
No, they played very well. Ducalis, he played on his signature Chen.
Yep.
As we wait for Astini, a picture of Astini to come up. On his signature Chen, he really knows how to up the pace of the game. And I think when you're playing with the DK and Necrophos, like these are really tanky, beefy, like toxic guys that you can group around. And so excellent early game into snowballing the towers.
I like how they play the map. Like I think other teams in some of these games, they would slow down the game a bit more. But I think they always have like the right amount of people who push side lanes and they smoke with the other 3. And they just make stuff happen all the time. I like this team.
No, it's very cool and good that you say that too, because I remember in the previous series when we saw them against BetBoom, the game that they should have won, were it not for that comeback. One of the things that was complimented heavily on their first like half an hour of the game was their superior macro play, and I feel like obviously you can apply that to every game, but we really saw it in this game. They just make the right moves at the right time, and I think more importantly, when they're ahead, they do find a way to go high ground where other teams are having a harder time.
And you know what's exciting also about their macro play?
Hey, we found one!
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Every team he joins, it seems to flourish. The team flourishes, but the way that these guys play the macro game is that they're not like Tundra, who I also think play a phenomenal, beautiful macro game. They're not out here killing tormentors. They're not out here hiding and farming camps and killing Roshans. These guys go for you.
Yeah.
They go for kills, and they pick the heroes that let them do that. A lot of it does come from no one on the mid lane. I feel like this guy just has a killer instinct. I can see it in his eyes now. The moment this guy gets buff and goes to the gym, it's like he's got those dead eyes, you know? And you can see it in his gameplay. He's just like, this guy doesn't get to be farming here. I'm gonna make sure he knows this is my space, you know? He's the boss of the gym, Shiver.
He really is, and someone who is
He's also the boss of the gym. Don't worry, I'll transition this.
Yeah, good.
Shiver. Hello, DM.
Hello, guys.
Congratulations on the 100% Necrophos offlane win rate.
Thanks a lot. I'm glad to keep this tradition and start it myself.
Can you tell me, I'm also a Necrophos fan. I love this hero. Is the hero dog shit and this was just the perfect game for it, or do you think that it's underrated?
To be honest, today I woke up with the idea that I'm doing everything the same for 3 weeks in a row. Like I'm playing same heroes, playing same Dota on the bootcamp and stuff. So I decided, so today I play only that heroes. So today I play Tidehunter, then I play the Necrophos. Because it's not that boring to play that heroes. At least like it's a challenge. You
right,
pick worst heroes in Dota and you try to play it well.
Okay, and both of those heroes also have like some sort of scaling thing, right? Like on Tidehunter, you went for the your Kraken Shell gets more and more damage block, the more kills you get, right? And then Necrophos gets more regen. Do you like these scaling mechanics? Does that excite you?
It's quite good, but to be fair, on Necrophos, when you use your ulti on a target which is like kinda dead already, it's like a big waste, and like you usually don't stack it this way. On Tide you do it, but on Necrophos you're trying to save your ulti. Like I used it once like a noob on Miposhka just because I'm never using it like a noob. So I decided I need to do a noob move once on this hero.
So you're telling me I should not be using it on like position 5 Crystal Maidens that have 10 health left?
Yeah, it's like when hero is dying, you should not use it, I think.
Okay.
It's not that good.
I'm going to try really hard not to make this whole interview about Necrophos, but I will ask one more question. Have you tried Necrophos Refresher Rush build?
No, I did not. I'll be fair. And I didn't even try the Radiance build, because I saw Cyberlight played it in my pop, the Necrophos Radiance, and it felt really bad and underwhelming, so I don't think this build's working. Refresher, not sure either.
It's not good. That's Flax's build. Have you tried the move speed facet?
No, not yet. I think this hero is too bad to be picked in
really
pops,
bad.
so
It's really
yeah,
bad.
it's hard to pick it.
Okay.
Especially try facets.
All right. I'll ask you some actual non-Necrophos questions now. You guys lost to Liquid yesterday, but today some of those fights...
Bet boom.
Bet boom. Who'd you lose to? You lost to some team. You guys lost.
Bet boom, yeah.
It was Bet boom. The game one was the comeback. What happened? Like, what did you guys break down from that game afterwards, or that series?
I think we just did like some discipline, some game moments. We had a good team talk after those games, as every decent team do. And then we figured out what went wrong, and today we went refreshed on the game with new knowledge that will help us. I think it's actually good to lose in group stage, honestly. I would rather lose in group stage than I would lose in playoff and then in finals if we get there.
Yeah, makes sense. What did Estini have to say? Is he very important for you guys in terms of recovering after games?
Of course, he's a really positive guy and he always helps. But I can also admit that a lot of talks about recovering us and fixing our mistakes was done by Ducalis. So, really good job by him and coach. They all did it. That was really nice. I mean, everyone did his part, but Ducalis did like a really good start of a talk, which led us to fixing our issues. I think that's really respectful.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to send you over to Purge. Take it away.
Hey, thanks for answering our questions. You guys picked Tidehunter against Morphling. Some teams are doing that at the start of the group stage. It seems like players think that it's a decent lane counter against Morph, or was that just like the best hero remaining in the pool?
I think this hero is obviously decent linear into Morph. From my side, the best part about it is it can be like super uncontested, and then at some point when your team is ready to rotate on the Morph, you will just be this tanky guy who can tank tower, who can tank every Morph hit because of Anchor, Smash and Kraken Shell, and then he will just have nothing to do but die or like leave the tower. So you're taking his farm areas. I think that's a good part of it.
Okay, cool. And my last question. In your series yesterday, you guys chose to play against Nagasire in both games. And both games you played Sand King and Dark Willow. Were you just like testing the strength of beating that hero that's picked every game or banned every game?
I'll be fair, first game should be won by us. We just threw it away, to be honest. And after this, we thought like they don't have that good of a Naga player to be banned. So we'd rather ban some other heroes. Because it was not an issue at all for the first game.
Yeah, I definitely felt that too, watching the replay. All right, thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice day and have a lovely good games today. All the best.
Thank you, Big D. Thanks for the interview. Appreciate it.
Couldn't wait to get that one right.
What's funny?
You were waiting for that the whole time.
You were so fearful that it was just going to get cut off before you get into Big D.
No, listen, I'm just saying goodbye to him. He's a good lad.
He is a good lad. I'll say that for sure.
D, huh?
I mean, after picking Necrophos, probably does. That hero sucks ass.
Well, it worked out. It worked out for Paravision. I wonder, can we?
Do we want to see?
Can we get that picture of Estini back up there?
No,
can we get that
the
picture of
standings. I was hoping they were updated standings, because he says, "Hey, it's good to lose in group stages every once in a while." But they didn't lose that many times. They only lost the yesterday. I was very happy to hear him speak highly of.
They lost to Liquid yesterday, of course.
There he is. There he is. Team Liquid Estini right there.
Did they actually play Liquid yet? No, is it their last series? I think maybe.
Who did Liquid 2-0 yesterday?
They didn't 2-0. Did they?
I have bad memory.
Did they 2-1? I have terrible memory.
Paravision beat Liquid. I have Liquid stats not too far away, but we're getting
Keep
standards.
scrolling.
Let's bring all the matches that have happened.
This is no.
One by one.
I'm sorry, we have time to
really
stall,
haven't.
so I'm
we
really
do
trying
have time to talk about whatever, but not for very long because we also
Okay.
need to do other things. Next series is not starting yet. Don't worry, we're not taking into that time. Yesterday, Liquid won 2-0 from Tundra.
Right, Tundra.
So Paravision was
Liquid 2-0 Tundra.
Yes.
Right. And I thought Tundra was looking good.
And then they
So-
didn't, because now they look.
I know
not
they're.
great.
I know they're like what are they? 0 or 1 and 4 now? 1 and 3. Tundra.
I think they're
Like
1 and
they're
Tundra.
Tundra are 1 and 4 now.
1 and 4 now as of today.
They're 1 and 4, and together with Extreme. Like, hopefully, we'll get the standings up maybe in a little. Actually, you know what? Before we do standing, oh no, we got.
Oh, there
standing.
they
Never
are.
mind.
Like I want to say these score lines are bad for Tundra and Extreme, but both have had so many 2-1 series.
Yeah.
That I feel bad for them. It's been quite devastating. Whereas I feel like Waska's been more hit or miss.
Yeah. I'm wondering, because obviously this looks like it's an incredibly clear cut between the top 4 and the bottom 4. We're on day 5, so things can still happen. You know, we could see Liquid at the end of the group stage being 4 and 3.
Mm-hmm. I mean, right now, everything apart from like Pari and Spirit, I feel like it's still anything can still happen to the rest, no?
Yeah.
Like you can have 3-4s like all across the board.
Yeah.
Maybe depending on who still plays whose, but you know, it's not over yet, Mr. Jenkman.
No, and actually the way Paravision and Spirit, and as well as Tundra and Extreme, we talked about it this morning. At the moment, you need a 5 in your score line to be able to be secured of anything, whether
I
that
don't
be
see no 5s yet,
or-
Jenko.
No.
I don't either. And you want more than a 5 too, because that first slot in the second group stage.
Oh, point
200 EPT
bonus points.
Doesn't the P stand for points? No, that's
No,
pro.
ESL Pro Tour points.
Pro Tour points.
EPT points.
EPTP.
EPT points.
EPTP.
They want that 200 EPTP.
They really do.
That's
They
like
really do.
that's like half
EPTP.
of winning, almost.
No.
No, it's really not.
It's not
Winning
really
is like
not.
3 or 4K, is it not?
3K. Winning
That's
is
half.
3K.
That's some NA math right there.
Nice try there, but there's definitely
I missed a
important
0.
points. You did miss a 0 there. It's all good. We're actually gonna go check in with Purge because that previous series still deserves an Acer Predator head-to-head.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, the Acer Predator head-to-head for this game I thought was all about the carries. Not just because it was a little bit one-sided in the game, but also because it's very clear that there's some pub beef going on between players on Paravision and Satanic. There's a lot of tips, a lot of voice lines that I saw, Cheever, after those kills. But check out the hero damage difference. Satanic says he did 24. That is actually a lie. He did only 14,000 damage. Incorrect
14.
data. That's right. 14,000 damage in the post-game screen, and Dragonite did 20,000 himself. So did less damage than the Dragonite, which makes sense. You're on the losing team. You're playing an Ags Bristleback. The guy you're going on, I mean, look at the 2 cores he was trying to kill. He was trying to kill a Necrophos who bought tons of armor items and can become invulnerable to physical damage with the second skill. And he's trying to kill a Dragonite who has an armlet and a metric load of armor just built into his innate.
Yeah.
So he's just not going to do that much damage that game.
Added.
And that's kind of what happens when you leave your carry to the last pick in this draft.
Yeah.
It is fixed now.
It
thank
is
God.
fixed now, and we're very happy with that.
Yep.
And we do have the clips to back it up as well.
Yep, here's some engagements. They're trying to kill the Dragonite. He's going to stay alive due to heals and things like that, while also doing a lot of damage. They even killed a Pango. This is a really crucial moment. They were up 7k at the end of that clip. Now they're up 13k before this fight starts, and despite Miposhka genuinely landing very good macro powers, very good ice paths consistently in this game, it was still really tough to pick off some of these heroes. And in the meantime, Storm is pretty happy to fight against a Jakiro in a lot of cases because he just hits the battling. Jakiro wants everybody to be like over there in a little grouping so spells work. And if he's got to run away, it's not going to feel as good. So yeah, hard to make Satanic have a good game in that match.
Yeah, I mean, it also felt like the entire series, obviously game 1, we had the Morphling first phase pickup, and that's like too early because he's going to get heavily countered. And this was like last pick Bristol, which was maybe too late because too many options were already out.
Yeah, that's kind of the case sometimes. I mean, you don't necessarily expect to play against the Necrophos, and Bristleback has been effective in some matches here, but players are a lot more careful about physical damage and having heroes that are good against that, just because the minus armor and the physical damage strats are really common right now between like the SF and the Bristol. So they're figuring out and know what heroes are going to be good against that, and that's why leaving that heavy physical damage hero for last pick is going to be tough.
On hindsight, what do you think about the Jakiro?
I thought it was pretty good. I genuinely thought his spell usage was really good, and it also made Necrophos' life a lot harder.
True, but they didn't know yet that there was going to be a Necrophos.
They didn't, but they did need a different source of damage, and that being in the game was helpful. Maybe that's part of the reason they picked it, because they're like, I have a Pango to start, I've got a Clockwork, we know we're probably going to pick some physical carry, let's get some magic. So, I don't know, Miposhka did a good job. I thought he did 11k hero damage.
Yeah.
Pretty solid, more than Pango, so yeah, I think it was fine.
It was fine. Maybe we'll see it more.
Maybe. There's probably better heroes though, but an occasional picture.
Yeah, maybe not for a little while. Maybe Team Spirit will put it on the bench when they're one, or pull it out when they're 1 game up.
That's possible, yeah.
Yeah, that is possible. And we're gonna move away. Sorry, Kev. I'm leaving.
Goodbye.
You. Goodbye. As I'm gonna check in with Lacoste. Hello.
Hello, how
What's
you doing?
happening over here?
Not much, just pandas having fun and, you know, some monster in general. I want to talk about something that has been happening on social media. There's been a new announcement. One last ride for the boys. I don't know if you noticed. Yeah, there's one team, one org that is missing in the top 8 that should be here. You don't know who I'm talking about.
I have no idea. I
let's
didn't
bring
check
out some of the
socials for a
tweets.
while.
It's been on Reddit for quite some time. This is Cypher84. This is Team Secret CEO. He has
What is
said
underneath the white?
5 out of 5. Like, yeah, I'm stupid. I tried to click that multiple times.
Unblur
It didn't work. You did
gotta,
as well?
You gotta select it.
It's a loading bar, isn't it?
No. You could not click it. That's the
No, but what if you select it? Is it not that?
Let's check what happens if we
when you
select
highlight
that
it?
tweet.
I'm sure that someone has tried it. Nothing happens.
No, you are as stupid as I am, Shiver, because it doesn't work, doesn't show anything. But it's a cool idea coming out from Team Secret, you know, not revealing anything.
Yeah.
We're so cool. Same. I don't know why Secret Shop as well is still in the game. Like, why is it called Secret Shop?
It's not
Because
secret. It's the
everybody knows the
worst kept
location,
secret.
pretty much.
Yeah.
But they're still keeping the good secret
two
from
shops
Team
in the
Spirit. And Puppy is cooking up something after their last lineup didn't have too much of a success. It was Crystalis, Corden, Shake Shack. Those guys have really mean fries. Boom and Puppy. And Puppy is cooking something different. And I think we need Puppy back in the scene.
We do?
So I think we do, because all of these drafts that I'm seeing are kind of similar. I'm really surprised that we've seen Necrophos today. That's what I want to see, some outside of the box thinking. And I think when Puppy is back with his squad, it's going to be just that type of a Dota. That he's not going to be too afraid to experiment. There's like 20 uncontested heroes in the Dream League. And I think when Puppy comes back, there's going to be like 5 pretty much at every single tournament that he qualifies for. But yeah, I'm just wondering, do we have any inside information who the players are going to be?
I don't have inside information, but I
Who would
have
we want them to
educated
be?
guesses.
Sure.
We know that Tundra was trying to get BZM for their mid lane, and he could not. And I don't think he's in OG at the moment. And I think, and he did play with Na'Vi.
This guy, he's up to something, because
Well, I
he
can't
said
read what it says. You
Puppy
gotta-
played Wallachia with Na'Vi.
Oh, there you go.
Just to poach the players, you know, maybe taking BZM, maybe
Zayas,
taking
you know.
Uraji. Yeah,
maybe Uraji. Your Agi.
Your
Maybe
Agi
Zai.
guy. Yeah, it could have been. Kezu,
Zai.
you might have some inside info.
Yeah, but we're live on air right now, Costans. I can't tell you that I'll be back.
You'll be back?
Yeah, secret
What about
Kezu.
you, Jenkins? You're always scheming behind.
Yeah, I'm the coach.
You're going to be the new coach?
I'm the new coach.
Yeah, this team is doomed, actually.
I'm just for the vibes. I'm like Blitz.
Or Aoi.
Well, Aoi doesn't do anything. He brings the
okay.
vibes down, playing Dark Souls during their drafts.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
What if we bring back the old boys? Some old squad
Beer,
from Team
Kuroki?
Secret. I think Arteezy.
Beer's not retired. He plays for
Definitely
Fart Studios.
gonna be one of them.
Universe.
Yeah. That guy I can't believe that guy left the scene and is now playing golf. He does not give a damn
No,
about
but
Dota
I
for the
think
last 5 years.
I think he won. You
He
know?
won, he won in life,
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah.
He's one of the
So-
few guys that didn't retire. It wasn't a fake retirement that
No,
you're seeing all
he's
the
just-
time in Dota scene.
He's just out.
And there's one more guy that I would like to make a comeback in the scene with the current team, the next Team Secret roster,
Synderen.
and that's Eternal Envy. No, not Synderen, definitely. I don't miss his Night Stalker Yules. But Eternal Envy, I think if he's combined with the Puppy one more time, we might be seeing some like Giga Brain ideas that
Some 50-50s?
50-50s
I think
as well.
Envy definitely needs the money, so.
Yeah.
what I've been seeing him tweeting.
Oh, no.
But yeah, overall, Team Secret, they are cooking up a new one last ride type of a lineup, and I'm really excited.
Did they call it one last ride?
No, but you know, it might be
Yeah,
considering
that.
everything that did happen, but we'd definitely love to see them come back into the scene strong.
We definitely do. Thank you, Lacoste.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, so we're also cooking something up, I think. But if you want to know what we're cooking, you gotta stick around. We'll have a break, and then we shall return. Here for Falcons versus Bad Boom, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit. That's just the way it works sometimes. And while we're all waiting, because we're all in this together after all, well, I'm not in this together because I'm gonna be quizmaster to the people that are doing the quiz, and I've got 4 subjects here doing the quiz. I'm gonna hand out the things.
Hand out dice.
Shiva,
Do you
can
want?
I have the white whiteboard?
I'll probably grab one of those for you, don't worry.
Okay, great. Yeah.
That was a good one, Kevin.
Thank you.
What was the joke?
Do the
white whiteboard.
But
I would like the white.
I appreciate that.
White whiteboard.
Minus
Can a pin?
I will take any whiteboard, Shiva, thank you.
I have PTSD. I thought you were throwing that at me for sure from when we played those sandbags earlier.
No, we got whiteboard. You remember how we guessed things yesterday?
No.
Yeah, heroes. What?
But what did we do
Silhouettes.
yesterday?
There was hero silhouettes.
We were guessing.
yeah,
We're not
yeah, I
going to do
remember.
that this time round. But you are still going to guess. So I need you to do the same thing as you did yesterday, where you write your answer on the board and don't start shouting over each other, because that's very disruptive for everybody watching.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, don't
Can
do
I
that.
can I make a rule that like if you're slow, we just throw you off the out of the airplane
Stop shouting.
No.
and just like stop delaying the whole game?
No.
Your energy
just a
is too
player.
high,
No,
Kevin.
we are fine delaying the game a little bit, considering we have a little bit of time. But if you really need to think that long, maybe it's because the quest is hard. The quest is going to be guessing which talent tweeted the tweet.
Oh, yeah.
And I will tell you straight up that all the talent that has tweeted is here.
They're all
so
here.
there's only talent that is here with us in Stockholm. And there
I got some bad
has
tweets.
been some digging. So it might be going fairly far back in time. I have the list of answers in my very well hidden.
Oh, now I'm
mobile
nervous.
phone.
I can feel my hand, dude. I'm actually nervous.
Wait, touch my hand?
Yeah.
Oh, that's moist.
Don't
You're
get us
nervous
fired,
too.
Cheever, okay?
Oh my god, I got some bad tweets.
That's real
I
bad.
will try to not get us fired.
I've done some regrettable things.
Well, are you guys understanding of the question? Of the quest?
I need a repeat.
Yes,
yeah,
I understand the rules.
Understanding the rules?
So we have to tweet something while we're doing this challenge.
No,
Exactly.
While doing
I
the
tweet for you.
backflip. Yeah.
No, you do not need to tweet right now.
I'm tweeting.
I'm cheating on it. He's making a list.
I think we're ready for our first tweet. Hello, friend.
Oh, this is a burger enjoyer.
And it's a burger.
Okay.
This is a big burger.
I will say that's a good looking burger.
That is a nice burger.
Well, I know
If
some.
you throw out the tomato, it's a really nice looking burger.
I agree.
No, the tomato is good.
It has to go.
Okay.
They're all here.
Everybody is here.
And it's not somebody on the here because they would know.
Well, if they know, they're going to keep it secret.
Yeah.
Oh, I will tell you.
You're not gonna.
Either that or it went so far back that they forgot. Because I will reiterate, it went far back.
That's
a pretty bad picture.
It's definitely Tsunami.
Yeah, it's Tsunami. Tsunami or Effie
How
for
old
sure.
are we talking about?
The
This
lifelong
is
vegetarian.
2016.
What is in the background?
I feel like this is like Japanese letters, but I could be wrong.
No, that looks like a Coke case.
Oh man.
No, it doesn't. It's too long.
I am ready.
I believe. Yeah, I've got my answer.
If you're not ready, we're throwing you out of the airplane right now. No
Why is this guy
parachute.
making rules, Cheever? Can we?
3,
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
1. Reveal the board. Lacoste has OD.
Oh, wow.
Burgess Cinderin. Cinderin. We've got triple Cinderin and 1 Owen. Let's reveal the first one.
What?
Come on! I will say this is 2012, guys. This is before.
Did you know?
You used.
No,
dot.
I didn't. And nowadays, if I would order the burger, I would order it without a tomato because I also don't like that. I will say I knew a little bit
tricked me,
once I
Cheever.
realized the logo in the background is of a burger place in The Hague that does no longer exist, but that's where I used to like.
What
to get the
happened?
burger
Were
from.
you not brave enough in 2012 to
No,
tell
I
them
just
that
didn't
you don't
realize
want?
that
Oh, I
that's
see.
the one I did not like.
That's a deep cut.
Yeah, but that's mine.
That's starting hard.
That's
That is 2012,
That's
guys.
a hard one.
Yep.
Right to start off.
This is probably I made my Twitter account maybe a week before that or something.
Was it good?
Yeah, it's a low effort.
This
think
was
that-
a good burger. This
yeah,
was
and
a
that
good burger.
location is very good. I was very sad.
I thought it was fogged for a second from the last week because this is something that he does tweet.
And
Literally,
he uses
yeah,
dot
dots.
a lot.
Maybe he got stuck in 2012. It was very
You never
hip
know.
back then. of
Ready for
course.
round 2, Shiver?
Ready
Yeah,
for
definitely
round
stuck
2.
with the
Let's see what we
gameplay
got if people
in
can score
2012.
some points. Sleeping for 2.5 hours until I spent the following 7 hours of my life staring at hashtag Dota 2, my new favorite game.
Okay, so it's
It's
someone that
fairly new,
complains.
someone who complains a lot.
That could be fogged.
No.
He's been playing this game since he came out of the womb, though.
My new
favorite game.
Yeah. It's
So it's
a
somebody
Dota
who-
2 people, not
Can I look
Dota
at
1
your list?
people.
But somebody that was around.
Can you read it?
Yes.
My new favorite game.
What is this new favorite game? Wait.
Oh, okay.
I think I know. Wait.
Some of these tweets could be around some of the first tweets that the people have tweeted.
I feel like I have actually seen this tweet.
I'm just gonna go based on the not sleeping. That's what I'm gonna go. I know somebody who has never slept.
I mean, I have a guess. I'm gonna try to do a different guess than the obvious one that you're talking about.
Okay, can we do it one by one this time? Is everybody guessed something?
Yeah.
Okay, can we have Jenkins first? That is Mira.
Oh, that was not me.
There's another Effie.
I'm gonna guess BSJ.
That's a BSJ, and that's an Effie. Let's take a look at who this was.
What?
I did not know.
even remember.
Oh, this is a joke.
This is also 2011, August 17th.
It's a joke.
First
That's
of all,
why I didn't
I have
catch
a
it.
suggestion. If you don't get your own tweet, you get a minus point.
Agreed.
There's no points
From now.
You guys don't have any points. From now?
From now.
I'm down for that.
All right.
I'm down for that.
Are you
Also,
down for
I
it?
like
This was-
Kezu saying,
You're lucky you dodged.
I remember
Sure.
seeing this.
Can you have negative points?
This was right after I got into the beta. Was what happened. That's what it was. It It was like before this, I had been playing Dota 1 obviously for a while. I had finally got into the game, so it was like today my new favorite game, Dota 2. It was Dota 2 versus Dota 1. That's what this.
Do you sleep better now? How's your sleep?
Yeah, I don't know why 2.5 hours.
That's really bad.
Maybe it was based on the time zone that I got it or something. I'm not sure. Don't recall.
Yeah, I know you don't recall, obviously.
That's on my birthday, by the way. That's my birthday.
Oh.
Oh,
happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
You got
Thank
the
you.
Dota
He
beta
seems
on your
very
birthday,
Yeah.
and you forgot.
I guess so. I don't know.
All right.
Okay, let's get our next tweet on the board. And I'm on Twitter. Get ready.
Chacho. Oh.
Hashtag banana.
This is either the biggest bait of all time.
Let's just reveal.
Let's just go for it.
I mean,
I'm already.
I guess, but I feel like it's a bait.
Turn the board over.
I guess.
This is either the biggest bait or why is there hashtag banana if it's not
Everybody
right?
chose BSJ.
It could be me as well. I'm actually scared.
Did you used to use bichachos?
I feel like it could be
Probably at one time.
maybe
Let's take a
Jenkins.
look at who this is. It is the cause.
Oh my
It's
god!
We got
See, I joined.
It's 2017.
How
did you join Twitter so
2017.
late?
This is seriously concerning, guys.
This is concerning.
This is really concerning.
Our tweets haven't dropped yet,
I
Jenkins.
think because I was doing a Dota Pit event and I was having a banana in my pocket. I was doing something that Jenkins does, whatever, like
Oh,
shit
yeah, you
you
go
find
pocket,
around,
you
like
check
you put
pockets.
it in your
Yeah.
pocket.
Oh,
and
yeah,
show
it's
it
a
on
banana.
camera. All right, I feel slightly embarrassed right now. Next.
That was your first tweet. Wow.
Oh.
Making sure I stay true to my roots and practice reaction time and coordination. And it's Smash Bros. On an actual
I
Nintendo
recognize that map. Yeah.
64.
Okay, Nintendo 64 Smash Bros.
Anyone else play Smash Bros on the 64?
I did.
I did.
It was a good game.
Oh no!
Making sure I stay true to my roots.
Man, production did me dirty.
Man, this
huh?
is, these are hard.
These are incredibly hard.
I know who this is.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure. I mean, how popular?
I didn't
was
even know
Smash
my
Bros?
own.
How popular were Smash Bros in Europe?
This one. You think so? No.
It's hard to judge because around that time I did have.
I feel like it's one of two options. I have two. Because it should be some of the older people.
Nintendo
Older?
64.
Okay.
Making sure I.
I think so.
Making sure I stay true to my roots and practice reaction time and coordination.
Wait, let me think of ages because this can't be Ted because Ted, this was not nostalgic for him. He was playing like Pong or whatever.
It was like Guild Wars 1 or whatever.
I'm ready.
All right.
I have a guess.
Catch up.
Okay.
I haven't felt good about like any of my guesses except for the banana one, where that was like
We all
probably it.
got
But
Okay, I'm ready.
Let's turn the boards.
This is a guess.
Tsunami, Cap,
Cinderin.
Cinder and Cinder.
I feel like it's Cinder or Oni. It's Owen. It's Cheever. What is your reaction?
Let's take a look at the answer.
Why is this so hard?
In 2013,
because this was 11 years ago.
was trying to continue his professional career in Dignitas or Bottom Bottom or wherever, Narvi.
Narvi. I
Narvi at the
love
time.
And yeah, he played some Smash Bros for practicing reaction time and coordination. I think you should have been able to tell
That
it was an
really
X-Pro
didn't
because
pay
nobody
off
else
for
had
him,
practiced
huh?
their reaction time and coordination.
Yeah, that's why I picked Sind.
Cinderin was an X-Pro.
I should have gone for Fog because he's North American. This game was huge in NA.
And he wrote a dot again at the end of his tweet.
Oh,
He did do a dot.
So that
yeah.
that was
there
the
might
takeaway.
have been a part of the tweet that was revealing that got cut. Hashtag Dignitas.
Oh, really?
Let's take a look at our next tweet. We're still nobody on the
Yeah,
on
but
the
Lacoste
board,
is
guys.
-1, so we're not
Oh
losing.
yeah, Lacoste is -1. I just want to cuddle and watch Lord of the Rings.
Who's a big Lauder fan here?
Lauder. I love Legolas. Is this a bait?
Who could this be?
I'm ready.
Not a lot of words, no capital letter usage whatsoever. No dots or question marks or exclamation marks, nothing.
I don't think a guy would say, I just want to cuddle. That's not something a guy would tweet, right?
Wow, there's one guy. I think.
This could. Yeah, I'm locked. I'm locked and
Okay,
loaded.
lock it in. Let's see Kezu first.
Mira.
That's Effie. Let's do Purge, Effie.
I think it's a bait.
Sin. And Effie.
I think it's a bait.
Let's take a look at the answer. We got some points on the board, team.
Sind is the only guy
-1.
who's not afraid to talk about his feelings. That's why I thought it was him.
It was a good strategy. I respect it. -1.
Because I thought that was too much of a bait, but
It's a good tweet.
2015.
It's a good tweet.
Solid tweet.
That's a good tweet. We finally have people with points. Let's see if Lacoste can catch up.
It only took like 6 rounds.
I have no fucking idea how Twitter works. Why no following me?
Why no following me?
oh shit.
You know this?
No, I just have to think of.
Why no following me?
Why no following me?
Huh? Okay.
All these tweets were amongst their first tweets.
Okay, I believe that I have an answer. Jenkins, how do you feel about your answer here?
He has nothing.
I haven't written it down yet.
Jenkins, how do you feel about your answer right now?
I'm ready.
We got 3 people already ready.
I think I have
I'm
to
not
guess
confident.
I'm
but
not confident in mine either.
this. I think I have to guess
I'm
this.
very. It's hard.
Do you think this is a girl, Lacoste?
No, I think this is a guy tweet.
This is a guy tweet.
Why are people I don't know following me? That's what it should have said.
Oh.
There's some cutoff. Sorry, guys.
Whatever, I'm keeping my
Why
answer.
are people I don't know following me?
It's the angry guy. It's the
Angry
Mr.
Man.
Flax.
Mr. Flax.
Mr. Period
Mr.
Flax.
Edward
Mr. Flax.
Forsyth of Eyes.
And Jenkins.
I guess myself just.
Oh,
in case.
actually, that could be Jenkins.
Let's take a look. It is
Oh,
Flax.
let's go.
3 points.
Oh,
and
that feels good.
I don't know. What do we think about people that?
No, you didn't
think-
make that a rule. That's bullshit. Then he gets -1. I just
Well, like
guessed.
when you think it's you, but it's not you.
Yeah, but obviously you don't count because we didn't have the rule
That's
yet. But should that be
-2
a
for
rule?
you, Jenkins.
Wait, so you're not allowed to
No.
just vote for yourself?
Disqualification.
Dude,
Well, no, I was. I mean, I'm like, it's like in the 1v1s. We gave points away
thank God
because
mine's
nobody
gone.
came up with
That's
the
a
rules.
dangerous
That
idiot.
is dangerous.
Let's just not have that as a rule. At Dota Capitalist, it was awesome to get this picture with you, and great casting today. Cannot wait for tomorrow.
Wait a minute. So this is someone who either came in late to the scene or it's a bait from someone who's already in the scene and took this picture with Cap.
Correct.
Like Cinderin. This one is not
What
easy.
if it's a Cap tweet?
What
Okay.
if it's Jenkins?
Was awesome
That's
to
something
get
that he would tweet at the start of his career.
No,
Come
I'm
on,
doing one of-
and
I would have tweeted
DI.
that. I thought
DI
the other one
hugs.
because it was broken English.
cannot wait for tomorrow. So it's at a.
Cannot wait for tomorrow. Was awesome to get this picture with you, and great casting today. Cannot wait for tomorrow.
Who would want a picture with Cap?
Yeah, I don't think any of the
Me,
talent
None of
would want-
us, I think.
Yeah.
I have 2 guesses. I'm gonna
Oh,
pick
actually,
one of them. 2 guesses. I feel like
2.
I feel like it's one of the 2.
Do you want the other one there in small letters for a half point
Sure, that
potential?
sounds good. Or just for pride.
For pride, sure. Do for pride. Do for pride.
I'm ready.
All right, we got a Cinderin on Jenkins.
I'm really not confident. I think this could be me.
Thinks it's Kazu. Tsunami or BSJ and BSJ.
Tsunami is my primary
Now,
guess.
I will tell you, this is probably the only one that I know. So let's reveal.
Oh god, it's not me. Wow!
Oh,
Damn.
he probably was a Cap fan at the time.
He was. He went to ESL 1 Frankfurt as a fan, met Cap, got picture.
What a nice picture.
This is the most wholesome tweet so far.
I
we've
thought
seen.
it was Sind being a dick,
That was my first thought too.
but God, all of these could be
What a
Sind.
nice photo.
It's super.
Wow, this is incredible.
I
How old
think
is
both have-
Production, I want this photo to make more stickers on WhatsApp. Thank you.
I agree.
That's a good Cap photo for sure for WhatsApp.
They're both great photos.
Yeah.
They're both very good photos. Yeah, it's a good picture. It's so wholesome.
This is 10 years ago.
Cap looks
Yeah,
actually
2014.
Oh my god.
I think it was the first ESL 1 Frankfurt.
Man,
Cap
what
looks
happened
like
to
he's-
Cap?
Looks like he's 13. This is when he was a Mormon, by the way.
I think this is was maybe his first one as well, his first LAN. Yeah, very
Wonderful.
cool. They're wonderful.
Any more?
Yeah, we have another one.
Okay.
Myself and my
Oh.
entire project group scored A's at the project exam. Yay! Player streams should begin tonight, if not tomorrow. Stay tuned.
It's not Kezu. He's not doing any group projects. Nobody liked to
Yeah,
work
I
with
never
him.
did group projects anyway. Player streams.
Player streams.
Player streams.
This sounds like. Could this be No. Did Brian? No.
But make sure to stay tuned.
Brian,
Stay tuned.
Brian
would say
Brian
stay
did
tuned.
school. Mira did school.
Yeah.
Did Brian finish high school? That's my question.
But Mira didn't have player streams.
But
Brian
what's
would
the
have player
yay
streams.
exclamation mark? Who
Fogs
uses
would have player
yay?
streams, but he didn't.
What
go
is
to
a player stream? What does that even mean?
A stream when you are a player? I don't know.
player streams? Multiple player streams should begin tonight.
This is actually the most confusing one.
Myself and my entire project group scored A's at the project exam.
I have
So
unconfidently.
they have to be in school and also be doing well in school. A's, straight A's.
I don't know. I don't know.
Lacoste is filled in an answer.
I'm
What
not
are you
taking
doing?
yours.
Are you peeking?
Well, I'm looking. I'm not gonna
Why
use
are you
yours.
cheating?
Yeah,
I'm
he
cheating.
did that to me too.
I don't even feel confident
Okay,
about
I
this.
have no idea. This is the only person I know
Let's
that went to school.
we got
I don't know.
That's my
Lacoste
second
going for
guess.
I don't
BSJ. We got Jenkins going for BSJ, and Effie for Kezu, and BSJ for Purge, and none of you. I don't know how many people have so many times gone for Synderen, but the time where it's actually
What?
Synderen-
It is him?
He also went to school, you guys.
Well, of course, but what?
He also streams when he was a player.
I guess
Man,
this
I
makes
chose
sense.
Brian 3 times. I'm not choosing Brian
it's
ever
gonna be Brian
again.
eventually. so
Brian's an L.
safe.
Don't take Brian.
That actually makes sense. He would tweet something like that. He
Yeah.
did.
He did.
I feel like. But why? Who he used yay?
Yay!
He usually. Yeah, no.
Yeah, the yay is a little bit.
Back when he
This
was
is a-
happy.
This was also when he was still British.
That's true. This is like British
Oh, I
accent
forgot he was
Synderen.
British. He was British.
He was British. Let's take a look at our next tweet. I've been learning Street Fighter 4 while my Dota stack is hooked on WildStar. It seems I'm just attracted to games that teach me to hate. Okay, did I miss the boat? What on earth is WildStar?
I don't know.
It's an MMO, I believe. It was an MMO, and it
Okay.
came out in about 2014.
My Dota stack.
So we played it in Zephyr once. I think that's what it was.
You have a Dota stack. But Jenkins never talked about Street Fighter when we played it.
Because he didn't play it.
Yeah, so he's not
This
the
is
guy
not,
who made
that's
the
not a
tweet.
good camera angle for me.
Me and Kezu have been playing Street Fighter 2 for the last week or so.
Yeah.
And nobody wanted to play with us.
But there's one guy who keeps talking about it. Is it him though?
Yeah, there's this one guy who challenged us,
Yeah.
talking
But
shit
I
how
feel
we
like this-
can't execute the combos, and then we beat him.
But I feel like it's not him.
No, it's not him.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
It's
No,
the
I
other
don't.
guy.
Can't be 2 of his tweets, right?
It probably could be more than one.
Could it be
of
more
them.
than one tweet, Shiver? She's not
Shiver,
gonna
can
even
I-
I'm checking.
Can there be repeats?
Have we had Flucus Lucas yet?
Yes.
We did.
Okay.
Remember that really
Digging the
It
dumb
cannot be more than one tweet.
It cannot
So I just helped you guys because you guys are struggling.
Dota
So I just
stack.
feel-
Can I look at your list in the upper right again? Thank you.
Throw him out of the plane right now.
Who?
That's his own rule.
That's his
That
own
is the
rule.
own rule. I'm choosing. Wait, we did.
You guys, you gotta write down an answer.
Okay.
One answer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we got a tsunami.
Oh,
we
that
got
was
a
my first
Jenkins.
thought,
We got a
Jenkins.
Jenkins, and we got a tsunami. The tsunami boys are right.
It was my first thought. Why can't I believe it?
You know why he never challenged us?
Because he's never there.
Exactly. Where is this guy anyway?
Where is he?
I just thought I'm attracted to games that teach me to hate. He is.
Yeah, he is.
In
Yeah, he
general.
does play a lot of the games that make you
He
suffer.
sits there and he
Is
does.
this a
He does
score, really?
mechanics for hours.
Who'd
on
you
stream.
guess?
It's horrible.
No idea.
Okay,
But you
let's
got it
go
wrong,
bring
right?
up our next
This one I
tweet.
got
Don't
wrong.
try to metagame it, Purge. Blaring Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog while I'm driving. Such good
What
music.
is that?
Okay, so
It was very famous. It's like a.
Dr. Horrible's
It's like a play,
sing-along blog.
but it's like a podcast.
it's a person with a driving license. Hopefully with a driving license.
Yeah.
That means it's not Synderen. I forgot who we had.
Wait. Okay.
I don't want you guys to think about it too long. So, and we have something planned for after. So I'm gonna get a time cap on this. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal your cards. Cap BSJ. Janky. Cap. It is a cap.
Woo! Let's go.
I don't know what any of that is. He's just the one guy left.
This is not a cap tweet that I've...
It was a straight up 50-50 and I lost.
Oh, I will tell you guys, not everybody has a tweet.
That's fair.
So let's go on to the next one.
Holy Jenkins comeback.
GG's.
Yeah. This will be the last one.
It's like there's a 50-50.
This one brings 5 points.
This was the last one. Do we have one more for a tiebreaker? Because I saw there might be one more.
Let's pull one up.
No, we don't. I think you guys
pull
need to
up a
shake
picture
hands.
of a Steenie.
Why don't you just fight to the death?
Street Fighter.
No.
Let's fight on camera.
It will just be, you know what? You guys have to settle it in a different game.
Flip a coin.
Can we play Animal?
I'm giving my point to Jenkins.
Can we play Secret Shop?
He's giving his point to Jenkins.
Thank you. You're a good man.
That's a very dishonest point.
Shiver, I'm going to give all my points to Kezu. I think he needs the W.
Yeah, I don't need it. I give all my points to Kevin. He's going to need it.
Give Kevin all the points.
We are going to have a round of Secret Shop either way. We're still a little bit away before our Falcons versus Bedboom series, so might as well.
We might as well.
Might as well. I know that not everybody has played this, or have they? I have explained it, right?
I have not played it, but you have explained it.
Great.
Lacoste?
Where's Lacoste?
Secret Shop?
Yeah.
I love just play Secret Shop.
I've been there from the
Animal Shop.
beginning.
Do you want me to explain
Animal
it?
Yeah, you explain it. That sounds like a great plan.
Secret Shop is a game where it is a 2 versus 2. Somebody, one of the teams, gets an animal, and the animal has some sort of problem with it. And the other 2 people are returning it to a shop, but they don't know.
The
shopkeeper doesn't know what the animal is, and they have to guess what the animal is and what the problem is with the animal. And that's why it's a 2v2.
The shopkeeper has to guess. The
shopkeeper has to guess. Yeah.
There is one person that sits out all the time. Wants to be the first one sitting out. That
Oh
doesn't,
no,
confused.
not me again.
Have you played it before?
Yeah, no.
I mean, he really doesn't want to play. I don't really want to play either, but I'll
No,
play.
but he will.
How can
Yeah,
you
but Lacoste
say
will
that?
play the next one, but he'll watch
Sure.
one. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'll watch one and then I'm in.
Shall we do them against us?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I'll play.
Yeah, and Kazu as well.
Okay.
luck.
Who is it? You want to
I
be
have not
shopkeeper
played.
or you want to be?
We'll be shopkeeper.
Okay, you gotta pick a thing.
Okay, where's the?
I'm going to the shop.
We need like here. We need like a.
This is my shop.
Are we showing to camera or no? Do we show to camera
What are
or no?
you doing?
You need a desk,
That's true. We need a podium.
like a counter. Here, this is the counter.
I don't know.
Anyways,
We don't show the camera.
There, that's
Let me
the
see.
counter.
Let me see.
Ah, okay.
It's
I
great.
don't know
That's
if you're
the
allowed
counter.
to see.
Okay.
I'm not playing.
No, he can see.
Do you
right?
want to be the shopkeeper or you want to be the assistant?
I'll be the assistant.
Okay, shopkeeper. Patiently waiting.
Okay, they need to guess.
Can I
right?
get a confirmation that I'm not showing the camera, right?
Don't show the camera.
Don't show the camera.
Okay.
So am I like, do I have to reenact what the animal is in a way? Like,
Yeah.
if I have to
Yep.
drag it,
Yep.
for instance.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
Knock,
just
knock,
at
knock.
work.
Knock, knock. You guys
The
opening up?
door's
It's
open.
open, you dumbass.
Wait.
Sorry.
Are we both dragging it
Oh,
or
we
what?
have to. It's push. Sorry.
We're pushing it.
Here you go.
Whoa. What's happening?
Oh, this is a fat animal.
Are you guys okay? Why are you bringing this into my shop?
Shouldn't that be in water?
You guys told us a shitty animal that isn't doing what it's supposed to do.
What? What's wrong with it?
We just thought it would be a lot more fun to have one of these, but it's just been a real letdown this entire time,
you don't- do
and
you
we'd
lo-
like to return it.
Surely you have a fish tank for it. Maybe the problem is it wasn't in the fish tank.
Is it supposed to
We
look
don't
like that?
have that much in our one-bedroom apartment.
Okay, so how were you keeping it?
Question: are we supposed to? How can I answer his
No,
question?
stay in character. Stay in character. Stay in character.
Okay.
I'm saying that in character. I'm gonna keep grooming here.
Okay.
Look,
stay in character.
I don't know anybody that could put a fish tank that could hold this thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
so
no,
how
it's
were you
impossible.
taking care of it? Were you taking proper care?
We know
Yeah.
how to take care of this animal.
We Googled it, and we're feeding it a lot of stuff. It eats fish. Yeah.
Does it like when I do this?
It eats meat.
Oh,
no, stop doing that.
Definitely don't do that. There's a colloquialism about not doing that specifically.
That was a good one, Kevin.
Like very
okay, right.
specifically.
Yeah, I think we may have sold them the wrong animal because this definitely doesn't need a fish tank.
Why would you
But
keep that in a
treated-
one-bedroom apartment?
Because we wanted to.
Is it?
We saw it on TikTok that it was really cool to own this animal.
Why isn't it moving? Is it asleep?
It is asleep right now.
Wait, let me try.
Stop doing that!
You really, please don't do
Why
that.
is it? Why is it
Do
the
you
way
see?
it is? Has it been like this the whole
That's
time?
dangerous.
It's kind of been like this
For the
whole
last
time.
couple of months, yeah.
What is
Oh, he wants to play. I can tell.
Yeah, he's actually giving it away.
Yeah, no, but what? Right now, it's like we're in October, November.
Well,
Isn't this natural state?
I mean, sometimes, but it's
Yeah,
kinda
but it's
just,
been doing this all the time.
Yeah, it's just not fun. We wanted to play with it. We thought it could do tricks.
We can't play, we can't feed it, it doesn't learn any circus tricks.
Jenkins just left.
Is it a bear that cannot wake up from hibernation?
That is correct.
Are you cheating?
No, she just got it.
Oh, you're waking up.
They win. Congratulations. Yay.
Get it off me.
No, it ate you.
It's not real. You're gonna be okay.
It's asleep,
Got
Jenkins.
The poking with the bear was too easy. The poking the bear was
was good.
sick.
That was good.
No, but it was good,
Well
but it was
done.
easy.
Thank you.
Well done, well done,
I
well
think it's
done.
the call's time to shine, guys. Well, thank you for
Yeah,
taking
he
back
seems
the
like he
bear.
wants to play. Get
Yeah.
him in there. Would you like to draw a card?
Sure.
I'll sit this one out, considering I guessed correctly.
Oh no. Then I'm
too
guessing.
Who's
Okay,
we
you
guess?
and me,
Oh, you wanna be
and
on
me,
team?
shopkeeper.
Sure. Okay. Okay.
Man, we have no customers. This sucks. How am I gonna offload these 25,000
we don't need to do that.
small animals that were
He's fine. It's fine.
gone
We'll
ethically?
just walk on. Yeah, we'll
Let's
just walk.
go. Come on, let's go.
Come on, you big fat ass. Let's go.
Is that a bear that
You're dragging it.
hibernates?
Do we got it?
Open the door.
Do you have a back door?
Let me hold
It's
the
a
door.
donkey?
Do you have a back door?
No,
I don't think you can
no,
fit through
we have
here.
no back doors.
You have no back door.
No.
Push
Okay.
it in. Come in, strawberry.
Okay. Wait, one sec. I really need a drink.
Oh, nice!
So it's,
Push it.
Oh, no, not like that.
We did not tell you to do that.
we're not that kind of place. I think you're confused.
Okay.
We told you not to do that with this animal, Jenkins.
It's weird because when I do that, it just sits there.
Yeah, it
it's like
doesn't-
my wife.
Different character, Jenkins.
Okay.
Different character.
All right. What kind of bovine do you got there?
Well, obviously the milking kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like she has
Is
something
it-
stuck in her mouth.
Is it a
Yeah.
Jersey? Is
Here,
it?
let me show you.
Is it a Holstein?
And see, she doesn't even do it when I do this. No.
You're not supposed to feed it birds.
Is that a bull or is it a heifer?
Is it a bull? I was
Drinking a milk from a bull, yeah.
not that kind of milk. It's not
A
a bull.
different kind of
It's a different
bull.
kind.
Well,
Yeah,
have you
yeah.
considered taking it to the animal veterinarian?
We've not considered that.
What do you think? What do you think we do here? We
not a big problem.
We just
for
sell
me.
animals.
we
guys.
just
It's just we
offload
want to know,
animals.
was she always like this? Was she like the runt of the litter?
The runt, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, they
She
just
looks
come in the
pretty
back
normal to
door.
me.
And we
always
just
She looks, everything is fine.
Yeah, she looks normal to me. What's wrong?
She does. Well, here. One
Check
second.
this out.
Look
Let-
at that broom again.
Is there something wrong with its teeth?
She's not doing anything.
The teeth. It's like maybe the maybe the vocal
we are
cords.
not the most ethical.
And she's alive.
Here, one second. Let me look.
Poke harder. Yeah.
Hey, milk. Get the milk going. She doesn't make a single noise. We got this.
Is it a mute cow?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty
yeah.
much. Yeah, that's right. It's a cow that won't moo.
Okay.
Congratulations!
Wow.
Congratulations!
Well played. Strawberry. I love strawberry.
Oh, that's
Have to give her a name.
strawberry. Okay,
I
that's
love
good.
the touch of the name. That was good.
All right, who's next?
I want to keep the broom.
I will be a
can sit
person
out. I can sit
that
out.
helps with the animal.
I'll sit out.
I'm brooming.
All right, I'll animal.
Okay, you go. You guys are
Get the
shopkeeper.
hell.
Come on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. You want to carry it or me?
I'll carry it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, good afternoon. Please come in.
I don't know why you sold us this.
Can you set it down?
Well, it's a perfectly normal animal. What's wrong with it?
No, look at this.
Yeah, we're looking at him. What do you mean?
What? No, you need to teach it to balance. We've told you this when we sold you this animal.
No, it should do it.
Oh, this animal has vertigo problems.
Let me hold it. Let me hold it.
It's probably just easier, yeah.
But we told you about this. This is pretty normal.
It happens.
Yeah.
Look,
No, it's
the
not
customer is always right.
Yeah, no, I think it must have been in the fine print. I think we can sue them if it's just in the fine print.
Oh, you guys haven't watching
Wait,
TikTok
what did you
again.
feed it with?
What?
What did you feed it with? What kind of food are you giving to this
We're
animal?
giving it the exact food we're supposed to give it. Those little things that make it the color.
The industrial pellets. Filled with shrimp.
Yeah.
Shrimp, yeah? That sounds pretty
There's
normal.
some shrimp in there for the color.
Can I poke your animal?
No.
Why not?
No,
This is standard policy around here.
it's very
Be gentle.
fragile.
It's very normal.
It's very fragile. You can't poke it.
Well, maybe you should put it back in the water.
It's not supposed to be in the water.
It's not exactly true. but
Well, it can only be in the water when it can balance.
That's
and
true.
you just told me
It's gonna-
it can't. You saw it can't balance.
It's gonna drown
Well,
if
we
it
can
falls
teach
over.
you to balance if you want.
I don't think you can.
Okay,
no, we tried.
go ahead. Let's see if you can do it.
Wait, let me touch it. I'm gonna
No,
fix...
I got
It's slippery.
No,
Wait.
I'm fixing the wings.
It's a.
There you go. It's perfectly balanced. Stupid
All
customers.
right, now can we have our money back?
They're trying to scam us again.
We can give you 20%.
What?
Oh, that's not gonna be.
We'll give you a half price.
Oh. I mean,
20% and you give us the food that you
See,
bought
it
for the
fell
animal.
all right. How about we'll buy another one for only 50%,
Stop mathing
so
us.
that we can start the flock.
Start the colony.
Yeah, exactly.
flock.
We need more than one.
Yeah,
That's really the
'cause
problem.
normally, the whole point is
If you give
have
us
to
like
have like
6,
50
Okay, it
or
has
something.
wings.
If you give us 6 of them, they can like
It's a penguin.
yeah, tilt against
It
each
has
other.
to have like 50, and I want to
Yeah.
see them like dance
Maybe
and
maybe
walk
hundreds.
around and do like this.
I could also
I know.
I could also put them in my lawn too.
It's pink, right?
That's why we feed it the lobster pebbles.
Yeah, it's flamingo. It's a flamingo that can't keep balance because it's on one leg.
That's right.
That is right.
there
Will
we
you
go.
give us a refund or
Can we
what?
get our fucking money?
We can give you prosthetics for the leg. Is that
I
fine?
guess that would work.
I'm a surgeon.
do. That'll
so I
do.
can do it.
Thank you,
All right,
thank
pretty
you.
good.
Well late, thank you.
I'll sit
We'll
up.
play,
That was good. That was really good.
Thought it was a penguin until the
I
end.
thought it was a penguin as well.
That good?
Jenkies. I will sit.
All right.
Oh, am I the animal guy again?
Yeah, so
Can be.
I'm fine with it.
But they have been in the
clean?
store already.
you're cleaning.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys be the animal guy. Okay.
No, one of you
We're
is
on
the
a team.
cleaner. I'm
We're
the
on the
assistant.
team. All right.
Kazu?
No, he's yeah.
Yeah. Give me my broom.
The doorbell.
He just walked out of the store with our
You wanna
broom.
hold it?
We're closing
I
in
don't
5
need it.
minutes. Can you hurry up?
No, I mean, do you want to hold the? I don't mean the piece of paper. Yeah.
It's not that big, right?
No, and also the animal you're holding isn't either.
We should not drop this one.
What are you guys
Open
doing?
the door.
Yes, please come in.
Jens, please.
No, he's focused.
Jens.
Yeah, come in, please. Okay. Hello. What is
Hello?
wrong with your filthy animal that you're bringing us?
We don't know where the animal is, actually. We're turning it around and we can't find the animal.
Have you looked
But you're
inside of
holding
it?
it.
Yeah, but
How do you know you're
there's
holding
nothing.
it?
Have you
There's
looked
nothing outside.
Have you looked inside?
Can I get the room?
No, don't poke
You're not
it.
supposed
Just try. It's not there.
You can't give us back a faulty animal, you filthy customer.
Yeah, do it. You can poke it.
Yo. Oh, careful! Don't go too
Not
far.
on the inside.
Don't go in. Oh my god.
I think I know what it is.
Here, one sec.
Take it.
Have you left it upside? You can't leave it upside down on the floor.
No, it's not upside
It's
down.
fine. It's one of the other ones.
Ah, it's normal.
Yeah.
One of the other ones.
Hey, hey, hey!
Then what happens if you put your finger inside?
It's definitely in there, but it won't come
Is
out.
that how you test stuff out,
Yeah.
Kezu?
Yeah.
What have you been
Take a look,
feeding
take a
it? What have you been feeding it so far?
Nothing.
Nothing.
What
No
do you
wonder
mean?
it's dead.
It's not
it's
dead.
not
It's
dead.
alive.
It's
It's
not
perfectly
dead.
fine.
It just bit me. It's not dead.
Okay, so
said
well, it's
nothing.
hungry. Of course, it will bite you. What
Yeah.
have you been? What did you want to feed it?
Wait, what
do we feed? What do they eat? Like worms, shells, fish.
They don't eat. They're not carnivores. These are not carnivores. Like plants. I've been putting plants. Honestly, maybe the type of plant that I'm putting in there is
Birds.
the problem.
Birds as well. I'm sure they eat birds. The bigger one eats birds.
He's confusing me like a lot. Oh, I dropped it. It's on its back again.
So, it just doesn't want to come out. Have you ever seen it move?
No, because it's just in there.
And it can't fight. We bought it to fight the criminals.
Look in there. Do you see any eyes? Do you see any hands?
Ugh, this is disgusting. What happened?
You sold us just the outside.
No,
we were told
obviously
that
not. It almost
this
bit your
animal
finger
knows
off.
karate. We want our
Here,
money
put your
back.
Put your finger in there.
Karate.
Put your hand in. Put your hand in.
Yeah, nothing's happening. Oh, there it is! It bit me, you little shit.
Try again. One more time, just to be sure.
I think.
Not that end. Good lord.
Do you have any
do that to
rats?
animals.
Do we have
What
rats?
if we buy a rat to teach our animal how to kung fu?
Yeah, no, we already know. we already know it's a turtle, but we don't know
What is
why
wrong with
it's
the
not
turtle?
wanting to come out of its shell.
I even tried to feed it pizza, and it just, it wouldn't, it would only bite my
Okay,
finger.
I don't know what's wrong with that turtle.
It doesn't want to come out of its shell.
Yeah, why?
I don't know.
We don't know. That's why we want to bring it back.
This is not a turtle. I'm pretty sure they're slightly larger.
I think. What? It's not a turtle.
I don't know the difference between these things, but
I think one of
this is not a turtle. This is not a turtle store. This is another type of store.
It's basically the same. It's just called different.
It's like, you know, if I go to a crocodile store and you sell me an alligator, I'm like, what the hell, man? I want a crocodile.
I don't know a different word for
The
this.
sea turtle.
No, it's not a turtle.
So it's not a turtle, but
Why
it's
does it like
It might be a male turtle. I'm not
Hold
sure.
on to it. Be careful.
Check if it's
still
a
a-
male turtle.
It's a turtle that's not coming out. What's it called?
Oh, it's not a turtle, actually.
I don't
But
know.
why
I don't
does
know.
it get trained by a rat and eat pizza?
She's right. She's right. Listen,
We can't tell the difference between the two.
No, it's a tortoise. I don't know what the difference is.
What is the difference?
It's the same.
It's the turtle.
The turtle and the tortoise is the same.
Well, let
False.
me ask ChatGPT.
A tortoise is like a land-based turtle.
Yeah, that's why I said afterwards a sea turtle.
Let's check it.
I'll ask ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, what's a tortoise?
Be careful, quiet.
It sounds French.
But it doesn't want to come out of its
Hey,
shell, correct?
ChatGPT, really good to see you today. What's
a
the difference
turtle?
between a turtle and a tortoise? Let's see.
This is fantastic. Great content
Great to
coming
see you
up.
too. Oh, the habitat. Turtles live near water and they have shells. Is AI stupid?
Diet.
Diet. They're omnivores. You're right. They actually eat birds.
told
He
you.
was right. He
I didn't know turtles ate birds.
That's why they eat the pizza as well.
That's
They eat
brutal.
everything.
And it was like Teenage
Like, they're the same
Mutant-
thing.
It was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, not Teenage Mutant Ninja Tortoise.
Yeah, well, listen, that was a blunder, okay?
That was really good. Best way for your first time. Keep it up.
Very good, very good.
Good job, team.
Yeah, good job, team. All right.
I'm sorry,
so
what
with
was wrong
that
with it?
done, and us fixing
It
the
wouldn't
issue
come
of the hit, I don't even know
Okay.
where the turtles went, but whatever, doesn't matter. All imaginary, isn't it? We're gonna go to something that's not imaginary, the Dota 2 that
Turtles.
will be played. Yes, Falcons versus Bet Boom after a break.
from life. Gravity is pulling me down again. A remedy is still to be found. I'm running out of time. I feel crucified. I'm right at borderline to the hell inside. Gravity is pulling me down again. My remedy is still to be found. I wanna see you breaking loose. I wanna see you breaking free from yourself. And I wanna see you getting high on the music. The DJ's gonna blow your mind. Oh yeah. Come on, let's do it. Ain't nowhere to go but the top of the world. Here I go. I'm riding on a disco train. Ain't never coming back again. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. Nobody's gonna keep me down. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. I'm riding into disco town. Ride the train. Let's turn the heat up. Let's turn it up. I wanna take you to a place somewhere nobody gives a damn what you wear. Some place the DJ takes control of your life. Just let the music soothe away your trouble tonight. Yeah, come on, let's do it. Ain't nowhere to go but the top of the world. Here I go. I'm riding on a disco train. Ain't ever coming back again. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. Nobody's gonna keep me down. 'Cause I'm riding into disco town. I'm riding into disco town. Ride the train. Let's turn the heat up. Let's turn it up. Let's turn the heat up. Let's turn it up. Clap your hands, snap your feet, turn up the heat. Let's have a good time. Let's have a party. Clap your hands, snap your feet, turn up the heat. Let's have a good time. Let's have a party. Come on, let's do it. Ain't nowhere to go
something. I paint a smile upon my face when you're gone. I tell myself a lie, that's what I wanted. But you got me like all on my own. I ain't got no worries, I never think about you. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better, I've never been ever better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. Ooh, I'll forget her. So I try, but who's pretending? All these memories don't keep me up till dawn. Don't need to cry, happy ending. It's getting easier for me to be strong. I ain't got no worries, I never think about you. I don't even know what I'm talking about. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better, I've never been ever better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. Ooh, I'll forget her. I'll be alone, I'll be alone. Ooh, never better. I'll be alone, I'll be alone. Ooh, I'll forget her. Don't you know love's just a feeling, and it happens every day. No big deal, can't find the meaning of the perfect time and place. If you wanna know what's best for me, best to keep away on my own. Stay gone. So, since you walked away, now I can say I'm happy alone. I've never been better, I've never been better, better. Now that you've been gone, I tell myself that I'm doing fine. Ooh, I'll forget her. I'll be alone, I'll be alone. Ooh, never better. I'll be alone, I'll be alone. Ooh, I'll forget her.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
We have just about passed the halfway point here at the DreamLeague Season 24 at Group Stage 2. And a lot of things are still up in the air. The teams that were undefeated now picking up losses, and the teams that were fully defeated getting the wins. Everything's upside down. Whole lot more unpredictability left to come on the table. So, PogChamp Pandas, let's get this day started. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome.
It's not on there anymore, Sin.
Welcome. Welcome to the second half of DreamLeague Season 24, where we still have a little bit of time before Falcons versus BetBoom team is underway, because we were experiencing tweets of the ancients. Ted, a big social media fan apparently.
Oh, God.
Fully understood the concept of Twitter.
This was in 2011. It was all so new.
Were you bullied into making a Twitter, or you voluntarily did it?
The people I was at work at that point, I had a job, and they were like, "You're not on Twitter? It's like the hot new thing." I was like, "I've never even heard of it." And then they told me to get on it, and very quickly I lost my way. I didn't know what the hell was happening.
Were you micro-blogging, as was the spirit of original Twitter?
No, I never micro-blogged. I'm not a micro kind of guy. I deal in macro.
I see.
Yeah, no, I never micro-blogged. Unless, actually, wait, I did have a blog about a Football Manager save that I had from Football Manager 2012. So that would have been around that era.
So you gave like a minute-to-minute update kind of thing?
No, well, not minute to minute, Neil. I mean, that'd be ridiculous.
Millisecond to millisecond?
Season by season.
Season by season.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you know that you had a history of microblogging, Cap?
Not surprising.
Not surprised. So you don't know the specifics, but you understand that it probably happened?
Yeah, it probably happened. I like writing a lot, so it doesn't surprise me that I would just spew out my thoughts at any point in time. I like the fact that Ted, in 2011, was still an old man. Why are these people following me? What are you doing?
What was?
Have you always been like? Have you
Old
always
man
been
energy?
that attitude,
Old
Ted?
soul.
How old are
An
you
old
now,
soul.
Austin?
I am 34.
So
You're 34?
So when I first joined Twitter, I was older than you are now.
Oh shit.
So
okay,
think about it that way.
Okay, fair enough.
You're looking great for 70, Ted.
Well, if only I was 70. Sadly, I'm only 23. But yeah,
a youthful 23.
yeah, it's all the dotes. Ages you. I've got a lot more gray in my beard, even less hair on my head, a few more pounds, and a lot more matches.
But you stay mentally young, and that's what's most important.
Well, I suppose like I have the knowledge of a baby, is what you're saying. Then yes.
You're immature.
Yeah, hugely so.
I've got some gray coming in my beard. I see we have nothing to talk about, so that's what I'm going to say.
It's just deadpan saying yes and then just staring.
What do you want me to do?
We can talk about the thrills.
Isn't this the job of the co-host?
Hello?
To help fill the space?
Well, yeah, but you guys are the guests. All right, how was your day, Trolls? What did you get up to? Did you play WoW?
I did.
Did you win?
Are you winning, sons?
Old man energy immediately again.
Can you pause the game?
Instant self-report.
Did you pay for that mount that gives you like auction house access and stuff like that? I thought this was a big.
That's a retail thing, I think.
I thought this was a big. Oh, you're playing classic.
I'm old,
I see.
so I'm playing classic. Yeah. That's all you got, Ted?
No, I'm just thinking. You know,
right.
there are 4 fucking people here. It's not all on me. Why don't you have something to say? Would I have to drag it out of you like you're a hostile witness?
Don't worry, I'm about to talk for 3 hours straight.
No, you know, I've
true.
seen your casts.
All right,
You just swear. Oh, shit, that kind of stuff. Just rude.
You have any other first date topics?
First date? Jeez,
Yeah.
my first date. That was a long time ago. Oh, you mean stuff I bring up on a first
I'm down to
Yeah,
talk
what'd
about
you do
your
to break
first
the
date.
ice back in the 70s?
Went to a movie. That's what we used to do. Went to Pizza Hut because I didn't have any money, and then we went to a movie. So Leon, aka the professional. Any fans?
Oh,
fans of that
okay,
movie?
yeah,
Great movie.
yeah. That's a good one.
Saw it, yeah.
Wait, so you have vivid memories of this? It seems.
Well, I wasn't paying that much attention at the time, but yeah.
You remember the movie,
Yeah, of course. Parts of it.
but it had an emotional enough impact that like I don't remember.
You got distracted a few times in the middle of the movie. I understand. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was a date.
I see.
Was that movie was that?
That was my
Mrs.
first
Black?
date with Mrs. F.
Oh, it was Mrs. F. Okay.
Yeah, and she had already seen it. And she said, I don't mind seeing it again. And I thought, this girl's a keeper. And I was right. But she should have said, when I told him I'd already seen it, he should probably have picked another movie. I was not a keeper. And yet here we are.
What did you, can I ask what you did to propose?
We're very practical people.
Sure.
And we'd been together for years at that point. So it was like, we should get married. She remembers the proposal better than I do. I said, I don't think I did anything, did I? She's like, no, you did. I was like, really? I don't remember it. So you'd have to ask her.
Oh.
I don't remember. I remember we got married. That was pretty good.
But you
didn't
do
do
remember
the-
Leon, so you're
Leon the
good.
professional is up here,
You're
getting
good.
down on one knee.
Don't remember. No recollection.
There's a pretty clear tearing here.
It's like it's just the biggest commitment that you have ever made in your life.
I
remember every movie I've ever watched.
Leon, though, I do remember that. And what we had for dinner that night. But no, I don't remember the proposal.
That's amazing.
Do you remember the significance of the births of any of your children? Were those?
I was there, dude. Yeah, of course I can remember that. I was
so
there.
You do remember
Of course
some
I remember.
things.
I was watching Rambo.
First blood.
Yeah, God. No, those were crazy. Crazy days. That's a off-stream story, though.
Oh.
Any other emotional highlights to look forward to? Your first child going to university? I think
God, no, the expense of that is going to be devastating. It used to be exciting. Now I think as your kids get older, you just realize how much everything's going to cost.
Sure.
So it's pretty rough. And that they're never going to leave. They're going to live here forever. You know what I mean? Where they're going to buy a
True,
house.
they can't afford a house.
Yeah, they can't
so
afford a
have to
house. So
stay
I'm just saying to Mrs. F's like, well, we're going to be here forever. So
You could talk to Lyrical. He's built a shed.
He has built a shed.
You could build a shed for your kids. So
A
they could
kid shed?
A guest
They
house?
can live outside the house.
How big is his shed?
Like a dog house, you know? You make, it's like a bit bigger.
How big is? I mean, Gabe lives in Oregon.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Somewhere in
One
the
of those
US.
places where land is plentiful.
True.
And human life is cheap.
How big's your garden?
Small. It's London, so small.
Yeah. You could probably still have a dog house out there.
Well, we got a dog, so she needs somewhere to go as well.
She can go in.
She does come in. She does live inside at the moment, to be fair.
Are you guaranteed that you're confident both of your children will go to university? Because these days, a formal education is not necessarily required to succeed in modern world.
Yeah, what's wrong with the trade school, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, no problem. I genuinely don't know if they'll both go to university. I have no idea. It's up to them. I'm definitely not going to push them. Anyone out there whose parents made them do education or jobs, I'm sorry, it sucks. I have no intention of forcing my kids to do a job or of education they don't want to do. I think that's probably pretty modern and a good idea.
But you are forcing them to play Dota 5 hours a day.
No, I tried to get them into Dota and it didn't take.
No.
Sadly. My youngest plays The Sims.
Your kids are smarter than you.
Oh, they are much smarter than me, dude. And my eldest plays.
They stayed out.
He plays Roblox custom games or
All
whatever.
right, never mind. You're
Yeah.
probably tied.
They get the genes from Mrs. F.
Yeah, they're smart. They're smart. Who you guys met?
Yeah,
Some of you met.
she was lovely.
Thank
you. Everybody had a great time
Yeah,
meeting her.
it
So
was
it was cool
nice.
that she came out.
I didn't get to meet her, but I just had this like general sense of like shell shock, I think, from everybody else. They were like, that's Mrs. F. Like,
She's like a nice, well-rounded person. What's she doing with that
an amazing
bozo?
person. Why is she married to Ted?
That was why I didn't want to introduce you to you guys earlier. You'd realize, and you might tell her, you know, you're much too good for him because we know him pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine with your clearly parenting style, you were some kind of hippie bohemian type situation.
No, I'm a absolute iron fist.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm not. I'm very, very easygoing, but none of that hippie shit. You know what I mean? I didn't like, you know, maybe we could find another way to open the fridge without breaking it. You know, that kind of shit. Like, at some point, voices are raised. That's parenting, I think.
That's
you try to be nice, and it doesn't work, and then you got to say, get your hand off that.
I love how we went into this and you're like, I'm one of 4 people. How is this all my responsibility? Literally, we've just
You guys
talked
keep
about your
asking questions.
responsibility
Just
of the co-host. Your life. It's amazing.
You guys keep asking
host
questions.
and 2
I'm enjoying
co-hosts, and
myself.
here's our
It's always
guest.
nice to hear you tell stories. I've always liked your stories.
Thank you, Troll.
Yeah.
That's why everybody likes. What's your morning show, Ti?
P-Flex in the morning.
P-Flex in the morning. Yeah.
Bathrobe and all.
That was a complicated title.
It's that crazy old show that you used to have on YouTube.
That was the origin of the late game, was that show.
Yeah, what were you sad about not having late game this year?
I was sad about it, because I mean, I really loved doing it, and doing it with Andrew a couple of TIs ago was in Seattle. That was brilliant, because I mean, obviously we hang out with Andrew a lot at the events and stuff like that, but so at work with him was like just me and him was great, and he's brilliant to work with. So I was sad I didn't get to do that again, and a lot of people said to me, "No late game this year," and I was like, "Sadly not." But it was originally Slacks pitched it as P-Flax in the morning, so it was going to be tea time with Ted or something. It was going to be a morning show before TI, but then it was like going to be hard to get guests because everybody's going to be working.
Yeah.
The players aren't going to come on. It would be much harder, so he moved it to later, and that's why TI8 was at a bar, which was the best.
That one was so good.
It was great.
After the games were over, just went to the bar, had a couple of beers. There was just like all this nice like snack food and whatever.
And fans would come to the bar
and
also.
then you had, there were fans in the bar, and then there was, I think the show was like about an hour.
It was
and
an
you had,
hour.
like 2 or 3 guests on, just talking about whatever. You had like a quiz or
Yeah.
some funny clip or whatever.
Yeah, it was great. DJ Wheat
Loved
and me.
that.
That was
Loved
brilliant. It was
that.
a really fun show. And then we did the live show where we made fun of Brian.
Iconic
That was the highlight.
stream moment.
It was great. It was great.
And then you left a vacancy, and Cap was like, then I'll do a morning show if Ted's not going to do a morning show.
Yeah, it's true. You guys were doing the late game show, and we were going to do a show. So
Monster mornings?
We have to do Monster, in the mornings, and it is hard to get guests. You are right. Very difficult.
Yeah.
Very often I have to bribe people in order to come on the show.
I did that show in Seattle.
Yes,
I
yes,
came
you
on.
did.
You were
Thank
like,
you.
we'll find some desperate person who can't sleep, and they'll come on. I was still jet lagged enough to come on the show. That was funny.
That's why it's always the talent that end up on the show, because no players want to get up that early. So
you're not going to get players.
You got a TI winning coach to show up, though, because KP came on last year, or this year.
True. Probably contractually obligated. Because Team Liquid is heavily a part of that show. So it helps a little bit, I would say, But yeah, that was.
I'll tell you short. He really liked being there. He wanted to be there because of you.
Yeah.
I think KP respects and enjoys your content.
Yeah. I actually got a really nice message from a pro player recently, Norman, from Mouse Sports.
Yeah.
Who, said like, hey, I'm really enjoying the show you guys do. Keep it up. I thought it was really nice.
Wait, which show? Because you have 10 different shows.
Yeah, I know.
So which shows?
I was trying not to plug it.
Oh, okay.
The one with Avery, not for broadcast.
Not for broadcast, featuring Avery SVG Silverman?
Yeah.
I love that show.
It is a good show. Mostly because of Avery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on that note,
nothing to add.
I can't wait for you two to cast this upcoming series of Falcons versus BetBoom team. Ted, are you ready? Let's get it started. I just ambushed everyone working at this show with that throw, and you guys didn't even see it coming. They didn't even see it coming. Brian and Effie, you're on the panel now all of a sudden to talk about possibly the most exciting match of the day. It's Falcons versus BetBoom team, friends. We can start to get into the nitty-gritty of it because the draft will be upon us soon enough. Brian, tech analyst, tell me about BetBoom team.
I mean, you caught me so off guard. I have absolutely nothing new.
Tell me about BetBoom team.
Fine. Okay, so I wanted to kind of talk about the different stories that these two teams have coming into this, part of the group stage. They're both 3-1. They both started the group stage with a loss, and now they are on a nice hot streak. But Falcons, they're doing all the stuff we expect of them. The Razors, the DKs, the Hoodwinks. But BetBoom team, on the other hand, they've whipped out Dawnbreaker, who some other teams are playing as well, but also the Magnus. So I want to talk about their results on both these heroes and how pivotal or how defining they are in their drafts. So they're 4-0 on Dawnbreaker, and they're 3-0 on Magnus. So flawless so far in group stage 2. And what happened yesterday against Parivision, who had their first loss against them, was that they had to ban the Dawnbreaker first round because they were so afraid of how they were doing in their previous series that allowed them to then play Naga, which was their which is the most banned hero of the tournament so far, and they took the 2-0, getting first pick Naga both games. On these games of Dawnbreaker, it's been Pure and Miero. All games but one were Miero, but it's 6-3 and 10 kill score, 6-1 15, 6-2 14, 4-3 25. Tons of assists, tons of participation in the game. That global presence is absolutely essential. And you think of a core that maybe lacks Disable, but they've built early Orchids against Storm and Puck in some of their games, so they seem to have all their bases covered. And then I just want to talk about the Magnus because they have it on all 3 core roles. It's 3-0, but it's been played by Pure one time, Kiyotaka one time, and Miero one time. And it is a total of 23 kills, 6 deaths, and 39 assists. So like an absolutely insane performance across all 3 of them. Their versatility with these 2 heroes is, I think, absolutely essential to their success in group stage 2 right now. And I think Falcons has always had the upper hand going into drafts because they always have like the Razors and the Timbers that they get to play on all 3 core roles. And I think BB team's going to give them a taste of their own medicine today.
Do you think it was an overreaction of Parivision to target the Dawnbreaker more than Naga's Siren? We never see Naga get through.
I mean, that's the thing is like at this point in the tournament, I think all the teams have their identity enough, especially the successful ones, that you kind of want to make them prove that they can beat you with something else. So clearly BB team has practice on Naga despite it being banned almost every single game. But I think the Dawnbreaker just does too much in the game. And I will say that their perfect 40-minute push by the Dawnbreaker innate yesterday just shows that how well coordinated this team is around every aspect of the hero. And I personally would not give it to him, but I also wouldn't give the Naga, so pick your poison.
Yeah, shades of maybe another iteration of the Falcons flex, because like you said, being able to take all these roles and give them to Skitter, Maulrain, or ATF has made Falcons a terrifying force, and now BetBoom are starting to somewhat bring their own shade of it with different heroes, but still Magnus and Dawnbreaker being able to be shoved into so many different roles is a huge asset for them.
Yeah, they're just doing something different with their drafting that's really working for them. Because, like, even that aside, they have their TA that they also have flex to mid. So that's a hero that they can, like, bust out and flex to mid if they want to play versus something like a Puck. They've done that. It's looked really good for them, too. They have odd support picks like the Warlock. I mean, I think Tundra also ran a Warlock. It didn't look that great, but BetBoom have run it twice, have looked really good on it. So it's not even their Magnus and their Dawnbreaker flex. They have other picks in their pocket.
And I'm curious if we will see that Magnus be trickled down to support, because we saw
only by
Waska,
the enemy team.
we saw Waska try it. You don't think it's a viable alternative?
No, I think if you got it on all 3 core roles and that's good enough for you, what Mira mentioned about the TA flex is also important, because we interviewed Kiyotaka at the end of their series wondering, like, did they plan? Because they took a really long time at the end of the draft. They originally intending to have the Magnus go carry and the TA go mid, but then Waska picked last pick Timbersaw, and they were like discussing, oh, let's just put the TA safe lane. And Kiyotaka's like, yeah, I've played Mag
a few
once.
times.
And then he proceeds to pop off.
Actually, the Mag support didn't start with Waska. Tundra played Mag support versus Waska.
Oh.
I think it was at some point during group stage 1.
Okay.
Soxa played it on 4, and I believe that they won. So I think that they were also inspired from that game, and they just wanted to overreact in that point too. So it didn't just begin with them. That being said, I don't think it's good.
Yeah, I don't know if, I mean, like, Soxa is maybe capable of pulling it off, but it takes a high ceiling to be able to execute that. One difference between these two teams is something a little bit different about their itemization, as we can take a look at the Wisdom Rune presented by the US Air Force for this series. It's about Sange and Yasha purchases. Sange?
That's a lot of Ringmaster games for Falcons there.
Man, Andre Immersion hard carrying these stats right now. The Grandmaster Ringmaster. Wait, how are you pronouncing it, Pyrian?
Sange. Who says Sange?
Sange?
I say Sange. I say Sange and Yasha.
I thought it was Sange.
Sange?
Yeah.
Sange?
Sange?
Sange.
Sange.
It's French. It's
Le Sange and Yasha.
I don't know, a lot of Sange and Yasha.
Sange.
Le Songe et Yasha.
Whatever it is, I can tell you that Falcons are a big fan of this item. They've purchased it 20 times in Dream League Season 24, and all the other teams that remain in Group Stage 2 are not as big fans of this. And I know one thing that may be bumping up the numbers is Jenkins was talking to ATF about how he deals with Doom as a bristleback. Because last night we saw a bristleback be flexed by Spirit to avoid having to play it as carry, or sorry, avoid having to play it as offlane. And ATF said, I'm not really scared about the Doom. I just buy Sange and Yasha and just wait it out.
Yeah, I pulled up that game. He literally bought the Sange and Yasha before the Bloodstone. So he thinks it's not like a late game adjustment. He buys it as Sange and Yasha. So he definitely thinks it's like the crucial item.
And that brought them to success, whereas Malik's Terrorblade offlane flex, which was another way of dealing with the Doom, which
That
is
did
like...
buy SNY though.
Yeah, but wait, did the Bristleback buy SNY?
No, the Terrorblade.
The Terrorblade did. I don't really know if that was the intention, but for the most part, it seemed that it was a different approach of dealing with the Doom versus Bristleback, and it was not as successful.
I will defend that pick
Okay.
very heavily, because I think that... Okay, so also today, this morning, versus Extreme Gaming, Tundra ran an offlane Terrorblade, and it didn't look good within the draft the same way that Spirits did yesterday. I will defend that until the day that I die. I don't think the problem that game was the Terrorblade. I think the problem was Earth Spirit not playing very well. And I think also the support itemization could have made the game very different. But, it's been played 2 times at Dream League so far, and it hasn't won. So I'm not saying it's the best thing out there, but I think in Team Spirit's draft, it was good. In Tundra's draft today, it was bad.
We'll see if either of these teams want to experiment with it, but I was very taken aback by the fact that BetBoom team beat Parivision in the first place. We had been catching Parivision games all throughout the evening shift, and they were undefeated. Then we sent them to morning shift, and BetBoom team take them out.
How did they do it, Neil? Do you remember?
Tell me.
Paravision just gave them Nagasar and a Shadow Demon.
But the Dawnbreaker's so
back-to-back.
scary.
They kept doing it.
The Dawnbreaker, you gotta ban the Dawnbreaker of BetBoom team.
So I'm looking at the times that BetBoom have won. They beat XG, who have been very inconsistent and have lost a lot of games. They beat Waska, same deal.
Yep.
They beat Paravision when Paravision gave them
August
two heroes that they really wanted to pick.
Yep.
They lost to Tundra. Tundra have not looked brilliant so far this tournament. So the next three series they've got Falcons, they got Spirit, they've got Liquid. I think they're in big trouble if they don't win this series, in all honesty.
So this is the real test.
I think this is a big test for them because they're 6-3. Falcons obviously 7-4. It's close. They need to beat the teams around them. And I know Falcons are tough, but Falcons have not been unbeatable. They've got to win this series. They've got to win this series, Neil, because the next two are going to be tough.
You think it's realistic, though? Do you have a strong favorite between BetBoom team and Falcons? Because we're seeing that they have some similarities in terms of how much they like to flex.
Yes.
But do you have an edge between the two?
I don't personally.
Okay.
I think the Paravision series they actually played really well. BetBoom, that was an excellent series from them. I do think that Paravision didn't play their best, and I think giving them certain heroes that they clearly really like was a bit of a mistake. But in terms of how they do against Falcons, I think it's going to be very, very close. Falcons have looked at times amazing, and other times much less so. In fact, most of the teams have been pretty inconsistent.
Yeah, but at least you are on board with the fact that the Naga Siren didn't single-handedly bring them to success.
No, it wasn't just that, but it didn't help, I think. Giving them those heroes that they really like picking, I don't get why you'd do that.
You don't think Falcons are going to react as dramatically against the Dawnbreaker?
I mean, I think that maybe they give it to him for one game. That's the most they're going to get it for. I think even if they were to beat the Dawn, they might give it, they might ban it the next game, assuming it made it more difficult. I just think Dawn, conceptually, any global hero, that it's a save, it's global, has wave clear, it can build a bunch of different items. It can be like an aura person, it can be kind of like a pseudo damage dealer. Any hero that is viable that fits these descriptions is just generally hard to plan for, especially when you're flexing it between two different core roles. So if I'm Falcons, I'd make it easier on myself, but also, they think like 10 layers deeper than I do. So we'll just have to see.
You think there's going to be any specific targeting between ATF and Kiyotaka? Because I was scrolling through Reddit this morning and I see ATF got himself into another little tiff. One of many that he's been getting himself into.
Just a coincidence.
Just a coincidence.
I think BetBoom definitely want to beat him up. Like they're coming in like all guns blazing.
Was this on Twitter? I missed it.
It was resolved on Twitter, but it was initiated in Dota 2 all chat.
Oh, was it the bot reference?
No, that's another one of ATF is.
He said he wants to beat him up or something like that.
He wants to slap his face IRL or something.
In real life, he said he wants to get in the fight, and then
He also said they're friends though, and that was like people screenshotting it and taking it out of context.
yes, but also the BetBoom manager stepped in and was like, "Hey, AUI,
Oh, really?
what's going on? Why is your player doing these things?"
And at what point do you just stop joking about this?
Correct.
When you've been caught up in it a few times
Oh,
now.
me and Seneko are friends. Oh, me and Ame are friends. Oh, me and Kiyotaka are friends.
We're just boys,
We're
you know?
just a couple of lads with a little bit of banter.
You know, the true battlefield to get your revenge will be this Dota game.
That's what I want to see. I want stakes on the line. We already had the Tundra versus Liquid showdown yesterday. I don't know if it meant anything. All I know is Nisha consistently targeted 33 with those Echo Slams. And here, I'm looking to see if Kiyotaka or ATF get the upper hand in the game. We keep the combat in client.
Can I give you this is a thread I just found. This is from 2 hours ago. Help a wife out. I have zero idea how to play Dota, and all I know is it's basically fantasy capture the flag with monsters and hot chicks.
Fantasy capture the flag with monsters and hot chicks.
Does that capture Dota?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Capture the flag.
I don't think it's capture the flag.
It's not capture the flag at all.
It's maybe more like King of the Hill more than capture the flag.
Maybe.
What?
Anyway, they're looking for remarks they could say that make it seem like they know a lot about Dota.
Don't call it capture the flag.
See, actually, I saw a trend where, so on like TikToks, Reels or whatever, so I saw a trend where like girlfriends who don't game, like they will learn terms from their boyfriend's favorite game, and then they're gonna like say that to them randomly and like, record their reaction. It's actually really funny.
How did you know that?
I imagine that's what she wants to do, and so people should help her because it's really funny.
It's got 135 comments, so people are helping. There was also a trend with football. You watch football or like a sport with your like it's mainly girls watching it with their boyfriends, and she'll say things like, "Oh, he's just got to spread the play better," and he's like, "Yeah, no, exactly, yeah, you're right." It's really funny because they start to go, "Where'd you get all this from?" It's all the same stuff that he said in the previous game. She just says it, and it sounds. He's like, "Yeah, no, you're spot on."
The thing about Arsenal is they always try to walk it in.
Exactly.
Hey, they banned Dawnbreaker.
They banned Dawnbreaker, but they also banned Naga Siren as we get into the draft
the adjustment.
for game number 1. So what were the 4 bans, Brian, that were opted for that?
Parivision in those games, they banned Batrider, Dawn, Muerta, Invoker. So they have the Batrider and the Dawn in there, but the Muerta and Invoker are now in the pool.
Okay. I think letting Save get Muerta is fine. And
Okay,
goes for it.
Okay.
It is letting Save get Muerta fine because I feel like he's the best Muerta in this tournament.
The alternative is, are you more fun with any of the other 4 heroes that Falcons banned?
Honestly, I think Shadow Demon is a little bit overrated right now. That's my take.
Okay.
What makes you say that?
I just don't think he provides consistent enough damage to feel as good as when he was like very popular a few metas ago.
Like specifically, like in teamfights, in the lane, everything.
Just, I feel like, so I've been most impressed with like ranged position 4s who scale very well in terms of damage in this patch, and he just doesn't fit the bill. But he's always going to be strong with his like ulti purging a lot of the spells in this meta, but that's just my take. I do think he's a bit overrated right now.
If they were planning to pick Pugna early, maybe the Shadow Demon ban makes a bit more sense now because the Decrepify would no longer be a
26-13 win rate. This guy's 66% win rate. That is huge. Over that big a sample size, that's big. This hero is massive.
Yeah, I think of all the supports that are not guaranteed banned, like Naga, Pugna's my favorite.
Would you ever consider like Ogre for BB Team? Liquid ran it Ogre Muerta supports, and there were times where Boxy was actually chunking people, and you can hit people who are decrepified. I believe you actually do more damage to them when they're decrepified.
I think that the weird thing is that we saw this, in fact, didn't we see this in that game where they had a Pugna, and the problem was the Muerta.
Yeah.
It was in that game.
I'm wondering if BB Team takes a... Maybe they just go for like Beastmaster instead, like an off, like something that buffs up the Muerta, but it's not, its sole purpose is not to buff up the Muerta.
I would prefer that because I think with Pugna you just need to have some kind of like jump hero on the backline, because we saw in Liquid series yesterday that when they were going on Pugna and they couldn't kill him off, there was absolutely no damage for them. They had no way to take the team fight. So having the means to address this hero through like multiple cores is going to be very important. Because just throwing one core, it was the Pango in the game that I'm talking about, he just couldn't do enough to the Pugna on the backline.
Some more bans filter out. Falcons take out the Monkey King. BetBoom team ban out the DK, which has been a signature for Falcons, along with the Sand King. And Falcons pick up what I'm assuming is going to be a Maulrine Earth Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
And it looks solid. Earth Spirit's just So I think Maulrine and No One to me are like the best Earth Spirit players in this tournament from the mid lane. Like, and if it's a hero that with Pugna, with the sustain, with like the added tankiness that this hero provides, someone like Earth Spirit can really thrive. And there aren't really like many ways to deal with this hero. Like, sure, you can counter him on lane, but he'll always make his way back into the game through rotations.
You're adding Maulrine to the list because I think earlier you were saying that No One was really the only mid-Earth Spirit that you were advocating for as like fully understanding the hero, but you think Maulrine has also gotten a good grip?
Because him and BZM have always played this hero. It felt like too. So I definitely like him when he plays this. No One's still the best one in this tournament.
Well, he's going to be going up against an Invoker in the mid lane, a Kiyotaka Invoker, and a Tusk support, and Falcons get themselves a Bristleback and a Hoodwink.
I will tell you guys what I learned yesterday. So Team Spirit ran Earth Spirit mid and Bristleback carry, and they were playing versus not Invoker, but Lion. And when I tell you that these two heroes suffered so much from mana drain, it was very painful to watch. So I think Invoker's EMP here is already a very good built-in tool to deal with these two heroes.
Could maybe go something like the Deucer that we saw that could go a semi-early Diffusal that kind of like makes that problem even worse, exacerbates the issue. I feel like the Bristleback and the Earth Spirit specifically were consistently not even able to beat Kibby, because unless they popped it like right at the start, they would just get
I don't know the music if it's a classical piece, but this is definitely the theme to The Godfather, isn't it? Yeah, baby.
The pandas are nodding.
Keep thinking we're having a meeting.
This is the four families
One
right
day
now.
and that day may never come and may ask you for a favor.
You come to this on the day of my Falcons Bet Boom matchup.
You don't even think to call me host. You never come to my house for coffee. Am I your friend? Tsunami. That's good. That's better. I gotta kiss your hand now.
Leave the cannoli and pick up a offlane
cannoli.
hero.
Take the hoodwink.
Take the hoodwink. Leave the cannoli. Pick
So
up the
this is,
hoodwink.
of course, not Crit's signature hero, as we've established.
As he's told us, not a signature. He just
If he'd
plays it a
picked
lot.
Lion, we would say, of course, this is Crit.
Shadow Shaman.
Shadow Shaman. of
Classic
course.
crit hero. What's Miero going to be playing, though? What's he been playing? He's not going to get his Dawnbreaker.
It's the Beastmaster, as I mentioned, the Primal Beast. Oh, okay, literally pops up.
I mean, I think that's good because they really needed someone to be able to target this Pugna in a team fight. Like, this hero needs to be taken out early and there needs to be enough follow-up damage. So with one Pulverize into Invoker spells, into a Muerto later on, like, it should be enough to deal with Pugna. But I do worry about the Slave Lane matchup now because I feel like this Hoodwink plus Bristle Lane, there's really not that much you can pick into it.
I just think the Primal was an answer to the Bristle in the sense that it has the Acceptor break mechanic. I think they wanted a reliable break, and you do really good damage to decrypt targets. I feel like the Pugna, as well as the Bristle, are kind of nullified by this pick, not only in lane, but also just in the game as a whole. And I think it's pretty easy for Primal to just run around in fights. We saw Malrine, I think it was Group Stage 1, where I was like, this is like the perfect Primal game. He can just run around. They don't really have hard lockdown. And he just absolutely destroyed that game, so I think Miero's kind of set up to do the same. I agree that their safe lane pool is getting limited, but I also think that this pick was so much better than all the other offlaners in the pool. Like, you could have gone Doom, but I think we talked about that. Mars seems to have solved that matchup.
Doesn't this Primal also take away some of the picks that they might have liked to go for on Falcon's Mirror? Like, maybe if they wanted to pick up a Luna or something, you can't really take it because Primal just gets up your ass?
I don't think Luna's too concerned about Primal Beast.
Really?
Yeah. I think Primal Beast is always like an anti-carry in the sense that he can pulverize through BKB,
Yeah.
but he's always existed in that sense. I feel like Primal is just like a massive nuisance to backline heroes like Hoodwink and Pugna. Like, it's very good in dealing with the supports on Team Falcons, and like Brian mentioned, there is a break mechanic. Actually, with this Primal, I would like to see SF for Bedboom team.
Yeah, I was thinking SF.
I think with the Sven ban too, maybe they wanted to take out a hero that would like amplify the armor so that a hero like SF wouldn't be able to focus on whoever Primal Beast is pulverizing. But it's also mixed damage versus decrypt.
Yep. I was thinking SF and Luna for that same reason.
Medusa and Morphling get taken out of the pool. The SF still remains for Bedboom team if they want it. And they are currently banning out Skitter heroes. They take out the Sven. Now, obviously, there is still the potential for Falcons to flex the Bristleback to safe lane if they want. But most likely, they'll get Skitter a new hero.
5 seconds remaining.
I'd be surprised if it's not SF or Luna.
What if you just run Bristleback carry, and then you just gotcha pick for Amar
Amar?
in the end?
Yeah, you might have to consider banning something like the Razor, if
Yeah,
that's the
you-
route they're going to go.
Like, you might have to just cover your bases.
So they banned Gyro. Okay, they do go back for the TA. No flex here, though. It's not like last time. Will 100% be safe lane. It does cause some pretty serious issues for Bristleback. Any melee hero without a stun, TA can freely meld strike you. They are taking that facet and maxing it out. Is there an off lane like Razor that they might just swap in there and then move the Bristle to safe lane? I think they kind of have to at this point.
Viper?
5 seconds.
Pretty traditional.
You'd be lacking...
So the thing about TA is like it shreds any melee offlaner with max meld, but she's also playing into Pugna. So now Bedboom team have to make sure that whenever they do take these fights, they're able to take out Pugna at the start, because Pugna's decrep has always been a counter to TA. She doesn't have mixed damage like the carries that we were talking about.
If you're really good, though, the side blades can kill you. So you can look to target carefully. I'm kind of meaning, but at the same time, I've seen really good TAs like meld strike a creep and one-shot the guy that's decrept. So I think it's not good, but it's not like unplayable, and TA also doesn't mind buying a nullifier, I think, like 4th, 5th item. So everything's said and done. They have the Invoker Tornado to remove Decrep. I feel like Primal Beast is pretty good against it. Muerta can theoretically attack through it. So I think TA, somebody needed to seriously threaten the Bristle when he's broken by the Primal Lags eventually. And I think giving that physical burst damage, we mentioned SF and Luna, like TA is just more heavy on the physical burst rather than mixed damage. And so I guess they think they had that problem addressed.
I feel like I'm more inclined for a ranged skitter hero. You got beefy melee frontliners with the Bristleback and the Earth Spirit, and now Luna is going to be standing in the back delivering.
I'm kind of leaning towards BB Team's draft here. What do you guys think?
Yeah, the Luna pick didn't give me the oomph that I wanted. Like, I was really hoping that they would just look to do some lane shenanigans and counter TA on lane, because they picked TA for the lane advantage versus Bristleback, and they went for something more traditional here. And for that reason, I actually like BetBoom's draft more. I think that it's very cohesive, and I think that the TA she doesn't have that much threatening her at the moment. Like, the only issue is the Pugna Decrep, but they have so many backline targeting heroes on the side of BetBoom team that it seems like they have it solved.
I think it's really hard for Malrine to roll in this game. You have like Muerta stuff on the ground, Tusk on the ground. TA doesn't really mind hitting people who are blade mailed because she just has refraction. Yep. So I think just the way the game plays out, like the BB team heroes more naturally address the power spikes of Falcons, just like the break from Primal Beast. The Roche timing, I think, favors them as well. So I'm going to lean towards BB team, but I do think Falcons is like the slightly better team on paper. So
Ted?
Agreed.
Easy.
All the bullet points.
That makes me a bit nervous.
Sorry.
Just kidding, Ted.
It's on Falcons. Yeah, there you go. I'll bail you out,
I mean,
bud.
on the other hand, for Falcons, they do have like a very strong Bristleback timing, right? Like, it is going to be threatened on lane, but if we always talk about, okay, so the thing is, when we talk about Amar, we always say he should lose this lane on paper, and it never happened. So if that doesn't happen, then the analysis is flipped over.
Falcons.
Falcons.
You've won me over.
Well then, let's get into the Falcons versus the BetBoom team Part 1, directed by Cap'n Cinderin with the PogChamp Pandas.
With both teams being 3-1, this is set to be a smashing affair. At least that's what Amar believes anyway in this matchup between Falcons and BetBoom. We've already got a little bit of spice going on between the two.
Yeah, if there's one thing you can be sure is going to happen in this series, it's action. And a lot of it might come out in the first 15 minutes. That's how both of these two teams tend to really, I want to say, largely win their games. Two of the stronger laning teams of the tournament. I would say two of the better drafting teams of the tournament as well. We've seen BetBoom really improve in terms of flex picks, and yeah, this should be a great fight. I don't really have a clear favorite for this game in particular based on drafts and based on power levels. If you think back just, I don't know, say a month, Falcons should on paper clearly be favored in this.
Yeah.
But everything we've seen in this tournament so far, I think Falcons themselves have said in an interview that they don't feel like they're playing their absolute best, but I also just think it's harder to look as good as you usually do when the other teams level up.
And it does feel like a lot of teams have leveled up through the grind of two different group stages. I mean, we've seen, I think Team Spirit is probably my vote for the team most improved. Mari Vision came into this tournament, surprised me at how well they've been kicking ass. And BetBoom, I feel like they've been another team that has just gotten better over time.
100% agreed. I think this is going to be a good test, I think, to see where we stand. Because it is definitely based on what we've seen in the tournament and in this second group stage, there's a good chance that these two teams could eventually make it into the playoffs anyway.
Yeah.
Even whichever team loses and is 3-2, there's a good chance that that team could at least get into a tiebreaker situation for 4th place. If not, still get 3rd with a potential 5-2 scoreline. So this is one of those series that's great to win, so you get that better placement.
It helps there's a gap just between the top 4 and the bottom 4, right? We have teams that are 1-3 and teams that are 3-1, and nobody in between. And it just perfectly lies out at that breaking point of top 4, bottom 4. So whoever loses this game, they would have to like lose the rest of their series.
Yeah.
To end up in some sort of tiebreaker scenario, but entirely possible if you get broken enough by a bad loss, which that happens sometimes, right?
And I guess there is potentially, you could make the case that Team Liquid are maybe heating up now at the very last moment.
Yep.
Based on their series yesterday, which was a 2-0, I believe, we cast that, and they were very convincing.
Very.
Not that we don't expect greatness from them, but you're always going to compare it to recency rather than best performance of all time, which was probably their TI run.
Yeah.
Because you can't be at peak performance all the time, but truly great teams can recover from slumps and clutch when it matters the most, and that's what Liquid started doing yesterday.
Who do you think is at their peak performance right now?
That's actually a very good question. In this tournament right now, I would say the team that I would give the edge to as overall favorites is probably Parvision. On total performance, but it's hard to say for each individual player that they're peaking. I think no one had a claim to being the best mid player in the world a couple of times in his career.
Yep.
In this tournament, he is one of the best. I don't know if I would just hands down say he's playing the best out of all of them, but their teamwork and their drafting at least has been very solid. Nice pressure here onto Pure, the blood grenade.
Yeah, he's got to be dead, right? Ice Shard blocks him out, but the Quills will still come through and get the first blood. This is a rough lane. Hoodwink, Bristleback, not fun.
I think that the panel was uncertain how this was going to go. I think Mira said something to the effect of, when you think Amar should lose the lane, he just wins it anyway. So the wording of that kind of sounded like they were favoring the TA Tusk. Not even remotely close right now, as Amar gets the first blood, and he's more than doubling up Pure on that CS. This lane has potential to get worse and worse with Bristle getting levels, and you don't like skilling Refraction on TA early on in lane as carry. Nice meld.
Dodge
out
there.
of lane again now.
You're
Can't
just being
CS
pushed
now. Ugh.
Radiant structures.
And they're gonna cliff this one.
Nice
Creep
cliff. They're
play
gonna
from
go
Amar.
for it. The Acorn shot bouncing around Pure. He's making a run for it unless the Refraction is coming up. He is dead, and they're gonna chase after Kataomi as well. Falcons are running away with it now in their offlane.
This lane is actually just flat out over.
Yeah.
I don't. It's very rare for me to see Pure get schooled this hard. And it's a problem because this team relies a lot on Pure's performances in their games. Not to say that others aren't carrying their weight, but it's how they structure their drafts a lot of the time, that Pure gets a priority pick and they really try to set him up for a nice late game. TA, with this bad of a laning stage, it's just a bad hero. There's no sugarcoating it. If you don't have farm, your hero is kind of useless. So they have to find a way to solve this problem, and they have to find it fast. And I think the guy on your screen right now, Kiyotaka, is the guy who has to do it. Unfortunately, he's out of mana here, sitting in mid, and the Water Rune was already taken top. There is one bottom. But yeah, if he takes that Water Rune, uses his stick and TPs, he has like one spell. So he can't really do anything to help top.
They do have a pretty active offlaner in Primal Beast. Not to say that he can get involved right now, but I was just thinking about what other heroes could be able to help out this lane in some regard a little bit later on. And
it's not, even with a Primal rotation, I don't actually know if you kill the Bristle, though.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a concern here. You probably need the high-level mid-hero to get that job done. Amar level 4, Pure level 2. Amar now has Goo as well.
Nice kill on snaking here. Oh,
don't get ahead of yourself.
It doesn't land. Oh, no.
Close call. Not quite. Now the other two lanes are going quite fine for BetBoom, I would say. Mid is Invoker favored, and he is winning it by not the largest amount, but he's still ahead. And the bottom lane, Primal Beast against Pugna Luna, not the easiest lane. Playing against double ranged heroes, of which one has a little bit of a mini stun to try to get away from Trample. But despite that, Miro is staying close to the Luna, so
it seems like their play is to try and pull the Hoodwink out of lane. But the problem is that Falcons had full vision of that rotation through the gate. They know Pure is alone, and they're just telling their safe lane, just play passive. We're going to kill this TA again. And, well, that support's going to have to come back through the gate or TP out or something at some point.
I think he has to jungle.
I think so, too.
Level 3 jungling TA is...
Got it.
Not good, Cap.
Radiant
It's just not good. Don't try this at home. Don't try playing against a Marcrit at home. You're gonna lose. Oof. This is the story of the game right here, this lane. Everything else has gone according to expectations, but this lane has...
exceeded them.
Yeah, you could argue that perhaps the Falcons lane is a bit better early on, but I wasn't expecting them to find 3 kills on the TA, minute 6.
Now you're getting desperate. Katomi is going to try and steal the Wisdom Rune, which he has a chance to do with Snowball. It is very possible. He's definitely going to die for it, though, and he doesn't steal it, and he's still going to die.
See if he manages to die to these creeps.
Trying to draw the aggro, Malrine makes sure to end his life with a swift kick to the face. 4-0. Falcons, if they're certainly setting the pace for this series.
Yeah.
Classic, I mean, do you feel like BetBoom, so BetBoom of old, right, was extremely lane dependent?
Yeah.
Because they would be pretty greedy. They were very good laners. They were very good individually skilled, so they're always very laning focused. Do you feel like this BetBoom is less laning focused?
Wait a second. Let's see if Snaking finds a way out of this. I think he won't.
Calling, and the TP is going to be canceled by Hoodwink as well. So BetBoom does successfully kind of take over this enemy safe lane, which will hopefully create a little bit of space for Pure to do something, but it leaves Crit free to do whatever he wants, and that's a gank on a Kiyotaka in the mid lane, hit by a Lucent Beam. Nice rotation from Skeeter. That was a cool play, and it's going to... Oh, the shot comes out. Dead shot pushing him away. Kiyotaka finally dies. His second Lucent Beam comes in. Now they go for the kill on save as well.
So
double
good.
kill for Skeeter. What a rotation by this Luna was... the whole reason they got that Invoker kill in the first place, and he netted himself a double on top of that. Fantastic.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. The thing that makes that so high-skilled is, from Kiyotaka's perspective, this gank of the Hoodwink is... you can expect that to potentially come with how the top lane went, but you're never going to account for the Luna TPing to the tier 1 mid and just rushing at you with a level 3 beam. And when they tried to solve this unexpected problem, they end up losing an additional hero, a collateral damage there. So very, very nicely played by the side of Falcons. To answer your BetBoom question in general about lane dependency, I think this team is probably less dependent than the previous one was. But TA is TA. She is a lane-dependent hero, no matter how you spin it. So in this particular game, it might be more similar to old BetBoom. Nice calling here.
Throwing out the blood grenade. Skeeter is dead. BetBoom. They are not just taking it. And maybe losing their safe lane, getting ganked on the mid lane, but they are making plays in their off lane at least. Katomi is trying to soak up whatever experience he can out of the safe lane. Doesn't last for long, though. Their Spirit gank comes in. Looks like Kiyotaka got a kill on Snaking in the meanwhile. So both sides are taking over the enemy safe lane and are going to take that tower.
And if it wasn't for the safe lane, BetBoom would be in a pretty comfortable position here, considering the Primal is 800 ahead of Luna, and Invoker is 400 ahead of the Earth Spirit, but the gap between Bristle and TA is 2,000. And there are some big stacks now being prepared for Amar. This is stock standard play from Falcons. Get him off to a good start in the lane, give him Ancients plus hard camp stack. He'll go and farm those, and then that will almost complete his Ags.
You know Amar is doing well when he doesn't have to go Arcane Boots. Seen like, he usually does this, but like in harder lanes, he does go Arcane Boots. But if he's free farming, he rushes that Axe.
Yeah, does the double null for cheap value.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's the hard camp gone. Now he's probably going to stack the Ancients one more time, potentially.
Roll in. Actually, he's going to come over mid. Bushwhack does land onto the Invoker. They're going to try and kill him, slow him down with a Blood Grenade. Now he gets shot, slowed down by the Viscous Nasal Goo. Coming in from behind, though, Miro, he does interrupt things. Smallring does manage to get one more kickoff before he dies. Oh, and look at the sandwich from Skeeter. He comes in on the other side. They kill the Invoker and the Muerta. Chasing after more now. It's Kataomi. Hit by Lucent Beam, slowed down by so many spells. Miro, he's gonna pop back out here. Kataomi's not dead yet, and Pure, now they want to get a punish. Nice Bushwhack, just beautiful stuff.
Crit is basically landing every spell more or less perfectly. He was a bit unlucky there in the Acorn shot. They could have got another kill, but it bounced away like every Chain Frost ever when you're playing Lich.
Radiant are scanning.
You know it's good when you got an Axe before you do the Ancient stack?
I think this is the fastest Axe I've seen on Amar this tournament. He had it minute 10 something, I think, or round 11. Many of his games we've seen at minute 13, so he's very far ahead of Park. Trying to get the decrep off. Snay will get it, but this is very awkward.
Crit's gonna try and get some damage. Might be able to kill the Tusk. It was close.
Almost got the counterplay out of that. Maybe Malrine could have made it over with a kick. Even had an Arcane Rune. But opted not to pursue that any further.
Yeah, it's fair enough. It's one of the few times in this game that he has full mana. Every single time he gets near this Invoker, he's hit by an EMP, and here comes another one. Cold snapped, there goes his mana. It is annoying for him to interact with this Invoker. He really doesn't want to have to, but he'll be forced to in this situation. Miro gets a hold of him, and they bring him down. But the turnaround is still potential here. Lucent Beam is going to slow down Kiyotaka. Amar's trying to get some goo on him, but it doesn't last. Quick Ghost Walk away, and they disengage. All of this, they're winning these little skirmishes, and Pure has been freed up to farm. He is not that... He's ahead of the Luna by a good amount now.
Yep, just the rest of his team really, like you said, creating the necessary space. One of these net worths is not like the others, but the rest are quite similar. It's just the Bristle that's huge. And as we just saw in that instance, the EMP is kind of a big issue for Amar. So you were talking about him skipping Arcanes. I wonder if there's a case to get them, just to get that burst in the fight to at least guarantee you get something off. He's running a 1100 mana pool roughly, and I guess when he starts working on the Bloodstone, he'll have enough. So maybe the Arcanes are unnecessary.
Miro's in some trouble here. If he uses the Onslaught, okay, nice. He does a little short one, so the Lucent Beam doesn't stop him immediately, but it looks like he's just too slow. Even still, Amar will be able to run him down.
Trouble's over.
Kiyotaka, the moment he goes into the enemy jungle, I'm like, we're snaking.
Yeah. Honestly, all things considered, I think this is a pretty good game state for BetBoom now. With how poorly that top lane went, and sure, Amar is still absolutely running the game with this big lead, but the rest of the overall game plan for BetBoom looks quite solid, and like the panel talked about, you do have solutions for Bristle. Even if he's a monster, you can get the Ags and the Primal Beast to break him. TA has a good hero-to-hero matchup later in the game. The lane just didn't really showcase that, but trust me, she'll be all right.
You've got a TA versus Bristleback. Roshan has got to be a contention point between these two lineups, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So it'll be interesting because it'll go over nighttime, but then you also have a Luna on the Bristleback.
Ice Wall into the Fear. Very nicely played, but not enough into the tank.
Good little poke, though, that does get some reactions. They TP 2 supports down to this part of the map.
They have some good vision, too. Falcons are walking in complete info for the Dire. If they want to make a move out of this, they could. He's Snaking was still showing in the vision there with pretty low resources, but they
Okay, so they
want to get the Luna.
Yeah, if everybody is on that side of the map, they don't have anybody to defend the Luna, who's got to be somewhere in this ancient area or farming up the left-hand side, and they get there just a tad too late.
Wow.
She's now underneath the tier 1 tower, which makes things a lot more awkward. Okay, now they see her. Now it should be easier. Dead shot back into Miro. And yeah. Falcons might still fight this out, though. Skeeter is not dead yet. And a beautiful magnet. Whoa! What was that damage?
Ooh! Okay, I genuinely thought that play was going to be a good... You said it. Luna's going to get toward the tower and it's going to make things more complicated. They missed the first window by like 3 seconds off on the left. And then diving in here, his kill is just taking a little bit too long. It's a Mar. It's that bristleback. He goes in and presses a button and kills 3 heroes. Together with Malrine with a nice slow to keep them in place.
Classic.
Good damage there too. Yeah, I mean, all right. Don't stack up against this hero. It's generally a good piece of advice.
I mean, it was set up as well by a sick bushwhack. 2,000 damage from the Hoodwink.
Yeah.
That's pretty bonkers.
I mean, all 3 of them basically landed everything perfectly.
Yeah.
So it was a very good response from them, but like we talked about, I actually still really like the move from BetBoom because of what you said. They see these heroes under the wards, they can basically figure out based on that where the Luna has to be. They make the move. They were just a little bit unlucky with the timing being those few seconds too late to kill. If the killer on the left, they probably just hit and run.
Yeah.
But this way turned out a little awkward. Now Falcons want to seemingly fight as much as possible. Don't blame them for it. Their bristleback is peaking.
It should be noted, Falcons during the replay, they tried to do Roshan, then thought better of it, said, okay, BetBoom's going to respawn too quickly. They are going to try and contest us, so we still have this battle around the Roche pit.
Yeah.
But it is a fight that Falcons are set up for, and BetBoom only had a few members, and it looks like they've now given up on it. Pure has been free farming this entire time. Like, he wasn't a part of that fight. He's been on this side of the map, and everybody else has been on the other side.
So literally just been hitting creeps for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But it's what he needs to do, so we'll keep doing it until he feels strong enough to fight.
Pure is gonna not get caught. He's fine.
Yeah, having that shard there, very nice. Despite having a bad game, he still opts to buy this himself instead of waiting around to... I mean, getting it from the Tormentor on TA is just not a thing, right? It takes way too long before everybody else has got theirs. So if you want it, you might as well buy it early and have as much impact with it as possible for the remainder of the game.
I feel like it's such a sick, impactful.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's like TA traps by themselves, just the vision is really strong, but then...
That's all me.
Not much you can do about that one. Mar throws his quills around, and he will be having a Bloodstone very soon. And with the strength of the Aegis as well, he can kind of bulldoze down whatever towers he wants to, especially with the Seeing Red facet.
Yeah.
And there he goes. Activates that. Look at the damage. 400 damage a hit at 19 minutes.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Malrine. Aggressive posturing here. Save is going to evacuate, so Miro is kind of just being sold here.
Oh, and he got him right as he tried to onslaught. He's going to have to BKB TP. He did not want to have to use his BKB that way.
No, that's not ideal.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like a Mar tried to pressure Kiyotaka, ended up losing all his mana, but look who's here.
Hey.
It's the Butler. With a fresh apple juice for Bristol. Oh,
there it is.
Well, it's Kiyotaka, but close enough. Also, if that's apple juice, I think those apples might be a little... Kiyotaka kicked into the river. And
that's
silenced.
Good, but the Hoodwink is already dead.
Oh, the
Kiyotaka tornado!
Oh,
he runs
so
away!
lucky.
He's running! Amar! Oh, the magnetize!
He's going to live through the dots, and they can't keep up with him. He's now Ghost Walk. He's now regenning. Back into the river here. Dead shot. It doesn't actually push Amar away here.
Unreal how lucky.
That was...
The haste spawns in front of him. That was a miracle moment. The classic... Back in the day when Roche was close to the power rune, and teams would just get a TD and then go Roche. The miracle classic, but this time it's a haste for Kiyotaka. My god, that's such a low percentage chance. It needs to spawn top and it needs to be that exact rune or he's dead.
Ooh, yeah, Pure is
Oh.
coming. Nice shot from Crit, though. Gets the return kill. And now Amar's going to get a second kill. It's looking like they're still going to fight this out, actually, with Miro here. They're blow up the hoodwink. No, Decrep fight. Trampled. Real quick, Miro's able to deal with that. Kataomi, he did not end up getting focused by Amar. Amar tried to help out his teammates. They snowball each other away. And Amar will not be able to chase anybody down. It feels like it's already down to a minute 30. This Aegis is not been able to do much with it.
No. Once again, Betboom
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
making a lot of really good moves. Now they're going to take the first Tormentor of the game as well. The double meld plus tag team. That's fast. You're going to see the replay here.
Oh, nice shards. Didn't see that part.
Yeah. I'm not sure if Amar wanted to chase him anyway or if he wanted to go south regardless to try to help his teammates out with that fight, but that way he gets neither.
Hurricane Pike is going to be a big upgrade for this Templar Assassin. Pure is going to be able to deal with Amar a bit better. He's just trying to stay ahead of Amar at all times. 50 seconds left on the Aegis now.
Yeah, he's been trying to stay ahead of Amar all game, but he just, for the first time, was ahead of him on net worth.
True. Yeah.
So now he's actually ahead. In terms of that. Of the gold now, 30 seconds is all that's left on the Aegis. I don't really think they can force very much with it.
Pure's a little low on mana. I guess there's no way they can stop him from blinking away, though.
Bushwhack tried to connect, but Pure's ready. All right, they'll claim the tower, maybe. Glyph.
5k lost during this Aegis timing.
Yeah.
All they will have gotten out of it is a tier 2. You could see Betboom is just working them on the map. These heroes are grouped up mid. Look at the sides of the map.
Yeah, there's even backdoor, so this isn't... they might eventually get this tower, but it doesn't feel great how long this took. And they didn't feel confident. I think sometimes we've just seen teams play a bluff where the Bristle would just be solo there with the Aegis pushing the tower alone.
Yeah.
And then the other heroes are out on the map. But Falcons actually anticipated that Betboom might try for a fight, so they stuck around with a lot of heroes, and as you said, that's going to cost you in the efficiency department. Where Betboom were just farming both side lanes, pushing things out, taking the jungles away. So sure, you get that mid tower, but I don't even know. I think whatever gold they got for that tower, Betboom got the same.
Yeah.
So you got the map control out of it, but the mid tier 2 isn't particularly important in this game. Now they will go for their Tormentor finally, it looks like, for Falcons.
Amar is going to build a Boots of Travel.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. This stands out a little bit that he wants to get bots next in this situation. It feels like he needs all the move speed and global mobility that he can get, but it does mean that an eventual BKB will be delayed quite a lot.
Yeah.
That's the item you would love to have against, in particular, Invoker. It's like the only item that's good, truly good against Invoker, right?
Better
Yes,
dealing
so many
with
spells.
the rats, but worse for the team fight.
Yeah.
If we go into some sort of 5v5 and he just gets EMP'd, Betboom might be able to win that fight.
We had this conversation yesterday about how many abilities Invoker has to kite heroes with. And that's why basically all cores that rely on sticking on their target will eventually buy a BKB against Invoker, because you're dealing with Cold Snap, Tornado, EMP Shard, and Ice Wall.
Yeah.
And you just can't navigate fights without this, and he's going to change his mind. He is going for the BKB instead of Travel.
Crit! Oh, Bushwhack goes off. Now he's still going to be... Oh, nice ultimate, gets over the shard. A Sunstrike coming in, he's healed. He lives through it all, and now here comes Skeeter. Throws down the Eclipse. It's going to be Kataomi down first. They're going to try and catch up to save. Pure is thinking about setting up an area to fight around traps.
Miro's already charged away, though, so I think it's full retreat for BetBoom.
Damn, they only got 1 kill out of that. That was a very good disengage. Looked like save could at least have been a secondary kill, but they covered him with the TA trap silence against Earth Spirit. We do get out. Now, this upcoming timing for Falcons is scary, though. That's a BKB Luna, and it's going to be a BKB Bristle in a minute. So the next team fight, they are very well equipped to...
Are scanning.
As long as they can lock heroes down and keep them in the proximity of the Luna and the Bristle, they're going to win the fights.
Go, Miro. That's cheeky. He's going to go use his BKB to get the kill and TP out. Nice play.
That was clutch. Beautiful.
But yes, the classic Falcons triple BKB window where I feel like so many times they hit this window and then 5 minutes later they have like a 10,000 net worth lead.
Yep.
So BetBoom gotta be careful.
The good news for BetBoom, though, is they have decent ways of stalling. So you need to outlast these BKBs or just be out of range when they get popped so they can't get all of their damage out. They have the Pike on TA to try to get away from a BKB Bristle and a BKB Luna. The Invoker has Ghost Walk. They have Snowball.
So obnoxious, man. Sharded in. EMP guaranteed to land.
And they also do have a BKB Piercing. They actually have 2 BKB Piercing stuns. Should never be underestimated against these heroes. If you're really popping hard commit on a Luna, for example, and you're just spending half your BKB sitting in a Pulverize, then if Tia can go to work, she can offset that fight.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Punch is there. So it's not that clear cut, really. Despite having these 3 BKBs, I can't say with confidence that Falcons are even favored in the upcoming team fight. It's under the condition that they find the right heroes and they get the right positioning. And this is something that their lineup perhaps... This hasn't really shown itself to be a problem in this game so far, but their catch is kind of limited. It's almost only the Earth Spirit, and he has a pretty telegraphed role in. Aside from that, Hoodwink with the Bushwhack can be a catch, but a lot of the time you can counteract it, or if you're ready, or if you're standing in the right placement in lane, it's not necessarily that effective. My god. It's all his mana. There's just another Pike.
Manta.
It's not going to reach here.
He is good. So, Luna, we talked about how I feel like Conda is always the item.
Yeah.
What would you say to this being a butterfly game and just forcing a high ground? Because right now, I don't feel good about the game state for Falcons. They have this triple BKB, but they can't catch heroes.
Oh, there's a sentry snaking. Got it a crap.
He didn't know there was a sentry there, just a random sentry.
I see where you're coming from, but I think I don't think they win with that either right away, right? So you got to look at it from the perspective of hang on.
Oh, catching Kiyotaka would be massive. He got stuck on the cliff between cliffs.
Yes,
he's going to be able to get back up, Manta, but he is very much in need of saving here, and I don't think they have anything to really bail him out. Meanwhile, Amar is taking a lot of attention from the rest of BetBoom, and he's pushing them back. He's going to get grabbed. They're going to try and blow him up, but an interception there from Crit. Nice bushwhack. Miro still going to chase after it. Has his Aghanim Scepter. Amar gets the BKB off just barely in time. Almost dies to that big burst of damage from the Primal Beast Axe.
Amar's dead there if Miro BKBs the Pulverize.
Yeah.
But he didn't cover his bases and got immediately cancelled, so a little bit of a misstep there. That could have been so much better for BetBoom. Losing their Invoker for nothing, definitely not the result they were looking for in that situation. So yeah. Close. It's the little things sometimes. So what I was going to get at with the Kondo and Luna versus Butter is if he goes for the Butterfly and they try to push high ground, I don't think they're... I think going high ground is really hard, first of all, against the lineup you're facing. Ice Shards, Pulverize, Invoker, TA Traps.
Yeah.
Basically every hero on BetBoom has something that's stupidly annoying to push into, even the calling, right? There's just so many things that make it difficult. With a Conda... Crit will be found, and he is very dead.
Very interesting situation. BetBoom, Falcons gave up on doing Dire Side Roshan, moved to the other side of the map with their heroes. BetBoom getting a pickoff like this gives them the confidence to just go through the gate and take over this Radiant side, and now they've caught Malrine. They've caught him in a chainstone with the EMP coming out. They've already killed him, and now they're going to look at Amar.
He's blocked in by the shards, and
broken.
Pure has the break to be able to... Yeah, they've got double breaks. Good situation for Bet Boom that turns into even more.
3 kills in a row. Blink and you'll miss it. Aegis now for Pure. And now Bet Boom are in a commanding position in this game. This sequence was very, very important. And it showcases how they have solved this bristle in the draft. When Amar doesn't have BKB, he's not a concern.
Yeah.
Just have so many solutions. So, very nicely done there from the side of Bet Boom. Falcons can't be too happy about this. They probably felt like they were in a decent position earlier on, but with Pure completely recovering and now being clearly ahead, having the Aegis, having the counter item against Bristle, he's closing in on a Daedalus now as well. The Chrysalis is on the way out. He has Alacrity. We haven't even talked about that. Alacrity and Tag Team. This TA definitely has some good friends here.
My biggest concern is that the Luna is not going to be able to get through the refraction. And if he's ever targeted by the TA, he is gonna die.
Yeah.
Like if they, like you said, he pops BKB and they just get one of their 2 BKB piercing disables and Pure gets a chance to hit him.
Oh, this roll.
Oh, Malreen's gonna be in. Invoker I thought was gonna take advantage of that situation. Now tries, but roll away.
Wow, I thought they were gonna force his BKB right there and then on the high ground, but a little bit of hesitation from the Bet Boom side. Things might calm down a little bit here as TA and Invoker are effectively out of mana, so not really looking to fight much. But they still have great control of the game. Not often minute 30 that we see Falcons cowering in their base with 4 heroes.
Nope.
This is usually the inverse situation where it's them running the map and the other team that needs to make the mid-game comeback play, but Bet Boom with this very strong draft. And I think Falcons are also super paranoid because of the TA traps. They just don't know where they're being scouted, and they could get jumped at any point in time. Some of their heroes get 2-shot. The Pugna as well as the Hoodwink cannot survive a TA trap.
So they kind of have to follow Amar everywhere he goes if they're afraid of traps. He's the one with the gem.
Such a major efficiency loss, though. You kind of have to play the map. Now, Luna with the Conda opens up some interesting avenues if you get farmed enough, get the level 20 talent now. 25 is obviously far away, but never count this hero out in a late game scenario. It's going to have a good chance of getting these bouncing glaives to jump on multiple targets that you want, since the enemy lineup naturally is one that kind of piles on top of you with Tusk, with Primal, with TA coming in close. So I do think
Radiant's top tower is
Skitter
under
can
attack.
still... This game can still be solved by Falcons because of Skitter's Conda.
They're going to bait it. They have the TA top with the Aegis, showing aggressively, and Bet Boom moved to the other side of the map. So there's kind of that play you were talking about where you disguise your team movement by showing an Aegis holder.
Yeah. And the traps are... TA is still there in spirit.
Dire are scanning.
And even just a silence. I mean, Pure made that kill really easy. Just sounds the Hoodwink and be done with it.
Yeah.
Got it.
34 minutes, 8k lead. 2 minutes on the Aegis. It's not easy for Bet Boom to high ground either. You can get rolled on and kicked into the base. Decrepify is a great defensive tool.
Especially when your high ground hitter doesn't have BKB.
Yeah.
The Templar Assassin, Pure's just been going a very, very, I wouldn't say greedy, but I don't know, how would you describe his build? It's pretty mobility focused, right, with Hurricane Pike and then Silver Edge.
It's
now Daedalus for all damage.
It's Glass Cannon, right?
Yeah.
But not fully, because you still have good stats. But you're definitely vulnerable if you get caught, but you're playing on your... You're basically playing under the condition that you're not going to make major mistakes yourself. This is a build where you trust in your own ability.
Right. Probably less team fight focused.
Oh, that is not a good roll, Malreen.
He's gonna get grabbed.
He's
Miro
just cooked.
He is done. Amar's throwing some quills. Oh, there goes Pure. There, those quills build up. And on the second life, he's going to get pulled in by the bushwhack. They're going to try and snowball save him. Force staff. They're trying to push him around. He's picked up by the snowball now. The refraction goes off, but Pure is damage instances. They go away pretty damn quick. He throws out a Meld Strike onto the Earth Spirit. Miro bot back, TP'd in. Malrine is in to be able to kill as many heroes as they can. They get 3 out of the buyback.
That's one of those unfortunate situations for BetBoom where you just panic a little bit. The double Force Staff did more harm than good.
Yeah.
Because your hero kind of, when you get Force Staffed, if you're already in the process of like turning or whatever, and you Force Staff again, usually you'll be facing back the opposite way. And that's exactly what happened there. He got forced out, and I don't know who Force Staffed first, if it was him or the teammate, but in those situations, it's nobody's fault. It just sucks. Because either of them, it's good that the Force Staffs get used. They just need to... It's difficult to communicate that perfectly in such a clutch moment. You just kind of have to go for it and hope that the other guy doesn't do it exactly simultaneously. Oh, Malrine.
Katomi coming in, trying to pick up with the snowball.
From the beam, that's just dirty.
And they're going to have another loosened beam soon. Kiyotaka pops his BKB, but it is in vain. BetBoom. They're falling apart now as their desk gets staggered. Skeeter has free reign to hit high ground now.
And he's going to keep getting healed by snaking whenever. He's going to give him some mana first, but now here we go. Skater will be back to full. Wow, just a moment ago, BetBoom were in total control, and then this one misstep with the double Force Staff not being able to reposition Pure, and then you just lose a lane. Such a fast conversion. This was a 10,000 gold swing in 1 minute. They might get more.
Miro, he pops his Ags. That scares away the Bristleback. The damage of Pure is still something to worry about here. 15 seconds until the Invoker's back up. They want to finish up this melee barracks.
They will manage.
Get that and should be able to make a clean out.
Yep.
Well, that certainly swung things quite a bit. Felt like BetBoom were just...
Well, that escalated quickly.
You've been in the driver's seat for like the last 20 minutes, it felt like, on BetBoom, but...
Damn, the graphs are actually really satisfying. They just go hand in hand, all three.
Oh, yeah.
It's perfectly aligned. Yeah, this is effectively showing what we were feeling in the game, right? Like, it was looking good for Falcons in the first 20 minutes. BetBoom were still staying afloat, and then at some point they were getting into a good position. Even though the expectancy was only 50-50, it still felt like nice for them. But one moment, and all of it's out the window. Skitter will lead the charge here. He's a difficult kill. 3,400 health, 30 armor, knowing there's a Pugna behind. It's not easy to just go on him right away and expect a nice outcome. They'd rather find the supports first if they could. Killing Pugna first in, honestly, this tournament feels like the best entry you can get into a fight.
Yeah.
This is in the game. Like, it's just the best kill.
And it's going to be made a little bit easier for Pure, as he has the Meld Bash now.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a nullifier, so he can't remove the...
Saving up on the high ground. Immediate Decrepify going off while Malrine rolls into the back and hits the Magnetize. He is going to get grabbed and shredded by Pure. That is going to be him out. No recovery possible for this one. Falcons. Oh, that dead shot. Slipped right on by Snake King, who glimmered TP'd away.
Back and forth we go.
And Amar, he doesn't have TP. Oh, and he's spotted by Katomi.
Clutch.
I wonder if they knew his TP was on cooldown. And that's why they went fishing for it. Because, like, why else would you search for him? That was a sick find.
He had the gem. I don't think they realize.
Yeah, probably not. Oh.
They maybe do? No. That's just TA sending out her item. So yeah, that gem is going to stay there. Just Falcons can try to recover it with a courier if they want. Doesn't seem like they're trying to, which is a bit surprising. Snake King. Tornado off that. And, well, Kiyotaka, do you have enough? Sucky, sucky! Oh, he's still...
Oh god, the Skeeter's here! Run, Kiyotaka!
Oh no, if he dies for this, it's real bad. Alright, he got out.
Dire's middle
Maybe this will actually bait something. He's still hounding them.
He is.
Katomi, but all right.
Yeah, they don't have Pure here. No sense in trying to take a fight without that guy.
Damn, Pugnai's a hero, huh?
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy hero.
So I think the healing looked
Radiant's top tower is
rather
under
extreme as
attack.
well because of the facet. When Invoker starts casting spells under Nether Ward, you do heal quite a lot extra.
No. Let's get started.
Okay. And BetBoom are kind of back where we left off now, before that bad fight, except their barracks don't respawn in this game, unlike other inferior games. Here comes the smoke from Falcons. Probably the game-deciding moment, this one. If BetBoom win this fight and get the Roche, they might just end it. And, I mean, Falcons themselves, they've shown they are not.
They're running into potentially an amp damage TA.
And the traps are so good in this area.
Yeah, as soon as their smoke breaks, you're probably going to get some vision somewhere off of it.
We'll clear out some of them with that gem from Amar.
Preemptively putting the Alacrity on the TA. The jump forward onto the Bristleback. Now, Pure doesn't follow that immediately. Maybe a missed coordination there from BetBoom. Not the cleanest engage. Miro's going to pop his BKB, TP out. Katomi tries to do the same. He gets blown up by Lucent Beam. It's another Roshan for Falcons.
They were just not on the same page at all there. Yeah. That was, dare I say, the worst play of the game. They just sent in the Primal, popped his ult on the Bristle, and everybody just watched and said, nope, we can't do that. And then Falcons were like, well, we can. So, that's gotta feel pretty bad. Like, you effectively, there were multiple ways of playing that situation, and they just chose. I can't even say that that was necessarily the worst way to do it, going on the Bristle, but they didn't really try it. So I'll say on a pro level in Dota, the worst thing that can happen is that you're doing two different things in the fights. Because if the enemy team are in unison and they know exactly what they want to do, even if you're, like, let's say you have two different ideas and one of them is the best possible and the other one is all right, well, if you're not executing them simultaneously or doing the best thing together, the enemy team can have an okay idea, but if they all do the same, they might just win the fight regardless. In that instance, that it was just handed to them. That was just way too easy. It didn't even feel like Falcons really needed to decide anything. Big damage. Okay.
Malrine got bashed. Oh, there's that meld bash for you. And he got a TA trap on 3, slowing them all down. Skeeter pops his BKB. Walrus punch up in the air. A bushwhack that held back the Primal Beast and stopped him from grabbing the Luna. Luna's still dead, but they do get a return kill off of it. Amar pushed away, deafening blast, praying that Quills are gonna get him out of this situation. It's certainly not gonna be the supports. They're being hunted down right now. It's Amar with a BKB. There's just no way, right? There's just no way. It was still a little close, but Pure does deliver the damage required to bring down the Bristleback for an Ultra.
It feels like having an advantage is just bad in this game.
Yeah.
The team that's ahead just keeps losing. I'm eagerly awaiting the next move from BetBoom toward the Radiant High Ground where things are just going to go wrong. Whether it's on the push itself or they get caught outside of base. Yeah, Malrine definitely was not expecting that amount of damage. Did he even pop the cheese, I think? And he still died? There was a cheese, right? Yeah, it was Roche 3.
Yeah, there's a refresher shard on him. I don't see a cheese.
Yeah, he had a big burst heal next to the tower, and then he got bashed right after he used it. So was just not expecting that overwhelming play from BetBoom. Now, oh, they're in. Oh. Reset away.
Not even these strength heroes are safe.
This push is so fast. You give Alacrity to TA.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Pop, pop, pop.
Now,
like a machine gun.
They still have the tier 2 up at top, so this would only be 2 lanes.
Instant melt bash. That's the BKB of Malrine down. Pure has his own now.
He turns around, throws damage at Malrine. Malrine gets grabbed, and that's the end of him. Skeeter, he got sniped the fight by Kiyotaka. Force staff, trying to get him away. Katomi's in deep, though. He snowballed after them, and that is going to be his demise. Crit, he goes dead shot. That's going to stop that TP real nice and quick. And now a Gleipnir. Pure is backing away. They've called it quits on this team fight. BetBoom say
we got a trade. Was it good for them? I can't. Who won that fight?
Well, numerically, Radiant won it, which makes sense because they were behind.
Sure.
So, the team that's behind wins every fight this game.
All right.
That was a very small win, though. That was like a few hundred gold. So.
To the temple's defense.
It definitely makes sense for me that BetBoom, their lineup is just much worse when they're trying to force a team fight. Because I feel like they're so much better playing defensively and splitting and like getting the pick off that leads into an advantage than like, you know, taking a full 5-on-5. It is difficult for this.
They're also really good at counterplaying. I think that's what makes this game so interesting and probably why the aggressive or the leading team ends up losing fights is that both teams have very good counterplay. If the original initiation isn't completely crisp, one team has Decrep to save, and it has the Earth Spirit just total counterplay combo break, and the Luna with level 25 now on Skitter, but until then it was just like the long-range artillery with just the 20 talent. And on BetBoom's side, if you fail your initiation, well, you're not really going to get out of there. There's traps, Tusk will chase you, Primal Beast will chase you, Invoker has every spell in the world to chase you with. So you got to make sure that when you strike, you make it count. And it is challenging for both teams to just isolate and kill a target because of those counterplays. Well, here's eyeing up a Rapier. That's a little bit crazy, maybe. Don't know if that's necessary here, but we'll probably end the game one way or another if he picks this one up. Oh, they're trying to get in on him. Not going to happen. Hex!
Immediately psyched, EMP grabbed.
No
Maureen.
save.
His initiations are just ruined.
Yep.
They keep on dancing away from him. Refresh from Miro. He's going to charge after. Who does he want to grab here? He's going to run over Crit. That's going to be just a casual roadkill there for a Squirrel. And he gets the grab on the Luna. That's the important grab. A buyback from Crit is not going to be here in time. Cannot save the carry of Falcons.
Yeah.
BetBoom, they finally got their team fight.
They tried to do something aggressive with the Earth Spirit, just got insta-counterplayed. You just can't afford to miss the roll. Oh my god, the damage!
And that's without the Divine Rapier. The Divine Rapier is coming in. Amar's dead. They both have buyback.
Yep, they have to burn both immediately. The base is falling apart. Let's see if they even go back. This is a 5-on-3.
Swapped out the Hurricane Pike for Divine Rapier. Goes onto the Luna immediately. Pops his BKB. Can he get a crit out of this to finish off Skeeter? Skeeter up into the high ground. He does get it. A 2K crit to finish him off. Another one to kill Amar as well. He is decimating the Falcons lineup. They are done.
Damn.
GG, game one. Close matchup between BetBoom and Falcons. Back and forth for a solid 40 minutes, but then BetBoom, they just get the one team fight where they're the aggressors and they actually win it. And then the stagger there of not having as many heroes, not having buybacks on everybody for Falcons, just leads to their ultimate demise.
That was I think this was a great series to showcase why these two teams are 3-on-1. I think both teams played very, very well. They had a really good understanding of what they were trying to do in the game. But I will say overall, the biggest difference maker when it boils down to it in the later portion of the game and in the fights is that the initiation from Falcons has to come from a rolling boulder and what happens when you miss.
Yeah.
It's going to happen inevitably. Malrine had a lot of connections, but he also had a couple of misses. And every time he misses, he gets hexed or he gets pulverized. And if Snaking is not immediately in range to save you with the Decrep, you just get 100 to 0'd by pure in 3 attacks. And that was, to me, that's really the story of the game, was that BetBoom were able to isolate the targets and finish them off when they wanted to. And Falcons it got a little bit more scrappy and they couldn't really structure it toward the end of that game, but great game from both teams. What a recovery from Pure. Started the lane 0-3-0, ends the game 14-4-10. Top last hits in the game, 60k hero damage, and the highest GPM, and dwarfing everybody else on net worth. It's amazing what you can do when your teammates can buy you 20 minutes.
True. And Pure is able to close it out in style with the Divine Rapier.
That's the kind of relationship that every carry player hopes for on their team. Guys, don't worry. I'm losing the lane massively, but it's fine. I'll carry you in the end. You just need to buy me some time and buy time BetBoom did. They stemmed the bleeding from this bristleback going out of control, as is tradition with every single Amar lane. Doesn't matter what his matchup is, he will still find a way to win it. But unfortunately, the rest of Falcons were not able to meet the pace that bristleback was setting, and BetBoom team end up getting the dub in the end.
I mean, BetBoom had really great lanes with the exception of that safe lane, which honestly could have gone either way, but it feels like this Falcons offlane just consistently wins everything, even bad matchups. Like, because it is Amar, but it's also Crit, who enables a lot of the way that he plays on lane. So hats off to them for that, but overall, I think BetBoom were always in a position where they felt comfortable. All they had to do was dodge Bristleback's strong timing, wait for their break on Primal Beast. They had, that big power spike with the double breaks, and they didn't feel threatened by that Bristleback, because at some point it felt like he was top net worth, but nobody else on Falcons was. And it went back and forth quite a bit, Ted. Like we were like looking down, looking up, looking down in the green room, thinking it was over. So it definitely was very exciting, but ultimately the lack of clean initiation on Falcons was their downfall.
It was that for sure. But having said that, I think both teams threw fights quite often. Well, not necessarily through, but you thought one side would win and then they didn't. Like Sin said, it always seemed to be the team that was behind would win the fight. The burst damage out of this TA was insane. And any time there was a slight positioning error, I feel like Pure was in there punishing, picking off both the supports. Then it's like, well, Amar's broken, so he's going to die. And then it's just, what did they have? Earth Spirit at one point jumped in, no BKB, just went in, perished instantly. I honestly think the Primal Beast was massive this game and just meant that if any kind of fight started, he's just going to grab someone and you can just blow him up. So really, really fun game. Definitely could have gone either way. But yeah, that top lane, like you said, devastating for them, but you give TA time, she'll come back.
This was a matchup worthy of both these teams' current standings in this tournament, being 3-1 right now. And earlier in a start of days segment on Shiver's Shift, Jenkins posed the question, who do you consider to be the best player in Dota right now? He proposed ATF, and then some of the other panelists said Pure. And this game is a perfect encapsulation of that relationship.
It really was. I mean, Pure is such a stand-up player. I remember we had a Wisdom Rune a couple of days ago that was Rapier purchases per carry, and he had the most by far. I think it was 1 in every 5 games. Was that what it was?
I think
this
so.
Game, he had a Rapier too. Like, he just goes for it. He is not the kind of carry player that ever worries about like what could happen if things go wrong. He just assumes that things are going to go right because of that, and that's very cool. And we really saw the power of his TA come into play. Like, people were just evaporating. That new meld facet with that meld bash talent is so annoying because you're bashing multiple people now, and this new style of TA makes her such a big threat in the late game if you can just stun from your carry through right clicks multiple targets. So it was cool to see that in play. But it was just a good game. There's not much to say. Like, it was very exciting. It delivered on all aspects, and Pure showed us why they went for that TA.
And I know that you were shouting out Amiro on that Primal Beast, Ted, but we can also take a close look with the Kadia Award of the Game presented by Brian.
Yeah, because we're going to be showing a play from Euro for my Kadia Award of the Game. Yeah, there were a bunch of flashy team fights that game, but let's see just something that happens on the map that also shifts the momentum of the game a little bit. And this is going to be a 2-man gank onto Miro in the mid lane, but as you see, they came from a ward, and they think, oh, we're going to go on with Earth Spirit, and the Hoodwink's going to be perfectly safe, surprise them, and then, nope, you're the one getting surprised, as he actually manages, because he sees Crit, just blinks on him, has the presence of mind to say, I'm going to use my BKB duration not only to Nightfall, but to first kill the Hoodwink, and then Nightfall. And this is one of those situations where
Nightfall
without that ward...
being BKB TPing. Okay, I was like, that Boom team have changed their players, Brian. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they reverted back to last year's roster.
I say.
It's one of those situations where, because they had the ward, he has the confidence to make that play, and he has the ability to react to the Earth Spirit roll before it even happens. So Falcons, who think they have the jump on him because of the fact that he was just farming a creep wave, the information game actually playing a huge role in how that play goes, and Miro ended up having massive impact. So these type of plays make his net worth go a little bit up instead of stunting him in the mid game. And hats off to Pure as well for his Rapier purchases and a lot of damage, but that Primal, quite a ferocious beast that time around.
So you have no qualms with an offlaner committing that heavily for a 4 position?
It's the situation that he's in, right? Because he's going. There's no way you get away from Earth Spirit without BKB TPing, because the roll is like a 4-second cooldown. So your only way out is by BKB TPing. Might as well take him down with you, you know? So I think it's making the best out of, making lemonade out of lemons.
It's contextual.
Yes.
And he made the most out of the situation, and BetBoom team are making the most out of this matchup right now because they are up 1 game. Let's see if they can close it out 2-0 after the break.
When I feel that pressure, I deliver. I'm unstoppable. Yeah, yeah. Let me prove that. Go ahead, let me lift you. Oh, yeah, yeah, I can lift you. People like me don't come around every day. I'm unique. When I get down, I give everything to win. Teach that. Let me prove that. That crown, I'ma lift that. Yeah, that love, I'ma pay back. When it all gets too tough and the fireplace is hot. When you are all you got and it's time to take that shot.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for game number 2 of a Falcons versus BetBoom team. We are getting the caliber of Dota to be expected from two teams topping the groups right now.
Got their caliber in our hands right here.
I feel the caliber.
We were whelmed by that series.
So whelmed.
Because we have high expectations for this series.
Yes.
So
and
they
were
better be
fulfilled.
delivering, and they are whelming appropriately.
They were whelming.
They
were
whelmed
whelming
us
it up.
for sure. That was a whelming series. No, that was really fun to watch. I think there were some individual performances I was a bit surprised by. Like Mallory on the Earthsphere didn't really impress me, whereas like Miro on his Primal was very impressive. Pure on his TA completely popped off. The offlane of Falcons crit and ATF. I don't know how they win every lane, but they simply just do.
They're very good.
They're very good.
I expressed my skepticism of the Earth Spirit in the draft itself. I was like, these are hard supports to ever roll into. You have this tough stuff on the ground, the Morta stuff on the ground. They counterpicked it in lane with the Invoker. The MP kind of gives your ability to rotate early, and then TA doesn't care about Blade Mail. So I do think like Earth Spirit's a popular hero. He's powerful and all, but buy high, sell low. I think they bought it a bit too high. Sure. On the stocks because most people are prioritizing it later in the draft there.
I think also they might consider taking Primal Beast for themselves because Malvin has had exceptional performances on that hero mid, and taking it away from Miro could make it so that their supports have an easier time playing.
You think they'll still stick to banning out the Dawnbreaker yet again? Because you said they may give 1 game margin, but thing is, Falcons is now down 1 game, so they don't
No,
really have
I don't
that
think they'll
wiggle.
give the 1 game margin in game 2. I think they might also consider a late game TA or a late draft TA ban. They wouldn't do it in the first round, but giving the last pick TA, they've just done the 18 or overall last pick TA just like too many times at this point, and they're winning. So even if you don't think the hero's all that strong, clearly BB Team's making it work, and Pure just popped off there. So.
Yeah, for the pick initially, I was just like, well, what's the TA doing that's exceptionally better than the Shadow Fiend, which is the alternative that we were considering. But the way that Pure played that, first of all, I think Shadow Fiend would have struggled even more against the Bristleback than the TA did. Yeah. And that was already a bad lane for the TA.
It's the burst that I mentioned. Like, SF and Luna are kind of like the mixed damage, and they both they pump it out. Luna's got the Conda, which is like pseudo burst, and then you have SF, who's more about just 5-shotting you with all the minus armor. But TA, like you saw, anyone who got broken Primal Beast ulted, they died in the duration of that pulverize. So when you have heroes like Bristleback and also supports like Pugna, where they need to get in position, they need that extra 1 or 2 seconds to react, and the guy's just dying in 2 hits. Like, that is one reason I like heroes like TA against Pugna, but it's also like when you're behind in those matchups, it's like completely unplayable. So that's why I think that game was so snowbally, because really the matchups were based on who has this positional advantage and
who gets the initiation, then who gets the burst.
Yeah.
And if you can't get it in quickly off in time, then you're going to get saved by one of the supports, such as a Pugna, which Falcons goes back to after banning out the Dawnbreaker, the Batrider, and the Enchantress. BetBoom team take out the Naga, the Chen, the Alchemist, and the Sand King.
Yeah, now they're an option where they could run back Muerta, or they could just go for Shadow Demon too, since both are left in the pool for them, but maybe they feel very confident in their Primal Beast as well, or their Invoker. Like, we could see a core come out here. Because Invoker is normally banned in very early on, especially versus BetBoom.
I do think Primal is like infinitely better when the opponent has no reliable lockdown. Like you guys were mentioning how you have Primal as initiator on one side and like the Earth Spirit role on the other, and yeah, Primal, he hates it when he has to play against reliable initiation on the other side, and I felt like his maneuvering in the fights is just so simple when you have the reaction time of a blink to just pick and choose, dodge targets, all that kind of stuff. So
because if they just like stick a clockwork on the enemy team, then
yeah, exactly. So like if you have a Primal Beast first round here, for instance, or like earlier on in the draft, and suddenly you don't see both supports and one of them ends up being a clockwork or a lion, I just think the game is like way different execution wise. So I'm not sure if that. I guess if they have but I guess Falcons also have the flex potential from the Primal. Like I know Amar can play it too, so.
They could just go for it themselves here, especially if they see backline supports in the early phases of the draft, like the Muerta.
Oh,
or
they just ban it. Okay. That's
definitely did
route.
too much.
BB teams turn to
I like it. What they banned last game instead? They banned so Shattered. They were first pick or second pick, so it's a little bit different. But they had Shadow Demon and Monkey King in their bans on the side of Falcons, and then they opened up the second round with Earth Spirit. So I think the Monkey King ban was specifically so that Earth Spirit had a better lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, because they hadn't seen the Invoker yet. The Invoker came out afterwards.
Remaining.
It's interesting to see these like little changes. Like a lot of the bans are the same. The first pick, and I mean the pick order was reversed, but the 2 first picks are the same. But yeah, so they think the Primal Beast was a real wrench.
Teams turn to pick.
Tusk and Clock still in the pool. Shadow Demon still in the pool.
And BB do consistently ban out the DK. But this time, Falcons take out the Magnus. Beastmaster still available. Oh man, that was a good one.
And Invoker.
Damn,
That was for anyone watching thinking I'd like to slap that bald head of his.
People always have that thought.
This is the deciding game for Tusk. Will he go back to even? He's 33 and 34 right now. I honestly think that's a really risky pick. Like this position, we saw what happened to the Earth Spirit last draft. Like you're gonna get countered on whatever hero you pick.
What would be a good counter to Tusk?
Honestly, I've liked Muerta against it, but I think generally, like when you think of Tusk, like honestly, even something like Warlock, something that says like, okay, you snowball 2 people in, what happens to you when you land? Like ET, Warlock, like stuff like this is what I really like. And they didn't have any punishment for that last game, even though the Tusk was relatively early in the draft. They just go back for their Bristle, which I don't hate, but I feel like, once again, this support duo I think is pretty good against Bristle. The Muerta immunity to physical during ulti, and Tusk can like snowball during your shard usage or your Ag Scepter usage. and the tag team also makes it much easier to bring you down. Not that you're easy, but it is a lot of relevant damage from a support.
I think Bristle is in a state where even if he is addressed within the draft, he can still do very well if the supporting cast is having a good game too. Because we've seen the early timings this hero hits. We saw him win a lane that he shouldn't have in that last game, and if there was one more hero on his team doing well earlier on, it felt like they could have grouped up around that, but that just wasn't the case. So if Falcons can just create one other favorable lane matchup in this game, then the Bristle will be much better enabled.
The crit special.
A line.
We're told.
A signature.
5 seconds.
They traded out for the Hoodwink, though.
Yeah, I think they are trying to address the Morphling potentially. Coming out from Pure here.
I also think it's addressing the Kiyotaka Storm Spirit potentially too, because their first 2 picks didn't have stuns. But also it'll give them initiation. They didn't have an alternate means of initiation in that game 1, but if you can just put crit on a hero that can start the fight, it's gonna make it a lot easier to, like I said, enable the Bristleback. Because like imagine how differently that game 1 could have gone if they were consistently starting the fights well and Earth Spirit wasn't getting insta-hexed or insta-stunned or insta-mana drained.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just like how the start of the fight goes. Like we were talking about, Mallory, push your BKB. It's like he had to push the BKB, which he didn't because of the insta-hex from the other team. Like sometimes it just makes you use BKB when Lion's like not even in position to hex you because you don't see him. So it just makes the execution on the other side much more difficult. People knowing like these pro players, I know they have a really good idea of like when they think they have to use their BKB. And Lion, you just never have the option to hold it. Kind of like, I think Lion and Earthshaker are the 2 heroes that come to mind for me. Like you just can't hold your BKB whenever you go in against these guys because you will just generally die full to 0. But yeah, they go back for the TA. Run it back, I guess, in regards to the safe lane. Go ahead, Mira.
Yeah, I just think that, like, even though that lane went so badly in that first game, I do think that when you're laning against a Lion and you're laning against a Hoodwink, that is a different beast. Like, Hoodwink is probably one of the strongest lane supports in the game. And while Lion is very good, TA should have a much better time in the laning stage.
You say should, though, Mira, because we're
Should.
talking about laning as Falcons here.
Just never include them losing offlane.
Yeah, just don't factor.
Just don't think about that.
I like the Mars pick, though. It's good against these backline supports. I like whenever I see 2 supports that I would be comfortable to arena. And also the spear does turn Bristle back around, so when you think of how they executed last game, you spear the Bristle, the TA hits, it prevents vision unless they like place a ward in there on the side of Falcons, so...
The Mars pick is good for synergy with the TA, like anchoring people so she can hit them. You also remove the vision aspect, so if you can isolate like, the Bristleback, maybe you can burst him in that moment, but now their only means to kill the Bristle is the TA and her Silver Edge. Like, they don't have that primal Ags like they did in that game 1.
True.
I don't think their draft addresses Bristleback as well as it did in that first game.
That's fair.
Maybe you can get something from the mid lane to like further mitigate the threat. Something that buys cheap is early.
Yeah, I think that it'll have to be a response from whatever Falcons picks, so tough to say for now. So they do go for the Medusa. I actually don't like picking heroes like Dusa and Bristle into Mars like this because you can actually use your arena to just kind of fracture the fight, where you say, okay, Bristle and Medusa, you're stuck in there. The other 3 of us are going to go kill the supports. It's a very long-lasting spell for how powerful of a control it is, and it's going to lane pretty well against Mars. I'm curious if at any point in the game he elects to go Blade Mail and turn on his passive. It's always been really funny against Medusa specifically because you can make like all 5 of her split shots hit you, but probably not. Just something funny if we end up seeing it.
Invoker is still in the pool here, and Red Boom could use that. EMP is nice against Medusa. Isn't that a thing?
That's a good call. The Falcons should look to take it out or take it themselves out of phase.
And people are usually picking Pango, right? Like if they're going mid laners. I think Invoker is as good or better with what BB Team's doing. I'm just wondering, like, because they banned Anti-Mage when, I guess the TA, we can't forget, it is a flex hero for BB Teams, so we might not see Pure's hero yet.
Oh, Storm. They could take Storm on Falcons quite easily, I think. Gets out of the Mars arena. And their lockdown is kind of lacking, I think.
It is. Absolutely.
So you're saying that you don't like Medusa versus Arena conceptually, and I agree with that, but so do you think that Arena is enough to like take care of separating her from her team, but also being able to lock down the Pugna? Because this Pugna battery with the Medusa, I don't think Bedboom have enough solutions for it yet. They just don't have enough means to like start the fight as they did in that first game.
I guess assuming the Pugna can see the Medusa though, because when you're blood sported, then, like the Lion can't pump into the arena. Pugna may struggle.
Well, you can also isolate the supports from Medusa by arenaing them, and Medusa's on the outside, so it's not necessarily like you have to just say, hey, you're stuck over here on Medusa. I'm just saying that heroes that generally function by their team being able to play around them, Medusa and Bristle, I think, are case in point. I like Mars in these type of cases, so.
I think you ban Invoker and take Storm for Falcons, personally.
So just on that note, Arena makes this so that you can't see targets, but you can still click them. So you can like press on their icon to cast spells.
I just want to say, who needs Owie 2000 as a drafter when you just have Ted? Like,
he has ascended!
Ban Invoker, pick Storm. That's a double whammy for Ted there.
Wait, so top bar portrait casting works against Bloodsport?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you can just select on their icons always, even if you don't see them.
Really?
I'm not 100% sure there.
Tech analyst, can you tech analyze?
Well, my phone doesn't believe me that I'm in Sweden, so it won't let me log into.
So I just know that I've pressed Solar Crest on people inside of Arena before by pressing on their icons.
Okay.
But I haven't tried with something like Life Drain, but I have pressed items.
We'll keep an eye out.
Maybe I'm losing my mind because now you guys are making me doubt myself.
I have no idea.
No, we're just saying we don't
I'm
know.
scared now.
We're just saying we don't know.
Okay, so these were pretty predictable last picks. I mean, Pango was, I felt like, was the Pango Invoker were their two obvious options. Anti-Mage makes sense that they had to ban it though, because they can flex the TA mid, and that matchup's nearly unplayable, especially since they're planning to pick Storm. Not only is it Anti-Mage against Medusa, but it would have been Storm as well. I like both drafts overall, but I would still lean like 60-40 for BB team again, based on what they have. I do think Malreen's kind of set to pop off though, because they do lack control for him, and maybe Skeeter will just be more of like the Sange and Kaya, you know, Scotty.
Sange?
Yeah, the
Le Sange et Yasha.
Le Sange.
Le Sange.
I think ultimately, like when you're talking about big picture, like BB team's draft makes more sense, but I think that the Bristleback is not as solved as it was in that first game, because it showed us that TA alone was not enough of a solution. She needed someone else who had a break, who could also anchor the Bristleback so she could dish out the damage. It feels harder to do in this game for Bedboom teams, so if that lane isn't won, I can see Falcons winning off of Bristleback while also trying to mitigate the Medusa problem, like trying to rotate on Medusa, trying to deal with her, while there's also a Bristleback problem building. It feels like Falcons are in a much better position to win off of ATF this game than they were in game 1.
I agree with that.
Ted, you nailed that last phase for Falcons. Ted, AUI 2000 Flax. You banned out the Invoker, you took the Storm. How do you feel about your team?
My team?
Your team?
I backed Mira, who said that Falcons had a way to win, and I thought that she meant that meant Falcons were going to win. And I was
a way to win
wrong.
Does not mean they're going to.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, they have a win condition. Perfect.
Both teams have win conditions,
Both teams have win conditions. I do like Falcons draft a lot more this time.
Your team.
I don't like the Earth Spirit there in that previous game. I was like, what is this hero going to do? He's not going to do much. So I think this is much better Falcons.
What pep talk would you give right now?
Fucking win, lads. Come on. We can't lose to BBT. What I'd say.
That about sums it up.
That's straight from AUI 2000. Quote him on it. That's how he talks. I hear him all the time talking like that. And you're going to listen to our two casters, Cap and Cinderin, talk over game number 2.
That's right, lads. Let's fucking go! That was AUI 2000.
With a bit of an accent and cadence change.
With some rock music over it. Welcome, everybody, to Game 2. Falcons versus Bedboom, who managed to take Game 1. It was a back-and-forth game, but I thought Bedboom was pretty damn impressive, Cinderin.
Yep. Dave definitely impressed this tournament. This has been This has been a cool tournament to watch so far, in particular because of BetBoom and Power Vision really leveling up. You get very entertaining teams to watch. You've always known that the players are individually talented, but it doesn't always come together and go to the next level. But so far, so good for those two teams. And now Falcons will need to try to respond in this game and swing it back around. Crit is going to just flat out walk into death, trying to get down here and get some info, but he had already placed the ward beforehand on the left, but it didn't see them down to the bottom right. So because of this ward, he felt confident walking over there, and it kind of ended up working against him. A little unfortunate.
You think they all tipped save afterwards? You think that was his game plan?
Might have been
there?
his call.
Yeah, maybe this is a ward that they placed before.
Yeah.
And they just counterplayed it.
That is very possible that that's why they did it. So a pretty major change up in some things here, and other things remain the same. So Kataomi will play the Tusk once more together with the TA, so that's the same. And on the side of Falcons, they will be laning against the Bristleback once more. Not the Hoodwink this time with it. It will be the Lion. I would argue this is a weaker lane because Lion just has less damage, so you pose less of a kill threat. And overall, Falcons with ultimately the all-inclusive hotel lineup for the Medusa and Storm. They have the two
concierges.
Yeah, I guess that's a good word for it. Pugna as well as Lion will give them whatever they want all game. And well, as is the case with an all-inclusive holiday, you've paid for it. Paid for it with game number 1. You better pay it back if these two are going to walk around and just make you the gods of the game.
I have bunting for you.
Sommelier.
Ah, yes.
Say that. There you go.
Indubitably.
The wine guy.
Ah, yeah.
The snobby wine guy.
You have to be snobby.
They're always snobby, man.
Really?
I don't know. I've never... I don't go to nice restaurants.
Oh.
And I don't drink wine. So.
That's... Okay, well, that makes you extremely unqualified to make that statement. Literally just talking completely out of your ass with no info.
Yeah, but it's how I imagine snaking.
Okay.
How
just throwing shade at players
how
instead.
I imagine snaking puts forward his mana. Welcome, this is a 98 mana pool. Fine flavor.
Well, I don't know anything about wine, but I think snaking's a snob. Crit's in trouble, by the way. This is kind of awkward. He'll try to get the curry. He will manage, but this is going to cost him a ton of resources. He's not going to die, but he expended a lot of mana on that. He's gone 1-1-0, so only has the mana for an Earth Spike now. And again, a stark contrast to game number 1. This time around, Pure actually gets to play the lane already, with Crit being this low on resources. And if Pure's performance last game is anything to go by, imagine when he has a good start.
Mid lane is not going the best. It is Storm Spirit versus Pango. It's probably a big reason why they did that setup in the first place. They're like, all right, guys, we want to get Kiyotaka first blood so we can rush a bottle with his all-branch build. And he did do that. And the bottle hasn't made enough of a difference. He is behind 9 CS right now and 6 denies.
Yeah, what do you make of the Bloodstone? Excuse me, Blightstone. Okay, relax. Is that a good item to buy when you're leaning against Storm as Pango?
I mean, Storm has pretty good
him.
armor.
Who's killing who? It's
the
close.
Blightstone? Woo. Okay.
Malrine needs to be careful he doesn't get spell comboed now. I think Kiyotaka will be hungry for this play.
Yeah. Level 2 Swashbuckle. Got him! All right. I think the Blightstone is fantastic, Sinrin.
I mean,
Look how much damage he did.
I was looking at Malrine and I was checking the resources and I was like, I'm actually not even sure he dies, but he didn't pop Wand or Fairy Fire in that play. That just caught him completely off guard. In the meantime, good pressure here onto Skitter. Have to mango him.
You know why he caught him off guard? Because he took more damage from the shield crash because of the Blightstone.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's just like, damn.
I thought you were going to make an on guard joke there. I was so ready for it. Because it's Pangolier.
No, he doesn't have that spell name anymore.
He never did he?
He had something else. It wasn't Lucky Shot, right? It was something else.
Yeah, what was it was called before? Heart Piercer?
Heart Piercer, yes.
Yeah, it almost sounds the same as On Guard now that you say it out loud, actually.
The romantic pangolier. Whatever, man.
You got it.
That should be called On Guard. That's a good name.
Yeah, that would be a nice name.
You're a genius, Cinderin.
Thank you so much. Now, here's the problem. Storm's going to get level 6 later than Pango, so he could die again.
I thought you were going to talk about this problem.
This is a different problem.
This is a problem.
Snaking, oh, here's the problem.
Yeah, yeah. He's going to be snowballed. Didn't pick up the Mars. Lost a little damage as a result. Snaking gets off the healing salve, and Kataomi is going to be the one to die instead. Pin comes out. It did do damage to the Snaking.
Oh, there's that play. Malrine. Can he find a way out of this?
Nice
Good
use
glyph.
of the glyph to make sure the creep wave stays alive. He's going to come out of the ball, kill him, and make a run, head for the hills before the TP comes in. Snaking shows up, but he doesn't have the damage.
He's going to take some damage, too.
Oh, see, he's going to go for Snaking? He had shield crash. He really could have gone for it.
Yeah, he was worried he was going to take some damage from the Nether Ward and then maybe get blasted. I actually think that was good to call that off.
Yeah, plus you could always decrepify, right?
Yeah.
Dodge the shield crash.
It was always going to be close, and rather, in this situation, err on the side of caution. You're in such a good position in this game. Don't throw it away over greed. It's Pango well atop the net worth charts.
He was getting crushed in CS. Now he's top net worth just in 2 minutes. A massive swing.
And he did it all on his own. It was 2 solo kills in mid. So Kiyotaka really playing an outstanding game now. Save will deny the runes. Possibly going to cost him his life. Maybe not, actually. He's going to get out too. Nothing going Malrine's way in this early game.
Yeah. And Kiyotaka playing like somebody said something to him. Fired him up.
Yep.
Kataomi, he's good. All right, well, this is a very different situation from game 1 where BetBoom are the ones being the aggressors. They're the ones who are getting the net worth lead. Their Templar Assassin is doing a much better job against the Bristleback. They're still doing their aggro like tri-lane where they brought both supports up to top lane, but it's just netting them an advantage, whereas before they were simply trying to recover from a bad laning phase.
Yeah.
Nice snatch.
Compared to game number 1, if BetBoom won that one, this is one of the ones. This by all means should be easier than the previous game. When you're doing this well early on, Malrine will be okay. But they're really putting some pressure, trying to get a rotation out of Falcons potentially. Yeah, top 3 net worth this time, sitting on the side. Oh, Falcon. Be careful.
He's got another refraction, so
you're
really kind of fine with this. How different? So we've got a similar lineup, I would say, for BetBoom.
Yeah.
But Falcons is a bit different, but in what kind of way? Nice shards. Unfortunately, ice shards don't allow you to pin off of them.
I think similar to... Oh, hang on. We don't really have time to talk, Cap.
Calling.
It's time to kill.
Kill, kill, kill. Rah, rah, rah.
Leave it for Pure. He comes through the gate. Yeah, so I think the primary difference between last game and this game for Falcons is... So last game they had the Earth Spirit and Hoodwink as their setups, and this time it's Storm and Lion.
Yeah.
I would make the case that Storm is even more item dependent than Earth Spirit is.
Okay.
And the Lion... kind of the same as Hoodwink in terms of needing more items. If you don't have any utility item on Lion, it's really hard to play aggressively because you always need to compromise your position and you're extremely fragile. Hoodwink can play on a little bit more range, she's a little bit more mobile. So if things are very slow for Falcons, my struggle with their lineup is playmaking. Now these are the 2 heroes we just talked about that can do it. Well, they're going to combine against a support mid and likely get this done, maybe not.
He's making a run for it, gets blasted down, but the setup, the calling just keeps hitting with the Rolling Thunder. Great combo from Kiyotaka and save, and Snaking's Decrepify will run out eventually. Dominating streak for Kiyotaka. So they need more items, but would you agree that their initiation is like better, right? We saw the Earth Spirit, like he rolled in. There wasn't, like, with all the force staffs and stuff, there wasn't a guarantee that his roll would land. You said at the end, like, what happens if you miss?
Yeah.
It just goes terribly.
I mean, I will say it's more reliable this game, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's better because the issue of the lineup in this game is you are putting all your eggs into this Medusa and Storm basket, right? Your two supports' purpose in the game is off of them. Okay.
And those Ancients, they're a part of those eggs in that basket, and Medusa dies trying to defend them. An instant tip from Kiyotaka as Skeeter blunders into the middle of 5 Bet Boom heroes. Falcon still fighting it out, though. 4 versus 5. They've got a kill on Kiyotaka. A pin goes out. The Bristleback is being saved by Snaking. Bet Boom is losing this fight now. Miro's trying to create the space for Pure to be able to retreat, but he's slowed down to a crawl. So much goo, the Earth Spike, and a pin back is simply not going to be enough. Falcons, sure, they lost their Dusa, but the fight overall was good.
Yeah, big mistake from Bet Boom. Don't get ahead. We've
True.
seen in this series, if you're ahead, it's bad. Maybe the secret is getting ahead and then not playing aggressively and just staying ahead. Maybe Falcons have it figured out. But they made the same mistake last game, if that is a mistake.
So this is right where they want to be, right? Where they are behind, but barely behind.
Yeah, and they're in the defensive position, and they're getting run into. In all seriousness, though, the big difference maker there is just the overall positioning. Because, yeah, they blast the Medusa, but they pop a lot of spells to do it. And that time around, Falcon's supports have really, really good placement. So they get all their spells off a couple of times, and of course, both Bristle and Storm, and of course we've mentioned the Dusa, benefit so much from these drains from their allies. If it's extended fights, you're looking quite good right now. It's when the burst comes in the very early game and later that things can get problematic. And they do get the kill on Kiyotaka there, which... Who got the bounty on that? That was a Mar.
Okay.
So he gets a nice influx. Now, for some comparison, last game now he had Ags.
Yeah.
He is 1,000 off. 2,000 off, excuse me. But he does have treads, so that's 1,000 less, right? Roughly.
Yeah. He also doesn't have to deal with Invoker this time around.
Yeah.
So he may get his Ags later, but it may hit harder just because he'll actually have the mana to take these team fights.
Oh, you say that. There's a Diffusal on Pango.
True.
It's not as good as EMP, though.
No.
So, but it's still a factor. And I'm expecting Kiyotaka to absolutely try to get the Ags as fast as possible to just get more and more Swashbuckle hits off in fights. He'll even buy the treads here for some more stats and attack speed.
Yeah, that Kobold. That 3 gold probably felt really good.
Yeah, that was worth it. Showed him.
Remember when Diffusal Blade had charges?
Mm-hmm.
That was such a weird idea.
And then you upgraded it to level 2, and then it got another 8 charges, and then it ran out. And then you had to buy a new one. Originally, you couldn't refill it with another recipe, I think. That was an idea that came in. The original Diffusal was just used.
Yep.
But that Diffusal Blade could also purge Sven ulti, so it was quite good.
Forgot about that.
Sven dispellable ult.
Yeah. And you could one-shot the Golem.
Yeah.
Just purge the Warlock Golem and it would die. You could purge Insatiable Hunger, which was Brood's ulti at the time, I think. Yeah. That
sounds right.
Maybe it was fine that it had charges.
Yeah, maybe.
But I mean, the current design is just more elegant, I think. That was always a bit clunky. Original Yules also had charges until you upgraded it into Hex. Those were that was the build path to Hex, was using Yules along the way.
Yeah.
A lot has changed.
All right, Blink Dagger picked up for the Mars. So Bet Boom, if they want to keep, they seem to be very aggressive. Like Kiyotaka is just always playing right in front of their tier 2. If they want to keep using this aggression, actually find some kills, they're going to require an initiation, and that would have come from Miro.
Kiyotaka was
got picked off.
He was just standing under a ward. He just got jumped by Storm. And that was nice and easy for the side of Falcons, finding that kill. I don't know if they can really convert it into much in terms of pushing here, but if nothing else, getting a pick here and there, keeping the game somewhat even is good enough. This isn't like a game where you need to get ahead. It doesn't feel that way.
Yeah. Another situation where they look like they're trying to create a lot of space for Pure.
Yep.
And he does have a Deso. So, fast Roshan? Because he could have gone Blink. But he opts for the damage item instead, which usually for me means I want to do Roshan right now.
Yotaka will walk forward again, actually completely alone here. But his teammate smokes are going to break. Crit. Easy pick. And that's going to be the tier 1 tower. Nice little pincer move there from BetBoom. Just corner him. Be an axe now completed for Amar, but obviously he will not be able to defend this tower. And yeah, as you said, BetBoom could think about Roche. The problem is now it's 15 minutes, so he's going to switch sides. And up there, I think it's a lot scarier, but maybe they will get started on it. At least Pierre's going to push up here and just farm, but I don't really feel like his plan is ultimately getting to Roche. More so just maximizing efficiency here. And taking the Wisdom Rune, of course.
If you wanted to maximize efficiency, stacking that camp would have been nice.
It was too late.
Yeah, fair.
Unless maybe he stacked it with a very quick trap. If you cast that from like max range and then perhaps. How long is the slow when you cast it instantly? It's pretty short, right? It's like a second or something?
Yeah, it's very short. Not very effective.
Yeah. Yeah, he could have probably stacked it with a trap. What a noob.
Into the Roshan pit they go. Will this be a mistake? Okay, now I think they're out of the Roshan pit now.
They send out a scout, and we have confirmation. Falcons are coming. A bird sighting. Never knew Save was an ornithologist.
Still want to. I mean, Save is not going to be gone for long, so I guess.
This is a very, very good ward.
Peter's going to show, and I think BetBoom, they're going to try and take a fight off of the enemy carry no longer being here, but Falcons disciplined enough. They retreat. They're underneath a ward right now.
Oh, Save again? Really?
Save? I think he's baiting it, though. They had vision of all these heroes. They're trying to get them to try and jump on a stage so they can catch inside the arena, and they got to. Not a bird at all. Apparently, he's a worm.
So when I said Save, really, I thought he was about to walk up the exact same high ground that he just died on. Yeah. But he stayed on the low ground, and the moment Storm jumped, he insta-popped his ult to stay alive, and yeah. That's 2 kills, and probably Roche. I don't think Falcons, even with these short respawn timers, are particularly interested. As I say that, though, Malrine does have a regen. Mara's far away. Could TP on the outpost, but no. It's theirs. Tag team and meld and lucky shot. What a nice trio of heroes to kill Roche with.
All right, so you got the Aegis. It did create some time and space. Skeeter completes his Manta, and Bristleback is going to work towards BKB. So we'll see how much BetBoom get done with this little play. 5 minutes. Ward is finally scouted. Just outside of vision.
Definitely is a bit of a nuisance for Falcons that they always have to deal with these traps. It's causing some issues in that situation, but what Falcons generally do very well is in stalemate games, they are just most of the time the most efficient team. But that's where teams like BetBoom and PowerVision, in my opinion, have really caught up, is the ways in which Falcons used to win a lot of their games just passively. It doesn't seem like that's been the case so much this tournament anymore. Pure's gonna bait. They can't go for this. They're not even gonna try.
Way too dangerous.
Yeah. Skitter Illusion.
Stupendous.
Will be fighting this Kobold. Truly a fight for the ages here.
Thank you, Observer.
Yep, fight for
highlights the Aegis.
Yeah, well, that's not what I meant.
All right, so time to take a tier 2. We also have a little over 2 minutes until they can do the Wisdom Rune Tormentor play.
Yeah, Tormentor might be interesting here for BetBoom since they're already over here at minute 19 and taking the tower. You could linger, but Falcons is going to try to force a response in turn by just running up top and using the Pugna to push that tower. So now you're faced with a choice of BetBoom. Do you want to try to run into them and fight or stick on that side?
I mean, Arena is running low on mana. They're making him zip quite a lot. They hit him with the Spear Arena. And they got him at the Calling as well. I love Mars Muerta for that reason right there. Just the Calling Arena is such a dangerous combination. Oh my god! Kiyotaka is in. Just a little bit.
All right, guys. Found him. Oh, okay. I mean, he didn't have info. He just went for it and thought maybe he could stay alive with the shield crash and set his teammates up, but that was over-aggressive to be sure.
Nice hit from Miro. Catches another one with the blink. And Rodvatos from save will get another on top of that one. So one pick off turns to 3.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You thought that Falcons thought maybe they would just be able to take the other side of the map. BetBoom goes for the Tormentor.
5-head play.
They want to keep fighting.
Kiyotaka, the genius, just jumps in and dies so that Falcons try to push.
True.
But yeah, so in that situation, BetBoom stopped pushing the bot tier 2, and they're now going to return to that area to try to finish the job maybe before the Wisdom Rune. That would be a cool timing. The reason I was debating whether they should stay on this side or not is they could have just taken that tower and then kept control and get the Tormentor, and then they would have stolen the enemy one, but they probably thought it was going to come at the expense of their own, and they kind of wanted to fight with the Aegis that they had, so they smoked across the entire map and gave up on this push, and now that they come back, the Tormentor is gone. So now you're only getting the tower, maybe also the Wisdom. It looks like
yeah, we can take Wisdom.
So you get tower and Wisdom, but no Tormentor steal. Getting a double on that would have been very nice for the TA team, but they will settle for a 1-to-1 split. But they might get both Wisdoms because Falcons are not over there. And actually, they might also just get their own Tormentor. Falcons don't seem particularly interested in walking across to over there to take that top tower and then that Wisdom. They playing a more defensive top position.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. They have a lot of catch on BetBoom. BetBoom obviously want to take a fight, and if Falcons are to show anywhere aggressively on the map, then...
Oh, Snaking showed on a trap.
Yeah.
He's in big trouble.
He does have Glimmer, so...
Oh, Kiyotaka, or excuse me, Kataomi was trying to look for it. I thought that was going to end in a kill with Pure and Kataomi together, but Snaking, with the right read, he gets off the blast that he can, but doesn't overstay.
So not the most game for during this Aegis window.
No,
that's for sure.
Definitely not. Amar closing in on a BKB. Going to be a big item here for him and for Falcons in general to structure their team fight, getting BKBs. Malrine with his Orchid would like to get his BKB ASAP as well, because every time we talked about these BetBoom jumps, you can't rely on Pugna saving you every time. It's just the kills are too fast and they have displacement with the Mars Spear. So the heroes have to be able to fend for themselves a bit.
Successful scan, crit.
He's dead.
He's just trying to push out lanes, get some sort of response. He does get one, that's for sure.
It takes him a bit of time because he has the Solar Crest rather than a Blink, but that also means he can never escape. Now Snaking again, this time glimmering over. Now the Glimmer's on cooldown, so if he walks into a trap, didn't quite. Oh, now they see him. Let's see if Pure tries for anything. Yep. Oh, crap.
Turn around, here comes the snowball though.
Reeves just peace. Just TP's out in the fog instantly. Thanks, Snay. That's that all-inclusive holiday.
Something. What can you do?
It's surprising to me that BetBoom has only a 2,000 net worth lead when they're controlling both ancient areas against a Medusa and a Bristlebear.
That's Falcons for you. They're good at farming the map, playing the sides. They will keep bleeding heroes. Kiyotaka claims another. But yeah, the majority of the kills they find are snaking and crit. So the cores are still not being stifled all that hard. But at this, Falcons also still don't feel confident just looking for a fight themselves because they really want to get the BKB on Storm. I think that's the true game-changing item as far as they're concerned, is unlocking Malreen's ability to play aggressively. He bought the shard, but he can't really use it. So it feels a bit bad. But okay, now they're going to smoke. This is interesting. Wonder what the goal is here. Maybe they think that BetBoom are getting comfortable and that they will split up a bit and they can find a pick.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing this. The other item timing they just hit was Scotty on Skeeter, and they're smoked up without him right now. Miro, he's spotted. They're still a ways away, though. But he just keeps headed this direction. He should be fine.
Really good read to get out of there at that time. Recognizing based on the map position, they have a lot of traps bottom and they just pushed out mid. So with Falcons showing no heroes, where else could they be? Just a flat-out process of elimination there. This smoke is not really going to give them anything. Yotaka will join his team now. The jig's up. They know this play's coming. Sure will take care of the wave, so no information for Falcons to go off of. Except they clearly know that all of BetBoom are now on the right-hand side, but they don't know exactly where they are. They've burnt their smoke, so they will just dip and get back to farming. Bit of an attempt there, but nothing coming out of it. And now we're approaching nighttime Roche, so this is an interesting situation. Falcons are in a good spot top left and have it covered, but potentially BetBoom could just force them back to base with a push since they have a wave next to the base. But they don't know for a fact that Falcons are up there since they have 0 traps and 0 wards. If there was anything up there giving them this clue, I think Pure would have actually started hitting high ground. But now instead he's coming back to his own Ancients and he's going to meet some friends over here potentially. Just chilling for now, not going to move forward. Waiting for the Muerta to come cover him, and now they're going to push that wave out and start getting ready to contest the Roche. So really textbook map movements here. Save smoke will break, instant ward deward. Doesn't see much. Wouldn't it be cool if you just cut these trees and everybody saw everything?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Falcons with a ward sentry on the left, BetBoom with a ward sentry on the right, but everybody in the fog for both teams.
Yeah, who's gonna make the wraparound play?
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, over time, it does allow the TA just to start spreading out the traps.
And hurting heroes in. They go for the initiation on the toss. They blow him up with the finger and the orchid. But here comes the arena plus the rolling thunder. Now, the Dusa is down to about half mana, going fast as the TA is focusing him down. Good saves, Kiyotaka coming in and just hits him rolling thunder over and over again, but the saves coming out from Snake King helps out and keeps Skeeter alive. They chase after Pure. Pure with his BKB starts turning his attention on to Crit. These supports need to die. They help out the cores too much, but Pure takes too much damage from Amar. Didn't have the refraction coming up back in time. Falcons will cleanly win this engagement.
That is the dream. They pumped so much damage into Medusa and she doesn't die. It basically can't get any better than that. That's the best case scenario. If they hadn't gone on Skitter but just kept them in the arena, the panel was talking about this as a viable strategy. Just catch the Medusa and go on the other heroes, but look at this. Spending so much time and so many resources on Skitter. They probably did like 5,000 damage to him, but with all that EHP and mitigation, he stays alive and all this damage is down the drain, and now you're in this awkward intermediary position where you've spent all of your stuff, and in comes Amar, the big winner of that fight, just doing tons and tons of damage.
His mana gets healed up so quickly.
Is under attack.
It's pretty crazy, given that every point of mana is worth so much damage.
Yeah.
And now it's Falcons who take the Aegis, and they will take your Tormentor, because you never did it.
Yeah, and the Wisdom Rune.
That is
a trade.
Big pickup. It gets Crit his shard, which is all the better when you have, you know, Lion with this Dusa and Bristleback lineup.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's
But now
bottom
Falcons
tower
are ahead.
is under attack.
So imminent doom.
True. Gonna try and push high ground.
Radiant's top tower
Get
has
wiped.
fallen.
We'll see.
Dire's bottom
I think BetBoom learned their lesson from that fight, though. I think in the coming fight, they're going to funnel less resources into trying to kill Medusa. and focus more on the outskirts of the fight.
Dire's middle tower.
You saw how fast Pure could kill the Lion. If they can somehow get on top of the Lion in the Pugna and just use the arena to contain one of these running cores, like Bristle and Dusa don't have any way of escaping it. I take that back. Amar does have the 8-seconder on the BKB, but if he's going to pop that just to run out of arena, that doesn't feel great. If you're not being targeted, you ideally don't want to use this item. So I definitely think BetBoom will be trying to find that angle.
Middle tower is under attack.
Next upcoming engagement.
There's the Aghanims build. We've seen this a few times. See if he goes the Kaya Sanj as well. For now, he's going to go buy a shard.
Yeah.
What do you make a butterfly for TA?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Sounds pretty strong. I don't know if is it just flat out better than Daedalus here? The defensive aspect of having this against Dusa Bristle is obviously great. These two right-click heroes don't like Find True Strike. So that's nice, and it's also going to maybe block a hit or two from the Storm when he's going on you. So it's definitely, EHP-wise, it's a nice purchase, but it is not as much damage as if you bought a Daedalus. So this is effectively Pure saying, I need more staying power rather than burst. Is how I would interpret that. Yeah, I think it's good, though. Jump in. Only find
Rolling Thunder
Katomi.
is going to come in and try and get revenge. Katomi already dead, and Kiyotaka doesn't really seem to have too much backup here. He's just playing around.
How long was Pango irrelevant for?
2 days.
Okay, I was just checking. This hero was like meta for 2 years straight. And then
Radiant's
longer,
middle
man.
tower is under attack.
Somebody at Valve loves Pango. Who's their French employee?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
He's covering for himself by not naming it En Garde, but
Radiant's
keeping it as Lucky Shot. It's all smoke and mirrors, Cab. Amar's pushing high ground, by the way. He got half a tower. BetBoom didn't really respond to it at all.
Radiant's middle tower is
Hit and run.
Yeah, nice. Okay, well, you'll take that. I mean, he has the Aegis, so he feels pretty confident going for a little bit of poke and prod here and there and trying to force BetBoom around the map to free things up for his team in return. Still, economically, a very even game, and a very explosive game, too, in terms of the fights. It's so much down to whether BetBoom can find these burst kills or if Falcons can live through them. It's like a clash of styles here. If the Falcons lineup survives and the fights go long enough, these drains into the Dusa, these drains into the Storm, they should win any extended fight. But if they're ever a little bit out of position, we've seen just how fast the heroes can get blown up by the BetBoom side.
Yeah, we do have extra initiation now with the Scythe of Ice done
Yeah,
for the
that's
Mars.
good.
I feel like the Mars initiation can do so much, right? He can catch the supports in the first place, blow them up quickly, but also with his arena, right, being able to bail out people or make it so you can't see the people inside the arena, making it harder for those saves to be used.
Yeah.
There's a lot of options for Miro in this game. And they have this butterfly timing, thought they were going to be able to use it, and maybe they will. Arena on Crit and Skeeter. BKB has to be used by Miro. They do manage to get the kill on the Crit, and now a bit of chain stun. Skeeter is going to find that he's going to be losing a lot of mana.
This is a good find on Snake.
He gets blown up so quickly off of these Aghanims. Shield crashes. Kiyotaka. Oh, Malrine took a lot of damage from that Meld Strike. He has BKB going. At the same time, Bristleback is coming in from the side.
He
Takes
has
the
no
lot,
Aegis
throwing
now.
around a lot of quills. It's scary. Those are built up pretty damn quickly. Skeeter's running low on mana. Could not finish off Kiyotaka. In the meanwhile, Pure backing away from Amar. Amar keeps on throwing more and more quill stacks at these heroes. They're snowballing after Skeeter. Skeeter is dead. Katomi finishes them up with a punch to the face and BetBoom. They don't lose a hero. Everybody's so damn low. Amar is going to go the right direction here, which is to the right and away from all these traps.
I hope we can get a replay on that. That spear from Mars just sent him packing. But in a good way for Amar. I think if he would have been pinned there to anything, he just dies. But instead he got pushed away. They still took a great fight out of it, make no mistake. But you wonder if that could have been even better for BetBoom with that initiation they got. They immediately killed the two supports like we talked about. You're going to see, okay, this is the aftermath. So before this, the Bristleback got speared across the entire river. by the Mars. I think he was trying to pin him on the wall down there and just missed it narrowly. But wow, that was a really nice sequence from Bedboom. They did a lot of things very right there. Loving the balance that they strike between tanking and dealing damage. Pure played that fight on 10%. He went back in, trusting that his refraction would cover enough.
And this is really cool. They are allowing Pure to focus on damage and getting all these utility items that are a must-have, right? Nullifier on the Pangolier, right? So now we can deal with the Decrepify. And then you've got the Silver Edge on Saves Muerta.
Yep.
So this time around, the TA hasn't had to build the Silver Edge like he had to in Game 1. And has been able to go this Butterfly build, which we saw worked out in that last team fight, that's for sure.
Yeah, he might have died without Butter, actually. It was pretty close.
And now he's going to go just raw damage dataless.
Kiyotaka is going to kill Pugna every fight now. It's just so easy. If he sees snaking, he's dead. He just pops Rolling Thunder, jumps on him, and uses the Nullifier, and hero dead. And even, we saw in that fight too how Kiyotaka's BKB was extremely valuable. That was obviously the reveal of it. But he's going to have that as a backup plan when he comes out of the ulti now to make sure he can disengage from the storm. So, as far as I'm concerned, if Kiyotaka kills Pugna with an ult, that's job well done. I think that's enough to break the fight wide open for you. You don't have to get on top of the big cores. Just kill the easy squishies in the back with your Nullifier, and slowly but steadily you should be able to build up a fight off it. There's that Silver Edge now. Break against Bristle for Muerta.
Bedboom, they have to have a huge advantage for this next team fight. Or at least
you'd think so.
Decent. I mean, all of these items coming together at this moment, right for the Roshan fight.
Yeah, and this will be a guaranteed dire spawn, and both teams know this. So Falcons start moving. Let's see how fast it... Oh, this is a long spawn. Cap, we get all the long spawns, man.
Gabe just wants longer games for us.
Yeah.
So we can hang out more.
Oh.
Spend some quality time together.
God damn it, Gabe.
Dataless done too? Meanwhile, you look at Falcons, there's like 1,000 gold here, 2,000 gold here. Like, Bedboom's up by 1K, but their net worth is used very efficiently for this moment right here where all their items have come together.
Yeah, they're probably, in terms of like raw fighting strength right now, they're probably up more like 6K because they have so little dead gold compared to Falcons, who are rocking with half golds here. Up to the high ground, though. They're calling the bluff. They're like, let's hope Roche isn't up, guys. And they are right.
They are. This is something that maybe Bedboom should have done for that second Roshan. Instead, oh yeah, nice graph. 4.7K. You were very close.
5K. Middle tower is under attack.
Oh, in comes Miro.
Starts the fight. A pin on the Bristleback. His team.
He's just dead.
He's just gone. There is no saving that. And Kiyotaka is spotted the support. Exactly what you want to see. He'll keep crit stun. Now he searches for snaking and found him inside the trees. They'll get both.
Holy. It's so difficult when Bedboom get the initiation. They just jump whoever they want, they nullify them, and they just pile on them with stuns and ridiculous physical damage. And Pugna, I feel like this has been one of the most useless Pugna games we've seen. This hero has been ridiculous this tournament, but what inevitably happens over time is that teams find solutions and better understanding of how to deal with specific heroes. And you could say on paper it's a good Pugna game. All of Pango's damage is physical. All of TA's damage is physical. But I think the Mars is actually the real difference maker here by just repositioning heroes and making Pugna's life difficult. Displacement has always been one of the most key mechanics at playing against saves. And Bedboom are showcasing it here. I think this game from Miero has been outstanding.
By the way, we can't forget, Bedboom does know when Roshan spawns.
Yep.
I forget about that TA passive all the time.
Well, if they know that, why were they staying up there?
I don't know. I legitimately think maybe they forgot about it and forgot to look at it. Because, yes, they are now moving to the corner right as Roshan spawns because now they're like, yeah, we have this passive, guys. It's really good.
Wow. He lived for 5 seconds, so that's great. And that's the Axe Blessing for Tusk. Yeah.
Oh.
Another displacement. Add them up. He already has Blink Solar. So he can easily blink and kick someone and snowball after them.
They're going to have to be so quick on the side of Falcons to get off like the Lion Hex or the Storm Spirit grab or something, because if somebody gets isolated, we've already seen the single target damage is overwhelming for Bet Boom, and Falcons do not have a hard save in that regard. They have these heals, but it's never enough.
Mar hexed.
Caught, nullified, got off the BKB, but it's
matter.
not enough. He takes too much damage. 1,300 as his corpse is lobbed back to Pure.
This is such a difficult game to play strategically for the Dire. Because you're trying to rep your... Falcons generally are very, very good at playing this phase of the game, right? But I think they need to dig deep, and they're probably struggling to figure out what to do, actually. Because you can't really fight, it seems like. That's too difficult. Your skirmishing is not going great either. And what area of the map do you play when one half is plastered in TA traps and the other half the enemy team's playing? Well, they'll try to jump him.
Does have an Aegis.
He is completely
So they'll blow him up once, but are they going to be able to get out in time? Kiyotaka's looking for him. Caught the Dusa, didn't get the chain stun, they back away. So they just remove an Aegis, nothing lost.
They called that one. They just thought Pure was alone, and they were right. I guess they saw one hero on a deep ward top or bottom left, and then they just decided, let's just go for it. He doesn't have the full team to back him up at the very least, and as a matter of fact, he had nobody covering him. That would have been a really interesting situation to see if Tusk was there. Like, what would have transpired? There would have been a lot of different plays for Kataomi with Blink Snowball save, or he could have Blink kicked someone behind the Dusa, or excuse me, the TA, and then Snowballed her through them. There were different options, but none of them available. So Falcons with a nice strike there. It's really important for them to get rid of the Aegis for free.
I like how Pure seems to treat Templar Assassin like Dusa. It's just at some point I'm gonna get a Divine Reaper. He's dead. He's knocked up in the air. He doesn't even hit the ground alive. It is
okay. Save. Well, I guess we've just reached that point of the game where everybody just walks around and just dies.
Yeah.
So
I also thought it was interesting Pure goes refraction instances for this game over the bash from last one.
Yeah.
Which is probably a better build-up, I would guess, against the Dusa.
This one or the bash?
This one, right? I mean, if you're going to be in a little bit more of a longer, drawn-out brawl, you're not trying to burst quite as much.
I guess you also don't need the bash as much when your teammates have Nullifier, because then somebody else is going to allow you to stick on the target. Part of what makes Melt Bash so good is that if the enemy doesn't react, they can't use their utility items against your burst. But so far in this game, that hasn't really been a problem anyway.
Double damage.
We've already talked about how little we felt Pugna's influence, and if that's the read Pure has on the game as well, do you really need the bash then? Versus being tankier, having more damage? The Melt Bash, does it give bonus damage? I actually forgot, or is it literally just a stun?
No,
I think it's just a stun, right?
Stun.
Because Basher does do some damage. I don't think it does any damage. It's just just a guaranteed ranged bash.
Just a guaranteed ranged bash every 5 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. Who wants that?
But this build with Butterfly and the refraction instances, he is going to be tough to bring down if he's not 1v5ing.
Nice read here from Falcons to not get caught by this move coming out from Bet Boom. Did you mention the refresh on Mars?
No.
Yeah, he has double Hex, double Arena, double BKB now.
Wow.
So as if his catches already haven't been good enough on Miero, for me probably the MVP of this game, together with Kiyotaka, then he just needs to see something. If he sees any hero, he can just start.
He needs a bigger mana pool.
And he does.
Caught the Lion. Now, his team doesn't immediately follow up, but I'm sure they'll jump in eventually. His opportunity, side blades onto Crit, he's almost dead. Rolling Thunder after him. They throw the Nullifier, they do manage to get him, but it trades off for Kataomi, who looks like his initiation got countered. They both buy back. So we are left now in a 5v5.
Mars still has a Hex and a Refresher. So he has double Hex, double Arena, and 1 BKB currently. Are Falcons really confident that they can just go down? They might not realize Mars has Refresh. If they play this aggressively, I think this could backfire really hard. start going to work here with Skitter. Watch out for the displacement abilities, both the spear and the kick. They could just send him all the way back to the tier 4s if they combine their spells.
Pure is pushing out the bottom lane.
Do they really not want to defend this?
Surely you...
All right, they're going to cliff.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
I mean, it is a butterfly timing for the Dusa. That is rough, but if you push her into the tier 4s, double dead shots, trying to keep them away, commits, and we'll get the building.
Did you see that side blade on the bristle?
Yeah.
What the hell? Well, okay, I mean, it's not like one lane of barracks is that important right now. I'm just surprised they didn't feel like this fight was even favoring them.
Yeah, like
with the Mars refresher
kick him back to tier 4s, then spear him back even further.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just get the jump and send him back. And even if your Tusk dies, you just place the Medusa that hard. I don't think they save her in the tier 4s, but all right.
I didn't see
the first team to take barracks somehow.
Yeah.
Without fighting.
And then they're going to smoke out. So instead of smoking and getting that initiation, they really want to catch the back line. They don't really find it. They just get the bristleback on the Deuce inside the arena, but the bristleback is still dead. And the supports have been chased away. You could see Crit and Snaking playing there on the left-hand side, waiting for their opportunity to jump in. Maureen pops his BKB, turns and fights Kiyotako's pretty damn tanky himself, popping his own BKB. Got Naomi in trouble. That's going to be a dieback for him. Playing underneath the arena. Shots coming out. Big hits of damage from Amar to wipe out Miro. He does not have buyback Pure. He does manage to dice up the Pugna pretty quickly, but now he's making a run for it. He does have a blink up in 1 second. He blinks back to the base. Gets away just in time there. An even trade out mostly. Falcons did lose a little bit more.
They had to buy back their bristle for that. But this is why it's a bit peculiar, right? You chose to take this fight next to the outpost, so Bristle actually had a connection point.
Yeah.
If this fight happens in your base, maybe they just feel like Dusa is not the original primary target. I mean, I understand you don't want to go on Dusa first, but if you send her far enough out of position, the team has to help. And then you can use that as your arena. Because you could have sent Dusa to the tier 4s without committing arena. You can just blink kick with Tusk or blink spear with Mars BKB and then kick her back and then let the fight come to you. And you're fighting defensively on your terms. I think that would be great, but this is getting actually really exciting. Despite this disadvantage, Falcons could definitely stand their ground up there and get something done.
Pure is just really playing for that Divine Rapier, and it's spooky. Okay, he switched up to MKB. I was going to say, like, surely against a Butterfly, MKB is more damage, right? Against the Dusa.
Yeah, against that one hero. So it depends what your perspective on the game is. Is it, I have to be able to kill Dusa? Oh yeah, she even has Aviana's Feather, so that's like double evasion.
Haste!
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether he chooses to commit for that MKB or not. On Pure.
Get the ward.
He switched back to Rapier again.
Okay.
Can't decide.
I mean, either way, he's probably going to want buyback on top of this item. So
whoa. He's just running it. Okay.
Okay. He's been caught. Can he get off BKB? Oh, the snowball is not in time. He dies, not picked up. They kick away the Deuce and now try and run for it. Okay, he's going to buy back. They're still going to take this one. They have the nullifier and the bristleback. He's dead. That's a dieback. Amar pushed too far forward. Now the BKB. Now they're going to start focusing on Skeeter. Pure, they put a nullifier on him. He's down to half mana. Look at the back line. It's just being, nobody is coming to be able to help out this Dusa. He's just dead. Snaking, he got knocked in a little bit. Dead shot. Oh, big crit to finish him off. A TP away from Maureen. And it looks like Crit will also be able to escape. But somehow that death on the Templar Assassin baits in Falcons.
Oh, Crit's
No way, he just blinked right to where Kiyotaka was before the swashbuckle.
Okay, I don't know if this is what actually happened. It looked like Pure was just walking over to buy his Rapier.
It did kind of look that way, right?
But they just walked into the enemy team. Has to buy back this Aeon Disc from Amar, by the way. Do you like that purchase? I feel like it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, when they already have Nullifier?
They're killing him with Nullifier when they are killing him. So maybe he could have just bought some more tankiness to try to stay alive instead. Like, finished the armor item that he's working on with his plate mail. I think something like Shiva's plus... Yeah, I guess just Shiva and another armor item, maybe? They don't have AC, do they? They don't. He could have bought an AC as well. That's a bit peculiar. All right, commitment time. Pure. He's got no buyback, and the
he's
SDA
getting
just...
the Ags. It's parting shot time.
Wait, what? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Now I'm not going to understand the fight. That's not great. Let's see if Falcons understand what it does.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Like, do they parting shot the Dusa and ignore her and just kill everybody else? Like, what is the plan going to be with this?
Melee Rex down. Pure with the Rapier makes quick work of it. If Falcons somehow kill Pure twice without losing too many heroes, they probably just flat out win the game.
Right.
But that's a big if. Still, it's something you can plan for and try to execute.
You got AoE Earth Spike. Well,
yeah.
It's always AoE. It's got the triple Earth Spike.
I have bunting for you.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, this game feels so...
It's tense. This actually could be a game-deciding item as well. The Basher on Kiyotaka.
Yeah.
If he can just lock down a little bit extra in the fights by just hitting a random bash on the Storm, hitting a random bash on the Lion, you name it.
Heaven's Halberd for the Bristleback, so now even he has a bit of evasion, which is going to be annoying for
He
Pure.
sold his plate mail for this. So Amar's armor is terrible. 15 armament at 50 on Bristle. He's fully committed to believing that he can survive with this evasion plus Ghost Scepter BKB, but I think if they get on top of him, this is just a bit unfamiliar territory for him and Bristle to die that quickly.
Yeah.
And you're starting to understand why BetBoom are using this TA as the counterpick 2 games in a row. It's definitely worked.
It is a 5-second disarm if he gets it on the TA, right? That is like so much damage lost in a fight.
She has the BKB though.
Yeah.
So I'd be way more on board with this with old Halberd, of course.
True.
But do you think that was overpowered and would just be bad for the game if that was brought back? The version where when you Halberd someone, BKB doesn't dispel it?
I liked it.
I actually thought it was kind of interesting too, because it made that dynamic of when you commit, are you going to pop your BKB to protect yourself from Halberd, or is the enemy going to make the first move and make you weak?
Yeah.
I don't know. You could argue that it was too overpowered as well to just be able to Halberd a carry hero and then they couldn't fight back even if they BKB'd when you were the ones to get the jump. Same for both teams though.
I was going to say that, like, BetBoom are kind of, in a way, running out of time because the Templar Assassin is, I mean, you're capping out completely soon.
If you think they're running out of time, you're capping.
Well, maybe. They have a Muerta scaling up.
I think every day of your life, you're capping.
Yeah.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Stop this.
I'll stop when you change your name, okay? Until then, you're capping. Well, you old late-game Dusa on her high ground.
A classic.
What are you going to do, BetBoom?
Well, you could be looking to kick her out.
Yep.
But it almost feels like Kataomi, yeah, he wants a BKB.
Yeah, that would be big.
I think you want to make sure that, because I'm pretty sure one of these fights, Kataomi blinked and tried to get a kick out, and he got hexed, and then just killed. So
this is probably the most important item that's left in the game, actually, is him getting BKB. I don't think there's anything that any hero will purchase that will matter more. Because this is the type of thing that just ends games, is the Tusk kick. It's such a finisher. So... And Falcons will struggle to deal with it.
It does mean waiting for this BKB means the Aegis will expire.
Yeah.
Which is not the worst problem, because Templar Assassin is in need of slots, that's for sure.
She's also in need of time. She has 2 minutes cooldown on the buyback, which is a moment of opportunity for Falcons, and they are going to go for it immediately with this Aegis expiring. They will smoke up. If they could somehow find Pure This 2 minutes buyback cooldown timer could actually cost them the whole game.
BetBoom is settling up, though. They do TP in Kiyotaka. They're playing on this high ground. They are playing defensively. Yeah. Falcons might still find the initiation anyway, but BetBoom is definitely preparing for it.
Yeah, this is really tense.
Smoked and around 1 billion TA traps.
I think Falcons might want to just force them back to base here, maybe.
Yeah, much better to get them away from wherever they're holed up, right, with all these TA traps.
Yeah.
Just the vision alone.
Oh, this is so awkward. Snaking's just going to walk into them.
That courier has revealed Snaking's positioning, but he does manage to get a blink away. Quick roll up, nullifier put onto Skeeter. Miro looking for his initiation, misses the spear, uses the arena on a bristleback. This is not good for BetBoom.
Get the fuck out, Dad. They will. Well, now they're
going back to their room.
Yeah, blood in the water here for Falcons. I mean, why not? You're also got a little bit of creeps, but they're the smallest of concerns here. But Pierce just sitting in that corner of all places.
George here jumping in. Triple grab on 3, but Crit, he gets demolished. Pierce positioning, finds the opening, but they got so many initiations off this one. Amar's right in the middle of it. BKB got 2 shots. Pure does 2 goddamn much damage. It's too much. Now he's focusing on the Dusa. They knocked her up in the air, speared her back into the trees. They're focusing her. He's gone. Crit's gonna die back. All of these buybacks from Falcons, one of them is already a dieback.
Dude, Pure. How much damage did he do in that fight?
1 million.
I need to see the recap. Come on, where's the recap, Valve?
It'll show. Trust. There it is. 13,000 damage.
He did the same amount of damage as the 9 other heroes combined in that team fight. Like, literally.
Okay.
Holy.
1 life left for Falcons. Is BetBoom gonna take the opportunity right now in this minute while there's no Lion?
And I do want to emphasize that was a good move from Falcons. I actually think this was the right idea, and it was what they had to do to try to win the game. BetBoom were just ready. But against other teams, and even sometimes against BetBoom, that could have won you the game, going for that play. The Storm Jump was really looking very, very promising. If they could have somehow set it up a little bit better and got up on the high ground with their Medusa faster and stood their ground, they knew that that was the one moment of opportunity. If they kill Pure without Aegis there, they win the game. But it failed. Now we're in this awkward spot again where they have to play defense. BetBoom have all the options available. They can wait for Roche.
Yep,
they can try to force something because they know there's 0 buybacks on the Falcons side.
It's on, which will put us right up against 60-minute items as well.
It would.
So if BetBoom's going to wait for that, they also are letting Falcons have an opportunity to get tier 5 items, which I am never a fan of if you're winning the game. I think you always should try and close it out before tier 5s.
Yeah, the upside to waiting here, though, is that you have the entire map and TA traps, and you know the enemy team has 6-minute buyback cooldowns.
True.
So if you do get the Aegis, you could technically set up an 11 versus 5. But, and also, if they do it cleanly and quickly, there will not be tier 5s, actually. Remember, they should know the exact Roche timer, right?
Yeah.
With the TA, so they can start planning ahead and be like, okay, we kill at 59, and then we just run down a lane. And there won't be tier 5s. And we will have all the lives, and they will have none. I think, theoretically, the best play here for BetBoom is to do nothing, actually. And just wait for that Roche. Keep map controlling, push out the waves, see if there's any key item you still want to get, farm it up. I think Pure is completely maxed out now, by the way. Yeah, actually, no, you can still get an Axe.
Yeah.
But I don't think he would really use it.
I mean, you could use it through buyback, right? If you have enough gold to get the Ags and then buy back and jump to your traps in one of the fights.
He's going to need, like, how much is that? Like 12,000 gold for that?
Well, he might get it off of Roshan.
How much? That's true.
He could just plan, hey, I'm taking the next Ags, guys. I mean, who else is going to take you? You want the Bulwark?
That's the only other one. Yeah, you're right. He will get it for free. How much does Pure's buyback cost right now? 3.4k. I remember when I could go a full game and get 3.4k. Go to old position 5 without anything. Those were the days, man. That's when you cherished what you had. It's like, I have an item. This is my item, and it's mine only.
Now I understand why you read so much Calvin and Hobbes. You resonate with the dad, don't you? You know? A simpler life. Appreciate what you have. Biking in the snow.
He likes to go out into bad weather and biking, and he wants to go on boring family holidays out in the pouring rain. I don't know how much we have in common, to be honest.
Fair enough.
You think you should go out in the cold snow to build character. When I build characters, it's World of Warcraft.
That's what it sounds like to me. You're back in my day, you know, we just had wards and brown boots, and that made us better gamers. That made us better Dota players.
It made us different gamers. It made us appreciate the little things, Cap. Nowadays, these pros, they just appreciate the big items. I appreciate the small items. Oh, there was a Roche, by the way. Oh, they did not plan for the Axe at all. They had plenty of time to think about it, but now it's on Pango in his backpack, I think. Oh, Pure! Straight back into position. Just TP'd right over there. Could have used an Axe trap, but we'll see.
Back in my day when you needed mana, you couldn't just gobble down 6 mangoes like Pure's about to do.
That's true. We did have infinite clarities, though.
He's out here like he's in Skyrim. Hold on a second.
Yeah, the mechanic of pausing a game to eat to heal has always felt so... It really breaks the immersion. I've never been a fan of that.
Shove 3 mangoes down his gullet in half a second.
All right, it's time. Tier 5s for both teams are available, but Falcons... They're just so constricted in their base. And you would think that BetBoom can get more than them. Now, Reen will, if nothing else, get access to a camp, but RNG's is not with him today.
Time to head to those Ancients. Where's our Midas?
Yeah? Where is it?
Skeeter has it.
Got it.
Skeeter does indeed actually have a Midas in his backpack.
We have not talked about this, but Amar is 10,000 gold behind the enemy 4.
Oh.
This Bristle has had... This has been his worst Bristle game this tournament. And I don't mean that in terms of individual performance necessarily. It's just really been hard to play, it seems.
Yeah.
That is a problem for Falcons because this is a hero that has carried them to many a win in recent weeks. If that is starting to get figured out, you gotta start picking Razor again.
All right, Pirate Hat for Miro. Miro took it. That's interesting.
Same took it as well.
And then we have the Uber Deso, Stygian Desolator on Pure.
It's so hard. Okay, let's see him range tracks here. 1, 2. Okay, Hex.
Get 3-shot the barracks. Okay, they have to arena to try and bail him out a little bit here because he is in a tad bit of trouble. Maybe he's just
kick
gonna
out
die.
Amar.
They kick out Amar, and now he gets off his BKB contest, and they do manage to take away the Aegis.
That did not go particularly well for the BetBoom side.
No, they didn't get much out of the initiation on Arena, catching the Bristle back. Do you want to focus on him? He got Decrepified. They don't have a Nullifier anymore. With Kiyotaka dead, they don't have counter to Decrepify.
Okay. Well, you know what they used to say, Cap. 60k just isn't enough. You need more gold.
He's always ready for a fight.
And more tier 5 items.
Back in my day, our entire team didn't have 60k when the games ended.
Did you see anything get reflected important off of the mirror shield from Skeeter? Okay.
I didn't.
That is something.
But that might have happened. I mean, honestly, truly late game Dota past 60 minutes, nobody in the world has overview of everything that's happening. Not even the absolute best and most attentive pros can keep track of team fights. It becomes a game of total chaos, and there are certain things that you can try to pay attention to, but you cannot keep track of everything.
And if there's a Starfshire in the game, a bunch of bright flashing lights.
Yeah. I mean, that whole fight was literally just a show, it was a disco.
Yeah.
I will say, though, what you can keep track of with the Mirror Shield is if you have a very clear purpose in the game, if you know this is what I absolutely need to do, you will pay extra attention to that one individual thing in the fight. But you're probably not going to account for the 3 Books of Shadows and the Arcanist armor, right?
Yeah.
So you need to hone in on what's the most important thing. I'm saying that as a hypothetical, guys. I know these items are not in this individual game.
Yeah.
There's none of them, but it's more about the concept of a lot of the time in ultra late game Dota, the best thing you can possibly do is to simplify things, because it's so overwhelming that you need to be like, okay, what is the easiest way that we do something good? And
So, would you say for BetBoom that's a kickback?
I think so. I genuinely
What is
think
it
that's
for
what
Falcons?
Standing far back and trying to only offer up the Medusa and maybe the Bristle, and then having really good formation. Like the Lion and the Pugna need to stand far behind and just be very patient. And then you wait for any sort of Storm Spirit moment where he can get a good Vortex, or if the enemy team kicks out the Dusa, you can counterplay. If anyone else gets offered up for a kickback, I think it will be bad. But even the Dusa, I'm not convinced that that's not good. Just moving the fight outside of the enemy base and compromising their position on the supports by kicking Dusa out, I think should in theory be a quite good way to start the fight.
So, some interesting things. We have the Arcanist armor for snaking, so we're getting a little bit more armor for everybody. But I think the Magic Lamp, I don't know if it came into play that last team fight. I'm sure it did. But the hard Dispel that he gets may counter the Nullifier that's, trumping his Ghost Scepter and Aeon Disc. So they go on him. If they use a Nullifier on him, he gets the hard Dispel. Then he'll be able to have his Ghost Scepter, and he will live a lot longer than he has been.
But the order of operations here is that your Aeon Disc procs first, because that one procs on 70%.
Which means they're going to Nullifier to get rid of it, most likely.
Yeah, and then your Lamp will remove that, and then you can Ghost. It's a lot of conditionals, though, because TA can one-shot you from half health. Oh, Snake's trying to get a neutral item. That's not going to happen.
No, it's not.
Wait, do they even have any more neutral items to get? No. He was just out there. Why?
Not sure, but Kiyotaka is in the middle of everything with his ult, and he's doing a good amount of damage. That swashbuckle
nice
hurts,
lamp,
man.
Bro.
Yeah, that lamp didn't do shit. Grab on two. Media buybacks. Crit is going to be able to follow that up with a beautiful stun. A snowball pick up on all of them. They're going to come out low. A BKB back. A kick away. Maureen, he spots Pure, but he actually zips away out of fear and TP's back. BetBoom, save is in deep right now, trying to gun down Snaking. Snaking will win that drain battle. Kataomi's going to be caught in the midst of it too. 3 dead on the side of BetBoom. 2 buybacks used by Falcons.
Now you know who your targets are for the next fight for BetBoom. The question is, can Falcons get anything out of this? Can they push out the lanes? Can they find a pick? And Pure is seemingly eager to kill. This might catch Snaking completely off guard if he just gets burst here. He is, as a matter of fact, alone here on the Pugna.
Oh, he goes up onto the trap area, but...
All right. Still good defensive plays from Falcons. They keep the game alive, and yeah, they expend these 2 buybacks, but now they cut a little bit further into that lead. Unfortunately, Amar is making 0 item progression on the Bristle. I mean, you just saw in that previous fight just how useless that hero is at this point.
Yeah.
Kind of just runs in and dies. And now he's buying a Force Staff. It's a pretty rare item for Amar to buy in any game ever. But on Bristle, it might be a first.
Falcons, they're going to have a little window here where they might be able to get buybacks out, but I don't think BetBoom is going to bite on this. I think they have a tier 2 up bottom lane, and they're saying, what's another lane of barracks?
Yeah, I agree 100%. The buybacks are more valuable than a lane now.
So if you really want the buybacks out of them, you have to threaten the throne, and that's just...
Yeah, that's hard when Mars is alive.
Yeah, when you have a Searstone Tusk who could kick you into the fountain.
Yep.
I don't want anywhere near those tier 4s.
They still progress. Okay. This graph is insane. They were up like 60k, and now they're up 40, and it's a 50-50 game according to the expectation, despite being 40k down.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
Even
Gabe likes late game Medusa, late game Storm. You can never count it out.
Oh yeah.
These are 2 of the most ridiculous ultra carries of the game, and there's still room to grow for Malrine. He could finish his Parasma now.
They have some crazy AoE combo, right? The Storm Shear grabs everybody. They've got Snake Bounce. They've got the AoE stuns of the Lion, who... Is he closing? Yeah, he's closing at level 25. You could have AoE Earth Spike, but also the AoE Hex as well.
I think in this game, the Earth Spike range is better because it just gives you more flexibility with your positioning of your hero.
Sure.
And it's hard to find an AoE Hex, but maybe off the Storm it could be good. Because he will pull them together naturally to line up your Hex. And you mentioned that 25 talent. We have level 30 talents on the way. It's only Pure that's been level 30 so far in the game. There's multiple heroes on 29 and 28. So definitely within reach. Roche gonna go for a little walk with the dog. That was a very short walk. He has a tiny dog. It doesn't need to go outside very long. Falcons are in position. Gonna offer up Skitter.
Everybody's smoked up around him.
Crit's gonna break it. Instant out.
Instant Ghost Scepter and Blink.
Keep in mind he does have a buyback, which is why they're sending him in here.
Sure.
You could buy back TP to the outpost if things go wrong. They cannot do that with Bristle or Pugna, so they have to be very careful. Mid lane, though.
Yeah, they have to come back at some point in time. And this Roshan, I feel like it doesn't matter that much for Bedboom, but it would mean a lot for Falcons.
Why is Pure not defending? He has eggs.
Yeah, he does have the eggs, but...
Just defend. Does he think they're in the base? He has plenty of traps around his team right now. What's the cooldown on projection? 10 seconds.
Yeah, maybe that... I mean, he shows for 10 seconds. Maybe Falcons zip in with Malrine and immediately take a fight.
I guess so. Maybe it's just too long to risk it.
Okay. TP back from Kiyotaka. Mass TP's coming through.
Yeah, they have to.
They're all
They
out.
need to take care of their waves.
They are going to find an amp damage on Falcons.
Oh, look, it's an Axe for Mars. Because he's literally the last one left.
Bulwark time.
This is so useless with this build.
Maybe it's time to change the build.
Yeah, well, he's planning on a Wind Waker.
Double damage.
What do you even do as Pure with all this gold? He's got 15.
Oh, you get jumped, apparently.
Jump in!
Oh,
the perfect timing on the Earth Spike! Now, he does have the Aegis. He's going to be back soon and a buyback from Kataomi, but Pure... He's taking a lot of damage from Skeeter right now. He's going to go and jump to his trap.
Oh, he
gets away.
reflected the Hex
Miro tries to go
shield.
jump in, immediately got hexed up. Nobody gets an arena. On to staking, they found the supports that they wanted. Buyback on the Lion, on the Storm Spirit. They're going to be coming back to try and help out Skeeter here. Save is taking that fight with his ultimate, with the Rolling Thunder chain. He's stunning up Skeeter. He's just not being able to do much at all. Big zip in from Malrine to refresh and grab, but the BKBs are out. Save is doing so much damage. Can he get through all of this? What a triple kill for him so far, but now Amar brings him down with the Quills. But Pure, he can finish him up and nullifier. BKB's gonna wear out soon. A kick back to the other side of the river. Trying to TP on him with bots too. It's 2-man against all. Can they do it? Skater, he's doing so much damage. Managed to finish up one. The Templar Assassin is down, but a buyback and a TA trap projection back on in. It's 1 versus 5, and there's just no way Skater can do this, right? Right? He can't possibly do this against 3 heroes. He's gone. That is it. It is game over, and Betboom will take it 2-0.
Wow. What a sick late game. That must have been hype to play that situation and save. Look at that damage. Position Formware to 10k damage in that last fight. We were talking a lot about the core's item progression and kind of forgot to mention that. I mean, I did say he had a lot more in the bank than Amar did, but we didn't really look at what it was converting into. But holy, he did a ton in that last fight, and there you go. That's that late game complete chaos. Both teams, it was hard to keep track of what was going on. The Mars ended up hexing himself on the Medusa mirror shield, and it almost ruined everything, but he stayed alive, and they got to turn the fight around in the end. And this is one of those games that you just love to see. Despite Falcons being down by this much, they still show the class that they have as a team to make this game competitive. And these conditions that most other teams would just get crushed by Betboom, they still managed to make this a competitive game for 71 minutes. But hats off to Betboom as well. 2-0 against this team is no easy feat, and the way in which they did it, the way they drafted, and the way everybody really stepped up today and played a solid game is definitely something to be proud of.
And that allows Betboom to join the pantheon of 4-1 teams, Parivision, Team Spirit, and Betboom, knocking Falcons down to the spot of being 3-2. They are the ones that, if we're going to have a tiebreaker around that 4th place slot, it's going to be up to what Falcons does with the rest of their series. But what a game 2. Betboom managed to get a 2-0 over Falcons.
And the rest of those series for Falcons are going to be Waska tomorrow and Team Spirit day after tomorrow. But for right now, we just need to revel in the beauty of the Dota that we just got to see, not just in this game, but this whole series. Though this game specifically, beautiful.
A cracker of a game. Both those games were really, really entertaining to watch. Pure is insane on TA. You cannot give him this hero. He's so good on it.
Brother, he's insane on like 90 heroes in the game, though. That's the problem.
Yes, but I mean, honestly, back to back to give it. I mean, he's already warmed up. This lad will buy a rapier on your ass.
He'll buy like 20 minutes into the game.
He don't give a hoot. Very, very impressive. I thought that Amar's not had a game in either game on the Bristle other than the laning stage in the first game. I don't think he's really had, oh damn, absolute pop-off there. I felt like in the first game, Amar hit a wall where he just sort of was kind of in the fights and died super early. And then in this game, he was surviving, but he wasn't really doing much. I felt like maybe Amar's Bristle, the lane went well, but then everything other than there, it didn't look as impressive as perhaps Save on the Muerta. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That guy is amazing on that hero. So yeah, fantastic game.
Yes. Before we go, I'm gonna say me and my research assistant, Period Flax. So we did a little bit of digging. If you guys are following the pregame discussion, so when you use the Bloodsport facet, you cannot target through icons, but when you do click on an ally on their icons, it shows a little cursor. Thank you, Purge. That you can track where they are.
So you can like see roughly their location.
You can track in the arena, but you can't actually target click it. And that Mars pick was genius because of that, like isolating Medusa from 2 supports that were meant to give her mana in the Lion, in the Pugna. So that being said, like contextually, that was a really great decision that Betboom made within the draft. And also, I want to talk about the laning stage because like there was so much happening in the late game. If we talked about that, I'd run out of things to talk about. But the laning stage, I think they made really good adjustments on Pure. In that game 1, like you mentioned, Ted, Amar stomped the TA, but in this game 2, he actually took the Refraction facet. In game 1, he took the Melt facet. He took the Refraction facet, played on maxing Refraction on lane, and it looked completely different than when he maxed Meld. So he actually, from that game 1 to game 2, made a great adjustment. And because of that, I think Falcons did not account for how badly that lane for Bristle would go based on that adjustment he made. And also, Kiyotaka on that Pango solo killed Malrine twice.
Oh yeah.
Pre-level 6. Like, Malrine got mid-diff this game, and when was the last time we saw Malrine just get demolished on a lane like that? It's been a really long time, so hats off to Betboom for this performance today.
Amazing performance coming out of them, and we've got Brian with a head-to-head Acer Predator for this game as well.
You're spoiling the head-to-head for me, as what I chose was the 2 mid laners. We have Kiyotaka and Malrine, and as she mentioned, he definitely got mid-diffed this game by Kiyotaka. The net worth at the end of the game, yeah, maybe it's a bit inflated with all those Axe Scepters from Roche and all that, but Kiyotaka about 50% more than Malrine once that game concluded. We also just wanted to check out the damage between these 2 heroes, and honestly pretty dang close, as Medusa does deflate those numbers a little bit since the mana shield works a little bit differently. But we have some clips from Kiyotaka's early mid lane outplays, as that is the one when they were before level 6. Kiyotaka hits this timing where he gets level 6 because of that first kill, fortifies the creeps, which allow him to go through the tower multiple times, and we're going to then see late game team fights between these 2, both of them having pretty damn high impact, responsible for a lot of the initiation on their side. We saw that in those clips that Malrine was able to be jumping the backlines a lot, but I'd like to say for Kiyotaka and also Save that Pure, yeah, he was carrying a lot of those mid to late game fights, but those ultra late game fights, tons of damage and control dished out from Save and Kiyotaka.
It was a team effort through and through. Thank you very much, BSJ, for that head-to-head. Because Betboom, it's not just the Pure show. At the end of the day, he has the biggest red numbers coming out, but we saw it in game 1 that they bought him a lot of time for that Templar Assassin to come online, and here they are helping him carry the game into a 70-minute game.
100%. His build as well, going Abyssal Blade and AC and Refresher on his Pango. Like, he was chain Abyssal Blading the Storm Spirit and doing a lot of cool things in the late game, where if you say that that was just the TA, you couldn't have been paying attention, because I would argue that the Pango is the bigger instrument to their victory this game, simply because of how the laning stage went and like the kind of stuff he was doing in the late game. Also, Save on that Muerta scaling. Kataomi had like an amazing save too, and they had that moment where Pure almost died on that high ground, but he snowball saved, and like everybody was just performing very well today.
You want to talk about win conditions? Play like that. Play like that. Like as a team. Absolutely all on the same page. Like Mira said, all working for each other, playing well. And I think it must be nice knowing if you get there, you've got Pure. Like, this guy will carry games. If you give him the time and the space, he will carry games for you and just do that damage that you need and play perfect. So Really, really impressive stuff.
All-around exceptional performance coming out of BetBoom team. So we get treated to an interview from Save. Now, Save, I know typically you're a very calm, cool, collected guy, but come on, man, that game 2 was hype as hell. How did it feel to play from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy, man. I mean, casual 17-minute game with tier 5 items, you know, it's always crazy. Yeah.
And being able to be a Muerta in that game specifically, so I'll try to pick apart some specific moments to get your thoughts. One thing I was curious about, you took the Ag's Blessing from Roshan. There was a lot of things going on in that game. Did you ever end up using Parting Shot?
Dude, I only used my Aghanim spell only once, I guess, in the last fights of the game. And I probably misclicked it on my Mars, so I'm not sure, man. Maybe it saved him a little bit, but yeah, there weren't really situations, you know, to use it really good, because they just jump into BKBs. Like, there's just not much space to use it, you know, correctly. It can also ruin the focus, so I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that from you because I consider you to be the gold standard Muerta right now in competitive, and if even you're confused by that spell at times, then I don't feel so bad, it seems. So that's one thing. Another thing I wanted to ask you about, at around 47 minutes into the game, Pure walked up to the secret shop, and we weren't quite sure what he was doing. Was it intentional? Was he buying a rapier? And then he got caught out, and then a whole fight broke out. So what was happening during this fight?
I honestly don't even remember this for the 7-minute fight, so I'm not sure.
We may have a clip. I'm not sure if you can see it on your screen.
Yeah, I can see it. This one. Oh, yeah, I mean, that was... yeah, we were surprised that they caught our TA, and I mean, we just basically Pure saying that he has buyback and let's fight. So we started fight, yeah.
So it definitely wasn't intentional for him to, because we weren't sure if he was trying to initiate, trying to bait, or if he got caught.
Yeah, I guess it was just a mistake that we turned into a good fight with the buyback.
And it worked out quite well. I'm going to pass you on over to BSJ, who's got some questions as well.
Well, we were hyping up your Muerta throughout the entire panel, and I saw a clip of the game specifically where you used your dead shot in a really cool way, and I'd love to pull it up and just show you which one I'm talking about. In this one, he's going to use the Manta on Skeeter, and you're going to use your dead shot off of his illusion right there to stun him. And I'm just wondering if you have any tips or any other cool ways that use dead shot that we may not know as those casual plebs.
I mean, there's not much tips, you know. As everyone knows, you can use it from a creep or from a tree. So you just need to choose like the best angle to use it. If you're good at geometric, you know, if you're good at geometry from the skull, which I was not bad at it. So yeah, it's quite easy for me.
Would you say it's a similar skill to like pool, like the bar game pool?
Probably, yeah.
Thank you, Save.
I need to break out my protractor more when I'm playing Muerta, apparently, because you like a lot of heroes that have geometry involved, because earlier we got a chance to talk to Kataomi, and he mentioned that he also is a fan of Pudge, and that used to be one of your main go-tos as well. Where's Pudge support at these days? That's what I want to know.
I mean, it's kind of a trash hero, you know, but we're thinking about adding it in our hero pool, because we have 4 Pudge players on our team. So maybe one day, you know.
Yeah, especially because you guys are being known for flex heroes these days. The Dawnbreaker's being flexed, the Magnus is being flexed. I think it's about time the supports get to be flexed in. And my last question for you is, earlier I saw that Kiyotaka and ATF got in a little bit of an argument earlier on in a game. Was that brought up at all during this series? Did you specifically try to target ATF a little bit more than usual, or this was just business as usual?
I think it was just the usual business, you know. I didn't even know about it. I just woke up and see some stuff on the news sites. But I guess it wasn't like really crazy, you know. It was just casual trash talk in pub, even like friendly trash talk, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think it was about it, this game.
You keep it focused in the game, Save, and I respect it. Congratulations on a fantastic 2-0 victory, and looking forward to how BetBoom team do for the rest of the tournament.
Thank Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Catch you later. Where he gets the perfect angles every time on that Muerta, because he's very talented on that Muerta. And I've also got other aspects of Dota that got a lot of talents involved. I actually don't know very much about what Purge has been up to. He's been sitting here.
Just keep saying talent.
He's been sitting here in timeout all this time, and he won't tell me what he wants to play with us.
We're doing a group activity.
Oh boy.
But everybody's saying your chairs. There was a Skeeter tweet that inspired this in a Reddit thread as well.
Okay.
Let's take a look at this tweet. Is there a worse talent than this? 10 talent for anti-mage. Now, before we begin, I know we could argue about every single one of these for 20 minutes. I have about 20 of these images, so we got to be fast, okay?
There's a 2-0 Purge. We can take a little bit of time.
Okay.
We can savor it, Purge. I want to enjoy all the.
Let's begin. Off the top of your heads, do you guys think there's any worse talent than 3 HP regen on an anti-mage?
Probably. Wait, are our mics on?
Yeah, you're damn right they are.
We can hear
I
you.
want you to talk.
There's that Viper one that's really bad.
I think we should go through them one at a time, and we can yay or nay if it's worse than +3 health regen.
That sounds great. Let's go to the next clip. Level 10, Shadow Fiend, Feast of Souls, attack speed. Terrible if you don't skill the ability, of course. But later game.
Oh yeah, it's like a.
It's a level 27
talent. Yeah, 27 talent.
I mean, you can give yourself 100 attack speed once you eventually level a skill and get this talent. That's not bad.
That's okay.
But you're not getting it early, very clearly.
That's not worse than the anti-mage one.
You really? You think this is better?
Because you can just skip it. You don't have to take the talents in order. You don't have to take this talent tree. You can once you hit 15, you can just take the one you want.
But you would never take this one.
But I
at
would
level
want
10.
this one more at level 27 than the 3 health regen.
For sure.
Yeah,
But
I'd
how
say it's
often
better.
how often are you level 27 though?
You know, you don't have to
on anti-mage, you're probably just taking the other talent, right? So
It's mana, void, AoE.
tiers.
Oh,
You can
well then
skip
on
a
anti-mage, you're probably leveling like level
But I just
16
don't
or something.
take it?
Yeah,
You know?
you can skip one tier and then you can get the next tier of talent.
If it's
Yeah,
a
but I
bad talent for right when you hit level 10 and
I
it
like that.
also doesn't scale at all, then it's like probably the most abysmal talent, right?
Mm-hmm.
If there's no point in the game where you're like, I want that.
All right. Well, what about let's take a look at the next one. Let's see what we got. I put this one in. I don't know if you guys will agree with me, but almost all Batrider players don't touch these level 10 talents until they are like level 15 or 16.
I would say they're also not that bad, but they like I think it's more so because Batrider's skills are also necessary to max out. So
+50. I mean, who gives a shit?
What? Are you saying these are bad talents?
I think these two talents are bad. What do you think?
I disagree.
Tell me why.
What do you mean? 50 flameback knockback distance?
50.
That's significant, and so is the radius.
That's like half a step.
Force staff is 600 for
You
reference.
guys know that you're not forced to take talents, right?
Yes,
you
but
can
we
just-
still
you
need
can
to
just-
gauge them.
You can just skill abilities, and then when you feel like taking one of these, you can. Like, if you think it's more valuable on level 10 to put another point in Sticky or something, you can do that. But these are both fine talents.
Disagree.
They're not.
Am I crazy?
Yes, they are.
I'd say they're below average, but I wouldn't say they're abysmal.
They're still.
They're not abysmal. They are not +3 HP rating.
Plus
Kev, did you choose these?
I chose this one, yes.
I think they're better than 3 HP regen.
The +3 regen is still the worst so far.
Yeah, so far.
Okay. All right.
Also, those Batrider talents got nerfed.
Yeah, a lot of his talents are pretty mediocre. What about this one? Level 10 Jakiro, left, minus 10% dual breath movement and attack speed slow. The base of the ability is 40.
The other one is the attack range, right?
Yes, which has been nerfed recently, but I would still argue is still better.
So it's basically like
So
getting
I-
a 5th point in dual breath.
I wish, because then you'd get damage.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say dual breath you mainly use for the damage on creeps, and then in team fights, it's pretty hard to hit on more than one hero.
Yeah.
So yeah, this
bad.
might actually be worse than the 3
That
HP
one's
regen.
bad.
Yeah, I think that one's
Good
probably
choice,
worse.
Rage, a good choice.
That's a good choice.
All right, next one, please. Juggernaut Duelist damage. This is the damage that Juggernaut does to a hero when he's facing them. So when you're Omni Slashing, every other one of your hits should be Duelist damage.
So it's 2% damage on your Omni
average.
Slash.
2% damage on your Omni Slash, and if you're fighting the guy head to head, you're doing 4% more damage.
That's pretty pog.
That's terrible.
That's pretty bad.
Let's be clear, that's worse than all stats.
Wasn't-
at every portion
Wasn't
of the game.
Duelist bugged at one point, though? If it's bugged, then maybe it's a little bit better. Or I think it was bugged against Jug. It was like lower damages than it should be.
Well, then it isn't good.
No, then it's worse. Never mind then.
I would actually say that's worse than the 3 health.
Worst not. All right, what about this one? X marks the spot, plus 25% movement speed when somebody's X. When you
It's
put it-
also negative when they are enemy X, right?
Yes, that's right. So if you do put it on an opponent, they are slowed longer, but you're bringing them back anyway, so who cares how far they go?
Yeah, this one's not
You
good.
guys just aren't on the ground floor of the support Kunkka build, all right? You get that facet that improves what Rum on X, and then you get this thing.
Oh.
You send the high ground sieges become a piece of cake all of a sudden.
Rum on X, why does that matter?
Because it lets you run in faster while you're X'd, right?
Well, and the damage reduction, so you run in quick.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying like it lets you run in faster
yeah.
utilizing the damage reduction.
All right, we got to go
Support Kunkka.
faster. Next one, Mars.
Oh, that one's trash.
It
that
is
one's
effectively a
abysmal.
25% damage reduction if it's maxed out, but nobody gets it.
Nobody even maxes out that spell half the time, I feel like. The Bulwark.
Any strong opinions, or we're going next?
Yeah, no, this one's bad.
Next one.
Okay.
Faceless Void. What do you think about these talents? Time dilation, DPS per cooldown.
The level 15 one, I think, is by far the worst. I think the level 10 one at least is decent on like offlane or support, but the level 15 is like 7 damage.
Level 10's an anti-invoker talent.
That's true, that's true. It has
Yeah, it's like 7 magic damage per attack.
Yeah, it's not good. All right, next one, please. Viper, here's the Predator damage.
That's the one.
Predator damage
This
for
one is
missing health.
really bad.
Man, that's a 20 talent?
That's a percentage, by the way. So that means that you could get at max, what, like
Oh, we calculated this the other
10
day.
damage or something?
We calculated this the other day on stream. I think it might have even been
Did you?
trolls talking about it. I think this amounts to something like 5 damage or something ridiculously
It's
low
9
like
damage per attack, I think is what it is on average.
The worst thing about this talent is it's not a level 10 one, like all the other ones you showed.
It's level
a
20.
level 20 talent. That's the best they could come up with.
This has to go down as the worst.
It's very bad. All right, next one, please.
Oh, hello.
Is that the...
We're pretty bad. I would rank us pretty low.
That ain't it.
That's Mickey.
All right, last word, damage, and slow. Now, this one's a little bit misleading potentially. The last word is 60 damage at level 4, so this would give you 35 more. That's if they're
Okay.
silenced, they're taking 35 more damage. And instead of, I think, 15% slow, it goes up to 20.
That's just when they get, that's like in a single target.
Level
right?
It's an
20
AoE
talent.
aura, so anybody silenced near you is going to take an extra 35 damage per second.
35 damage per second. Just imagine that by the time everyone's level 20.
But I don't think that's,
Wow.
I don't think that's as bad as.
All right, we're
Predator.
moving on. Next one, please.
That's not-
Last one,
Nope,
actually.
next one. I don't want to do that one as our last one.
Okay, well, let's
next
do it
one, please.
until he's happy
All
with
right,
the last one.
Crippling Fear DPS. It sucks. Next one, please.
It sucks.
Gorgon's
Next
Grasp
one.
Volley
That
for
one's a
25.
poggers right there.
Dude,
For 25?
Yeah, they goes
just-
from 3 to 4.
Save talked about geometry. You get a new shape at the very end because it's a new volley.
Okay, we got 2 left.
might be
I've
the
bullied
worst.
them into it. Next one, please. Feast, lifesteal, and damage. Brian, any input? on
That is an untakeable talent. It's
does
not
give
even exciting to be.
20
it does
5.
give you damage now, though. It used to
It's
just
true.
be lifesteal.
It's true, but the other one's plus rage, so not even close.
All right, final one. Gravekeeper's Cloak grants 10 armor. That's it.
As a level 25 talent.
Just armor if you have Gravekeeper's Cloak. Yeah, it's not great. What do you
Those are
guys
some pretty
think?
bad talents.
Worse than 3 regen
Not worse than 3.
Not
Actually,
worse.
as a 25
Not worse.
talent.
Not worse. Think about it after the break, Effie. We'll give you
Okay.
plenty of time because we got to go to Liquid versus Waska. We'll see you then.
Yeah. It's Q-Head. It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven. lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High on your love, high on your love, high on your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high on your love, high on your love, high on your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. With you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you.
Who's that come walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. We're going up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. I make it worth your while. You're not alone in this one. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. We're going up. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down, get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for our final series of the night. Team Liquid are taking on Waska to close out this fine evening of Dream League Dota. And it's an evening that has had Oh, you guys,
impressive.
You're researching over there.
Yeah, we're looking at this stuff you can cook in an air fryer.
I see.
Nuggets.
Can you cook liquid in an air fryer?
I don't know. Perhaps if you added some Wasker on top, it might come out beautifully seasoned and delicious.
Very good.
Liquid are no longer cooked, actually, Brian, because they are not bad anymore. At least as of yesterday.
As of yesterday,
this is a brand new Liquid. They beat Tundra, even though nowadays everyone can beat Tundra. Even Extreme can beat Tundra these days. But still a sign of progress from this fledgling squad of 4 TI winners.
4 TI
Yeah, I honestly that coming into today, I think both of the teams have looked a lot better yesterday.
Yes.
And they've shown us in this group stage too. But I would say that Liquid looked a lot better, whereas Waska looked slightly better.
Yes, but also Waska were also worse than Liquid's worse. And so Waska improving, they're not both happening at linear rates, I feel. And so Waska still have quite a bit more growth to show so far in this group stage 2. And usually I felt like the growth is shown on Pugna, which they had the option for if this first pick as we get into the draft for game number 1.
Well, you're talking about growth, Neil, but you're pointing at one of the smallest heroes in Dota 2, so I don't think he's grown that much. I think he is the littlest, isn't he?
Clinks, maybe.
Hoodwink's pretty tiny.
He's very wee.
I think Pugna might be the smallest.
Well, maybe they'll
You're
pick Hoodwink and we can compare and Clinks.
Clinks is small too.
Yeah, maybe they pick Clinks here in the second round. We'll be able to see them side by side.
I mean, Boxy probably runs support Clinks. I would not be surprised with this.
Not any more preposterous than Huskar.
We saw it once this tournament by Azure Ray, I think.
Yeah, that's true. We
Support
did.
Clinks.
Was it with the
me
Pugna?
if they're
They don't
still in the
look good.
tournament?
They are not.
They are not.
No, they're not.
But yeah, Waska have been trying to find their footing in this group stage 2. And maybe they were inspired by Save's Morta performance in the game that we just saw.
I think it's really important to note that Waska did not scout out the interviews from yesterday, because in the interviews, we asked Insania about his hero pool, and he said, yeah, we decided to just give me some more low-skill heroes because I wasn't very good at Tusk. That's basically what he said.
Mhm.
So they banned out Tusk. They weren't scouting out Insania's interview.
Should have banned out the Ogre.
Yep. It's all Ogre.
There's the clock gets banned out by Liquid themselves, but Insania's win rate on clock is very high. I think he's lost only one.
This event specifically, I think they're not doing.
I think I muted.
Even if you didn't, I think that went through all of our microphones.
I'm sorry.
That was
I'm about to.
quintessential.
He's 1 and
Literally
3 on Clockwork this one.
Cannot contain
Yeah.
them. I'm very sorry, production.
I'm checking the Ogre, I mean. not the clock.
Oh, yeah, Ogre, he's 6 and 1.
Yeah, he's only lost one game on the Ogre. So
If I do that thing where you sort of hold it in,
Your head
I think I might die.
It's okay. You're a dad. You can do dad sneezes, especially when you're driving.
Take the wheel, kids.
That's
He's gonna say,
But this Muerta opener by Waska is very new because they haven't run it on Matthew, and so they've played it one time on Pike. But to open it as your first hero, that means you are willing to play it on Matthew, and it's not something they've done before, and they have to be borrowing from other teams at this point, which honestly I think is a fine strategy.
Well, they must have watched the previous series. These are basically the same heroes.
Yeah, let's go to second phase Bristleback
If
out of
they pick
Waska.
Bristle on Liquid, and they take Tusk on Waska.
And they banned it themselves, so they prevented the run it back.
Okay.
But maybe the TA and the Pangolier coming out for Team Waska here.
Waska's always taking pieces from other teams. Just do your own thing, Waska.
To be fair, their own thing has not been working for them.
They did get to this stage, which obviously Heroic did not. So I feel like we should remember that they did come through the first group stage. And now we're down. We've distilled 16 teams down to 8. These games are going to be harder. So although they're not doing as well, they should be given credit for getting this far. We want SA teams to do well. We want all the regions to have representation. And luckily we got some.
Where's Southeast Asia and North America in my group stage 2?
Sorry, I meant all the relevant regions, my bad.
Oh.
Oof. And gotta wait till the next one, Neil. You never know what'll happen between
Fingers
now
crossed.
and then. But I mean, so far, Liquid, they've drafted for themselves a very strong team fight with these first 2 heroes. You're gonna have this Nether Ward in Pugna and this Rolling Thunder from Pango creating a lot of chaos. also protecting the punga.
The punga.
The punga.
Protecting punga.
That's what an ogre said when he got
But-
picked. Unga punga.
Yeah, you take him, like, you make it so that if he is jumped, you have a means of counterplay as Pango. But it doesn't necessarily completely synergize in the same sense that a Storm Spirit would or a Medusa would, but you can account for that later on in the draft.
Punga Pango.
We should just call him Punga. from now on.
Punga Pango. Pugna Pango. Oh, they got the Dawn.
Panga.
Pangno.
The Panga opening. The Pugno. Pugno.
Oh my god, we're going mad here.
Pugna.
Pugna Pango.
Say that 5 times fast at home, everybody. Let us know how it went
Morphling. Now look at this. 11 and 20. Oh my good god, these are some quick picks. Liquid like to do this, actually.
Now, why Shadow Demon? It does purge the bloodlust, which is important. So,
I think that Shadow Demon in general is just like very valuable in terms of what it gives you as a hero. I think what it lacks, what I talked about in the last series, is lots of reliable damage, but when you have heroes like Morphling and Pango earlier on in the draft, you know that you're going to have that damage accounted for. But like having that defensive tool and having the purge is always going to be helpful.
I miss Purge.
That was a good segment.
But we have Shadow Demon now, so Purge is here in spirit.
I get it. Storm Spirit!
They do lack the lockdown.
That's true.
Again, on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, holy shit.
Liquid love to do this though. They love to draft no stuns. I mean, it works for them mostly. Like, I think Morphling in this game versus Dawnbreaker on lane, like, that should be free. And for team fighting in general, like, as the game scales, he should be free. He is now threatened by the Storm Spirit pick in the sense that Storm could buy Orchid and rotate on him early. But I would imagine that having the Shadow Demon and Pugna behind you make it so that even if you get gone on, they're going to keep you alive, right? You're either going to get disrupted or life drained.
Be real, if you looked at that Morphling there, Mira, you cast your eyes. If I told you this was a serious video game, you wouldn't believe me. Like, look at it. You'd say, what is that blue guy? Oh, he's like a water thing. What's he doing? Oh, he's just vibing.
Now that you mention it, I think he does have a very serious look on his face.
Yeah, but it's like he's dancing. He's literally dancing. All the other heroes kind of look serious.
He's flowing.
He's flowing.
He's ebbing.
He's water.
No one takes that facet.
Well, is he ebbing or flowing?
Everyone takes that facet. No one takes the flow facet.
Some people take it.
Do they win?
No.
No.
Never forget.
Nyx Assassin and Lion are banned out. I agree with the Lion ban because I feel like many of the Storm Spirits that I've seen be successful have at least one battery in the form of the Pugna or the Lion. But this Storm Spirit's just going to have his mana pool to work with, the one that Ice Frog gave him.
That means they're assuming it's a Pike Muerta.
That is
last
true.
2 bans.
Banning out supports.
And surprisingly, if they thought that, I feel like Morphling's not great against carry Muerta, right? 'Cause you're like a high armor hero, and Muerta does magic damage? Huh.
Support Morphling, mate. It's all a bait.
Oh, it's the Boxy Morph, mid Shadow Demon.
Mid Shadow Demon. Mids are getting banned out though. Waska take out the Puck. Invoker's already been taken out. Monkey King's been taken out. Earth Spirit still remains in the pool.
I think they need more reliable lockdown than that. I think they might opt to put Pango mid and then just pick us off lane with a stun. Maybe. No, DK's taken out. I was thinking mid laners as well. Any reliable stuns we see, guys, that are...
I mean, you could do either, but I feel like Pango offlane also just fine if it is a carry Martha.
Oh, Tiny would have been nice.
Tiny, yeah, they just took that. I mean, we've seen Earthshaker. It's a pretty reliable stun. But I don't think that... I think they only picked it because of the Brood picking.
Yeah. There's also...
Oh!
Okay, so that's a 4 Enigma? 4...
Tell you what, mate. You grab Rubik, you got plenty of stuns to choose from.
There you go. Mid Rubik. That's a classic.
Waska have not played Enigma, so I don't know where it's going.
And it might be 4 Dawn, 3 Enigma. It might be 4 Enigma, 3 Dawn. I'm not sure.
Don't they have to just pick a BKB Piercing Disable now? Like Beastmaster or Primal? Like something that can take care of this
Primal ban,
Enigma?
sadly.
They need something to stop him later in the game. They do have to address this threat.
Agreed. Maybe Venge offlane?
Ripes.
The 3rd save? That also BKB piercing?
That is BKB piercing.
He's right.
I feel like Beastmaster's the most saber-lighty.
A carry Dawn like Bedboom ran a few days ago. Do you think Waska would do something like that?
I think it's more likely that it's 4 Dawn for Matthew. But it's like it's either carry Dawn or carry Muerta, and the other one's 4, so I'm really not sure. Because they haven't, I mean, the only one of the 2 they've picked so far is the Muerta carry, right?
That's correct.
4 Enigma doesn't sound too bad in this game. It's not like there are great heroes like killing Eidolons.
They are laughing about something here, Mira.
This draft is nutty from Waska. There's no way they could have prepped for this.
I admire the chaos factor.
You may now
Okay.
select
They go
your
for the Earth Spirit mid. I mean, it is a lot of CC early on in the game before heroes get BKBs, like the Geo Grip Silence, the Rolling Boulder, but it is easily countered by BKB as the game progresses. It was of Matthew Dawn.
Yeah.
And this is a niche specialty. He's been playing it for a lot of this tournament. Like, it's a lot of high tempo. You have these 2 bodies that are going in and starting the fight for Liquid, and Earth Spirit and Pango. You have this Morphling who's going to clean up, and you have these 2 backline supports who should be protected by a setup like this. This is very tried and true. Wask, on the other hand, Brian.
Untried.
I think they got exactly what they wanted, though. I don't know. Matthew looked pretty hyped going into this game, and I feel like I like what they're threatening here. They've got damage, they've got initiation, they've got global presence, they've got strong team fight. I do think Liquid's is kind of on the up and up, and Waska's on the down and down. But you know what? If I were gonna predict a game in this series to go Waska's way, it'd be this one.
I just don't know if I believe in the 4 Dawn here, because if it were put in a lane where it was going to get a lot of kills, I'd be like, this is a cool pivot because you have a lot of synergy between Enigma and Dawn as heroes, but Morphling, he's going to waveform away, and Pugna should be able to outrange Dawn for most of the lane.
And we've also seen Dawn struggle with their item builds, and those are usually core Dawnbreakers that are struggling with their item builds. So what you can manage to farm on a 4-position Dawnbreaker...
You can farm on 4 Dawn because you can be out of farming a lane somewhere, jungling while also having your ult. There's no Nyx or anything to stop it.
But do you go the I want to do damage variety? You go like
no. I think he's gonna go like Greaves
Lock
Ags
it or something.
Maybe like Greaves Locket Ags, something like this. And I honestly think they have really good map play with their heroes, and I like the fact that the Dawn's support in the sense that its job is to follow up the Storm and protect the Muerta, and it's not all that complicated in regards to mechanicals. And then he can buy items that allow him to just feel good in team fights with auras and utility.
Ted is meditating on the Waska vibes, so we'll let him watch the game along with all of you with Cap and Synderen.
My favorite intro, thank you very much, production. Welcome everyone, Team Liquid versus Waska. It's an opportunity for one of these teams to put themselves in contention, Synderen, for tiebreakers. But really only one of them. It's this series that'll determine who gets to keep their hope in DreamLeague alive.
I kind of don't want to talk over this.
It ends on Ogre.
If you're watching in Dota TV, you're like, what? There's just nothing happening. Anyway, all right. Yeah, welcome to Liquid versus Waska. I think we kind of echo what the panel talked about with these teams' power levels, that we feel like Liquid were impressive yesterday and Waska were more impressive in Group Stage 1 overall. But also probably fair to say that Waska did play better yesterday than the days before, as Yadomi should be okay here.
Yeah, trying to first blood an Ogre is always a difficult task. Matthew's Dawnbreaker might be easier.
Oh, this is
It's gonna
bad
be
if he
close.
dies.
They got him. No TP, a first blood picked up. Yikes. That is rough for Waska.
This is very, very good news for Morphling, specifically because now he gets a way less contested first wave. And it's a big part of Enigma Dawn is the early pressure, but obviously Liquid are well aware now of the situation here. So look at this.
Yep,
There's
they're
no way they
killing
could have
Idol
done
on.
this. Sacred will deny one of them. This early pressure here is
and it's
strictly
Courier too.
possible because of that first blood. So already a nice beginning to the game here for Liquid. So yeah, we saw Liquid have a really strong 2-0 performance yesterday. Waska, I believe, lost 1 and 2, but did show some signs of life after 2 previous rough days. In Group Stage 1, they looked very good, but also always comes with the asterisk that half of the teams of that group stage are eliminated. So maybe a lot of the matches that they won or did well in were against inferior teams, and now you're facing the big boys. As for the draft here, I don't know how much you've played for Dawn. I've actually played it quite a bit. I think you mainly play at 3, right?
Yeah, but I have played it.
You have dabbled in it, okay. Because I think this had its time, and if we go back a year or two, I think it was played more as a 4 than even as a 3 for a little while in Pro Dota.
Yep.
This lane in particular, I think, has quite a bit of promise, but Morphling is a very good solution to it. What Enigma and Dawnbreaker do is they isolate and kill carries very effectively with Malefice plus the hammer, but Morph can get himself out. He can play on resources. Saberlight actually taking some serious damage here. We'll be okay, I think. Oh, I don't know about cutting back through the Ogre
Big
there.
charges, that's what he's relying on. His shield crash is coming up. He's going to try and hop over, and the calling doesn't clip him fast enough, and the Ignite is going to burn him out.
Ugh. Well, at least he didn't TP.
That is true.
So he can get back to lane, but yeah, that could have definitely gone better for him. Nice kill, though, for Waska. So the panel was talking about how do you build for Dawn. My favorite build back then was Greaves Eggs, the one Brian mentioned.
Yep.
I think nowadays maybe Solar Crest for your Muerta would be really nice under the condition that Ogre doesn't get a good enough start to reliably get it.
Sure.
So that would be one option. But the nice thing about Dawn Ags is it's a very powerful heal, it's global, and it also does decent damage, and it kind of just breaks up the fight. But it's also the only way you can itemize against this aggressively is by buying True Strike, which Morphling doesn't really like to do. So that Ags could come in very handy if he goes for that path. And I genuinely think there are some games on Dawn where you should buy it first item. Don't know if this is one of them, though.
Yeah, it feels like they've got a fair amount of damage to throw around without having to right-click the hero.
Right, if you were against 2 right-click cores, you know, it feels a lot better to just go that route.
Sure.
The thing about the Greaves, though, is that maybe Enigma wants to get that. I don't think that has been particularly popular, though. I think if you want to go Auras and Enigma, we generally see Boots of Bearing plus Pipe. So that does open the door for Dawn to go that for Waska if they want all of those things.
Yeah.
Another item that's great this game is Lotus Orb. So we can just keep talking about all the options he has, but you're playing for Dawn, you could buy whatever utility the team needs, I guess, in essence.
Cool. It's a hefty chunk of damage, a 5 stack of poison on him.
Yep.
This lane has not been fun for Matthew, starting from the get-go, but one thing I've noticed is that Mickey keeps on helping Insania harass Matthew, but more than that, when Insania pulls the easy camp, it's Mickey who will come over and bully out the Dawnbreaker so he doesn't interrupt the pull.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely multiple things happening in this lane that are just a product of the first 10 seconds of the game. A lot of these things that Liquid are pulling off would have been very different if all heroes started in the lane in the beginning. Nice steal there from Matthew on the hammer. But when all that's said, Sacred's lane hasn't gone poorly. He's doing fine. He's 21 and 12 in the Enigma. Makes you wonder how well it could have gone if they started together, but that's always just going to be a wonder from here on out. D-ward from...
Oh, it doesn't even block the spawn.
Oh, dear.
So that is just a sentry ward entirely based.
And now he TP base, so...
Dire's
leaving the Enigma vulnerable once again, or just leaving the map open for Insania mid lane. If he wants to come and help Nisha, don't think he's going to find much success, though. Nisha on the level 5 Earth Spirit here against the Storm Spirit doesn't really seem killable. And we were both very impressed by Dark Mago yesterday, I think, on the Sand King. Storm, did he play that in the third? He played 2 Sand King games. Well, hang on.
Sacred in some trouble here.
In trouble more.
Yeah, if he could trade out support for core, that'd be great for Liquid, but it requires Mickey to be able to keep up with Sacred, and he just can't do it. Had his treads coming in, if he had the treads, certainly would have had that kill.
Yeah. It's gonna... Oh, Sacred's letting him have a lot of Eidolons here.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot.
Hello? He gave him all 6? Why? It might not seem like that big of a deal, but that adds up.
Kickback, that's a nice move from Nisha. And he's leaving up to his 2 supports to finish off the kill and help him now. Trying to roll away, but an interception from Matthew. He pops his magic wand charges, but now that his roll has been stopped, he has no way to be able to survive. Move from the carry is pretty interesting. Waska bringing their Muerta to this fight.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm sold on that one.
Yeah, that was puzzling for me.
How do you interpret that image? Are they like, help? Or are they hooray having a party?
I think they're happy to die. I think that it's one of those kind of characters, you know?
Got it. Yeah, this is what happens when your carry leaves. Now he's over-leveled by the opposition offlane. However,
apparently Waska are just wiping the floor over here on the Wisdom Rune. They will manage to steal that one.
This is not worth it for Liquid. Oh my god, they don't even
nice
get the kill.
Neutral deny. Nisha does get a good magnetize here. Matthew, he will be the first one to die. Magnetize does not get reset on these other heroes, so as Saberlight comes in, he doesn't find anybody low.
This is such a good sequence for Waska. Their carry died, but he died to neutrals. They stole the Wisdom Rune. Matthew traded for Earth Spirit. How much more are you going to win here? Storm Spirit got a ton of gold. He's so far ahead of everybody else on the Storm already. And as we established yesterday, Dark Mago was in form, so...
Everybody's fighting pre-level 6. This is so odd.
Yeah.
Rotations everywhere without ultimates.
And now Mickey just TP's back bot. This didn't really do anything. He just wasted time.
I guess they thought it was like, okay, if we kill the Muerta after she TP's out, like his game is ruined.
Yeah.
Invis Rune to refill Dark Mago's bottle.
I wonder what you go on Storm in this game when you're having that good of a game, because it's not a free game by any means for the Storm. You're playing against... Well, it's actually pretty free now that I look at it. It's freer than I thought at first glance. It's only really Earth Spirit. So maybe you can just go super aggro.
I would, yeah. I think this is a great Rush Orchid game, for sure. You're up against Pango, Morphling, Shadow Demon, Pugna. Like, you could just run this entire game with a fast Orchid. But no, he's going Kaya.
He's going Kaya. I think this is a game you could play without BKB entirely, perhaps. Maybe you need to get like 4th or 5th item, but until then you could go Orchid, Kaya Sanj if you want. You can go Parasma. Just really focus on maximizing damage. I'm curious to see what his read is. So the Kaya first is pretty standard. It's like, it's the most flexible of all the choices because you can go all the build paths with this one. What if he finds Mickey in a weak point here? He's too tanky though. I don't think he can do this. He needs help. Dawn is coming.
Just use Waveform, so he's going to pop out. Try and kill him while Waveform is on cooldown, but no way. Not underneath the tier 2 tower.
I think he stole the creeps though. And they also deny their tower.
Well, Waska just finding little wins all over the place.
Yep. This is definitely looking very healthy for them. The only core who's not having the best of time in their team is Pyke, but it's a recoverable range. He has the same as Morphling. And the reason those two heroes have the same net worth is that they both made, in my opinion, just flat-out bad moves. It's kind of unusual to see the Formware to come and contest the rune, and the Morph went through the gate to no avail, so... Maybe they had a... What's the opposite of a truce? When you, like, agree that we're gonna really fight.
First thing that came to mind was mutually assured destruction, but that's not. That would be a good...
Okay, nice jump in from Mago. Will block the roll, but Sacred can't quite reach the Malefice, and now Mago...
With the Saberlight chasing after him, he has one zip to be able to get away. After that,
Nisha misses his Roland, but keeps up the Magnetize. Dawnbreaker is coming in. The Rolling Thunder is going to hit the Stormbeard one more time, but he got enough mana to be able to make another zip away. Now the Black Hole is controlling up the Earth Spirit, and the Magnetize stacks. Oh, we got Shadow Poison so many times, he popped. Saberlight is still going to die, it looks like, as the Fire Blast, and the final hits come in from Pake. So good rebuttal there from Waska. 2 for 2.
Box is just quietly killing everyone with
Seriously, what?
If it wasn't for that, that would have been a great sequence for Waska, but yeah, Storm Spirit burnt so much mana before that fight even began that he barely had anything in the tank, and Mago, considering he's the leader of the game, maybe not the best decision there. Box on the way out also going to make 2 additional stacks, which is nice, but not the best heroes for farming them. Pango can do it step by step, and obviously Morph with Vlads will eventually get it done, but we don't have these, like, true stack killers. Maybe he'll help them himself. I guess Earth Spirit plus Pango can get it done. Yeah, he's going to help them.
Pango deserves it.
Okay.
He's been running around trying to join in Liquid with all these kills and has been suffering farm-wise, so he kind of needs the boost, to be honest.
You deserve these Ancients because you tried.
Yeah. We should all give a little bit of grace to people who just try and fail, you know?
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Or you still justify yourself that you deserve something, then. Just the moment you try, you deserve it. Ace for Nisha.
With a Blade Mail coming in, this is a window to do something.
Good timing. Something we haven't covered yet is Enigma in this game as a theoretical late gamer. There is no stun.
No.
Pierces him.
Lots of saves, but no stun to stop him, right?
And Sacred is going to do the standard drums into pipe here to ensure that you have the fighting chance in the mid game, but I would love to see him just go blink BKB after this and really try to become a game-winning factor. You're also playing together with the Storm, so eventually you will get Storm's Ags to pull heroes closer together. Maybe you find a moment of opportunity and you get a nice combo off.
Yudomi gets sandwiched a little bit here, and Sania creeps up from behind. The gank from Liquid is successful in finding a kill. The Rolling Thunder to explore the jungle some more.
Yeah, that Rolling Thunder felt very unnecessary.
It did.
Maybe they thought there was backup there for the Ogre, but...
And frankly, it looks good for Waska on the map. They're pushing the mid tower. Bottom lane's being aggressively pushed in as well. Like, they got a lot for that Ogre kill.
For sure. They're under no real pressure right now, and I think if they make sure that all their heroes, all their cores scale, and they give Dawn some space, I don't really worry too much for them later in the game either. We already established it's a pretty good Storm game. There's no BKB counter for Enigma. So if you get to those points in time, I think your lineup just looks very strong on paper. You did mention there's the 2 saves that you have to deal with, but at the very least, the Muerta can kill through Pugna. The Storm does quite a lot of his damage through Pugna as well. So, I don't know. I'm kind of vibing with Waska's position here. As long as they can just keep farming up, building their lineup. Doesn't look all that bad. Nisha
Trying to jump Nisha, but that is a bold move. I guess with the Dawnbreaker ult, they thought they could really do it, but now this just means Matthew's in an awkward spot and he'll be killed for it. I feel like Earth Spirit is not an easy kill, almost ever. But they're going to try again. Calling immediately put out, but it's Sacred inside of the Calling, not Silence, that hits the Black Hole onto 2. And now Dark Mago keeps jumping for more. They're going to light up Boxy here with the Bloodlust. They have enough. Nice dead shot there. Rolling Thunder into the middle of them, but not much damage behind it. Very little threat coming from Saberlight. And how does Mago still have the mana, man? Jeez.
Does he have a regen rune?
He must have, right? Like, it feels like he's just been zipping all over the place.
Oh yeah, he had a regen rune.
Yeah, okay. Now it all makes sense.
And now a ton of what they did there makes even more sense, because I didn't like Mago's initial opening to that fight, nor his second go, but considering he has a regen rune, he can play overly aggressive because he's uncountered.
Stupendous.
And the second go, I think Liquid were not anticipating him to come back there.
Yeah.
And that was a massively important fight for Waska. That's a 3K win in that fight plus tower. And now, if nothing else, I think you can just chill. I don't see Liquid likely to put a ton of pressure on your heroes right now. Looks like Wask have the same read. They're going Midas on the Ogre. These heroes are going to get really big, and that is going to be a first item Ags here as well for Matthew on the menu. I don't know. I'm looking at a tough mid game for Liquid to approach. Enigma pipe drums. Ags halfway there for the Dawn. Yeah, Waska in any stalemate situation, I think, are just passively winning. They will find a pick here, though. A nice combination of Nisha and Mickey will take out Enigma, and that's a big kill. Very swift.
Boxy trying for more. The Rolling Thunder is going to be a little late here. Okay, he's got the Blink Dagger, that's why. So they'll chain up the stuns, and with the damage that Shadow Demon offers, think they get it? Maybe not. That is only 4 stacks of the Shadow Poison. Liquid, are they going to get punished for this one? Mago still has a decent amount of mana, but they have slipped away into the night. He does not know where they went.
Oh, he went Holy Locket, actually. He didn't go straight Ags. He went back for the Locket first.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Do you like that? I don't know if I like it.
I don't think I'm a fan because I feel like most of the time Holy Locket is an inefficient item when you built it first.
It's good for Storm.
Yeah.
I guess. Giving him that burst of mana in the fight can be nice, but... This is a very different kind of game than the previous ones we saw, in my opinion.
How so? Because it still feels kind of back and forth.
Yeah, I guess just the nature of the lineups. I mean, it's almost exclusively different heroes, first of all.
Sure.
But also the underlying feeling of... I don't know, I just feel calm for Waska. I guess that's the thing. In the previous games, I didn't feel calm for either team. I thought it was like highly competitive and kind of stressful for both.
Yeah.
And that you constantly needed to do the right things. I think Waska's game plan right now just... I don't know, just looking at this, it just feels nice. Sometimes you get in game states where you as a team are just comfortable and you're like, yeah, we know what we need to do. And there's nothing better in Dota than not feeling pressure. Oh my god, that's almost tied to 2 bashes, I think.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe in Carry Muerta?
Yes.
Okay. I don't, so maybe that's why.
Oh. And I do believe the Carry Muerta versus Morphling matchup is actually really interesting.
Yes, that one is definitely an interesting part of it for sure.
It's double-edged, which is what makes it so cool. Yes, Morphling in general is good against these... he's one of the few carries that can damage Muerta in her ult, but at the same time, Muerta, by virtue of doing magic damage, can kill more through his high armor. So the dynamic is really interesting.
Morphling also has like a fair amount of mobility, especially depending on what you can turn into. And Muerta is highly dependent on being able to kind of win the fight within that Pierce the Veil time.
Yeah.
Which is the biggest reason I do not believe in Muerta carry for the most part. I just feel like it's too many teams are too good at playing around that.
The team I've seen on average be most successful with that hero is probably Extreme. And what I believe they made sure to pick with Muerta in, if not all games, then most of them was Mars.
Yeah, guaranteed hard catch.
Have something that contains the fight in an area where Muerta can just deliver. And the pseudo thing they have here that does that is Enigma.
Yep.
But it's under the condition that you hit a black hole, and on a high level of Dota, it's harder to hit 2 or 3 heroes. But if you do, by God, are they gonna die?
Oh yeah.
They are gonna die real fast in the black hole. Boxy, nice disruption, buying some time, but will not be able to hide from the more or less entire enemy team up here. And the farm will commence. And now, that Ogre Midas, give it time cap. He'll get big.
Has been killed.
The last Midas game we saw from Ogre, I don't think we were casting that, but we didn't... Oh, we were, actually. We didn't really like it because he could have maybe bought some Force Staff or another utility item to really change the game. Once again, for me in this game state, I like the Midas on Ogre because it is so chill. Just Yadomi, go off, King, you know, get rich.
Radiant are scanning.
Didn't have that on my bingo chart. Cinderin saying, "Go off, King."
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I live to surprise.
5,000 net worth lead. Waska are in a very good spot. They do still have plenty of time on this Aegis. On a Storm Spirit at that, you definitely want to be taking a fight, but Liquid are set up on a high ground. Here they're going to jump on the ward. That is a perfect hero to jump on if they can kill him. He's already used the disruption on the Storm Spirit. No follow-up there from Liquid. They're hitting the back line of Waska. Hit a magnetize on him. Wait, Dark Mago got really low. Got off his BKB, lost his Aegis. So BKB and Aegis down. Nobody dead on Liquid yet. And the Rolling Thunder, oh, that's a really good hit. Hitting two of these heroes, chaining them up. The Storm Spirit gets chain stun, he's dead. Snapped by Boxy Thanos' fingers. Finished them off with the poison, and they get 2 kills plus the Aegis out of that. Liquid formulate a great team fight, it seems.
I have mixed feelings about this because I feel like this was a well-executed fight from Liquid, but I also can't help but feel like Waska kind of dropped the ball there.
Yeah.
Just did not get anything going. Dark Mago jumped 2,000 range ahead of his team. There's no follow-through. You never get to use the black hole. Nisha did a very good job isolating and keeping the Enigma out of the fight, but you can definitely play around that as Waska instead of just, you know, running your head against the wall in the Storm Spirit and dying twice there for no gain. They were in a strong position if they just played tight together and played around this aura the Enigma has and playing around the Dawn ulti, but instead, it gets kind of panicky. He jumped in on the Storm, the Dawn is ulting him after he dies. It's just like, it's a bit of a mess there.
He uses BKB on the first life.
Yes, BKB on the first life. And if you want to do that, fair enough, but then you're committed. Like, then your teammates better go for it, right? And then the fact that the Dawn ulti comes out when he's dying in BKB, I don't know. It's just not good enough. And Liquid will get a nice win out of that. Get this game back close to even. Morph is now ahead of the curve. Or ahead of the opponents at the very least. Don't know if he's ahead of the average Morph game of this tournament. This hero seems to be having a lot of very good games. Boxy tried to be cute. He'll be cute in the grave more than likely.
Honestly, though, denying an Arcane Rune away from a Storm Spirit might be worth it.
Oh yeah, he did get the deny. I actually thought he didn't. Okay, I mean, then he was cute. Good job, Boxy. Ooh woo.
Ooh woo. All right, there's another. Check another box on the bingo.
I mean, you said it yesterday. You planted it in my head. It's all your fault. You did.
When did I say ooh woo?
You did. You don't remember? You said it on cast.
I don't remember this.
You said it on cast and you actually forgot. Wow, it must be such a normal thing for you to say all the time if you don't think about it.
Oh,
nice headshot.
He knows what you're up to. He knows. He's not going to get caught there.
Mickey, this is...
Saberlight? Oh, God. It's a hard hallway to navigate. Damage on damage coming out from this Muerta. Blows up the Morphling pretty easy.
This is... okay. Neither hero has... okay, now Nisha has more sticks.
Yeah.
So we'll get out. That's a good find, though. Very, very awkward place for Liquid's heroes to be at that point in time. And they couldn't stop the black hole in time, so Waska find themselves the best possible kill they could. And kind of get the game back under control. Now
he's going back for Orchid.
We didn't really talk that much about that Storm buying BKB, because we had the angle that he didn't even need it. But he went Kaya BKB, which is pretty standard against a lot of lineups. Why do you think he did that here? Is the Pango that big of a concern? Is it the Earth Spirit Silence that big of a concern that you need to do that to protect yourself?
I think because Saberlight went Blink Dagger and Orchid, the BKB is going to pay out.
Oh,
Nisha! Oh, he activates his BKB. Good thing, too. Mass Ignite's coming in.
Yeah.
And... Yudomi level 12 with the Midas. Oh, brother. Brother, no. Don't take my hard camp.
Pyke, please.
I just want
to
get
if Storm kills the other hard... you see, Yudomi pinged it.
Don't you take this from me. I'll never bloodlust you.
Oh, yeah.
2x. All right. Not a 3x, but still respectable.
What are the odds again? He has more chance of 2x than anything else, right?
Yes.
75%. So
30% for 3x.
Yeah.
Top lane. Pick off the Dawnbreaker. Hero that likes to play alone because you can ult in, but hey, great for Matthew. He gets ganked, who cares? He bought out his Aghanim Scepter.
Yep.
So this 4-position Dawnbreaker is coming online. Now the Holy Locket is going to look a whole lot better.
Yeah. He's strong. The Dawn is going to be a very powerful hero for the foreseeable future in this game. Just one of the best counter initiators you can have in all of Dota when you have the Ags. It's so easy. One of your cores get jumped, pop that ult, hold it as long as you like. When you see the right opportunity to land, you land and you crash and you break. You even stun them through BKB, which could become a setup for Enigma to find a black hole afterwards, as Sacred does have the dagger and half the BKB.
Now that said, it's not guaranteed that the hero that you're ulting on is going to live. Just because, again, we said the evasion may not be that much of a factor. Conda is done for the Morphling. And then we've got just a bunch of other magic damage they're going to be throwing around.
It still heals a bunch.
True.
And they do not have any anti-healing on the side of Liquid. We've seen Saberlight go a decent amount of Vessels on Pango, but not in this game. Which, I mean, makes sense. There's nothing inherently strong that you want to counter except the potential Dawn Ags, but you don't even know if he's going to buy it, so... Itemize the other way around.
Talking about like 110 something heal per pulse. It's pretty good. This is 90 plus the 25%.
Yeah, roughly. And it lasts for how many seconds is it? If you channel it fully? Why does it not say that? It just says bonus airtime 3.5 when you have Ags, and the base airtime is it like 2? 1.7. So this is 5 seconds. So it's like a 550 heal-ish, or 600, on top of evasion. And at any given point in time, that's what makes it so strong, is that you can land early. Yeah. It's just a very nice tool. All right, big moment here, Liquid. Looking to contest this 27-minute Roche.
Break and Eidolons immediately spot. They move right. It's Waska on the left. I don't know if they moved right intentionally because they had a ward there, I'm guessing.
This is such a long respawn. It seems they're here for no reason, but they don't know.
Yeah.
This could get really awkward. I mean, this could just be a standoff for the next minute and a half.
We could have a whole team fight and respawn before Roshan.
I think the creeps imagine if the creeps just went back home at some point. They're just like, why are we doing this? We're fighting for nothing. All right, Saberlight's in.
Yeah, if you see the Muerta and Chain Stunner inside the pit, that doesn't seem too bad. Now the Dawnbreaker ult comes in, though. BKB has gone out from the 2 cores of Waska. Liquid is trying to retreat. They got the black hole and the 2 supports, though. Really good setup. The Magnetize still going on these heroes, and Morphling's going to go in. They see now Pake, who's without his ultimate. The Conda hit isn't enough, and he heals up a good amount thanks to the Holy Locket heal, but it's not enough to save him. The Magnetize just keeps on going. Waska are still ticking out to this, and Mickey, he wants to take advantage of it. He spots Mago. He could kill him, but he's in the trees now. Now that he's already used his nuke.
Good
nice disruption from Boxy, bailing out Mickey. Mickey has a chance, throws out a